A perfect ending to a pure romance story set in a succubus university campus with multiple female leads and a lighthearted style. Lin An has just entered university when the divorce reversal system arrives 14 years early. At 18, you and your first love missed each other. At 19, you broke up with your ex-girlfriend due to immaturity. At 22, you have a current girlfriend. At 24, you marry your current girlfriend of 2 years, but you find that her/your love for you is too heavy. At 34, you die in a car accident due to the unhappiness of your marriage. Fortunately, you are still 32 years old, and there is still a possibility to change your tragic future. Please divorce your wife. Activate the divorce reversal system and reverse your life. 18-year-old Lin An looks at the future life trajectory shown by the system and decides to complete the system's tasks, save money with all his might, and achieve financial freedom. He doesn't need love. However, a heavy ex-wife, a regretful ex-girlfriend, a missed first love, and a secret admirer of 14 years, one after another, extremely charming girls appear around him, leaving him no choice. He's only started university, and he already has an ex-wife and an ex-girlfriend? Yes, there are, but they're all versions from when the characters first met and were young. Chapter 1. System activated only after divorce? But I'm only a freshman. At 18, you're admitted to Haicheng University, a prestigious 211 university, and encounter your destined first love. Unfortunately, due to fate, you and your first love miss each other. At 19, you have your first girlfriend. It's your first relationship, and lacking experience and caring too much about each other, you break up after only 3 months. You still like your girlfriend, but this relationship has become a regret. At 22, you graduate from university and start working for a large state-owned enterprise. The work is easy and the pay is excellent. Although you still think about your missed first love and your regretful ex-girlfriend, you believe your future life will be very fulfilling. That same year, on your way home from get-off work, you rescue a woman being harassed by a drunk man. During your conversation, you discover she's a classmate from university. She invites you to dinner to express her gratitude. You have a pleasant conversation at the dinner table, and you then invite her to a movie. Over time, you develop feelings for each other, and on Qixi Festival, Chinese Valentine's Day, that year, you confess your feelings, and you become a couple. At 24, after 2 years of dating, you two got married. You thought your life was finally complete. However, a month after the wedding, your wife demanded that you quit your job at the state-owned enterprise and become a stay-at-home dad, supporting you financially. You disagreed, leading to an argument, which you quickly reconciled with. However, she went to your company and saw you talking to a young female colleague. Enraged, she caused a scene at the company, demanding your resignation. Only then did you realize that while your wife deeply loved you, she also had a severe controlling nature, forbidding you from contacting any women other than her. At 25, you still resigned from the state-owned enterprise and stayed at home. You couldn't even be a stay-at-home dad anymore because you had a maid. You realized you were becoming useless. At 26, you promised your high school classmates you'd attend their reunion, but your wife locked you in the room, forbidding you from leaving. You argued again, and you began to realize the unhappiness in your marriage. At 28, a brief conversation with a female delivery worker displeased your wife again, leading to another argument. You considered divorce, but couldn't bring yourself to do it. While your wife was highly controlling, you were also a dutiful wife, avoiding any contact with other men. She loved you deeply, but that love felt too heavy. At 34, after 10 years of marriage, your life was incredibly oppressive and painful, yet you still hadn't divorced your wife. One September morning, you argued with her again over a woman's issue. You stormed out of the house, only to be hit by an out-of-control dump truck. Unable to dodge in time, you lay bleeding. Lying in a pool of blood, you think, if you could go back to your university days, facing your missed first love or regretful ex-girlfriend, you would surely clear up the misunderstandings and marry one of them. That way, your life wouldn't be such a tragedy. And you know that neither of them has had a relationship since they separated. Perhaps they are still waiting for you. You are dead. Youthful immaturity often causes lifelong, unhealable wounds, leading to endless regret. Fortunately, you are still 32 years old, and there is still a possibility to change this tragedy. For your own sake, please have your wife sign the divorce papers and divorce her. After the divorce reversal system will be officially linked, changing your tragic life. Please divorce your wife immediately. On the campus of Haicheng University, in front of an ordinary roadside tree, Lin An stares again at the blue text in the transparent frame, still feeling utterly astonished. At 18, he encountered his missed first love. At 19, he met his regretful ex-girlfriend. At 24, he married. At 34, he died in a car accident due to an unhappy marriage. He was told to get his wife to sign divorce papers, after which he would begin a life of triumph. This was the life trajectory the system had told him. However, he was only a freshman in college and hadn't yet found a woman who could be considered his first love, girlfriend, or wife. He was only 18, yet the system undeniably existed, prompting him to ponder the reason. Sure enough, the system had arrived too early. It was supposed to arrive at 32, but it came at 18. These days, even systems are getting a little unreliable. Look, someone's confessing over there. Just as Lin An was lost in thought, a soft male voice reached his ears. It was his roommate's voice. Lin An looked in the direction of the voice. First, he saw a pair of pure white strappy stilettos, the white straps gently encircling the wearer's delicate ankles, creating a unique aesthetic. Above that were slender, straight, and dazzlingly white legs, which, accentuated by the stilettos, resembled a perfect work of art. He didn't look further up at the face on the white lace dress. Seeing those long, artistic legs instantly clouded his judgment. "I'm sorry to have stopped you so abruptly." The boy holding the roses spoke, pulling Lin An's attention back to reality. The boy presented the roses to the girl, bowed his head, and said in a trembling voice, "Jian Shuer, ever since I met you at the opening ceremony, I've fallen deeply in love with you. Please be my girlfriend." It's a confession, as expected. That's normal. Jian Shuer is one of the 4 SSS beauties of this year's freshman, and a rich girl too. Anyone would fall for her, Lin An's roommate remarked. Lin An didn't reply, stopping to watch the unfolding of the confession. "I'm sorry, I refuse to be your girlfriend," Jian Shuer said, her face expressionless and serious. "Oh, I see. That makes sense." Hearing the answer, the boy who confessed hung his head dejectedly. "Jian Shuer is so wonderful. I'm not good enough for you at all." "Don't say that. Don't belittle yourself." Jian Shuer smiled. "In my life plan, I'll have a boyfriend in college. I never look at a boyfriend's conditions. The most important thing is mutual affection." "You're rejecting me. Does that mean you don't like me anymore?" The boy lowered his head even further. "You can think that way. After all, we've only just met. We don't know each other well. I wouldn't fall for a boy I've only met once, but..." Jian Shuer smiled brightly. "Who knows what the future holds? I've planned to have a boyfriend in college, and that boyfriend might be the future you who becomes even better. So don't easily deny yourself. Strive to become better." Hearing this, the boy clenched his fist, planting a seed in his heart that would blossom into a brilliant future. "That's so well said. She's clearly a rich family's daughter, yet she has no airs of arrogance. Her way of rejecting people doesn't hurt them. In fact, it indirectly motivates them to become better. She's practically the perfect woman. Whoever marries her will be incredibly lucky," her roommate said sincerely. Lin An frowned slightly, a deep sigh escaping his lips. Although it seemed like a scenario only found in online novels, the future life trajectory the system had described indicated. Jian Shuer hadn't found a boyfriend during her 4 years of university. Instead, she met him the year after graduation, and the two later married. Jian Shuer was his future wife, and also the person he was going to divorce. But looking at Jian Shuer's kind and generous smile, it was hard to believe that Jian Shuer would have such a strong, controlling nature, or that marrying her would lead to an unhappy life. But never mind. Lin An didn't want to think about that for now. He needed to do what was immediately available. He decided to complete the system's task first, get Jian Shuer to sign the divorce papers. He walked over to Jian Shuer, carrying a document, and said, "Excuse me, I'm a student council member. Your application to use the club's classroom has been approved. After you sign here, you can use the classroom." Jian Shuer took the document, glanced at its contents, and smiled warmly at Lin An. "Thank you." Lin An stood beside Jian Shuer, looking at her up close. He could see that her skin was exquisitely white, like the finest jade. Her eyebrows were long and slender. Her lips were as vibrant as blooming red roses. Her eyes were clear and bright. Her appearance was flawlessly beautiful. They lived in an ordinary world without any extraordinary elements, yet they seemed to radiate a dazzling light. Jian Shuer was a stunning beauty that made one lose their ability to think. "Sign here," Lin An said, calming his heart flutter at seeing such a beautiful woman up close, indicating where Jian Shuer needed to sign. After Jian Shuer signed one document, Lin An opened the file and said softly, "There's another attachment for property protection. Please sign it." Jian Shuer glanced at the new document, made sure it was correct, and then picked up her pen to sign. Upon arriving here, Lin An tensed up. He had awakened the divorce reversal system the moment he entered university. The system required him to get Jian Shuer to sign a divorce agreement for them to officially divorce, at which point the system would activate. However, when he learned that Jian Shuer was a top-tier heiress, always dressed in luxurious clothes and accompanied by 2 beautiful assistants, He knew that directly approaching Jian Shui'er to sign the divorce agreement would only make her see him as a bored guy playing a silly game, and she would wave him away with her assistance, making the divorce mission impossible to complete. But he wasn't a man who gave up so easily. While waiting for an opportunity, he learned from his roommate, who had joined the student council, that Jian Shui'er wanted to apply for a club room. He immediately accepted the task of delivering the signed document to Jian Shui'er. The signed document originally only required one signature. He printed out a divorce agreement and then pasted another document, Classroom Property Protection Annex, on top of it, obscuring the contents beneath. In other words, the Classroom Property Protection Annex that Jian Shui'er signed was actually the divorce agreement. Once Jian Shui'er signed her name, the system task would be completed. His plan was perfect. As he expected, Jian Shui'er didn't hesitate much. After confirming the document was correct, she quickly signed her name on the attachment. Simultaneously, a long string of text appeared on the system screen. Jian Shui'er has signed the divorce agreement. You have successfully divorced Jian Shui'er. Jian Shui'er is now your ex-wife. The divorce reversal system has successfully loaded. The system panel has successfully loaded. The reversal task has successfully loaded. Please check it promptly. Seeing the system activate and the task successfully completed, Lin An was in high spirits. He took the document from Jian Shui'er, overjoyed, and planned to leave. Given the tragic future examples revealed by the system, he didn't intend to have anything more to do with Jian Shui'er. His attention was now entirely focused on the system he had acquired. As a computer enthusiast, he knew how incredibly powerful the system could be. Goodbye, Jian Shui'er, never to be seen again. Hey, wait a minute. Just as he turned to leave, Jian Shui'er's female assistant grabbed his wrist tightly, her tone stern. From what I just understood, the classroom application form only requires one signed document. There's no need to sign a financial guarantee attachment. Your document is also thicker than the others. Don't go. There's something wrong with your document. Lin An's crisis was imminent. Chapter 2. The divorce agreement. Curiosity enveloped Lin An as the crisis struck suddenly, causing his heart to race. However, having weathered many storms, he managed to smile and said, "Oh, is that so? I am a newly appointed member of the student council. Perhaps there has been some misunderstanding, like an extra document given by a senior." The female assistant, however, was not inclined to let him off easily. She once again rubbed the problematic document and coldly addressed Lin An in past business dealings. Someone has used technical adhesion to coerce the other party into signing documents they were originally unwilling to. This constitutes forgery. You have done the same. This second document is 0.09 millimeters thicker than the first. Tell me, what is your intention behind this, and what does the underlying document contain? Caught off guard, Lin An felt a flicker of panic. Yet, another thought crossed his mind. Who was this person who would notice a mere fraction of a millimeter difference between two documents? At that moment, Jian Shui'er began to comprehend the situation. She stepped closer to Lin An, her beautiful, gem-like eyes curiously fixed on him. This classmate. Forgery is an illegal act. Can you enlighten me on your motives for such actions? The concealed document was surely related to money. This individual intended to obtain the young lady's signature to perpetrate a fraud. Miss, I believe there is no need for further inquiry. We can simply turn you over to the police as a fraudster. Another assistant, a girl with a high ponytail, stepped forward and firmly grasped his arm. Her tone rather brusque. Her grip was skillfully applied. While it did not hurt, Lin An found it impossible to break free. This realization led him to suspect that Jian Shui'er was perhaps merely a well-mannered young lady, while her two assistants were not ordinary individuals. The ponytailed girl appeared to be of a security role, her wrist-grabbing technique reminiscent of military precision. The short-haired girl, who had seen through his plan, possessed a remarkable ability to perceive details, even the minutiae. Indeed, she was a top-tier young lady, surrounded by exceptional talents. After a moment of admiration, Lin An recognized that his deception could no longer be concealed and opted for honesty. The document I sought to have Jian sign is a divorce agreement. My intention behind this action is purely. Before he could finish, Jian Shui'er interrupted, her eyes sparkling with surprise. You say this is a divorce agreement? How peculiar. With the system already activated, Jian Shui'er had become his ex-wife, and there would be no future interactions between them. Lin An maintained a composed expression. Indeed, it is a divorce agreement. However, it is unilateral and will not affect you in any way. No. Jian Shui'er vehemently shook her head. In my life plan, the most perfect scenario is to transition from my first love to the altar. While I have no confidence in finding a soulmate for life, I do have contingencies for experiencing love twice. Yet, I never considered the possibility of divorce after marriage. How strange, too strange. Lin An forced an awkward smile. This is merely my unilateral divorce. You may interpret it as my imagination, or perhaps as a lost game of truth or dare. In reality, we are not even friends. A unilateral divorce. Jian Shui'er gazed intently into Lin An's eyes. I am curious. Why do you want to divorce me? Lin An's mind began to spiral. Was Jian Shui'er a perfectionist, unable to ignore even the whims of another's imagination? Simultaneously, he felt certain about the reason for their potential marital unhappiness. Indeed, beneath her seemingly kind exterior lay a heavy disposition, unable to accept imperfections in matters of the heart. It would be best to keep a distance from such a woman. At that moment, Lin An's roommate rushed over. After briefly assessing the situation, he spoke amicably. Everyone, I believe there is a misunderstanding here. We should discuss this calmly. The current scene is not conducive. Upon hearing this, those present glanced around. A group of students had gathered, their expressions filled with confusion. Meanwhile, Lin An remained held by Jian Shui'er as assistant, preventing any chance of escape. The scene was indeed ripe for misinterpretation. My apologies, Jian Shui'er acknowledged the inappropriate circumstances. She instructed her assistant, Nai, let go of that classmate. Nai complied, releasing her grip on Lin An's arm. I'm sorry for causing you unnecessary misunderstandings, Jian Shui'er said, bowing her head in apology to Lin An. Naturally, he could not accept this without reciprocation. No, it is my fault. I apologize, Jian, for my antics disrupting your time. Now, let us return to the unanswered question, Jian Shui'er remarked, her expression now tinged with interest. Why do you wish to divorce me? Why was this still a topic? Lin An stared blankly for several seconds before responding earnestly. We have not been married at all. The divorce agreement is merely my folly. You may consider it a prank encouraged by friends, and I ask you not to dwell on it. How could I not dwell on it? Wouldn't you be curious about receiving a divorce agreement? Jian Shui'er inquired, puzzled. Ordinarily, Lin An imagined he would feel a flicker of curiosity upon receiving such a document. Perhaps he would wonder if the person had feelings for him. However, he deemed this irrelevant and casually replied that he was not curious, only sensing that she was making an overture. I see. Then allow me to ask you. Jian Shui'er fixed her captivating gaze onto Lin An's eyes, asking earnestly, if we were to marry in the future, would you divorce me? But we are already divorced, Lin An blurted out without a second thought. Yet, he dismissed its importance, unwilling to engage further with Jian Shui'er. Jian, this was all a prank. I admit that asking you to sign the divorce agreement was my mistake, but it holds no practical significance. I apologize for this, and I implore you to let me be. Indeed, you wish to divorce me. Jian Shui'er displayed an even greater interest, scrutinizing Lin An's appearance for several seconds. Nodding, she asked, if you wish for me to let you go, you simply need to answer a few questions. Please, ask whatever you desire, and I shall respond to the best of my abilities. Her first question was, do you like me? As she tossed her hair, cascading just below her alluring bosom, the scent of roses lingered in the air. Perhaps I do not dislike you. Lin An replied after a moment of contemplation. Jian Shui'er's features were exquisite, her beauty undeniable, and her character commendable. It was unlikely for any man to harbor disdain towards her. Then, it seems you do like me. A dear sister once taught me that a man's lack of aversion towards a beautiful woman signifies affection. Your reluctance to confess outright means you are not a fickle-hearted man. Jian Shui'er concluded, nodding in satisfaction. Her second question followed. Have you ever had a girlfriend? Lin An replied candidly. My time as a single person is equal to my age. I have not had a girlfriend, nor even a crush. I appreciate this answer, she stated, adding. For the final question, if we were to enter a relationship, could you promise never to lie to me? Lin An pondered for a moment before responding. First and foremost, I must reiterate that the divorce agreement is merely a jest without any real significance. Should we indeed pursue a relationship, I cannot guarantee that I will never deceive you. Unable to offer even a perpetual promise to a beloved girlfriend? This classmate seems rather careless about relationships, she remarked, crossing her arms and scrutinizing him. The weight of her beauty bore heavily on Lin An's psyche. It is precisely because I care that I cannot promise the impossible. Under the pressure and the stirrings of his heart, Lin An met Jian Shui'er's gaze. She held his gaze for several seconds, and seeing that he had no intention of altering his response, she revealed a satisfied smile. This response indicates that you are serious about relationships. If it were an average boy, he would have altered his answer by now. Very well, I am pleased with your 3 answers. Your method of introducing yourself through a divorce agreement has surprised me. I have made my decision. You are now my male friend, and I expect you to show your worth in the future. Lin An sensed an ominous foreboding as Jian Shui'er spoke with a seriousness that left no room for jest. His sole intention was to complete the system's binding task, devoid of any desire to entangle himself with Jian Shui'er. Moreover, I am not the kind of girl who casually befriends boys. You are my first male friend whom I have actively sought to know. You must strive for success. I eagerly anticipate your novel approach to getting to know me, she declared with a radiant smile before departing with her two assistants, leaving Lin An alone in a whirlwind of anxiety. Simultaneously, the system's notification chimed once more. Initially, it was believed that upon signing the divorce agreement, at the age of 32, you would experience liberation. Yet, even after the divorce, your wife continues to cling to you. To secure your future happiness, please find a way to completely rid yourself of your ex-wife's entanglements. Side mission activated. Completely eliminate your ex-wife's obsession. Task reward, 10 million renminbi. Chapter 3, a haircut. Reward, 3,000 yuan. Depositing 1 million into the bank would yield approximately 300 to 3,000 in annual interest for a savings account, while a fixed deposit could accrue up to 20,000 or even 40,000. Storing 10 million in the bank with a fixed deposit could result in an annual return exceeding 300,000. Should one master the art of financial management using prudent methods, the returns on 10 million could surpass 400,000. An annual income of 400,000 would afford a comfortable life in first and second-tier cities. Gazing at the system's promised reward of 10 million renminbi, Lin An felt a surge of joy. The earlier discomfort from being grasped by Jian Shuer's assistant dissipated completely. The system was indeed a powerful tool for life transformation. The internet had not deceived him. Lin An, impressive. You managed to capture Jian Shuer's attention through your divorce. She has already taken notice of you, one of his roommates remarked, filled with admiration. The dormitory at Haicheng University consisted of 4 occupants. Lin An shared his space with 3 roommates. The dorm leader, Xiao Xiang, who was handsome and sunny, had already attracted the affections of 20 girls within just a few days of the semester. The second roommate, Qi Yang, had an amiable disposition and a somewhat feminine appearance. Inexplicably, he had become Lin An's closest friend since the beginning of the term. The fourth, Zhou Haidong, was an introverted gamer, engrossed in online games and anime. In response to Qi Yang's teasing, Lin An replied with a hint of resignation, I never intended to attract Jian Shuer's attention. That was merely playful banter. Regardless of your intentions, Jian Shuer considers you a male friend. If you can win her over, you could enjoy a life of ease, Qi Yang countered. Judging by Jian Shuer's designer attire and her 2 elite assistants, she was indeed a true heiress, and any man who secured her affections would be set for life. However, Lin An was acutely aware that marrying her would lead to considerable unhappiness, and he wished to sever any ties with her. Waving his hand dismissively, Lin An said, All right, the matter is settled, we can return now. Upon returning to the dormitory, Lin An greeted the still engrossed Zhou Haidong before retreating to his bunk. The setup was a standard upper bunk with a desk below. As he settled into a rattan chair, Lin An promptly activated the system to review his detailed panel post-binding. Post. Lin An, age, 32. Marital status, divorced. Emotional status, none. Amount earned, 0 yuan. Main task, start anew. Click to view. Side task, completely eliminate your ex-wife's obsession, pending completion. System description, this system will issue life turnaround tasks following the host's divorce. The host can achieve a turnaround in life by completing these tasks and earning monetary rewards. Note, the system's monetary rewards are legitimate and legal. No need to worry about their source. It was evident that the system had erred. It should have awakened at the moment he turned 32. Yet it activated 14 years prematurely, at the age of 18. This, however, was fortuitous, as it afforded him insight into a tragic future, allowing him to amend the course of his life ahead of time. Lin An accepted the system and clicked to view the main task's description. Main task 1. Start anew. At 32, your years of marital strife have left you in a state of disarray, with your appearance reflecting years of neglect. It has been 2 years since your last haircut. To embark on a new chapter post-divorce, a fresh image is required. Task: please visit a barbershop for a haircut. Task reward: 3,000 renminbi. 2 years between haircuts was indeed a sign of a dismal future. However, the prospect of earning 3,000 yuan for a simple haircut was quite delightful. Lin An felt a wave of elation as he noted the time was just past 4 in the afternoon. The barbershop at the school cafeteria would still be open. He promptly set off for the barbershop. A mere 10 minutes later, he arrived to find the shop devoid of any other patrons. Lin An took a seat in the lounge chair, and a flamboyantly dressed barber approached him with tools in hand and cheerfully inquired, Hey there, are you looking to dye your hair? Given Lin An's unique hair texture, he typically required a cut every month. However, he had only last visited the barbershop 10 days prior. No, I just need a trim, Lin An replied. The barber flashed a professional smile. You don't have long hair. There's no need for a significant cut. I suggest you try a bright color. It could enhance your appeal. I don't need to be popular. Maintaining my current state is sufficient, Lin An responded. The barber persisted, but a boy's looks greatly depend on his hairstyle. Your face shape is quite nice. Yet your hairstyle severely impacts your attractiveness. I believe dyeing your hair could quickly help you find a girlfriend. Lin An firmly interrupted. I have no intention of dating at the moment. If you can't cut my hair, I'll seek another barbershop. Of course. We can cut it shorter if that's what you prefer. The barber transitioned into work mode, and within 10 minutes, the haircut was complete, leaving Lin An looking refreshed. Simultaneously, the system prompted, task start and new completed. Reward of 3,000 renminbi has been credited. Ding. A notification chimed on his phone. A transfer of 3,000 renminbi has been credited to your savings account ending in 1881. Current balance, 3,500 renminbi. Gazing at the message, Lin An's spirits soared. Coming from a single-parent household, he was all too familiar with poverty. His monthly living allowance of 500 yuan barely sufficed for daily meals. Now, having completed a simple haircut task and reaped a reward of 3,000 yuan, he felt immense gratitude towards the system. Lin An smiled broadly as he settled the bill. Just then, a call came in from his roommate Qi Yang. Lin An, the dorm leader, is asking if we want to join for dinner. After a moment's contemplation, Lin An replied, let us go together. I'll treat at the Xingmei restaurant. The Xingmei restaurant in the third cafeteria was known as the upscale dining option at their university. Looks like you've struck it rich, Lin An. With your summer job earnings finally coming through, it's only fair that you treat us. All right, I'll inform them to meet us at Xingmei restaurant. Yes. See you at Xingmei restaurant. Lin An ended the call and made his way there. As he walked, his thoughts were in turmoil. He hailed from a small, fifth-tier city in the south, where the economy was quite mediocre, surrounded by classmates and friends who were primarily from working-class families. Arriving in Haicheng, known as the Oriental Magic Metropolis, he became acutely aware of the vast disparities in the world. Although they belonged to the same country, it felt as if he and others were living in entirely different realms. Among his 4 roommates, Zhou Haidong was a local from Haicheng with a relatively affluent background, receiving a monthly allowance of 5,000 yuan. Qi Yang, the second roommate, hailed from Beijing. Lin An had inadvertently seen that his parents allocated him 200,000 yuan monthly, indicating considerable wealth. The first roommate, Xiao Xiang, appeared to embody the ideal of a handsome male lead from a Korean drama, excelling in sports with an effervescent personality. On the very first day of school, he arrived in a luxurious sports car worth millions, his family's wealth surpassing that of his 3 companions. On that initial day, Xiao Xiang, the dormitory leader, treated everyone to a meal at an astonishingly upscale restaurant in Haicheng, where the bill totaled 600,000 yuan, an unfathomable sum for him. This experience left him reluctant to dine with his dorm mates again, as the economic disparity between them was too vast for him to reciprocate equally. He found himself troubled by how to interact with his roommates, feeling that the chasm in their social standings made genuine friendship unattainable. Now, with the system providing him with additional income, he could offer them a semblance of equality, bringing him a sense of relief. As he pondered these thoughts, he arrived at Xingmei restaurant, where his 3 dorm mates had also gathered. Lin An addressed them, proclaiming, we cannot always let you treat us. Today, I shall reciprocate. Let us indulge. After their meal, they returned at 7 p.m. Lin An settled into a rattan chair, perusing a new divorce reversal task. Main task 2. Appearance matters. At 32 years old, after cutting off your untidy hair, your vitality has noticeably improved. Yet you still embody the disheveled image of a defeated middle-aged man. Please utilize 5,000 yuan from the system to purchase 5 sets of clothing to transform your self-image. Task requirements. Purchase 5 sets of clothing. Task reward. 5,000 yuan. 5,000 yuan has been credited to your bank account. Current balance. 133 yuan. The system not only provided the funds for the purchase of 5 outfits, but also rewarded him an additional 5,000 yuan upon completion. Such a wondrous occurrence astounded Lin An, elevating his spirits immensely. Without lingering in the dormitory, he promptly set out to the commercial district near the school to buy clothes. Lin An, are you heading out? Where to? Are you going to find Jian Shuier? As he prepared to leave, his roommate Qi Yang inquired. Jian Shuier? The SSR goddess Jian Shuier? Old C, who had been engrossed in a game, interjected at the mention of her name. I am not seeking her. Let me reiterate, I have no connection with Jian Shuier, nor will I ever, Lin An replied, exasperated. Xiao Xiang chimed in. Jian Shuier is the girl you delivered documents for. Right? I've seen her. She has a delightful personality and appearance. Quite the match for you, Lin An. Lin An sighed. I looked into the price of her handbag today. It costs 240,000 yuan, which is utterly beyond my means. Let us not discuss her any further. And Xiao Xiang, thank you for facilitating the document delivery. I owe you one. Xiao Xiang, a member of the student council, had been instrumental. Without his assistance, given Jian Shuier and her 2 aides high standards, Lin An might have struggled to fulfill his divorce task throughout his university years. Not wishing to engage in further conversation with his roommates, Lin An exited the dormitory, grabbed a shared bicycle to the school gate, and then took the subway to the commercial district. There, he found a plethora of clothing stores. With no particular preference for fashion, he casually entered a menswear shop. He sought no extravagant or branded items, opting instead for 5 sets of neat and tidy clothes. Completing his purchases swiftly. In just 30 minutes, he spent 200 yuan, averaging 200 yuan per piece. Following this, the system notified him that the task was complete. Another 5,000 yuan was deposited into his bank account, raising his balance to 10,933 yuan. This amount would suffice for next year's tuition and living expenses. He had initially planned to seek a part-time job the following week to support himself, as a monthly allowance of 500 yuan was barely enough for food. However, it appeared that completing system tasks could yield sufficient funds for his university needs. With the 5 sets of clothing in hand, Lin An made his way back to the dormitory, during which he opened a new main task. Main task 3. Fitness. At 32 years old, since leaving the state-owned enterprise, you have led a sedentary life, causing your weight to rise from 125 to 160 g. Obesity is a formidable adversary to the allure of middle-aged men. Please commence a daily running routine to enhance your personal charm. Task requirements. Phase 1. Run 2 kilometers daily for 1 week. Reward. 1,000 yuan each time. Phase 2. After 1 week, run 3 kilometers daily. Reward. 500 yuan. Long-term task. Maximum reward of 1 million yuan. After his divorce, he first had a haircut, then acquired new clothing, and now he was to embark on a running regimen. If he were indeed 32 years old, following this sequence would significantly enhance his personal appeal. This system indeed had the potential to reverse his fortunes. Lin An felt an eager anticipation for the tasks ahead. However, as the completion of main task 3 would take a week, he decided to take it slow. Upon returning to the dormitory, the clock struck 10 p.m. The 3 roommates were all engrossed in their laptops. Lin An contemplated for a moment before sitting on the rattan chair, extracting his phone to browse for a laptop on a shopping website. After 2 hours of deliberation on a certain platform, he finally settled on a laptop priced at 8,000 yuan. Following the payment, his account balance plummeted from 10,933 to 2,933 yuan. Once again, Lin An found himself impoverished. Nonetheless, with the completion of the first phase of main task 3, he would receive a 7,000 yuan reward, restoring him to a status of wealth. The expenditure was thus justified. The following day was Saturday, with no classes scheduled. Lin An spent the entire day at the library, and in the evening, he jogged 2 kilometers at the sports field, earning a reward of 1,000 yuan. On the 3rd day, Sunday, he again devoted the day to studying at the library and returned to the sports field for another 2-kilometer run, receiving another 1,000 yuan. His bank account balance now stood at 4,882 yuan. On the 4th day, Monday, the first official day of university classes commenced. As the first class was English, Lin An hurried to the back row of the classroom. A few minutes before the lesson began, the male students in the front row were engaged in discussions about romance. In middle school, I had no awareness of this. After 3 years of intense studying in high school, I can no longer contain myself. I must find love in college, and I will definitely have a girlfriend. I've decided that I must have a girlfriend in college, and she must be stunning. Those who prioritize beauty when seeking partners are often inexperienced. Let me tell you, a girlfriend with a good figure is much more practical. Listening to these conversations, Lin An shook his head. What was the appeal of love? What was so wonderful about having a girlfriend? Money was far more substantial. In modern society, while money may not be deemed essential, a lack thereof would prevent one from affording medical care for sick parents or children. Conversely, possessing ample funds would allow one to remain a desirable bachelor even at 50, with the ability to marry someone significantly younger. While these individuals were preoccupied with romance during their university years, neglecting to focus on academic qualifications and gaining societal experience, they would soon confront the harsh realities of life upon graduation. Of course, his views diverged from those of the students in the front row, yet he had no intention of lecturing them. Before unlocking the system, He had a clear vision of his life goals. Coming from an ordinary background, possessing an average appearance, and exhibiting a commonplace personality, he was merely one among the multitude of ordinary individuals in the world. Therefore, he was determined to fulfill the responsibilities of an ordinary person, eschewing the desire for overnight wealth or the hope of encountering a benefactor, and instead, resolutely striving toward a better life. He intended to study diligently in university and obtain a business English certificate. After graduation, he aimed to enter a state-owned enterprise through sheer effort. Subsequently, whether through arranged introductions or workplace connections, he aspired to marry a woman of average looks and background, preferably a few years older, who was gentle and family-oriented. He envisioned living a simple, pedestrian life, akin to a passerby. This had been his prior life goal. However, with the advent of the system and an understanding of his future trajectory, he recognized the need to revise his ambitions. First and foremost, he would continue to study earnestly in university and strive to obtain the business English certificate. This was the baseline of his aspirations, and he could not solely rely on the system. Moreover, his goal of painstakingly securing a position in a state-owned enterprise required modification. By completing system tasks, he could amass significant wealth, potentially achieving financial freedom. With such freedom, he could pursue a less demanding job, perhaps as a librarian, or even invest in real estate to become a landlord. In the end, it all comes down to love. Once one achieves financial independence through the system, marriage becomes unnecessary, and even love can be cast aside. With the specter of a tragic future looming, he wishes to free himself from the constraints imposed by women. In essence, the pursuit of a financially liberated life takes precedence over the need for romance. After a day of classes, Lin An jogged 2 kilometers at the sports field in the evening, earning a reward of 1,000 yuan. Upon returning to his dormitory, he spent several hours engrossed in his phone before retiring to bed. As he lay down, he reflected on the day's events, attending classes, dining, exercising at the sports field, studying in the library, and returning to the dorm. There were no typical internet tales of heroes rescuing damsels in distress, nor any incidents where someone provoked him, waiting for retribution. His life was remarkably mundane, as an unnoticed passerby among university students. This was the tranquil routine he sought for his college years. Thus, the 7th day arrived. As long as he completed today's running task, he could embark on a new phase of his quest for success. He was steadfastly moving towards his defined life goals. Of course, this was contingent upon everything proceeding smoothly. However, Lin An was unprepared for the impending troubles. Chapter 5. Not childhood sweethearts, but classmates. On Friday at 5 p.m., the international trade major convened an impromptu meeting. The agenda was to discuss the activities for the upcoming weekend's professional team-building event, debating between a seaside barbecue or a trip to an amusement park. Lin An arrived at the lecture hall and took a seat in the corner with his roommate, Zhou Haidong, silently assuming the role of an observer. Meanwhile, his other 2 roommates, Xiao Xiang and Shi Yang, surrounded by a group of people due to their class committee roles, engaged in discussions about their destination. How serene life was, Lin An mused. It would be quite pleasant to spend 4 years in college like this. Lin An, just as he was lost in thought, a female classmate approached. She was fair-skinned, with long, straight black hair, clad in a simple, elegant dress. While not a striking beauty, she possessed a charming and innocent appearance. Upon reaching Lin An, she inquired, "Are you returning home during the National Day holiday?" The girl, named Rin Ying, was his high school classmate. Both hailing from the same small county. "I probably want to go back." "Why do you ask?" Lin An replied gently. Rin Ying naturally settled beside him, saying, "Since we've just started the semester and are facing a long holiday, I'm not planning to return home. If you do, I would appreciate it if you could bring some local specialties for my good friend." After pondering for a moment, Lin An responded, "I don't plan to go back. But if you need local specialties, I know a vendor who sells them at reasonable prices." "That is wonderful," Rin Ying exclaimed with delight, eagerly pulling out her phone to relay the types and quantities of products she needed. At that moment, another girl approached, overhearing their conversation, and asked, "Do you 2 know each other?" The newcomer, Yi Meina, was Rin Ying's roommate and a cheerful girl. "Of course, Lin An is a very good friend of mine," Rin Ying replied. "Yes, we were in the same class during our 2nd and 3rd years of high school," Lin An added. Rin Ying continued, "We were classmates not only in high school, but also in middle school. Oh, and I remember we were in the same class for several years in elementary school too." Lin An chose not to elaborate. Yi Meina's expression was one of surprise. "So you've been classmates for so many years. Wow, Ying, your bond is quite profound." "Indeed," another girl chimed in, "from elementary school to university, your relationship is more than just old classmates. You're practically childhood sweethearts." Rin Ying laughed and said, "People often say that, but Lin An and I are merely good friends. We are not childhood sweethearts." Lin An neither agreed nor refuted her statement. The girls, however, were increasingly intrigued, stating, "Don't deny your true feelings. Just look at how naturally you sit beside Lin An. That is not something ordinary friends do. It indicates you have a considerable fondness for him." Rin Ying firmly stated, "Although our families live close to each other, Lin An and I are truly not in the relationship you all think. We're just very good friends, living nearby and having shared experiences from elementary school to university. That indeed makes you childhood sweethearts. You two are quite the match." Rin Ying's voice carried a hint of irritation. "Enough already. I have no romantic feelings. But if you keep this up, it could negatively affect Lin An's reputation." Yi Mena glanced at Rin Ying's furious demeanor, then cast a sympathetic look at Lin An, apologizing. "I understand. I won't joke about it anymore. What are you all arguing about?" At that moment, Xiao Xiang rushed over, noticing the commotion. With his arrival, Rin Ying's anger seemed to dissipate. Yi Mena assessed the situation and shot another sympathetic glance at Lin An before smiling at Xiao Xiang. "It's nothing. We were just joking. And the joke is over now." "That is good to hear," Xiao Xiang replied with a warm smile. "We're all classmates and should enjoy a harmonious university life together. If there are any issues in the future, feel free to come to me for mediation." "Yes, we will." Rin Ying nodded vigorously. "I'll return to discussing the team-building activities with the committee," Xiao Xiang said before departing. "I want to help too." Rin Ying followed suit and left. Once she was gone, Yi Mena patted Lin An on the shoulder, lamenting, "Xiao Xiang is handsome, kind-hearted, responsible, and wealthy. Moreover, he is devoted in matters of the heart. In just over a week since the semester began, he has outright rejected any girl's confessions by saying he has someone he likes. And he will not change his mind. This is a devastating blow to any girl. Lin An, you are clearly outmatched by this charming rival." "Hey, why are you making assumptions? I might have feelings for Rin Ying." Lin An felt compelled to voice his objections. "Don't deny your feelings," Yi Mena asserted with the wisdom of experience. "Rin Ying is pure and demure, a definite beauty in high school. The kind of girl who easily captures the hearts of shy boys like you. And Lin An, you are precisely that type of person. How accurately you put it." Lin An thought to himself, recalling how Rin Ying had been the belle of the class throughout elementary and high school, a cherished figure in the hearts of many boys. Yet, he felt a vain throb on his forehead. "Are you presuming I'm still a virgin?" "Isn't it so?" Yi Mena scrutinized him from her elevated stance. Although not as striking as Rin Ying, she had her own charm, dressed in a fitted short t-shirt and an ultra-short skirt, complemented by streaked golden hair, making her a vibrant presence. Lin An decided against lying to her, but retorted defiantly, "Is your experience truly that extensive? Apologies, but I stepped into adulthood 5 years ago. The number of boys I've dated would exceed your fingers." Lin An conceded, realizing he could not win this argument against a girl from a big city. As Zhou Haidong observed Lin An being so mercilessly teased, he patted his shoulder earnestly. "Brother, girls in the real world are like this. Come with me to the world of anime, where this new wife figure is guaranteed to be devoted to you. Don't give up so quickly on reality, Lin An. I'm not like Rin Ying, who doesn't fancy you. I personally think you're quite." Yi Mena started, but was interrupted by a bright voice at the entrance. "Excuse me, is Lin An in this class? I'm looking for Lin An." The class turned to the source of the voice and was collectively stunned upon recognizing the newcomer. It was Jian Shui. Jian Shui had come to their class. Seeking Lin An? Why? And who exactly was Lin An? Chapter 6. My tranquil university life has departed from Qiyang. Lin An learned about a secret society at the university known as the Haidai Beauty Research Society. This society annually releases 2 lists, the Haidai 100 Flowers list and the Haidai Newcomer 30 Beauties list. In simple terms, this is about the beauty rankings at Haicheng University, specifically the freshman beauty rankings. On the first day of school, Jian Shui appeared on campus, captivating all the students. Social media platforms buzzed with her presence. That day, the Research Society placed Jian Shui at the top of the newcomer flower list, categorizing her as an SSS-level rare beauty. It is worth noting that Rin Ying did not make the list. While the male and female students in the class were astonished, the counselor remained composed and inquired, "Student, we are having a class meeting. What do you wish to do?" Jian Shui politely responded, "I need to speak with Lin An from your class, teacher. May I borrow him for a moment?" The counselor pondered for a moment, unable to recall Lin An's appearance, but quickly replied, "No problem, you may take him." At this point, Lin An felt compelled to speak up. "Jian, you must be mistaken. We do not know each other." "What are you talking about? How could we not know each other? You are my ex-husband." Jian Shui touched the tips of her fingers together in a heart shape. playfully signaling love to Lin An. My peaceful university life is over, Lin An thought to himself, panic rising in his chest. Indeed, upon hearing Jian Shuier refer to Lin An as her ex-husband, the entire class erupted in chaos. Wait, our school's perfect goddess not only got married but also divorced. How did Lin An manage to woo such a beauty? My youth has come to an end. I will never encounter a girl better than Jian Shuier again. Some boys lamented dramatically, while many others were left bewildered. They turned their gazes towards Jian Shuier, clad in a designer deep pink mini skirt and adorned with white high-heeled sandals embellished with strings of beads. Her feet sported a delicate pink nail polish, creating a striking visual impression. She carried an obviously expensive purple handbag and wore dazzling diamond earrings shaped like droplets. Her long chestnut curls framed her fair neck, and her striking beauty and impeccable figure made her appear like the most exquisite doll. In contrast, Lin An appeared ordinary in casual pants and a t-shirt, his looks unremarkable, neither ugly nor handsome, with an overall demeanor that was quite average. His only redeeming quality was his cleanliness. How could such an ordinary boy have married the stunning Jian Shuier, let alone divorced her? Clearly, something was amiss. As the situation spiraled, Lin An rubbed his aching forehead and helplessly said, Jian, could you please stop joking about? I am not your ex-husband. This is no joke. We signed a divorce agreement. You are indeed my ex-husband. Jian Shuier insisted earnestly. This must be retaliation for the divorce agreement incident. Lin An concluded internally, convinced that Jian Shuier was deliberately trying to disrupt his tranquil university life by publicly announcing their supposed relationship. However, did she not realize that such a grand declaration could lead to mutual destruction? Lin An, at this moment, the counselor, noticing the entanglement in the classroom, expressed dissatisfaction. Do not bring marital disputes into the school. Lin An recognized that continuing to argue with Jian Shuier in front of the class would only exacerbate matters. He quickly stood up and approached her. I truly cannot believe this, my lady. Let's discuss this outside. Jian Shuier smiled sweetly. Remember, this is your punishment. Lin An's fists clenched in frustration. Indeed, she was seeking vengeance. What a grudge-holding lady. Jian Shuier, with her rose-colored lips, continued, I announced that you are my first male friend. And yet, a week has gone by without you seeking me out. I had no choice but to take the initiative. Lin An was taken aback. It was not about avenging the divorce agreement. She was upset that he had not reached out to her. What was going on? The counselor, seeing that they had yet to leave the classroom, could not help but scold them. Take your flirtations outside and resolve your issues before returning. Lin An could only keep his frustrations to himself as he exited with Jian Shuier. Once they left, the class erupted in speculation. Lin An and Jian Shuier truly had a connection. Even if they were not a couple, their relationship was evidently deep. But why Lin An? He was so unassuming, yet he managed to attract the most radiant flower of Haida University. Those who knew Lin An couldn't help but gossip, rushing over to Rin Ying, chattering excitedly. Ying, you're close with Lin An, right? You must know his relationship with Jian Shuier. Who would have thought our school's top goddess, Jian Shuier, would be interested in Lin An? I'm so curious how they met. Ying, do you know any insider information? Please share. Yi Main aside, I previously joked that Lin An was the underdog in a love story, but now it seems the roles have completely reversed. It turns out Ying is the one left behind. Oh, my bad. Ying, I forgot you aren't interested in Lin An. Amid the chorus of questions, Rin Ying had no desire to respond. Her heart was filled with anger over what felt like betrayal. Just a few days into the semester, she had discussed college romance with Lin An. At that time, she had clearly stated that if he had a crush on someone, she would help him. Lin An had confidently assured her that he was not interested in romance during college, just focused on earning certificates. And now, he had an ex-wife, who happened to be Jian Shuier, standing right before her, making her feel inferior. The fact that Lin An had been married to Jian Shuier indicated they had known each other for quite a while. She had known Lin An since childhood and believed they were good classmates without secrets. But Lin An had been married, which meant he had concealed this information from her for a long time. Her mood soured significantly. Rin Ying was overwhelmed with frustration and anger. Chapter 7. The first coffee date. Jian, where are we going? Outside the teaching building, after Lin An and Jian Shuier exited the classroom, she led him forward. Uncertain of their destination, Lin An asked, to the Golden Paris Cafe. Isn't that the famous couples cafe at our university? Lin An was momentarily stunned, halting his steps. The sound of Jian Shuier's high-heeled shoes clicking against the concrete echoed as she walked ahead. Noticing Lin An had not followed, she turned back and asked, what is the matter? Do you wish to decline my invitation for coffee? Of course, you don't expect me to say that, do you? No. I would be delighted to go. The Golden Paris Cafe, situated next to the cultural square at the heart of the campus, is renowned for its high prices and upscale ambience. Typically, only couples frequent such an establishment. If Lin An were to have coffee with Jian Shuier there, it would easily lead others to misinterpret their relationship. Truth be told, under normal circumstances, he would never refuse the opportunity to share coffee with such a stunning beauty. However, according to the information he received about his future, Jian Shuier possessed a strong desire for control, and marrying her would only lead to an unhappy union. This knowledge made him wish to distance himself from her. Although he shouldn't be going to the cafe with Jian Shuier, he intended to clarify the situation there, with hopes of fully extricating himself from her entanglement. Lin An, do you have a bicycle? Jian Shuier inquired as they walked. No, but I plan to buy one soon. Our university is quite large, and without a bicycle, it's cumbersome to get around. For instance, it takes 35 minutes to walk from the business management building to the cultural square, since the school prohibits students from riding electric bikes or driving cars on campus. Many students opt to purchase bicycles for commuting to classes. Perfect. Remember to buy a bicycle with a back seat, so I can sit on the back, resting my head against my boyfriend's sturdy shoulders, feeling the breeze. This was one of my dreams in my youth. Lin An shook his head slightly. You should tell that to your boyfriend. I would prefer to buy a mountain bike. Jian Shuier paused, brushing aside the strands of hair that had fallen onto her forehead. You are my boyfriend. Don't joke with me. I am certainly not your boyfriend. Lin An was increasingly perplexed by Jian Shuier's thoughts, but one thing was clear. Her treating him as a boyfriend was undoubtedly a jest, for there was no glimmer of affection in her gaze. I wonder what the daily life of having a boyfriend is like. I have mentioned that I had no romantic plans before university. I seek a love that stirs my heart once I arrive at college. That person is certainly not me. Being with me would only waste your time. What a buzzkill. After saying that, Jian Shuier ceased her conversation and strode towards the cafe ahead. Lin An kept pace with her, and 20 minutes later, they arrived at the Golden Paris Cafe. The cafe, styled in European fashion, primarily adorned in white, exuded a modern elegance. Inside, there were numerous couples sweetly feeding each other. This was a realm exclusive to the fortunate, a stark reminder of the loneliness for those who were single. Jian Shuier directly entered the cafe, while Lin An hesitated for half a second. Though he felt out of place as a mere male university student amidst the atmosphere, he followed her inside. Upon entering, Jian Shuier adeptly settled into an empty seat, and when the waiter approached, she ordered a cup of coffee. Lin An gazed at the menu filled with French words, completely unable to comprehend it, and randomly pointed at an item to place his order. After ordering, he observed Jian Shuier elegantly waiting for her coffee to arrive and decided to speak first. Jian classmate, I came to the cafe with you. You may now reveal your purpose for summoning me. With a flourish of her rose-colored lips, Jian Shuier responded with a dazzling smile. We are not in a hurry to discuss such matters, Lin An. Are you not curious why I am so familiar with this place? Not curious, nor do I have the right to be. Jian Shuier rested her palm against her chin, tilting her head slightly as she gazed at Lin An. How strange. During our first encounter, your demeanor clearly indicated affection for me. Why the indifference now? Lin An remained silent. He could hardly confess. I know what will transpire in the future. We will divorce, so I wish to distance myself from you. Noticing Lin An's silence, Jian Shuier continued. Despite my familiarity with this place, this is actually my first time dating a boy in 18 years. You call this a date now? Lin An's expression was one of deep astonishment. Of course, when a boy and a girl meet alone in a public setting for reasons other than work or study, it is indeed a date. Lin An gazed intently at Jian Shuier. Jian classmate, your definition of a date is far too broad. I do not consider this a date. Why not? Because I do not wish for my first date with a girl to transpire without any prior preparation. Jian Shuier displayed a radiant smile. Lin An, you are indeed the type who takes romance very seriously. Lin An did not deny it. Everyone takes their first love seriously, even though the outcomes are often far from ideal. Then, let us not consider our cafe meeting today a date. Tomorrow, no, the day after, we shall go to Disneyland together. I want to accept your first date with a girl, and remember to embody your earnest attitude towards love. I must decline. Lin An's voice was resolute. Enough with the jokes, Jian Shuier. Let us get to the point. What do you truly want from me? At that moment, the waiter brought over the coffee. Jian Shuier added 5 packets of sugar before saying, take a guess. Lin An pondered for a moment and replied, Jian classmate, you come from a prominent family, thus lacking freedom in marriage. You have an unappealing fiancé whom you do not like, and upon entering university, you seek a mundane male student to masquerade as your boyfriend to evade a family-arranged marriage, and that ordinary student is me. Ha! Jian Shuier covered her mouth, laughing for several seconds before saying, your imagination is far too vivid. although our kind indeed faces familial arrangements. My family's business has reached a level where others seek us out for marriage. I need not sacrifice my happiness. So, you lost a game with your sisters and must find an ordinary male classmate to confess to. After he falls deeply under your spell, you will reveal the truth and toy with his affections. Still incorrect. Moreover, why predefine the male classmate as ordinary? Lin An, you are anything but mundane. And there's a third point. Lin An was about to continue when Jian Shuier interrupted. Could it not be possible that I am actually interested in you? Impossible. Lin An was quite certain of this. Chapter 8. Sundara does not belong to my life script. Haicheng University is an institution that prioritizes results over processes. As long as students pass their final exams, complete their professional designs, and achieve notable outcomes, the school generally does not interfere with their conduct, relying instead on student self-governance. Thus, aside from hundreds of formal clubs, there exists a plethora of secret societies. One such group is called Jian Shuier's Fashion Observations. The association's purpose is to observe Jian Shuier's daily attire, meticulously documenting it along with the prices of each item for the fashion education of other girls. Lin An had visited this website and discovered that Jian Shuier wore different outfits every day, each accompanied by unique handbags and earrings, with the cheapest items starting at 25,800 yuan. Furthermore, she was often accompanied by two remarkably competent assistants. It was evident that Jian Shuier was a genuine heiress, with family assets exceeding 50 billion. In contrast, he was just an ordinary university student, not even in the same major as Jian Shuier, with virtually no daily interactions with her. The notion of Jian Shuier being attracted to him seemed utterly impossible. It is crucial to understand that this is the real world, not a virtual network or a drama. In a fictional narrative, a wealthy heiress may possess a naive disposition. When a random male asserts himself, she falls deeply in love. In reality, wealthy heiresses, having received comprehensive education from a young age, possess rich social experiences, rendering them unable to connect with impoverished boys. In reality, only middle-class girls lacking affection can be easily swayed by the minor tactics of a poor boy. The scenario of a wealthy heiress falling for an ordinary boy is purely fantastical and merely caters to the preferences of otaku. Lin An was well aware of his own position. More importantly, he had not detected a hint of affection for him in Jian Shuier's eyes. Jian Shuier would not develop feelings for him, at least not so easily. Although Jian Shuier was indeed very beautiful, observing Lin An's reaction, Jian Shuier recognized that he did not believe her words. Shifting her hand to rest against her chin, she looked at Lin An and said, "Once I finish my inner monologue, you may reassess the truthfulness of my words. Please proceed." Lin An listened intently. Since childhood, I have adhered to a flawless life script, and I have consistently advanced according to this perfect narrative. In elementary school, I eagerly explored various interests. In middle school, I actively engaged in social activities. In high school, I diligently honed various skills. Upon reaching university, I desired to relax and live actively as an ordinary girl. A crucial aspect of this was romance. In my perfect life script, I envisioned encountering a destined boy in university, experiencing the stages of meeting, getting to know each other, flirting, and eventually dating. After graduating from university, we would cohabit for 2 years before marrying. I approach matters of the heart with utmost seriousness, harboring a narrow disposition, as I seek not to engage in fleeting romances, but rather to find a young man with whom I can share a lifelong commitment, nurturing a love that transcends the boundaries of life and death. So, Lin An, do you comprehend my intentions? Completely oblivious. Lin An shook his head vigorously. In that case, you ought not to squander your time on me. We are simply incompatible. Why do you still not understand? Jian Shuier opened her handbag and carefully retrieved a document. This divorce agreement has utterly shattered my meticulously crafted life plan. Do you have any inkling of the pain I have endured due to my husband's departure? Lin An recalled the moment he first encountered Jian Shuier, when she expressed that she had never contemplated a future that involved divorce. Ironically, by compelling Jian Shuier to sign the divorce agreement, he inadvertently sparked her interest in him. Perhaps her attraction was not a jest after all. Realizing this, Lin An felt a rush of clarity, understanding that he had ensnared himself in a web of his own making. However, as he gazed upon the system's side mission 1, completely rid yourself of your wife's entanglement. Mission reward, 10 million renminbi. He was reminded of the impending misfortune that awaited him should he marry Jian Shuier, given her overwhelming desire for control. This revelation jolted him awake, making it clear that conversing further with Jian Shuier would lead to his own unhappiness. Coming to this realization, Lin An spoke. "It is my fault. I should not have jested about divorce. Therefore, please return the divorce agreement to me." I shall tear it to shreds and consider this matter non-existent. With that, Lin An reached for the document in Jian Shui's grasp. Yet, she swiftly tucked the divorce agreement back into her handbag, asserting, "That is not permissible. This is the first gift you have bestowed upon me, the beginning of our encounter. Should we marry in the future, I shall cherish it as a token of our bond. I have already stated it was a jest. Jian, please exercise some rationality. The inception of a lasting romance often springs from jest. A love born of a divorce agreement is, to me, quite romantic. I apologize, I was mistaken." Lin An felt compelled to bow an apology, regretting his decision to draft that divorce agreement from the outset. "Lin An, you are anything but forthright. How can you expect to find a girlfriend? You should take a page from my book and be more candid." "I do not concur. Love is best approached with subtlety, allowing for emotional space between one another." No. Jian Shui shook her head vigorously. It is no longer the early 21st century, the type of girl who, despite harboring feelings for someone, resorts to sharp-tongued remarks to mask her shyness has long been cast aside by society. Such girls rarely find happiness, and there are countless examples of pride ruining lives. Therefore, in my life's narrative, I must pursue love boldly and express my feelings openly. So, this is the reason you called me out during our professional meeting of over 100 individuals? Is there anything wrong with that? I have been quite direct in conveying my feelings. Nothing at all. I am certain you have not deceived me. However, the extent of your feelings for me has yet to reach the level of romantic interest. After 2 encounters, Lin An had gleaned a preliminary understanding of Jian Shui's character. She was kind to others and straightforward in matters of affection. She appeared intelligent, seemingly devoid of ulterior motives, and was, in essence, a rare gem. For a passive young man, being her boyfriend would be akin to a dream come true, as she would orchestrate all their sweet moments together. Coupled with her striking beauty and affluent background, she embodied the ideal girlfriend, far surpassing the allure of fictional heiresses who merely blush. The prospect of her developing genuine romantic interest in him, possibly leading to a relationship, was an unfathomable stroke of fortune. Yet, as he contemplated the tragic future depicted by the system, Lin An closed his eyes, pondering deeply before rising to say, "Jian, you are exceptionally beautiful. I must confess that I harbor feelings of attraction towards you. However, the disparities in our identities and temperaments are too vast. A future together would not yield happiness. Thus, I am truly sorry, but I must take my leave." With that, Lin An exited the cafe, leaving Jian Shui alone amidst a sea of couples. Shortly thereafter, 2 women clad in tailored suits entered. They were Jian Shui's assistants, who had been observing her from a distance. Upon reaching her side, the assistant with a high ponytail whispered, "Miss, Lin An has departed. It is time for us to return." Jian Shui gazed at her assistant in bewilderment, asking, "So, I have been rejected by Lin An?" "Indeed, miss. It appears that currently, Lin An harbors no interest in you. His disinterest is of little consequence." After a brief moment of confusion, Jian Shui suddenly grasped something, breaking into laughter. In love, as long as one party remains interested, there exists the potential for progress. Regretfully, standing still has never been my style. I am not one to relinquish easily. The entanglement with her ex-husband was far from over. Chapter 9. The male adversary and new romance. After candidly expressing her desire to cease contact, Lin An made his way back to the dormitory. Today marked the final day of the physical fitness task. Completing it would grant him a monetary reward of 1,000 yuan and unlock new missions for his advancement. He eagerly awaited the opportunity to reap the benefits of the system, striving towards financial independence. Hence, he needed to don his sneakers and head to the sports field to complete the 2-kilometer running task. However, shortly after setting out, he received a high-risk incident alert from his roommate, Qiyong. "Lin An, the news of your status as Jian Shui's ex-husband has gone viral on the campus network. You are aware of Jian Shui's allure. I suspect many will be waiting at the dormitory to confront you. Give me time. I will return to help you. But do not return to the dormitory alone. Have I become the male adversary? Surely it cannot be that dire." Lin An furrowed his brow. He was well aware of Jian Shui's captivating charm, her stunning beauty, eye-catching figure, and affluent background, paired with a warm and approachable demeanor devoid of the typical arrogance associated with heiresses. In her romantic pursuits, she was both pure and direct. Such an extraordinary girl resembled a princess from a fairy tale. Thus, on the day Jian Shui stepped onto campus, she drew the admiration of countless young men, as if moths were drawn to a flame. Following her heart's desires, among the 9,860 male undergraduates at Haicheng University, no fewer than 9,800 harbored affections for her. Jian Shui'er possessed a magnetic charm that captivated thousands. Should she enter a relationship, the hearts of those 800 young men would undoubtedly shatter. If she were to not only date but also marry and subsequently divorce, those young men could spiral into despair. It was conceivable that a few extreme individuals might seek to confront him. Lin An's mind raced with memories of similar scenarios depicted in the virtual world, a poor male protagonist rescuing a wealthy heiress, leading to her affection. This ignited the ire of wealthy rivals, who would then send henchmen to eliminate the protagonist. Yet, through the protagonist's fortuitous abilities, he would triumph and ultimately win the heart of not just one, but several beauties, achieving a happily ever after. The crux of such happy endings lay in the protagonist's halo. Regardless of the formidable adversaries faced, they ultimately served as mere tools for the protagonist's triumph. In reality, however, he was not the protagonist and possessed no extraordinary combat skills. Jian Shui'er was indeed a wealthy heiress, and the number of young men enamored with her could fill the Huangpu River. It was entirely plausible that a couple of jealous individuals might harbor animosity towards him. Returning to the dormitory now posed a significant risk of encountering trouble. What should he do? Rather than retreating to the dormitory, Lin An contemplated ways to clarify the misunderstanding with Jian Shui'er, embodying the spirit of facing challenges head-on. After a brief moment of hesitation, he ultimately resolved to return to his dormitory. Evading difficulties had never been his mantra. He believed that only through confrontation could one truly grow. After a 10-minute walk, he arrived at the 4th floor of his dormitory, where an astonishing sight awaited him. The narrow corridor was crowded with people, all silently fixated on room 410, which happened to be his own. This confirmed Qi Yang's earlier assessment. Jian Shui'er's allure was undeniable, and now that news of her ex-husband had circulated, envious boys sought to confront him. This realization struck Lin An. Indeed, the virtual realm was not entirely fictitious. The reality of boys confronting romantic rivals was all too genuine. In retrospect, he recalled similar incidents from his middle school days, where boys would hire thugs to intimidate their romantic competitors, warning them to stay away from the object of their affection. However, this was not the time for nostalgia. He needed to address the immediate predicament. After a moment of contemplation, Lin An took out his phone to record and slowly approached the dormitory door. Upon reaching it, he produced his keys and opened the door amidst the crowd's scrutiny. Addressing them, "What brings you here? If you seek Lin An, I am he." He prepared to close the door at a moment's notice. To his surprise, the crowd began to murmur upon hearing his declaration. "So, this is Lin An? He seems rather ordinary. How could he have caught the attention of the goddess?" Yet, on closer inspection, there was something uniquely appealing about him. Perhaps that was what attracted the goddess. Ignoring the implications, the crowd surged toward the dormitory door. Voices rising in a chorus. "Lin An, please teach me how to date the goddess. I'll pay 500 yuan if you reveal the secret to winning her heart. I'll offer 5,000. Lin An, please accept me as your disciple and share your strategies for courting the goddess. I would pay 50,000. Please, let me learn how to win the heart of the goddess, whom you might not value, but she is my lifelong dream." The goddess, it seemed, referred to Jian Shui'er, resplendent in her beauty and elegance, truly embodying the essence of a goddess. However, the unfolding events felt amiss. Shouldn't these boys be seeking to trouble him out of jealousy? Why had the narrative shifted to them wanting to be his disciples? Upon reflection, this made a certain sense. The violent confrontations of the virtual world were predicated on the foolishness of antagonists, while the altercations of his middle school days stemmed from the ignorance of youth. Now, as a university student, one would generally possess greater discernment. Engaging in violent acts against rivals would undoubtedly lead to expulsion or incarceration. Such reckless students did not exist at a prestigious institution like Haicheng University, at least not overtly. Having grasped the current situation, Lin An addressed the crowd. "There seems to be a misunderstanding. I am not Jian Shui'er's ex-husband, nor do I possess any strategies for winning her affection. Please disperse, or I will report you to the school." With that, he disregarded their reactions, shutting the dormitory door and returning to his room to change into sneakers. After completing his change, he reopened the dormitory door to find the crowd had significantly thinned. Evidently, his clarifications and threats had borne some fruit. Nevertheless, a few persistent boys remained, still seeking his advice on winning Jian Shui'er's heart. He offered no response and sprinted towards the sports field. Upon reaching the field, he completed a 2-kilometer run, and the system prompted him with notifications. "Exercise task completed. 1,000 renminbi reward credited. Your savings account ending in 1881 has been credited with 1,000 renminbi. Current balance, 10,300 renminbi." Excellent. His income had once again surpassed 10,000. Now, he turned his attention to the new mainline task, at 32 years old. After a haircut and a change of attire, along with engaging in fitness, your previously disheveled image has undergone a preliminary transformation. With monetary rewards from the system, you possess a solid financial foundation to embark on the next phase of your life's resurgence and pursue new romantic endeavors. Main Task 4. New Romance. Task Requirements. Choose one of the following as your new romantic interest: a missed first love, a regrettable ex-girlfriend, a burdensome ex-wife, or a secret admirer of 14 years. Rewards. Completing the romance with the missed first love earns you 10 million renminbi. The regrettable ex-girlfriend, 8 million renminbi. The burdensome ex-wife, 5 million renminbi. And the secret admirer of 14 years, 300 renminbi. Chapter 10. Heartfelt choices among 4 options. The missed first love was encountered at 18, the regrettable ex-girlfriend at 19, and the ex-wife at 22, leading to a divorce at 32. All were clear, yet he pondered the secret admirer of 14 years. How could someone possibly harbor feelings for him for such an extended period? Lin An found it incomprehensible. He had always lacked romantic appeal and could not fathom anyone liking him for a full 14 years. However, now was not the time for such contemplation. Lin An returned his focus to the main task's choices. The system required him to select one of the 4 women as his new romantic partner. Among them, pursuing the secret admirer of 14 years seemed the least challenging. If someone had cherished him for such a long time without wavering, he could easily win her over with a simple gesture. Choosing her would also serve as a reward for her prolonged wait. Yet, this option posed a significant risk. Lin An analyzed the situation calmly. The system had bound itself to his age of 32. The secret admirer, likely a figure from his past at 18, meant that he was presently 18. Hence, if he chose this admirer, it was plausible that, like Jian Shui'er, they might not be acquainted, and she might not have truly admired him at all. Selecting her would mean starting from scratch, and whether she would continue to harbor feelings for him remained uncertain. Thus, he set aside the idea of the secret admirer for now. Next, he contemplated whether to choose the burdensome ex-wife. The enchanting visage of Jian Shui'er and her forthright personality flashed in his mind. She was indeed a captivating young woman. Nevertheless, a mature man does not linger on past relationships. Having chosen to forego Jian Shui'er, he would not look back. Therefore, the burdensome ex-wife was also not a viable option. This left him with 2 choices: the regrettable ex-girlfriend and the missed first love. Reflecting on the regrettable ex-girlfriend, Lin An considered the trajectory of his future as revealed by the system. Their relationship had become a source of regret because, during their first romance, they had cared for each other deeply yet lacked maturity, resulting in a mere 3-month courtship before parting ways. Despite their breakup, both still harbored feelings for one another but were unable to reconcile for various reasons. Yet, this posed a perplexing question. If they cared so much for each other and still liked one another, why did they separate? Shouldn't an even stronger bond arise from mutual affection? If they still liked each other post-breakup, they should be able to overcome any obstacles to reunite. Though the 32-year-old Lin An might grasp the nuances of such sentiments, the 18-year-old Lin An found it utterly incomprehensible. Fortunately, he was not one to dwell excessively on such matters. He set that issue aside and turned his gaze back to the missed first love. According to the system's information, the first love is destined to be the one for him. However, due to a twist of fate, the two have missed each other. This implies that there were mutual feelings, and they had the potential to develop into a couple, but fate intervened. In this light, the first love appears to be a commendable choice. Moreover, just the mention of the term first love conjures up in Lin An's mind a whirlwind of youth, sweetness, excitement, romantic moments, and an overwhelming presence of them, evoking a plethora of beautiful memories. One might experience numerous romances throughout life, yet the innocence of the first love remains unparalleled, etched into one's memory for eternity, such as the allure of first love. Additionally, he is quite curious about the individual who became his first love. What qualities could possibly draw him to this person? Furthermore, completing the task of rekindling his missed first love comes with a reward of 10 million RMB, a sum substantial enough to grant him financial freedom in a small city. Opting to pursue his missed first love seems to be his best choice at present. Nevertheless, considering the reward offered by the system, it is clear that the missed first love holds the highest stakes. The challenge of rekindling the relationship with this first love is also the most daunting. However, the thought of being associated with someone deemed a first love carries an immense allure, second only to the prospect of achieving financial independence. Now that he has the opportunity to attain financial freedom through pursuing his missed first love, there is no reason for hesitation. he must choose to pursue that connection. You have chosen your missed first love as your new romantic interest. Task issued. Main task 41. Please re-establish contact with your missed first love, Yiju. Task reward. 5,000 renminbi. Completion method. Engage in dialogue with Yiju via conversation, phone call, or online chat. Completing any one of these interactions will re-establish contact. Note: the 10 million is the final reward for completing the task. Additional rewards are available for completing prerequisite tasks. Is my missed first love named Yiju? The name resonates with me. Yi and Ju. It's a name that feels familiar, as if I have heard it somewhere before. Wait a moment. Lin An raised an eyebrow and pulled out his phone to access the official website of the Haidai Beauty Research Society, where he sought out the new students' beauty rankings. Just as the 4 heavenly kings possess 5 commonalities, the top of the new student list features 4 individuals. The one on the far left, adorned in a pink off-shoulder mini dress, embellished with sparkling diamond jewelry, and sporting luxurious red high heels, exudes beauty and grace. She is the princess of Haida University, Jianshui Air. Beside Jianshui Air, the profile reveals a side view of a figure whose long, flowing black hair cascades down her shoulders. Dressed in an exquisite red evening gown, poised elegantly atop a piano, her fingers delicately caressing the keys with extraordinary finesse, she embodies an allure that transcends the ordinary. And she is none other than Yiju, the goddess of Haida University, one of the 4 SSS class beauties of Haicheng University. System. Are you certain there has been no error? It is already absurd that I am married to Jianshui Air. Could another campus piano goddess be my missed first love? Surely, there must be some mistake. Chapter 11. The missed first love. The following day, during a mandatory course, Lin An arrived early at the classroom. Occupying the rightmost seat in the middle row, his thoughts adrift as he awaited the commencement of the lesson. He pondered throughout the night, yet could not comprehend how someone as ordinary as himself could forge an emotional bond with 2 of the campus's SSS class goddesses. This was more far-fetched than any science fiction. However, in the latter half of the night, he found clarity. The system, with its seemingly supernatural powers, would not deceive him. The future is indeed bizarre. He and Yiju are destined to be each other's missed first love, while he marries and subsequently divorces Jianshui Air. Furthermore, according to the system's notes, even without ultimately dating Yiju, he could still amass considerable wealth through the prerequisite tasks. Thus, he resolved not to hesitate. After today's class, he would seek out Yiju to fulfill the system's task and earn money. Lin An, do you have something to explain to me? Just as Lin An felt resolute, Ren Yingying's voice, laced with evident anger, interrupted him. Explain? What is there to explain? Lin An's eyes widened in confusion. I will give you one more chance. If you do not clarify, we cannot even remain friends. Lin An mumbled softly, but we aren't even friends. We are merely former classmates. What are you saying? Ren Yingying did not catch Lin An's words. It's not important. Lin An thought for a moment and said, you are referring to Jianshui Air, right? Ren Yingying, if you think about it calmly, you would realize that there can be no romantic connection between Jianshui Air and me. The notion of ex-husband and ex-wife is merely a joke. So, you have not broken the agreement, then? He was unsure which agreement Ren Yingying was referencing but nodded. If it was an agreement I made, I would not break it. I forgive you. Remember to keep next Friday free to go shopping with me in the city. We'll see, he replied, not wishing to engage further. But Ren Yingying had already turned away. As soon as Ren Yingying departed, her roommate, Yi Mena, rushed over and remarked, having such a willful and pretentious childhood friend must be tough for you, Lin An. Not at all. I've grown accustomed to it. But Yi, speaking ill of her behind her back could tarnish your reputation as a woman. I'm not speaking ill. I'm standing up for you. Ren Yingying is being too much, Yi Mena defended. Lin An chuckled. I thought you would say that a sycophant reaps what they sow. Yi Mena leaned closer to Lin An and whispered, I know you are not indulging Ren Yingying. You are merely tolerating her. Lin An chose not to respond, subtly distancing himself from Yi Mena. See you next Friday. Yi Mena beamed as she turned to leave. Lin An redirected his attention to the class. After a full day of lessons, at 4 o'clock, he made his way to the music academy beside the sports field, intending to find Yiju and complete the system task. Along the way, he recalled Yiju's profile. Yiju, a freshman piano major at Haicheng University, ranked first in her field. She is one of the 4 SSS class beauties among this year's freshmen. Unfortunately, there was little else to go on. He did not know her dormitory number, her family background, or her personal life. Even the only photo available depicted her in an elegant red evening gown playing the piano from a side angle, leaving him in the dark about her frontal appearance. Yet, there was a description that read, Yiju, a true goddess who captivates anyone, regardless of gender, with a single glance, much like a powerful magnet. Such exaggerated words only fueled his curiosity about her true nature. It left him astonished, pondering how his life could intertwine with a goddess of such overwhelming allure, resulting in their being each other's missed first love. Lin An, just how peculiar is your future? Of course, that is a matter for the future. The priority now is to complete the system task of re-establishing contact with Yiju. Given the scarcity of information about Yiju, there seems to be only one way to fulfill the task: to wait and watch. Knowing that she is a student at the music academy, she must attend classes there. He had previously downloaded the piano major schedule and knew she had class today, ending at 4:45 p.m. He decided to wait in the entrance hall of the music academy for her to finish, seizing the opportunity to engage her in conversation to complete the task of re-establishing contact. After a 13-minute walk, Lin An arrived at the entrance of the music academy. He did not foolishly wait in the bustling entrance, but chose to sit at a flower bed 20 meters away, pretending to wait for someone as he anticipated the conclusion of the piano class. There were still 20 minutes until Yiju's class ended. Time felt interminable. So Lin An pulled out his phone and began to read a random book. However, he soon noticed something amiss. The music academy is located on the right side of the number 2 sports field, in a relatively secluded area, not situated on the main campus thoroughfare. Typically, the flow of students here is sparse. However, Lin An noticed out of the corner of his eye that there were around 40 to 50 individuals standing or sitting nearby, both male and female. It seemed they were all waiting for someone, much like himself. Yet, after several minutes, none of them encountered the person they were anticipating. Instead, their attention was frequently drawn to the entrance of the music academy, as if they were searching for someone. A peculiar situation unfolded before Lin An, and he was almost certain that these individuals shared the same purpose as him, eagerly waiting to catch a glimpse of the goddess with a magnetic allure, Yiju. It appeared that the term Beauty Research Society had an astonishing advertising effect, sparking immense curiosity among the students of Haida University about Yiju. Moreover, Lin An astutely realized that despite the remarkable publicity generated by the Haida Beauty Research Society, there were still no photographs of Yiju to be found online. This left him with two possibilities. Either someone had intentionally erased Yiju's online presence, or the individuals waiting were yet to encounter her. The former possibility bore little consequence for him, while the latter suggested that his wait in the lobby might be futile. After a moment's hesitation, Lin An stood up and made his way towards the west entrance of the music academy. This smaller entrance was seldom used by others due to its indirect route. But if the second possibility held true, it was likely that Yiju would pass through there. A few minutes later, Lin An arrived at the west entrance. He still had 10 minutes before Yiju's class ended. At that moment, a girl emerged from the entrance. Her black hair flowed like a waterfall, and her simple, modest dress accentuated her pure and flawless beauty, with a face as radiant as a flower and eyes glimmering like stars. Every movement she made exuded extraordinary charm. Without needing to inquire about her name, just a single glance confirmed for Lin An that this was Yiju, his missed first love. Chapter 12. An ecological survey of Yiju. What is the essence of a first love? Why is it so special? Lin An had previously found it difficult to comprehend the uniqueness of first love. Yet, in this moment, he deeply understood its significance. It was a feeling of fullness within, as though his heart were entirely filled with a specific image. Under the orange-tinged sunset, a girl clad in a conservative long dress, carrying a small red violin case, moved forward with an expressionless side profile facing the sun, her hair swaying gently in the breeze. Undoubtedly, even until his dying breath, Lin An would remember this scene. As he gazed at Yiju, a thought flickered in Lin An's mind. If he were to have a first love, it would be Yiju. The system had not deceived him. Yet, as is often the case with first loves, the outcome is rarely favorable. Lin An was not inclined to pursue her recklessly merely because she was his first love. He remained composed, recognizing that achieving financial independence was of greater importance. Yiju was first and foremost a key figure in his journey towards financial freedom, and only then could she be regarded as his first love. Having established this understanding, Lin An did not rush to greet Yiju. Instead, he continued to observe her from a distance, intending to gather more information about her character. He preferred to act only when he had sufficient confidence, as he did not engage in battles without preparation. Not long after, a fashionably dressed girl spotted Yiju and hurried over, waving to greet her. However, Yiju did not even acknowledge the girl's presence and walked past her without a glance. It seemed that his first love was a cool and aloof beauty. In Lin An's mind, a notebook appeared, its cover inscribed with the words Ecological Survey of Yiju. Upon opening the notebook, a series of texts automatically materialized. Yiju, a piano major, conservatively dressed, possessing a cool demeanor and a serene and beautiful visage. Once he completed this record, Lin An continued to follow Yi Ju at a distance. She ignored the greetings from other students and proceeded northward after passing through the east gate, with several students stopping to gaze at her, while others attempted to greet her, all of which she coldly disregarded. After exiting the north gate and crossing the zebra crossing, she entered a convenience store across the street. Lin An's expression turned to one of astonishment as he observed that Yi Ju exuded the refined demeanor of a wealthy young lady akin to Jin Shuer. Initially, he assumed that even if Yi Ju did not possess the top-tier background of Jin Shuer, she would at least be the daughter of an affluent middle-class family. Yet, she entered the convenience store like an ordinary person to purchase items. Through the transparent glass of the store, Lin An saw Yi Ju head directly to the bento section, selecting 3 meals. She then picked up 2 bottles of mineral water from the beverage aisle and proceeded to the self-checkout area to complete her purchase before heading back toward the campus. What could this mean? Was the convenience store bento her dinner? Did she have a large appetite, or was she buying meals for the next day? Perhaps she was purchasing for her family? But why choose the convenience store's bento? If Yi Ju were not the daughter of an affluent middle-class family, she would likely be more frugal and eat at the second cafeteria, where subsidized meals were available, rather than opting for the expensive and mediocre convenience store bento, which only office workers would find to be a good deal. Lin An's mind was somewhat muddled. He struggled to connect the image of a super beautiful girl who played the piano with the notion of cheap bento from a convenience store. He believed that someone of her caliber would not merely survive on scraps, but would dine in elegant high-end restaurants with proper cutlery. What was the reason behind this? Unable to deduce an answer, Lin An decided to observe a little longer. Upon returning to the campus, Yi Ju did not head toward the dormitory buildings, but rather moved toward the faculty apartment located in the northeast corner of the campus. This apartment was reserved for professors and was considered a welfare benefit provided by the school, allocated to faculty members of associate professor rank and above. It represented the best housing available at Haida University. After purchasing her bento, Yi Ju should have returned to her dormitory. Yet she did not approach any of the student dorms, instead making her way toward the faculty building. Did this imply that her parents or relatives were professors at the school? It would be quite unreasonable for an ordinary student to reside in the faculty building. The attributes of Yi Ju, piano goddess, bento girl, professor's daughter, were increasingly accumulating. As Lin An confirmed her attributes, he already devised a plan for how to strike up a conversation with Yi Ju. There was no need to formulate an elaborate plan akin to a divorce from Jin Shuer. A simple act of picking up a book from the ground and inquiring if it belonged to her would suffice to fulfill the system's task. However, Lin An did not intend to complete the task so soon. He wished to observe Yi Ju for a few more days, for she radiated an air of mystery that piqued his interest in unraveling it. The next day was the weekend, and Lin An did not go to observe Yi Ju. He spent the day in his dormitory, engrossed in his laptop. When Monday arrived, after finishing his morning classes, Lin An hurried back to the music academy. He returned to the west entrance, successfully waiting for Yi Ju once again. In their second encounter, Yi Ju was still clad in a conservative gray long dress. The dress featured a high neck and long sleeves, entirely covering her arms and neck. The hem of the skirt extended down to her ankles, obscuring her legs from view. The loose-fitting garment made it difficult to discern her figure. Yet, her long black hair cascaded down her shoulders, and her flawless face bore no expression. Exuding an air of high coldness and mystery, she remained as captivating as ever, drawing all eyes to her. After leaving the music academy, Yi Ju did not linger elsewhere, but returned straight to the faculty building. Lin An waited for 2 hours, and as his afternoon classes approached, he still had not seen Yi Ju. He was now certain that Yi Ju possessed another attribute. She was a homebody. Her life revolved around a triangular routine of dormitory, classroom, and family. After 2 days of continuous observation, the results remained consistent. Lin An concluded that Yi Ju exuded an air of aloofness. Regardless of who approached her, she entirely disregarded them, bypassing the interlocutor and departing. If someone attempted to obstruct her forcibly, she would remain indifferent until they finished speaking, then silently walk away. There were no apparent issues with this. However, during his 2 days of observation, Lin An astutely noticed 2 peculiarities. First, there were always 2 or 3 seemingly formidable girls surrounding Yi Ju. Initially, he considered this to be mere coincidence, but after 3 days of the same occurrence, he could only deduce that these individuals shared some connection with her. Second, whether approached by boys or girls, Yi Ju typically ignored them. Occasionally, some girls would venture close to Yi Ju, but she would wait for them to finish speaking before turning away. However, if a boy dared to encroach within a meter of her, those ordinary girls would step in to intercept him, preventing any advance toward Yiju. What did this imply? Chapter 13. The mysterious circle of Yiju. This indicated that his attempts at conversation had become significantly more challenging. The task required him to engage in a dialogue with Yiju, theoretically allowing him to simply shout her name from a distance, waiting for her response. Yet, with her frosty demeanor, even if he called out to her, she would likely not reply. To converse with Yiju, he needed to approach her closely. Yet, he now discovered a group of mysterious girls who would intercept any boy attempting to come within a meter of her. If he approached her, he would undoubtedly be thwarted. The plan to converse at close range now seemed increasingly unfeasible. What should he do? Lin An remained in place, contemplating earnestly before deciding to observe for one more day to gather more detailed information before making a decision. After another day of watching, Lin An was certain of Yiju's coldness. She ignored all attempts at conversation, whether from boys or girls. If someone called her from a distance, she simply acted as if she hadn't heard and continued on her path. Engaging her in conversation required close contact, as she led an exceedingly reclusive lifestyle. Aside from dining at the nearby convenience store, attending classes at the music academy, and resting in her expert apartment, he had not witnessed her visiting any other places. Confirming her status as a true homebody, it seemed she had no friends. Throughout the 3 days of observation, he had never seen her converse with anyone nor walk alongside another person, not to mention friends. She didn't even have a single classmate with whom she could exchange words. Furthermore, he indeed noted the presence of a group of formidable girls surrounding Yiju. At least 6 of them over the 3 days. Their identities as students remained uncertain. However, their role appeared to be intercepting any boys attempting to approach within a meter of Yiju. The reason for only stopping boys, and not girls, remained unclear. They seemed to serve as Yiju's bodyguards, somewhat akin to the high ponytailed assistant accompanying Jian Shuer. Yet, while Jian Shuer came from a notably wealthy family and only had 1 bodyguard assistant, Yiju had more than 6. Could this imply that her family background was 6 times more affluent? A true heiress among heiresses. However, on another note, if this were indeed the case, Yiju could easily open 100 convenience stores at her home, rather than diminishing her status as an heiress by shopping at one. With more than 6 bodyguards yet leading such a simple lifestyle, the deeper he delved into Yiju's circumstances, the more enigmatic she appeared. An intriguing woman. You have successfully captured my attention. Yet, challenges still loomed. After indulging in a moment of jest, Lin An refocused on reality, devising numerous strategies to initiate a conversation with Yiju. For instance, he could drop his student ID in her path, waiting for her to approach him. Alternatively, given that her bodyguards would intercept boys but not girls, he could disguise himself in feminine attire. Or, he could don a security uniform and approach her, hoping the bodyguard members wouldn't obstruct him on account of his appearance. If that were the case, perhaps he could wear a police uniform. Never mind. He dismissed that thought as it could border on criminality. Disguising as a girl was also out of the question. His sense of shame would not allow him to wear such attire, and there was the risk of being discovered by the bodyguard team. He still vividly recalled the terrifying perceptiveness of Jian Shuer's short-haired assistant. As for the plan to drop his student ID, there was a 300 chance Yiju would not even glance at it and would simply walk past. It seemed only 2 options remained. 1. A direct approach. 2. Visit Yiju's home. After 3 days of observation, Lin An discerned that her bodyguards might not be as closely aligned with her as he initially thought. The bodyguards primarily protected her during her campus outings and did not accompany her home. If he could discover Yiju's dormitory number, he might manage to enter the expert building at a strategic time and engage her at her door. However, the security at the expert building was stringent, making it difficult for an ordinary student to gain entry. This plan was temporarily shelved. Returning to the first option, Lin An noted that the bodyguards did not trail her as closely as Jian Shuer's assistants. They merely maintained a vigilant presence around her. If he could synchronize his movement with Yiju's and suddenly dart in front of her, the bodyguards might not react swiftly enough. As the system task required him to engage in just one conversation with Yiju, this option held considerable feasibility. He merely needed to focus on 2 key points. First, the location where he would walk alongside Yiju, ensuring that when he suddenly stepped in front of her, the bodyguards would not be prepared. Second, he needed to ascertain a conversation starter that would elicit a response from her. 3 suitable locations for walking alongside Yiju emerged: her classroom, the entrance of her apartment, and the convenience store. Yiju's classroom did not seem ideal, as it could also contain bodyguards, and he was unfamiliar with her classroom layout. The entrance of her apartment was a viable option, but waiting in front of the expert building posed the risk of being preemptively intercepted by the bodyguards. This left the convenience store as the best option. Once he spotted Yiju entering the store, he could follow her inside. While she selected her bento, or during checkout, he could feign being a customer to initiate a conversation, which he was confident would succeed. Thus, the plan was set for implementation the following day. The next afternoon, Lin An confirmed that Yiju had finished her classes. After estimating the time it would take her to walk from the classroom to the convenience store, he set off from the subway entrance toward the store. Within 2 minutes, he observed Yiju entering the convenience store. He immediately quickened his pace to follow her inside. However, just as he reached the entrance and was about to step into the store, a short-haired girl emerged and blocked his path. "Excuse me, could I have a moment of your time?" From 3 days of observation, Lin An recognized the girl as a member of Yiju's bodyguard team and casually replied, "Sorry, I'm not available." He intended to circumvent her and enter the store. "We only need to talk for a minute," the short-haired girl insisted, firmly grasping his arm and pulling him away from the entrance. Soon, 2 or 3 other members of the bodyguard team appeared, surrounding him and preventing his entry into the store. "Hey, what do you want? Are you trying to kidnap me?" Lin An exclaimed loudly, attracting the attention of passers-by. "We're not doing anything. We just need to ask you a few questions," the short-haired girl replied in a friendly tone, producing a form from somewhere and revealing a stack of cash. "We won't take up too much of your time. There's a reward of 500 yuan. The Yiju bodyguard team is even more professional than I anticipated. This is going to be more difficult than expected," Lin An frowned. Chapter 14. The enigma of Yiju. Faced with this predicament, Lin An's mind raced, contemplating possible solutions. 2 methods quickly emerged in his mind. The first was to forcibly break through the blockade and approach Yiju in the convenience store. The second option was more feasible. He was only 2 meters away from the entrance of the convenience store. He could wait for Yiju to emerge and attempt to attract her attention from a distance by calling out to her. As long as she responded, it would be considered a success in initiating a conversation. However, the first method was almost immediately dismissed. He had 4 bodyguards surrounding him, even if they were women. The likelihood of escaping their interception in a 1-on-4 scenario, without any weapons, was exceedingly low. It seemed he would have to resort to the second method. Lin An consented to the short-haired girl's survey, which pertained to college students' living expenses, and she performed her role quite professionally. While he answered her questions earnestly, his attention remained fixed on Yiju. It wasn't long before Yiju, with her serene and beautiful visage, stepped out of the convenience store, her long hair flowing gracefully in the breeze. "Yiju, I need to speak with you," Lin An called out loudly in her direction. This shout immediately raised the tension among the bodyguards, who quickly surrounded him, preventing him from approaching Yiju. Lin An had no intention of breaking through. He was simply waiting for Yiju's response. However, she seemed not to hear him at all, walking straight ahead without even glancing his way. "Just as I suspected. I must engage with Yiju at close range for her to stop and listen. Yet these bodyguards are clearly determined to keep me away from her. Today's attempt seems to have failed." The female bodyguards entered a heightened state of alert, and the possibility of a forced breakthrough was nearly zero. Lin An abandoned the idea of a forceful approach and shouted a few more inquiries, but Yiju continued to ignore him and soon vanished from his sight. His mission had utterly failed. Nonetheless, the female bodyguards prevented him from getting close to Yiju. Specifically, they prohibited any males from approaching her. Why was that? If these female bodyguards were akin to middle school thugs, keeping their junior followers close to their crush while forbidding other boys from getting near, it made sense. They were hired by a male client to keep other boys away from Yiju. Yet, they did not prohibit males from speaking to her from a distance, which did not seem to stem from possessiveness. What could the reason be? Lin An was left utterly perplexed. Without lingering any longer at the convenience store, he headed back to his dormitory, still mulling over his confusion. Upon entering the dorm, he found only 2 people inside: Chi Yang, the second roommate, and Zhou Haidong, the fourth. Chi Yang was typing rapidly on his keyboard, glancing at the screen filled with a flurry of chat windows. He was simultaneously conversing with hundreds of girls, which was typical for Chi Yang. Although he bore a somewhat feminine appearance, he was incredibly handsome and tall, making him quite alluring. His demeanor was gentle and warm, always sporting a soft smile, and he was exceptionally adept at socializing and guiding others, much like the moon. In just half a month since the semester began, he had earned the title of Big Sister Chi at Haicheng University, his notoriety rivaling that of Jianshui Air. In contrast, Zhou Haidong was completely absorbed in his computer, a blissful smile on his face as he remained lost in the world of anime. Recently, Lin An had learned of his obsession with Japanese gal games, particularly those revolving around romantic storylines with younger sisters. Oh, and their head, Xiaoxiang, was rarely seen in the dorm at night. He wasn't dating girls, but it was close enough. Xiaoxiang was handsome, with a sunny disposition and a heart of gold. Always unable to refuse a request for help. Girls who were fond of this type of charming athlete were legion, often seeking him out for assistance. Due to his inability to turn down requests, he was often out and about, earning the nickname Prince of the Sun at Haicheng University. Their dorm, room 410 in Building Z, was renowned as the most famous male dormitory at Haicheng University, often compared to the female dormitory 306, known as the Twin Marvels of Haicheng. "Hey, Lin An, you look troubled. What's the matter?" Just as Lin An was lost in thought, his roommate Chi Yong approached him with a concerned tone. Chi Yong was known as Big Sister because of his ability to notice others' troubles and his talent for listening and helping them resolve their issues. However, he was not a weak man. He tended to solve his own problems. "Is it about Yiju? Did the bodyguards obstruct you? Don't dwell on it. The key is how you perceive your own situation." Lin An was about to decline when Chi Yong saw right through him. Lin An was astonished. How could Chi Yong possibly know his troubles? "You're wondering how I know your concerns so well. It's simple. There's a trending post on the campus forum titled "The Truth Behind Lin An's Divorce from Campus Goddess Jian Shuai, the role of another campus goddess, Yiju, in this forbidden love triangle." Exclusive. A must-read for Haida students. Lin An's shocked reaction was overshadowed by Zhou Haidong, who exclaimed loudly, "Wow, Lin An, you're incredible. After the rumors with Jian Shuai, now you've got another one with the other SSS goddess, Yiju? These two are even more stunning than the heroines in games. I apologize. I shouldn't have dragged you into the realm of anime. Your reality is more exciting than any anime protagonist." Lin An ignored Zhou Haidong's astonishment and turned to Chi Yong, asking, "How could my situation be so well known? I thought only I was aware of my interactions with Yiju." Chi Yong smiled gently. "Because Jian Shuai is quite famous, and your connection as her ex-husband is highly discussable. The media must be keeping an eye on you, possibly sending paparazzi to track you. And they've noticed your recent interest in Yiju." Lin An had long been aware that the student organizations at Haicheng University were some of the best among the thousands of universities nationwide. However, today he realized he had underestimated the weight of such prestige. These individuals treated their organizational activities as a profession. It was astonishing that they had dispatched people to specifically watch him. Paparazzi? What a trivial pursuit. By the way, Lin An recalled Chi Yong's network of information and inquired, "What do you know about Yiju?" "I don't know much about her, just that she is the top student in the piano department. Her skills surpassing even those of her teachers. She has her own music studio and speaks very little, if at all, to classmates or teachers, giving off an aloof impression and seemingly having no friends." "So, Lin An, is your preference for black long straight hair indicating an interest in pursuing Yiju? If so, you must be cautious of her bodyguards. They restrict males from getting too close to her. You know this too?" Lin An quickly asked. "Do you have any idea why they prohibit males from approaching Yiju?" "I can't say for certain," Chi Yong replied. "I only heard this information from Yiju herself. However, since it's your request, I will certainly do my best to uncover the truth for you." With that, Chi Yang's fingers danced across the keyboard, searching for answers. Lin An returned to the task of initiating a conversation. From what he had gathered, it was clear that the bodyguards would indeed prevent males from getting too close to Yiju, demonstrating a high level of professionalism. With the option of a forced approach now off the table, only one method remained: to visit Yiju's residence in the expert building and converse with her. Without needing to enter her home, just speaking at her doorstep would suffice. His mind raced as he devised a meticulous plan to engage her. The next day, after classes ended at 3:20 p.m., Lin An began to implement his plan, ensuring no one followed him. He discreetly entered the men's restroom and changed into a logistics uniform. Next, he made his way to the logistics department, borrowed an insulated ladder along with some maintenance tools, and headed toward the expert building. This was the well-thought-out plan he had devised. Yiju's dormitory was located in the expert building, which was generally off-limits to students. Yet, he had figured out a way to disguise himself and gain entry. Continuing from the premise, once he acquires the dormitory number of Yiju, he can engage her in conversation under the guise of an appliance repairman, thus fulfilling the system's task. The plan is meticulously devised and flawless. He perceives no possibility of failure. 20 minutes later, Lin An successfully enters the expert building. His sole objective now is to ascertain Yiju's dormitory number. The method to obtain this information is quite straightforward. He will approach the management office of the expert building. The management office possesses the resident information for every household. He simply needs to inquire with the staff about a resident named Yiju who has placed an order for air conditioning repair, mentioning that he needs to verify the dormitory number she provided, as it appears there may have been an error. He presents himself as someone pressed for time, unable to linger. The university's appliance repair personnel are notoriously busy, rendering his explanation impeccable and allowing him to swiftly acquire Yi-Ju's dormitory number. As anticipated, after presenting his credentials and equipment, the management staff consults the resident records and states, Yi-Ju resides in room 1203. However, before you head to her dormitory, please attend to Professor Wu in room 605. His air conditioning has malfunctioned again, and with the heat, he is likely to file a complaint against us. Repairing Professor Wu's air conditioning was not part of his plan. He promptly replies, I have other orders to attend to and cannot spare time for Professor Wu. The staff retorts emphatically, forget about those troublesome students. Professor Wu is an esteemed academician. His needs must be prioritized. How curious. Was it not stated that student needs outweigh all else? Nevertheless, Lin An responds, understood, I shall assist Professor Wu first. Of course, Lin An is being deceitful. His intention is to proceed directly to Yi-Ju's residence to complete the system's task. However, an unexpected event occurs. An elderly woman approaches, inquiring amiably, Little Zhao, has the air conditioning repairman arrived? My husband will soon return from class, and if the air conditioning is not fixed, there will be trouble. Yes, I'm here to assist you. Little Zhao pats Lin An on the shoulder. In this situation, Lin An has no choice but to accompany the elderly woman to room 605, where he learns from her that the air conditioning is not cooling effectively. Despite being relatively new, it has malfunctioned thrice, each time requiring repair only for it to fail again the following day. Having experience with air conditioning repair, Lin An inspects both the indoor and outdoor units, thoroughly checking the wiring before concluding, the issue is not with the air conditioning unit itself, rather, it is due to clutter obstructing the outdoor unit, which hinders its cooling efficiency. Please refrain from placing objects around the outdoor unit, as it can impede airflow, reduce cooling capacity, and pose a risk of falling due to excessive weight. The elderly woman replies, I've already advised him not to clutter our home, but he refuses to listen. Young man, I appreciate your timely reminder. Lin An assists in clearing the debris and cleaning the ventilation, and soon the air conditioning resumes its cooling function. However, an hour has elapsed, and dusk approaches, shrouding the sky in darkness. Lin An hastens to room 1203 to fulfill the system's task. 3 minutes later, he arrives at the door of dormitory 1203. He rings the doorbell, having already prepared his introduction in his mind. Upon meeting Yi-Ju, he plans to inquire, are you Miss Yi-Ju? His guise as an electrician means that if Yi-Ju responds affirmatively, he will have completed his task. The plan remains within reach. Ding dong. However, after 3 minutes of ringing the doorbell, Yi-Ju still has not answered. What could be the reason? Is Yi-Ju not present? Or does she choose not to open the door? An unforeseen circumstance arises, yet Lin An remains composed. After pondering for half a minute, he rings the doorbell once more. Still, there is no response from Yi-Ju. He is certain of one thing. It is now 6:10 p.m., and Yi-Ju must be in her dormitory. Yet she is not opening the door. This implies either her aloofness or her preoccupation with other matters, perhaps bathing or resting. Regardless of the reason, his pretense as an electrician appears to be failing. It seems he can only return tomorrow. As Lin An turns to leave, he hears a voice from the side. Young man, are you looking for the young lady inside? Yes, I'm here for the air conditioning repair, she reported. Lin An glances at the elderly woman, confirming she is a nearby resident. Oh dear, I've not seen that lovely young lady for quite some time. I wonder what she is doing in there. I'm quite worried something might have happened. Something happened? The thought sends a chill through Lin An. The elderly woman continues, this afternoon, I saw her alone on the balcony with a knife, and then she went back inside. It's been so long without a sound. Should we check on her? Having knocked on Yi-Ju's door with no response, and considering the possibility of an accident, Lin An realizes he has little time to deliberate. After a brief moment of hesitation, he resolves, this could be a matter of life and death. Waiting for the property management could be too late. I must act. While repairing Professor Wu's air conditioning, Lin An noticed the proximity of the balconies between units in the expert building. He could leap from one balcony to another and enter through the balcony door. As he passes by room 1202, he observes that the door is ajar, revealing only basic furnishings, indicating it is unoccupied. This means he can access Yi-Ju's balcony from there. Under normal circumstances, trespassing onto a balcony without the owner's consent would be inappropriate. He could simply return to find Yi-Ju another day. Yet, given her prolonged absence from the door, even for someone of her reserved nature, combined with her peculiarities and the elderly woman's concerns, it is plausible that something dire has occurred. To prevent reading about any unfortunate news the next day, he regrets having left only a wall between them yesterday despite his worries. Even if this course of action is inappropriate, he feels compelled to proceed. Yi-Ju, are you there? If you can hear me, please respond. If not, I will assume you are in need of assistance and will enter. Lin An calls out 3 times to the door, yet receives no reply, solidifying his resolve to take action. He enters room 1202, climbs onto the balcony, and with a slight jump, he lands on the balcony of room 1203. Once on the balcony, he approaches the glass door, ready to enter and meet Yiju. However, upon peering through the glass door, he is met with a shocking sight. In the dim gray light, Yiju sits alone in the center of the living area. In her right hand, she holds a sharp utility knife, poised to cut into her left wrist. Yiju has indeed encountered a crisis. Is this an act of self-harm or a suicide attempt? Yet there is no time for him to ponder which it may be. Almost instinctively, Lin An rushes toward Yiju, wresting the knife from her grasp and seizing her left wrist, demanding, "What are you doing?" Chapter 16. Completion of the system task. As dusk fades and darkness envelopes the room, the dimly lit space remains unilluminated. Lin An holds onto Yiju's delicate wrist with one hand while his other hand closes the dangerous utility knife, his worried gaze fixed upon her. However, in response to his concern, Yiju's clear, dark eyes remain devoid of emotion, simply observing him with a detached calmness. Lin An is uncertain whether Yiju is engaging in self-harm or contemplating suicide. Nonetheless, he recognizes that he cannot provoke her further nor directly inquire about the underlying reasons for her distress. Instead, he diverts the conversation, saying, "Classmate, I am the school's electrician. Are there any electrical appliances in your room that require repair?" Yiju does not respond, her cold gaze shifting from him to her left wrist, which he is still holding. Lin An realizes that it is impolite to continue grasping the wrist of this lovely young woman, and he apologizes, loosening his grip. He then shifts the topic once more, asking, "Do you live here alone? Where are your family members?" Lin An had deduced that Yiju likely lived alone, as she consistently purchased 3 family meal boxes every night. Upon entering Yiju's room, he discovered her engaged in self-harm and showed no sign of family presence. It became evident that she resided alone. When Lin An inquired about her well-being, Yiju merely raised her left wrist, scrutinizing her smooth skin, yet remained silent. This aloofness is excessive. "I just saved your life," Lin An thought to himself, then asked, "Classmate, are you Yiju?" Yiju continued to refrain from responding, but lowered her wrist, directing her gaze towards him. What was truly going on with Yiju? Lin An found her incomprehensible. She possessed an unparalleled beauty, the kind that captivated everyone, and was the top of her piano class, exhibiting skills that surpassed even those of seasoned instructors. With these attributes, she certainly had the right to be aloof, yet her current demeanor felt excessively cold, unlike that of a typical girl. Nevertheless, having become involved in Yiju's self-harm incident, he could not simply abandon her, for if she were to perish the next day, it would leave him haunted. Moreover, the system task required him to converse with her. After some contemplation, Lin An, filled with patience, ventured, "Ye classmate, it's getting late. Are you hungry?" Yiju did not reply or react. "Ye classmate, could you share your parents' phone number? I would like to contact them." "Ye classmate, do you know what day it is today?" "Ye classmate, can you hear me?" "Ye classmate, are you a ghost?" After a series of inquiries, Yiju maintained her silence, her expression devoid of emotion as she simply regarded him. Lin An, feeling a sense of resignation, asked, "Yiju, may I give you a hug?" After their earlier interactions, he was increasingly convinced that Yiju was indeed peculiar. As a normal person, he found it challenging to communicate with someone so unusual and decided to cease his attempts. Suddenly, to his surprise, Yiju nodded. Though she did not speak, her gesture implied consent for him to embrace her. "Hey, Yiju, it turns out you can hear me." This revelation only deepened his confusion. While she ignored his ordinary questions, she acquiesced to a request that was more intimate. What kind of mindset was she in? Seizing the moment, Lin An pressed on. "I'm really going to hug you now, so don't regret it." He considered himself an ordinary male college student and recognized that Yiju was a goddess adored by thousands on campus. Her agreement to his embrace must have stemmed from some flawed logic. Surely, once she regained her composure, she would decline. However, Yiju opened her arms. And as she did, her white chiffon top stretched, accentuating her voluptuous curves. Her physique was notably more pronounced than that of typical girls. A firm embrace would undoubtedly be a transcendent experience. Yet, the situation felt increasingly off-kilter. Why would Yiju agree to such an embrace? Lin An struggled to rationalize it. Convinced there was some underlying trap. Would he, after embracing her, suddenly find himself ambushed by a group of burly men from the adjacent room, blackmailing him with photographs of the embrace? A multitude of conspiracy theories flashed through his mind. And as Yiju kept her arms open for an extended moment without him advancing, her curious gaze fell upon him. Although Yiju remained silent, Her eyes conveyed a clear message. Why aren't you coming over? After a moment of mental turmoil, Lin An finally said, I apologize. But I believe that a hug between a man and a woman is a beautiful expression of affection, and I don't think we've reached that level of mutual feelings. So let us skip the hug. Unlike the typical male mindset that would eagerly accept such an offer, Lin An felt that taking advantage of a woman would diminish his own emotional worth. Furthermore, who could say what past experiences the girl had, or if she carried any risks? Yiju, upon hearing his words, said nothing, lowered her arms, and extended her slender fingers toward Lin An in a gesture for a handshake. You wish to shake hands? Yiju nodded. A handshake was something Lin An did not oppose. He raised his left hand, wiped away non-existent sweat on his clothing, and extended it toward Yiju. Their hands soon met. The cool, soft touch of Yiju's hand sent a ripple of electric sensation coursing through him, reaching his heart. Simultaneously, a delightful fragrance emanating from Yiju enveloped his senses, momentarily causing him to lose focus. After what felt like an eternity of holding hands, Lin An regained his senses and quickly released her hand, saying, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hold on for that long. He felt embarrassed by his lack of experience with women, realizing his reaction mirrored that of an awkward middle school boy. Fortunately, he did not blush as easily as a middle schooler would over mere hand contact. Yiju shook her head, rising from her seated position on the floor and moving to the nearby sofa, where she picked up a brown-covered notebook and opened it to a page. She then took a pen and began to write. After finishing, she handed it to Lin An to read. I don't mind. Yiju's handwriting was as delicate and beautiful as her piano-playing fingers. Your handwriting is lovely, but why communicate through writing? Are you trying to showcase your writing skills? Lin An marveled silently, suddenly realizing that the source of his confusion had been elucidated. If that were the case, he could understand why Yiju appeared so distant and why she had not answered any of his previous inquiries. The reason was simple. Yiju could not speak. Ding. At that moment, a new message appeared on the system panel. Task completed. Re-establish contact with the first love, Yiju. A reward of 5,000 yuan has been credited. A new task has been updated. Please check it. Chapter 17. Growing affection. With this revelation, Lin An's heart swelled with sympathy for Yiju. Though the heavens had bestowed upon her extraordinary beauty and musical talent, they had cruelly deprived her of her voice, leaving her unable to communicate with others. This torment and enduring solitude, no matter how elevated her beauty or refined her piano skills, could never be compensated for. Understanding her tendencies towards self-harm and suicidal thoughts became clearer. Lin An's gaze softened as he looked at Yiju and softly asked, Yiju, do you live here alone? Unlike her previous silence, Yiju nodded in response. And your family? They are in another city, she wrote in the notebook. As Lin An had anticipated, he continued, It's getting late. May I turn on the lights? Upon entering Yiju's room, it had been twilight, but now night had fully descended, and only the external illumination filtered in. He needed to strain his eyes to read the words on her notebook. Yiju nodded, rising once more to walk to the light switch and turn on the room's lights. Instantly, the room brightened, allowing Lin An to observe its layout. The space was a generously sized 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment, exceeding 100 square meters. Yet, the furniture was sparse, aside from the usual sofa, television, and cabinets. There were no additional furnishings. No personal items were in sight, creating an ambience reminiscent of a hotel room. There was an absence of warmth that one would expect from a home. Without deeply observing the composition of the room, Lin An shifted his attention back to Yiju, hesitating for a moment before speaking. I apologize, Yiju. I misled you. I am not an electrician. My name is Lin An, and like you, I am a freshman majoring in international trade. Yiju swiftly wrote in her notebook, completing a paragraph in no time. I know you. You were talking to me in front of the convenience store yesterday. To his surprise, Lin An realized she had indeed heard him. This indicated that Yiju was not the aloof ice goddess he had imagined. She showed interest in those around her, but chose to avoid conversation instead. However, avoidance was fundamentally misguided, as it only intensified her inner loneliness, ultimately leading to tendencies of self-harm and suicidal thoughts. She needed to break free from her retreat and forge friendships. With this in mind, Lin An said, Yiju, the reason I wanted to talk to you is that I would like to be your friend. May I be your friend? Immediately, he felt nervous again. At 18 years old, this was the first time he had taken the initiative to befriend a girl. He worried greatly about the possibility of rejection. If she were to decline, it would haunt him for nights to come, robbing him of sleep. Of course, I would be honored, Yiju wrote swiftly, revealing her elegant handwriting to Lin An. That's wonderful, Lin An exclaimed, relief washing over him. You are my first female friend, and I will cherish this moment. You are also my first male friend since growing up. Then, my friend, it is getting late. I should return to my dormitory. May I visit you tomorrow? Lin An pressed on. Yiju gazed at him for a few seconds before writing again. Are you worried about me? Lin An was taken aback, surprised that she had seen through him so easily. He had witnessed her moments of self-harm and was genuinely concerned for her safety. Fearing she might tread down a dark path once more, he longed to help her, yet as a stranger, he felt powerless to influence her life. Thus, he sought friendship with her, hoping that a promise of tomorrow would at least ensure her survival through the night. It is indeed true that I am concerned about you. For we are friends, Lin An emphasized. Yiju nodded and wrote, You may come to see me tomorrow. I am happy to have a friend like you. Yet her lips remained motionless, devoid of a smile or any sign of joy. Should I bring anything as a gift? Lin An inquired. Yiju pondered for a moment before shaking her head. Lin An glanced around the kitchen, noting the well-equipped stove, pots, and range hood, yet no signs of use. It seemed the furnishings were provided by the school and used since Yiju had moved in. He also spotted an empty bento from the convenience store in the corner of the dining area. With a grin, he proposed, How about this? I will bring some ingredients tomorrow and cook a grand meal for us to enjoy together. Yiju nodded, her beautiful eyes still devoid of emotion. Lin An was once again startled by her swift agreement, as it was uncommon for girls to respond so directly. Typically, they would either refuse outright or agree more subtly. However, he had begun to adapt to Yiju's unexpected responses. Remember, he said with a smile, my culinary skills are exceptional, good enough to open a restaurant. I will not disappoint you. So, Yiju wrote down those 3 words on half a page. Lin An patted her shoulder confidently, replying, So, you must anticipate tomorrow's dinner. It will be far more delicious than the convenience store's offerings, and you will be left astounded and wanting more. I understand. I will skip lunch tomorrow to prepare for your dinner, she wrote. No need to be so extreme. You should still eat lunch tomorrow, Lin An chuckled, reassured that he would at least see Yiju again. She would not harm herself further after he returned to his dormitory. I should be heading back now, Lin An stated firmly. Yiju waved to bid him farewell. As he stepped outside her door, he turned to her, emphasizing, Remember, my cooking is extraordinary. You must look forward to tomorrow's dinner. Yiju nodded, a mechanical smile gracing her lips for the first time, though it appeared somewhat artificial. Lin An felt a sense of relief as he made his way back to the dormitory. On the way, he recalled the new task that had unlocked and quickly reviewed it. At the age of 32, after much hardship, you have finally re-established contact with your long-lost first love. However, time has dulled the emotions on both sides. Since you have chosen to pursue your first love as a new romantic interest, please engage with them frequently to rekindle your feelings. Main task 42. Time creates affection. Task content. Please meet Yiju daily for a duration of 1 month. Task reward. For every 30 minutes spent together daily, a reward of 3,000 renminbi. Completing a month of full attendance grants an additional bonus of 50,000 RMB. Meeting with Yiju continuously for a month would yield a reward of 140,000 RMB, with a daily wage reaching 4,600. Lin An's eyes instantly glowed with excitement. Chapter 18. Mr. Ex-Husband, I am not here to seek you. Lin An had initially planned to get closer to Yiju during this period. And now with the high monetary rewards attached to the task, no one could deter him from approaching her, not even the bodyguards. With this conviction, Lin An headed to the cafeteria near the dormitory, casually grabbing a takeout meal before returning to his room. Inside the dorm, the leader, Xiao Xiang, was still engaged in helping others, while the second-in-command, Shi Yang, played the role of a caring sister as usual. The fourth member, Zhou Haidong, remained immersed in his otaku world. However, as soon as Lin An returned, Shi Yang moved his chair closer and excitedly exclaimed, Hey, I have some new intel on your XP object. XP object? Are you referring to Yiju? Lin An firmly denied. I never mentioned that my XP is a black long straight. Not black long straight. Then it must be a busted type. Shi Yang grinned broadly. That little Jew fits the bill. Generally, beautiful girls are not well endowed, but I estimate that under her conservative clothing, she is quite ample. A beauty like her, with both looks and curves, is rarer than a national treasure. Hey, I only know that Yiju is indeed much more well endowed than the average girl because I've seen her. Lin An retorted. How can you make such judgments just by looking? Yang, you seem to have quite a deep understanding of women, Lin An remarked, impressed by Qi Yang. I know a senior who attended the same high school as Xiao Ju. From her music teacher, I learned that Yiju has a speech disorder and is unable to speak. So don't be fooled by her cold exterior. Her avoidance is merely a disguise for her inability to communicate. So that is how it is, Lin An thought, aligning with his earlier deductions. Yet, A speech disorder did not seem to be a congenital issue, but rather a psychological one formed later in life. Had Yiju experienced some tragedy in the past? You already know this insider information? Qi asked, astonished at Lin An's calm reaction. Yes, I just found out, Lin An admitted without denial. Qi leaned in, sniffing Lin An's shirt in surprise, then patted him on the shoulder, stating, "You're impressive. Others have struggled to connect with Xiaoju. Yet you've managed to spend a week alone with her. Even I can see that you and Yiju have spent time alone together. Yanggu, have you hit the jackpot?" Lin An, however, denied it, saying, "Don't be ridiculous. I am not that familiar with Yiju. The truth is, it's not that I'm unfamiliar with her. It's merely that I don't know her well. Let us not deny it. Your alluring fragrance is so potent that even those with blocked noses can detect it. I'm genuinely perplexed by the depth of your interactions with Yiju to have been so thoroughly influenced. Have you perhaps crossed boundaries? Is that why I seem to exude such a strong scent of Yiju? But I have only held hands with her." Lin An was curious to catch a whiff of his own scent, yet he quickly dismissed the idea. "Don't complicate matters for me. The rumors of my involvement with Jian Shui are already troublesome enough. If it were to come to light that I have ties with Yiju as well, I would surely be metaphorically stabbed 1,000 times." After saying this, Lin An abandoned his meal, rising to declare, "I'm going to take a shower. Go ahead. I shall further investigate Yiju's background. I am determined to uncover her most intimate secrets to assist you in winning her heart." "Assist me in pursuing Yiju? Huh. You would need to possess extraordinary skills to do so." The following day commenced with 2 minor professional classes and 2 major ones. Once the classes concluded, the afternoon was free, akin to a holiday. Lin An vacated his seat, intending to visit the local supermarket to procure ingredients for a lavish dinner for Yiju. At that moment, a woman's backpack was thrust into his hands, accompanied by a feminine voice exclaiming, "Let us go, Lin An." Turning towards the voice, Lin An recognized Ren Ying. After a fleeting moment of confusion, he recalled that the following day they would embark on a beach barbecue team-building outing. Both he and Ren Ying hailed from small fifth-tier cities, lacking suitable attire for a beach excursion. To avoid embarrassment during the team event, Ren Ying planned to purchase some fashionable clothing in the city and requested his company. Contemplating whether or not to join her, he replied, "Ying, you have your roommate with you. I doubt I am needed." Ren Ying, engaged in conversation with her roommate, suddenly heard Lin An's words and displayed her discontent. "What do you mean you're not needed? Without you, who will carry my bag? With just a word from you, I'm sure a line of eager young men would form to assist me." "Hey, Lin An, you've changed." Ren Ying glared at him. "You used to comply with my requests without hesitation. Now you've become discerning. Are we no longer close friends?" "We are indeed close friends. And as university students, we must embrace a more mature set of values that reflect our growth. You have indeed changed." Ren Ying's expression turned pitiable. "You wouldn't have made such excuses before. My requests were always met promptly. That's why I considered you my closest friend. Now you're making excuses. It must be that woman Jian Shui who has influenced your transformation. You claim there's no connection between you two. But she's a terrible woman." "What terrible woman? Are you speaking of me?" A melodious female voice chimed from behind Ren Ying. She turned to find Jian Shui, adorned in overly extravagant attire, standing there. "Oh, no, I wasn't referring to you." I, caught off guard by her words, Ren Ying stammered. "No worries." Jian Shui responded with grace. "I understand that my image may resemble that of a quintessential villainess from a virtual realm. It's entirely reasonable for those unfamiliar with me to misconstrue my character. However, as we grow acquainted, such misunderstandings will dissipate." With her gently cascading curls adorned by a pink satin headband and dressed in a delicate yellow lace blouse, paired with a gray pleated skirt embellished with floral accents, she exuded an aura of elegance, her white strappy heels accentuating her stature. Carrying a chic black leather bag, her beauty and poise alleviated the tense atmosphere. She remained the benevolent campus princess. Yet, Lin An found Jian Shui to be the last person he wished to encounter. Approaching her, he maintained a frosty demeanor. "Classmate Jian, I believe I have made my stance clear. We should cease our encounters." "Ah, is this not my ex-husband?" Jian Shui clasped her hands before her chest, her tone somewhat exaggerated. "Why do you linger so? I am here to find my friend Miss Ren Ying. What brings you here? Please, vanish from my sight. You're here for Ren Ying, not for me." Lin An's expression momentarily faltered, but he soon discerned Jian Shui's intention to use Ren Ying as a pretext to tease him. She was clearly intent on continuing to engage with him. So, he decided to play along, returning Ren Ying's backpack and stating, "It appears I am indeed extraneous. Thus, Ren Ying, I cannot accompany you. Farewell." However, Just as Lin An was about to depart, Ren Yingying's roommate, Yi Meina, suddenly grasped his wrist. Don't leave. Let us all explore the city together. Classmate Jian was invited by me. Yingying wishes to find a fashion-savvy girl to assist with clothing ideas, and I believe no one understands fashion better than Jian. Lin An remained reluctant to comply. There's an incentive you can't refuse, Yi Meina whispered conspiratorially in Lin An's ear. I happen to want to visit the city as well. Lin An hesitated for a brief moment before conceding. Chapter 19. Ex-husband, where do you intend to go? The group boarded the subway, transferring several times until they reached the bustling shopping and entertainment district of Haiqing, known as Wujia City. Wow, those two are kissing in public. And they're both beautiful girls. Why is that man wearing a skirt, high heels, and heavy makeup? What a fashionable sister. Surely, she must be a model. This is Haiqing. Upon exiting the subway station and taking in the vibrant surroundings, Ren Yingying exclaimed in awe. Welcome to Haiqing. Are you here alone? Just as Ren Yingying finished her exclamation, two blonde men flanked her. She has a boyfriend, Yi Meina interjected, pulling Ren Yingying back. What does having a boyfriend matter? Let us be friends. I'll show you around Haiqing, the golden-haired man insisted. Lin An, standing behind them, glanced at his companions. Their group consisted of 5 individuals, 2 girls and 3 boys. Besides himself, there were 2 male classmates who had joined the shopping adventure, seemingly informed of the outing. Currently, Ren Yingying was evidently being harassed by these frivolous men. Under normal circumstances, he or the other boys would intervene. However, the 2 boys seemed unwilling to take action, and neither did Lin An, as he believed Yi Meina could handle the situation well. This constitutes sexual harassment. If you don't leave, I will call the police. Yi Meina coolly stated as she pulled out her phone. Ugh, naive girl. Do you think we're interested in you? We're merely having some fun. The frivolous man retorted before departing. Ren Yingying, shaken by the encounter, leaned against Yi Meina, trembling. Don't mind it. While Haiqing is indeed glamorous, it is also filled with all types of people. It's quite common to encounter men who wish to flirt with solitary beauties. Next time you encounter such men, simply refuse them firmly. If that doesn't suffice, don't hesitate to call the police. Otherwise, these boys may escalate their harassment, Yi Meina reassured her. Ren Yingying nodded, quietly murmuring, Haiqing is so frightening. My hometown feels so much safer. Yi Meina was taken aback. It's unfortunate that troublesome men tend to pursue beautiful women, especially in less developed areas. Yet Ren Yingying's remarks seemed to suggest she had never faced such experiences. Perhaps there still exists some innocence in people. Returning to the matter at hand, Yi Meina continued. Our agenda today is to have lunch first and then explore the clothing district in the afternoon. Miss Shui is waiting for us at the restaurant, so let us head there now. Once the frivolous men departed, the 2 male classmates became lively, walking on either side of Ren Yingying and Yi Meina, eagerly sharing humorous anecdotes. Lin An, on the other hand, silently trailed behind, opting to remain an invisible presence. Before long, the group arrived at their destination, the entrance to the Watergate Bridge Buffet. This establishment offered affordable self-service dining at a cost of $69 per person, allowing for a 90-minute feast, with a variety of grilled meats, hot pot, fruits, prepared dishes, and desserts. It was particularly suited for university students with hearty appetites who sought satisfaction in simple pleasures. However, at the restaurant's entrance, a woman adorned in a delicate white lace chiffon top paired with a high-quality black pleated skirt and striking black tights stood out remarkably among the casual clientele, who were clad in leisure pants and t-shirts. Her high-heeled black ankle boots and elegantly styled deep brown hair, cascading down her back, further accentuated her presence. A petite handbag, emblematic of her noble demeanor, was gracefully positioned in front of her. This was Jian Shui, accompanied by her 2 assistants. However, Lin An couldn't help but exclaim, Miss Jian, we are headed to a buffet for one, not attending the birthday banquet of the wealthiest individual in Haiqing. What astonished Lin An even more was that Jian Shui had donned an entirely different outfit just half an hour ago. How was it possible for her to rush from school to the city and change into such an opulent ensemble in such a short span? Miss Jian, at that moment, Yi Meina approached Jian Shui, her expression a mix of amusement and embarrassment. Your attire is so extravagant. It makes me feel ashamed that we are merely dining at a budget buffet. Extravagant? This is simply my very modest daily wear, Jian Shui replied. A true lady of high standing would consider even the cheapest outfit to be worth no less than 10,000 yuan. Your baseline is an unattainable pinnacle for us commoners. Yi Meina retorted, unable to suppress her sarcasm. Jian Shui glanced down at her ensemble, chiffon top, pleated skirt, and tights, all for a mere 15,300 yuan. This certainly did not equate to a single piece costing 10,000. She was no ethereal princess untouched by the world. All right, let us hasten inside to dine. Lingering outside may disrupt the business of others, Yimena suggested, dismissing her earlier concerns as she proceeded into the restaurant. Upon entering, they settled at their reserved table and commenced their meal at the self-serve hot pot and barbecue establishment, one that Lin An had frequented with Rin Ying a few times. Thus, he was familiar with procuring inexpensive frozen meats for grilling. The table hosted 6 individuals, with Jian Shui's 2 assistants standing behind her, refraining from joining the meal. During the initial course of the dining experience, it was primarily Jian Shui and Yimena engaged in conversation, while the 2 male companions and Rin Ying remained relatively quiet. However, as the meal progressed, the 2 boys and Rin Ying eventually participated in the dialogue, showcasing their wit and humor, entertaining the entire gathering. Lin An, on the other hand, remained a passive observer, listening to their exchanges while Jian Shui seemed to disregard his presence entirely, not uttering a word to him. As the meal drew to a close, the group took a half-hour respite in the lounge area before proceeding to the clothing section to shop for Rin Ying. It was at this point that the focus of the 2 boys shifted. Initially, they were evidently there to impress Rin Ying. But after conversing with Jian Shui at the dining table, they appeared to believe they had a chance with her, thus they began to lavish their attention on her instead, scarcely acknowledging Rin Ying. Yet, Jian Shui remained fixated on Rin Ying, imparting her fashion knowledge and assisting her in selecting the most fitting garments. Hardly engaging with the 2 boys, after a leisurely stroll through the commercial district, they successfully acquired 2 suitable dresses for Rin Ying to wear at the beach. Jian Shui even arranged to visit a beauty salon with Rin Ying next time. As the clock approached 4 in the afternoon, Lin An assessed the time and contemplated his departure. All right, our shopping is complete, and today's mission accomplished. However, since we've made the trip to the city, let us indulge a little longer. How about we catch a movie together? Yimena suggested, clapping her hands. Sounds good. A movie would be a nice way to relax after shopping, Lin An agreed, along with the others. They proceeded to the cinema, purchased tickets, and entered the theater, awaiting the film's commencement. Noticing that everyone's attention was fixated on the impending movie, Lin An casually remarked, I'll step out for a moment, but received no response. During this shopping expedition, he had merely been a porter. This suited him perfectly, as he intended to sneak back to school and prepare a grand meal for Yiju. Upon his return, he planned to send Rin Ying a quick message explaining that he had to leave early, thus resolving everything flawlessly. However, as he exited the cinema, a girl in a suit with a high ponytail blocked his path. Shortly thereafter, a curious voice emerged from behind. My ex-husband. Where do you think you're going? The only person who could call him ex-husband was Jian Shui. Turning around, he was greeted by her familiar, flawless smile. Ex-wife. Haunting me again. Chapter 20. Ex-husband and ex-wife can also be friends, right? I just need to use the restroom. I drank too much milk tea, Lin An replied. Having already tagged Jian Shui as a troublesome woman, wishing to distance himself from her. You're lying. The last time you drank anything was at the buffet, Jian Shui said, her beautiful light pink lips adorned with the perfect smile of a highborn lady, having seen through Lin An's ruse. To avoid her, I must sacrifice my dignity, Lin An thought. All right then, I want to go too. Let us go together. Hey, beautiful girls don't go to the restroom. Return my lovely dreams. And besides, we're of different genders. It's not appropriate to go to the restroom together. Though he internally grumbled, Lin An decided to tell the truth. I plan to head back to school. You all can continue shopping. Perfect. I was planning to return as well. Let us go together, Jian Shui declared, resolute in her intention to cling to him. In such a situation, any ordinary boy would undoubtedly think Jian Shui had an interest in him. However, Lin An was acutely aware of his own self-worth. While Jian Shui might harbor a slight fondness for him, it was a far cry from genuine affection. I'll take the subway back, Miss Jian. You wouldn't want to ride the subway. Don't treat me like a pampered princess. I've taken the subway before. The subway gets crowded. You're too beautiful. Someone will take advantage of you. Then you can protect me, my ex-husband. Contemplating the troublesome situations that would arise from actually taking the subway, Lin An conceded. If we're going back together, let us not make a detour. I'll ride back in your car. Jian Shui flashed a victory sign, revealing a radiant smile directed at Lin An. Upon entering Jian Shui's vehicle, Lin An understood the reason for her swift change of attire. Her vehicle was a spacious van, reminiscent of a celebrity's chauffeur-driven car. Inside, aside from a small bed, there were numerous garments, accessories, and cosmetics neatly arranged, along with racks displaying a variety of women's lingerie in different shades and sizes, clearly visible. He inadvertently caught sight of this detail, causing his mind to momentarily wander and his cheeks to flush. Suddenly, Jian Shui'er burst into laughter. Ex-husband, I thought you were quite experienced with women. But it seems you are merely a naive boy. Lin An recognized that Jian Shui'er had discovered his embarrassment upon seeing the lingerie, yet he did not feel humiliated. I've mentioned before that my experience with women is quite limited. Encountering such sensitive situations for the first time is entirely natural. After all, I am a normal male. Does that imply you engage in imaginative thinking? What imaginative thinking? Lin An was bewildered. Jian Shui'er's voice rose. Yet her cheeks quickly turned crimson. Upon seeing the lingerie I have hanging, you envision me wearing it, and then your left hand. As she contemplated the words she was about to utter, Jian Shui'er's face flushed not just with embarrassment, but also with heat, and she lowered her head in silence. Observing her reaction, Lin An couldn't help but smile in triumph. You call me a naive boy, yet you're just as innocent, pretending to be a mature adult. My experience with men is also limited. Feeling shy is perfectly reasonable. Jian Shui'er raised her head, her eyes filled with surrender. Then you should interact more with boys to gain experience. This is indeed an ongoing situation. You may have miscalculated by seeking me out. Two individuals with no romantic experience coming together will yield nothing but a shared lack of experience. Is this not precisely what I desire? Lin An fell into silence, as the atmosphere resembled that of flirtatious high school students. After a moment of quietude, Jian Shui'er gently glided her fingers through her lustrous hair and continued. I understand that if I were to date a boy with abundant romantic experience, I would be led like a lamb to the slaughter, losing all sense of self. Thus, when seeking a boyfriend, I must find someone equally inexperienced in love. Lin An remained reticent, concerned that further engagement with Jian Shui'er would render the ambience once more suggestive. The subsequent journey was marked by mutual silence until they were 27 minutes away from the university's northern gate. Lin An turned to the driver, saying, Please let me off at the Wanjiahi supermarket. What do you need to do at the supermarket? Jian Shui'er inquired curiously. Purchase some ingredients, Lin An replied casually. Jian Shui'er brightened. You can cook. How wonderful. A boy who can cook certainly enhances his romantic appeal. I learned to cook not to woo anyone, but to earn a living, Lin An stated. Are the ingredients you buy for making money then? Are you working somewhere? I would love to sample your cooking. I'm not working somewhere. Lin An suddenly recalled that his relationship with Yi Ju remained a secret. Jian Shui'er was a troublesome woman. Revealing it to her could lead to complications. What is it? Jian Shui'er pressed. Lin An, quick-witted, fabricated an explanation. I'm babysitting for someone. I agreed to prepare their dinner for a while. Oh, then I want to join. At this point, the car had arrived at the supermarket entrance. Lin An spoke in a casual tone. I'm babysitting a male teacher. He injured himself while playing football and asked me to care for him for a period. His home is quite messy, not suitable for someone as tidy as you to accompany me. Really? Jian Shui'er's enchanting eyes locked onto Lin An's. Indeed. I must go now. Lin An averted his gaze to avoid her stare. Jian Shui'er blocked his path. Why do you specify male teacher? Are you trying to hide something? Your perception is quite acute. Lin An replied, shaking his head. I merely spoke the truth. Really? Jian Shui'er scrutinized Lin An's eyes again. Yes, I truly need to buy groceries. Lin An once more averted his gaze. I'll go along too. Jian Shui'er followed him into the supermarket. After a moment of irritation, Lin An said, Jian classmate, your current behavior borders on harassment. Even if you are beautiful, the law will not protect you. It's not harassment since you are my ex-husband. Could you refrain from calling me that? Then should I call you husband? No, just stick with ex-husband. Wonderful. You've finally acknowledged our relationship. Lin An sighed, realizing that unless he confronted Jian Shui'er directly, the trouble would persist. He stopped walking and spoke earnestly. I made it clear last time that being together will not yield a favorable outcome. We should not meet again. What do you want from me? What must I do for you to leave me alone? You're being quite unreasonable. Jian Shui'er pouted her lips, but quickly brightened her smile, saying, It's simple. You're special to me. I wish to be friends, not romantic partners, just platonic friends. Lin An pondered briefly before deciding. All right, as long as you refrain from calling me ex-husband, we can be friends. Thus, they transitioned from ex-spouses to friends, effectively freeing himself from the entanglement of his former wife. Wonderful. We are friends now, Jian Shui'er exclaimed, adding, Since we are friends, let us shop together at the supermarket. Or do you have something to conceal? Is the person you're cooking for your girlfriend? Not a girlfriend. By saying that, you're proving you think of her as a girl. Now I'm even more curious about which girl could be more appealing than me, leading you to abandon me for her. I must see her. Lin An initially intended to decline, but suddenly recalled that Yi Ju's self-destructive tendencies stemmed from a lack of friends. Perhaps having an outgoing girl like Jian Shuier as a friend would offer Yi Ju a glimmer of hope. Lin An nodded in agreement. You may come along. But please do not act rashly. This person's situation is rather unique. Also, she is indeed more attractive than you. Oh, I don't believe that. A pang of jealousy surged within Jian Shuier, intensifying her curiosity about the girl. Chapter 21. Today, I shall vindicate the young lady. You have misjudged the young lady far too deeply. Lin An and Jian Shuier entered the supermarket, spending an hour acquiring the necessary ingredients. On their way back, Jian Shuier spoke incessantly. Literary and cinematic portrayals often depict the character of a young lady as lacking common sense, culinary skills, and emotional intelligence, portraying her as a mere decorative figure. Classic scenes show her incapable of navigating the subway, unfamiliar with coins, easily swept away by impoverished suitors, entirely dependent on her maid for survival. Though my family is not among the wealthiest in the country, we are certainly affluent. Growing up in favorable conditions, I attended expensive international schools, and our household had both maids and butlers. I can be considered a typical young lady. However, I possess extensive life knowledge. I know how to use the subway, recognize currency, and can cook. I am not emotionally inept. The female friends I have from similar backgrounds are quite comparable, if not superior, to the average girl. This is the reality of the young lady archetype. Of course, I do not deny that some women from higher social strata can be quite spoiled. However, Lin An, you have purchased a considerable amount of ingredients. Brace yourself. Today is the day I will vindicate the young lady archetype. I will flawlessly assist you in cooking, proving that young ladies are not merely beautiful vases. Lin An realized that once he dissociated Jian Shuier from the troublesome former wife, engaging with an energetic girl like her could indeed enhance the joy in life. He smiled and nodded at her words. I look forward to your performance. Carrying a substantial amount of ingredients, they returned to the university. Lin An did not head directly to Yi Ju's dormitory. Instead, he changed into his electrician's uniform before proceeding to the expert building where Yi Ju resided. On the way, Lin An explained to Jian Shuier the rationale behind his actions. That person lives in the expert building, which has strict security protocols. We students must register to enter. I can disguise myself as an electrician to gain entry, but if you wish to enter, I am at a loss. Don't worry about me. I have some renown at Haida, so entering the expert building doesn't even require registration. However, you need to disguise yourself as an electrician to meet that girl. I'm even more curious about who she is. Please tell me her name in advance. You'll find out when we meet. Lin An had no intention of revealing her identity beforehand. Upon arriving at the expert building, he used his electrician identity to gain access, and then took the elevator to the 12th floor. Meanwhile, Jian Shuier, who typically only needed to show her face to gain entry, was merely glanced at by the security staff, who let her pass without question. It was clear that Jian Shuier was not merely famous at school. After a brief elevator ride and a short walk down the corridor, Lin An reached room 1203. However, after ringing the doorbell for several minutes, he still did not see Yi Ju answer. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "Wait for me here for a few minutes. I'll go in and open the door." With that, Lin An headed to room 1202, planning to take the balcony route. Upon reaching the balcony, as he prepared to jump over, he noticed Jian Shuier had followed him. He smiled slightly and leaped to the opposite balcony, saying, "You wait by the front door? I'll come and let you in." Jian Shuier did not immediately return to the door of 1203. Instead, she eyed the distance between the balconies of 1202 and 1203 and clapped her hands. When her tall ponytail assistant appeared from behind, she asked, "If it were you, would you be able to jump over so easily?" The assistant with a high ponytail calculated the distance between two balconies, stating, "The distance is merely 15 meters. Typically, a young man could easily leap across. However, considering we are on the 12th floor and the width of each balcony is only a few centimeters, with a roof overhead on the opposite side, even I could not make such a bold jump." Jian Shuier approached the balcony's edge and peered down, a wave of dizziness washing over her. The height of the 12th floor was no trifling matter. Yet, she suddenly smiled softly. "My ex-husband is even more extraordinary than I anticipated." Meanwhile, Lin An entered the hall through the glass door of the balcony. Upon seeing Yi Ju on the sofa with her long, dark hair cascading down, wearing an oversized white chiffon blouse, and her fair feet perched on the sofa, chin resting on her knees as she engrossed herself in a book, he realized her appearance mirrored that of the previous day. Shifting his gaze, he noted the title of the book, The Rose of Versailles. "I apologize for ringing the bell for several minutes without you answering, so I entered through the balcony," Lin An remarked. He hesitated to disrupt the enchanting scene of the beautiful girl lost in her reading, but felt compelled to break the silence now that he was in the hall. Yiju's expression remained neutral as she calmly set her book aside and reached for a notebook, writing, "I have waited for you all day." Observing Yiju's unchanged attire, Lin An pondered whether her waiting truly meant she had been in the hall all day. He considered inquiring about her situation but decided against it, instead saying, "I apologize for the wait. I ordered a bit more food today, so I asked a friend to help with the cooking. Would you mind if I brought an additional friend?" "No, I enjoy lively company," Yiju responded promptly, though her expression remained impassive. With her consent, Lin An opened the door to find Jean Shuer at the entrance and reminded her, "That person has a rather unique personality. If she behaves strangely, please be understanding." "Understood. I know how to maintain decorum," Jean Shuer replied. As they entered the room, Yiju resumed her previous position, reading on the sofa. Upon seeing the room's owner, Jean Shuer clutched Lin An's clothing, her voice low. "Yiju, why is it Yiju?" Lin An worried that Yiju might overhear this exchange and gently pulled Jean Shuer toward the hall, saying, "What issue could there possibly be with Yiju? Although I lied about cooking for an injured male teacher, Yiju is also a wounded soul." Jean Shuer hesitated before responding. "I advise you to avoid forming any connection with Yiju." "Why?" Lin An inquired. "I don't know the specifics. I only overheard my family mention it," she explained. Since it was merely hearsay, Lin An preferred to trust his own judgment. Returning to the hall, he addressed Yiju. "I have prepared 8 dishes, which should take about an hour. Please bear with me a little longer." "I have no issue waiting for you," she replied. "All right, I will go prepare the meal now," Lin An said as he entered the kitchen. After Jean Shuer greeted Yiju, she followed Lin An into the kitchen, exclaiming, "Chef, the moment has arrived for me to vindicate the young lady. Please instruct me on what to do. We will be making 8 dishes today, including stews and curry." Lin An directed. "I use a lot of onions, so please sauté some and set them aside." "Understood, leave it to me," Jean Shuer replied enthusiastically as she began her tasks. Lin An heard the clatter of kitchen utensils and the sound of the exhaust fan activating behind him. He realized that the world had greatly misunderstood the young lady's culinary skills. It was often said that she was inept in the kitchen, yet Jean Shuer seemed to handle it quite well. Turning to praise Jean Shuer, Lin An was taken aback by the sight before him. Jean Shuer was stirring the finely chopped onions mixed with cooking oil with a wooden spatula, muttering to herself, "Why won't they cook? Is this how you vindicate the young lady?" Lin An thought to himself. "The reason they aren't cooking is that you're stirring them directly on the induction cooker without a pan. You don't even know that you need to use a pan to stir fry. Your actions only serve to reinforce the notion that the young lady is incompetent." Chapter 22. Yiju, what are you doing? Ultimately, Jean Shuer did vindicate the young lady's role. The vindication was not of a naive, sheltered girl. Jean Shuer's failure to use a pan stemmed from her unfamiliarity with kitchen equipment, mistakenly treating the induction surface as a pan. In reality, she had some culinary knowledge and could indeed sauté onions to perfection. However, there are individuals in this world who are hopelessly inept in the kitchen, yet insist on cooking, which can be infuriating. Jean Shuer was one of those people. After she burned the ingredients for the 3rd time and mistakenly added sugar instead of salt for the 5th time, Lin An could no longer tolerate her antics and expelled her from the kitchen, proceeding to prepare the grand meal alone. Consequently, the efficiency of the cooking process improved dramatically. 62 minutes later, 8 beautifully arranged dishes adorned the table: Italian creamy stew, Chinese stir-fried pork intestines, American-style pan-fried burgers, homemade curry chicken, corn rib soup, candied taro, sautéed water spinach, and poached 3 yellow chicken. Additionally, beverages including cola, Sprite, orange juice, coconut water, and lemon-flavored vitamin C were placed on the table. "Well, the feast is ready. I hope it suits your tastes. Please, dig in," Lin An said with a smile as he seated himself at one end of the dining table. Jean Shuer gazed at the array of enticing dishes, and despite having sampled creations from various top chefs, she couldn't help but swallow hard, exclaiming, "Lin An, your cooking skills are exceptional. The presentation could easily fit in a 3 Michelin star restaurant." Yiju, who spoke little, extended her chopsticks to select a mussel from the creamy stew as Lin An sat down. After savoring it, she then picked up a piece of the vibrant pork intestines, starting with something sweet before moving on to the spicy. Yiju seems to have no particular aversions, Lin An mused, responding to Jean Shuer. "After all, I earn a living from this. One must have some skill. Then I shall begin eating," Jean Shuer declared, quickly picking up her chopsticks and selecting the stir-fried pork intestines as her first bite. Upon tasting it, the texture and rich flavor awakened all her culinary senses. And after swallowing, she exclaimed with delight, "Wonderful. I've always been intrigued by pork offal, but I've never had the chance to try it. This is just as delicious as I imagined." With another mouthful of pork intestines paired with rice, her eyes sparkled. A hint of spiciness makes it even better. It's delicious. Truly delicious. Lin An, your cooking is remarkable. I must hire you as my family chef. Lin An casually ate the curry chicken, rejecting her proposal. I have no aspirations to be a chef, and I certainly do not wish to cook for others. What if I want to eat your cooking? Oh, I have an idea. Let's get married. You can cook at home while I earn a living. It would be a perfect partnership. Lin An choked at her suggestion. This woman wanted him to be a stay-at-home husband. Amidst their playful banter, the three enjoyed a sumptuous dinner. Jian Shui, having overindulged, reclined on the sofa, unable to move. Lin An stood up to clear the table, packing the leftover food for Yi Ju's lunch the following day. At that moment, Yi Ju picked up her notebook and wrote a message for Lin An to read. Thank you for the hospitality. The meal was exquisite, one of the best I have had this year. You have worked hard, and I will take care of the dishes. Please rest. Lin An observed Yi Ju's delicate, unblemished hands, which were clearly in use to household chores. Entrusting her with the cleanup would likely lead to disaster. He smiled, no worries. I volunteered to cook for you, so I should handle the cleanup as well, especially since you have already paid. Paid? Yi Ju asked, confused. To put it simply, it's akin to having prepaid for a service. Lin An would certainly not mention that his daily income while being with Yi Ju reached as high as 3,000. The additional task of washing dishes was merely an insignificant chore. Yi Ju nodded, showing no further curiosity. However, her next action left Lin An astounded. Right before his eyes, Yi Ju grasped the hem of her chiffon top and began to lift it, preparing to remove the garment. In a moment of distraction, half of the chiffon top was already off, revealing her fair, elongated thighs fully within his sight. He could even see further up, but the unexpectedness rendered him completely speechless. His mind a blank slate. Yi Ju, what are you doing? At that moment, Jian Shui sensed something was amiss and exclaimed loudly. This snapped Lin An back to reality, and he instinctively turned away, ceasing his gaze at Yi Ju's exquisite form. After Yi Ju discarded her top and observed Jian Shui's shock, she swiftly wrote a message. I haven't bathed all day. I feel sticky and need to take a shower. You can't undress here to take a shower. There are boys around. Yi Ju disregarded Jian Shui's protests and walked naked towards the bathroom. Fortunately, the bathroom was not in Lin An's line of sight, so he did not see Yi Ju's bare figure in its entirety. Once Yi Ju left, Jian Shui pulled Lin An closer. Her voice raised an inquiry. Tell me, what is your relationship with Yi Ju? You claim to have little experience with women. Yet why does she show no shame in front of you? Have you too progressed to that level? You have deceived me. Lin An was equally perplexed, utterly unprepared for this turn of events. Why would Yi Ju act in such a manner? That was not typical behavior for an ordinary girl. Nevertheless, in response to Jian Shui's questioning, he calmly replied, I have no relationship with Yi Ju. I have only known her for 2 days. I have not deceived you. If that is the case, Yi Ju's actions indicate that she must be accustomed to this behavior. Lin An, you liar. Rational explanations fell flat against an angry woman, so Lin An conceded. Fine, I'm a liar. Is that satisfactory? Jian Shui raised her left hand as if to strike him, but quickly lowered it, her voice turning cold. I detest those who deceive me for no reason. Goodbye. Jian Shui stormed out of the room, leaving Lin An alone. Now I've completely alienated Jian Shui but perhaps that's a blessing in disguise. Lin An had no desire to defend himself. Jian Shui was a source of trouble. He redirected his attention to Yi Ju, contemplating as he swiftly tidied the dishes. Afterwards, he pinned a note in Yi Ju's frequently used notebook. I've cleaned the dishes. There are leftovers in the fridge that you can heat up for lunch tomorrow. Though they are leftovers, they are healthier than convenience store bento. Also, I will come back to cook tomorrow. See you then. Having finished writing, Lin An hurriedly left Yi Ju's house, concerned that she might emerge naked from the shower. He took the elevator back to the first floor, preparing to return to his dormitory. However, as soon as he stepped outside, he was met by the familiar visage of the stunning Jian Shui. She approached him in silence, her high heels clicking against the ground, then lowered her head, saying, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. It's not your fault, it's Yi Ju's issue. I shouldn't have taken my anger out on you. But I'm so hurt. What did I do wrong that made you disregard my feelings? Chapter 23. The girl burdened by fourfold misfortunes, huh? Lin An was bewildered by the unfolding situation. It was evident that Jian Shui had misconstrued his relationship with Yi Ju, and his failure to clarify the misunderstanding meant that, under normal circumstances, their friendship would have capsized, leading to no further interactions. Such narratives are typical in romantic tales. Yet, why did the misunderstanding last only a few minutes before Jian Shui came to apologize and sought to clarify it? I have told you before that I despise men who lie to me for no reason. Seeing Lin An remain silent, Jian Shui explained in a subdued tone. When you mentioned having little experience with women while blushing at the sight of my private areas, I naturally believed you. However, when the elegant and beautiful Yi Ju boldly stripped off her clothes in front of you without a hint of embarrassment, I could only assume that your relationship had progressed to the point of naked encounters, which is not something an ordinary girl would do so nonchalantly in front of a strange boy. Hence, I was angry and thought you were a liar. But then I calmed down and recalled your earlier comments about Yi Ju's unique personality and your request for me to be more understanding. I consulted my friend Hui Hui and discovered that Yi Ju has selective mutism and a fear of men. She is not an ordinary girl, and it is normal for her to behave in such a manner. Yet, you are aware it was a misunderstanding, and when faced with my inquiries, you chose to acknowledge it without explanation, thus hurting my feelings. Lin An, I am so sad right now. What did I do wrong that made you so dismissive of my feelings, especially when I sincerely considered you a friend? Yi Ju not only has selective mutism, but also a fear of men. Lin An's attention was entirely captured by this revelation, prompting him to ask, what exactly happened? That is what I want to ask you. Why did you so easily disregard my goodwill and feelings? I inquired about Yi Ju's selective mutism and fear of men. Both conditions fall within the realm of psychological disorders. Did Yi Ju undergo some unfortunate experiences? Why are you so angry? Jian Shui stamped her foot in frustration. I don't want to deal with you anymore. Goodbye. Lin An did not pursue her, continuing to ponder over Yi Ju's situation. However, Jian Shui soon returned, stomping her foot in anger. If you want to know what is going on, I can tell you. Lin An cast a glance at Jian Shui. I would refuse if there were conditions. Jian Shui's beautiful eyes glimmered with unshed tears. But she quickly donned her familiar perfect smile. There are no conditions, because we are friends, so I will tell you unconditionally. Thank you. I'm tired. Let us sit over there. Lin An and Jian Shui made their way to a bench by the flower bed. Though the seating was somewhat dirty, Lin An did not mind and sat down directly. Jian Shui, still feeling emotional, noticed Lin An sitting on the filthy seat without concern and decided to squat down, perching herself on his lap. However, she merely sat without leaning against him. Don't move. Listen to me talk about Yi Ju. Concerned that Lin An might object to her sitting on his lap and kick her off, Jian Shui quickly got to the point. Yi Ju's family. The Yi family is a prestigious educational lineage in East China, with leaders from many renowned schools hailing from the Yi family. Yi Ju is the daughter of the current head of the Yi family's younger brother. She experienced some events in her childhood that led to her developing selective mutism and a fear of men. She is unable to speak, and being in close proximity to men causes her to have difficulty breathing. Physical contact with men, even family members, can trigger allergic reactions, resulting in rashes. Therefore, Yi Ju has lived independently from a young age, which has made her personality somewhat unique. Oh, by the way, the events from her childhood were not related to kidnapping or violence. I don't know the specifics. Her selective mutism explains Yi Ju's aloof demeanor, while her fear of men clarifies why she has had minimal contact with them. And it also accounts for why her bodyguards are so averse to male contact with Yi Ju. However, I have been in close proximity to Yi Ju multiple times. Why didn't she exhibit fear or break out in rashes? You're wondering why Yi Ju, who has a fear of men, seems unafraid of you? I don't know. I don't find Yi Ju's personality particularly unique. I merely see her as a scheming girl, doing things to allure men. Jealousy can make a girl ugly, Lin An murmured. Then, he inquired, how long do you plan to sit on my lap? Do you realize that if other students see this, I'll become a target for male animosity, facing condemnation from all the boys in school? In a moment of impulsiveness, Jian Shui had sat on Lin An's lap, but now she was acutely aware of how inappropriate her actions were. Yet, Lin An's words ignited her rebellious spirit, and she leaned against him, declaring, that is perfect. I want to appear intimate, leading other boys to misunderstand and thereby help me vent my frustrations. Lin An was uncertain about what had angered Jian Shui, yet he chose to comply with her feelings at that moment. Otherwise, the situation would only become more troublesome. However, Jian Shui, relying on mere 8 seconds, suddenly leapt up and fled like a startled rabbit. Only Lin An remained, still enveloped in her sweet fragrance. He did not linger by the flower bed, and instead made his way back to the dormitory. Upon returning and taking a seat, Qi Yang affectionately leaned over and said, Shaoan, I have brand new information about Yi Ju. Guaranteed you haven't grasped this yet. Lin An, still preoccupied with thoughts of Yi Ju, quickly inquired, what information? Speak quickly. I knew you would be interested. Qi Yang replied without hesitation, from the sister of a friend, who learned from her teacher. I discovered that Yiju not only suffers from aphasia, but also has a phobia of men. Upon contact with the male gender, she experiences allergic reactions. Thus, her attendance at an all-girls school during high school was due to renting an apartment outside, and it's rumored that her relationship with her family is rather strained. Her introverted personality is likely the reason behind her aloof and proud demeanor. Is that so? Lin An nodded, having already gleaned this information from elsewhere. Your reactions suggest you were already aware. Chi-Yang leaned closer, sniffing Lin An's shoulder. Then, as if discovering a new continent, exclaimed, Lin An, you reek of the fragrance of beautiful women, and not just one. You were with Yiju today, right? You must have learned this piece of information from her. But it doesn't add up. How could Yiju, with her fear of men, be comfortable around you? Lin An remained silent, equally puzzled by his unique circumstance. Forget it for now. I have a piece of information you certainly haven't uncovered. After a brief pause, Chi-Yang continued, Yiju's cold and proud demeanor, while ostensibly a result of her aphasia and fear of men, leads me to believe she is also afflicted with emotional detachment. Unable to adequately comprehend human emotions, a true 3-0 girl. At this revelation, Lin An instinctively nodded in agreement. If Yiju indeed suffered from emotional detachment, her previous peculiarities, such as the lack of expression in her eyes or her ability to undress before him without embarrassment, could be explained. Yet, the combination of aphasia, fear of men, emotional detachment, and tendencies towards self-harm and suicide created a tragic portrait of a girl burdened by fourfold misfortune. Hey, Yiju, you are far too unfortunate. Chapter 24. How to save the 3-0 girl. The 3-0 girl refers to someone taciturn and expressionless, devoid of visible sadness or joy, and incapable of understanding emotions, essentially lacking any emotional heart. Yiju, afflicted with aphasia, fulfills the criteria of being taciturn. Her face is perpetually cold, rarely smiling or crying. The one time she did smile was mechanical at best, fitting the standard of expressionlessness. When a strange boy entered her room through the balcony, she displayed no typical fear, and when boys were present, she disrobed without the slightest hint of shame. Even if she were not entirely unable to comprehend emotions, she certainly falls into the category of emotionally detached girls. Lin An was now convinced of Yiju's emotional detachment. Upon this realization, a wave of unease flooded his mind as the system revealed his future life trajectory. The first line read, encounter your destined first love, only to miss each other by chance. Yiju was indeed his first love. After meeting her, Lin An recognized that her appearance, attire, demeanor, and talent perfectly aligned with his ideal of first love. Initially, he had perceived Yiju as a goddess of the piano, cold yet adored by all. Now, understanding the truth, he realized she was a girl burdened by the unfortunate combination of aphasia, fear of men, emotional detachment, and tendencies towards self-harm and suicide. Moreover, her inclination towards self-harm and suicide was likely a result of the previous 3 misfortunes compounding upon her. If the future were to remain unchanged, he would likely have the power to alleviate Yiju's suffering. Yet, knowing the future in advance, he pondered whether inaction would lead to a different outcome. Would Yiju ultimately succumb to the weight of her compounded misfortunes? For instance, had he not intruded upon her room that day, would she have already ended her life by wrist-cutting? Realizing the gravity of the situation, he found himself with little choice left. I have a friend. Lin An lowered his voice to Chi-Yang. She suffers from aphasia, fear of men, and emotional detachment. These compounded misfortunes have led her to despair and consider taking her own life. I wish to ask, what can be done to save her? With little room for choice, and even for the sake of achieving financial freedom, Yiju must survive. Yet, Lin An currently had no means to save her, and thus sought the advice of the experienced Chi-Yang. Yiju has tendencies towards self-harm. Chi-Yang paused in surprise, but soon nodded in understanding, saying, these 3 misfortunes are essentially psychological illnesses, not inherently formed, but rather resulting from later psychological shadows. To rescue her, I believe there are 2 paths: to rebuild her confidence in life, or to completely sever ties with the past. Completely severing ties with the past is difficult, Lin An replied gravely. Indeed, Chi-Yang affirmed, if it were that easy to leave the past behind, the 3 misfortunes would not exist. Moreover, delving into the dark past can easily lead one to succumb to the pain once more, choosing self-destruction. To completely sever ties with the past is the best way to be reborn, yet it is also the most challenging. Then there is only the path of rebuilding confidence in life, Lin An murmured. Yes, while re-establishing confidence in life is also quite challenging, it is ultimately safer. However, I cannot provide precise suggestions on how to achieve this. That is sufficient, thank you. Lin An began to formulate corresponding plans in his mind. The following day, The entire 140-member international trade major embarked on a collective beach barbecue outing. They departed by bus at 8 a.m. Lin An sat in the back row of the bus alongside Zhou Haidong, unnoticed by others. The class leader, Xiao Xiang, and the second-in-command, Qiang, animatedly engaged the front of the bus. Upon reaching the beach, Xiao Xiang began to organize tasks, assigning Lin into the charcoal group, responsible for supplying the coals. At 9:40 a.m., with an hour and a half until lunch preparations began, the boys and girls of the class commenced their seaside frolics. While most played in the water, Lin An and Zhou Haidong remained in the tent area, engrossed in their phones. Suddenly, a chorus of astonished voices erupted among the boys. Following their gaze, Lin An spotted Yi Meina and Rin Yingying, who had changed into their beach attire. Yi Meina, embodying the spirit of a city girl, donned a daring black bikini that revealed ample skin, drawing the attention of the boys. Rin Yingying, in contrast, wore a conservative orange dress, which, despite only exposing her thighs, captivated far more attention with her innocent appearance than Yi Meina. The boys quickly surrounded the two, inviting them to splash in the water. Lin An merely glanced at the scene before returning to his phone. As mealtime approached, he focused solely on maintaining the charcoal, not engaging in any other activities. The others did not seem to mind him, and the team-building event progressed joyfully. At 1 p.m., after lunch and a brief rest, various beach games commenced. Lin An participated as an ordinary member, neither standing out nor lagging behind, blending into the background as an unremarkable male university student. This was precisely the university life he desired. He felt grateful that Jian Shuier had not come to disrupt the day, otherwise his ordinary existence as a male university student would have been thrown into chaos. At 4 p.m., it was once again free time. The attention-seeking students continued to showcase their youth by the beach, while Lin An remained in the tent, scrolling through his phone, searching for ways to save the 3-no girl. At that moment, Zhou Haidong stretched and remarked, "I'm so bored. When will this team building end? I want to return and pursue my sister." "Can I ask you something?" Lin An spoke up. "What is it?" "If it's about the real world, don't bother. I have no interest in those matters," Zhou Haidong yawned. In a world of 2 dimensions, should a girl devoid of identity lose hope in life and contemplate suicide, what actions should the male protagonist undertake to rescue her? "Love. Of course," Zhou Haidong promptly replied. "When a girl has lost all hope and wishes to end her life, the male lead must rise to the occasion to save her. Regardless of the method employed, it ultimately boils down to love being the salvaging force that redeems her. This is a fundamental trope within romantic games. However, a question arises. If the girl cannot comprehend emotions, how can she possibly engage in a romantic relationship with the male protagonist? Such is the perspective of the uninitiated," Zhou Haidong confidently asserted. "It is precisely because she lacks an identity that she yearns for love. Her inability to grasp emotions makes love the very vessel through which she can experience them. Love possesses the extraordinary power to awaken feelings." Lin An suddenly recalled having searched for the book Versailles Rose, which Yi Ju had read, initially mistaking it for a French classic akin to The Hunchback of Notre Dame. Only later did he discover it was a tale of youthful romance. In light of Zhou Haidong's words, if one wishes to help Yi Ju overcome her past psychological shadows and rebuild her confidence for the future, perhaps love truly is a viable solution. In the tapestry of their future lives, he might indeed rely on love to restore Yi Ju's emotional normalcy. Otherwise, a person devoid of feelings cannot become a cherished first love destined to be missed. Hence, to save Yi Ju, the most effective method would be to engage in a romantic relationship with her. This aligns perfectly with the task mandated by the system. This should be the best course of action. Chapter 25, Versailles Rose and Love Notes. At 6 o'clock in the evening, just before nightfall, students from the International Trade Program boarded a bus to return to campus. Their beach barbecue team-building event had concluded. The next major event for their program would be the freshman party at the end of the month, just before the holiday. The International Trade Program would present a theatrical performance. This event held no significance for Lin An, as the main characters were Xiao Xiang and Rin Yingying. Upon entering the bus, Lin An continued to walk towards the rear, seated inconspicuously as an ordinary male university student. Yet, whether by intention or coincidence, Rin Yingying and Yi Meina, the 2 female students who had attracted the most attention from the boys today, occupied the seats right in front of him. They had enjoyed themselves thoroughly that day, with Li Bin and Jin Zongxiang proving to be quite entertaining. Indeed, Li Bin shared a wealth of knowledge about the beach with me, and partnering with him for beach volleyball had led them to victory. The two conversed freely, their voices unrestrained, allowing Lin An to overhear their discussion in its entirety. Li Bin had even invited her to join him again at the beach, as his family owned a villa by the sea. Should she accept the invitation? Ah, Ying, the implications of this invitation are quite adult. You should consider carefully before agreeing. She teased. Hey, Rin Ying turned to Lin An. Li Bin has invited me to go to the beach again. Should I agree? Li Bin was the charming rich heir of their program, somewhat of a flirt, yet of good character. Lin An, still preoccupied with thoughts of Yiju, replied casually. I cannot make that decision for you. I want to accept. I had a great time playing beach volleyball with Li Bin. I really like his gentlemanly demeanor. Then you should agree, Lin An responded nonchalantly. I said I have a good impression of Li Bin and want to accept his invitation to the beach villa. Just the two of us. If you have a good impression, then go for it. You don't mind? We're merely classmates. Why should I mind? Then I accept. Don't regret it. Rin Ying turned back, her voice tinged with girlish excitement. Observing the odd atmosphere between them, Yi Mena interjected quickly. Ying, when high school students of the opposite sex go out alone, it might simply mean friendship. But for university students, if an experienced boy invites a girl to go out alone, it often signifies consent. What consent? It implies agreement to a more intimate encounter. Rin Ying felt the logic was flawed. I merely agreed to go out with someone alone. How could that imply consent? That's absurd. The specific explanation was convoluted. Such unspoken rules exist in adult interactions. Of course, this does not apply to every situation, but if you agree, Li Bin might interpret it as having that intention. If you end up alone in the villa and suddenly express that you do not mean that, I cannot guarantee he won't act out of line. If he dares, I'll report him. In the event of an unfortunate outcome, whether or not one reports it, it is ultimately the woman who bears the brunt. Such occurrences, however, have become a mutual benefit for both sexes. Rin Ying fell silent. She had intended to provoke Lin An and make him anxious, never anticipating that she might place herself in jeopardy. Listening to Yi Mena's words, Lin An recognized her depth of romantic experience. Contemplating Yi Ju's situation, he stood up and lowered his voice to Yi Mena. I want to ask you something. Does love genuinely possess the power to transform a person? Absolutely. Yi Mena affirmed with conviction. Love is perhaps the most beautiful thing in the world. For those in love, the universe shrinks to just the two of them. And the transformative power of deep affection is frequently witnessed. Does that include allowing someone with muted emotions to develop profound feelings? I believe so, Yi Mena responded instantly. If a person with shallow emotions comprehends love, they essentially grasp all other emotions, allowing them to experience profound feelings. What about you, Lin An? Are you considering falling in love? With this statement, Lin An made his decision. The way to help Yiju emerge from her past shadows and rebuild her confidence in life would be through love. After an hour and a half of travel, everyone returned to the university. The first thing Lin An did upon disembarking was to ride a shared bicycle to the supermarket. He had promised to prepare dinner for Yiju, and he would not let her down. Upon arriving, Rin Ying, who had initially intended to speak with Lin An, saw him hurriedly leaving and pouted in frustration. Observing this scene, Yi Mena felt pity for Rin Ying. It was clear she did not harbor feelings for Lin and yet still sought to bind him. Her earlier discussion about Li Bin was merely to provoke Lin An. The issue was that Lin An did not seem to have any feelings for Rin Ying and was therefore unfazed. Rin Ying's actions appeared to her as self-inflicted mockery. After purchasing 2 simple dishes from the supermarket, Lin An hurried to Yiju's home. He arrived at her doorstep at precisely 7:56 p.m. and rang the doorbell. This time, unlike previous occasions, the door opened after just a few seconds of pressing the bell. Lin An was astonished to discover that Yiju had learned to open the door, but it was Jian Shui'er who greeted him. I knew you would come, Jian Shui'er said, her expression betraying her hidden thoughts. You cooked for Yiju yesterday, so of course, you would return today. No matter that your program had a team-building event, you would rush over once it concluded, regardless of how late it was. Yiju's emotional boundaries are not normal. She wouldn't open the door for you, so I came early to let you in. After briefly piecing together the situation, Lin An replied, So, you plan to come over just for the food? What do you mean just for the food? Hey, your reaction is rather strange. Shouldn't you be incredibly grateful for my consideration? I would be grateful for timely assistance, but I find your efforts quite bothersome. Faint. Jian Shui'er collapsed to the ground, her fingers gliding over her under-eye bags like green onions. I am so pitiful. I spent all day thinking of ways to apologize, only to be dismissed. Do you have any idea how much effort I put into gaining access to Yiju's room? All right, Lin An extended his hand towards Jian Shui'er. I will accept your goodwill. Have you had dinner? The amount I bought is quite substantial. I can add another pair of chopsticks for you. I got it. Jian Shui'er grasped Lin An's hand and stood up again, her face radiating a bright smile. Lin An, you're the type who feels awkward expressing gratitude, using rough words to mask your shyness. You're truly the quintessential tsundere. I should just toss you from the 12th floor. Before dying, I would be delighted to be princess carried by you. Lin An found himself bested by Jian Shui'er. After this brief interlude, he entered the living room. Inside, Yi Ju was clad in a white nightgown, reclining on the sofa, engrossed in a book titled Versailles Rose. Beside her lay two books, The Count of Monte Cristo and Love Notes. Lin An greeted her and, sensing the opportune moment, inquired, Yi, the book you've been reading these days, The Rose of Versailles, relates to love, and the one next to you, Love Notes, also pertains to romance. Are you quite interested in love? Chapter 26. Love, love, love. I am indeed fascinated by love, fascinated by love, fascinated by love. The words Lin An had just spoken echoed incessantly in Jian Shui's mind, her luscious red lips unconsciously bitten by her pearly white teeth. The voice of reason in her head protested. As the principal pianist of Haida University, you should possess lofty artistic aspirations and be indifferent to the whims of infatuated youths. Lin An's question, therefore, seemed redundant. Lin An, however, remained undeterred by Jian Shui'er's comments, fixated on awaiting Yi Ju's response. Yi Ju's cold gaze betrayed no emotion. After a brief moment, she inscribed on her notebook, I fail to comprehend why love is an eternal theme for humanity. Regardless of the subject, literary works invariably incorporate romance. Is love truly as beautiful as it is portrayed? What does the feeling of being in love actually entail? Lin An concluded by stating this. You indicate an interest in love, don't you? I do not know, Yi Ju replied, her response emblematic of a girl devoid of emotional engagement. Lin An pondered for a moment before asking, do you harbor thoughts of love yourself? Your intention is rather obvious. Jian Shui'er felt a surge of anxiety. She feared that if Yi Ju admitted to such thoughts, Lin An might promptly suggest they embark on a romantic relationship. Although she and Lin An were not in a romantic relationship, merely engaging in playful banter about being ex-spouses, she found herself intrigued by him. Yet still far from experiencing any romantic affection. The mere thought of Lin An courting Yi Ju filled her with an indescribable vexation. In truth, she felt no right to be troubled. As a mature adult, her frustrations seemed petty. Yet, impulsively, her words escaped her lips. If you wish to pursue love, I will assist you. No need to thank me, for we are friends. I do not know, Yi Ju reiterated. Ah, I see. Lin An shifted his line of questioning. Do you feel anything amiss with your current situation? Do you wish to change it? Oh no, forgive me, disregard that. Lin An chastised himself for posing such a foolish question. If Yi Ju were content with her circumstances, she would not exhibit tendencies towards self-harm or suicidal thoughts. He worried that his inquiry might reignite her disdain for her situation, potentially leading her down a dark path again. Yes, Yi Ju unemotionally wrote down those two words. I believe I can assist you, Lin An pressed on. I, too, will help you, for we are friends, and I will certainly aid you, Jian Shui'er insisted, eager to align herself with Lin An's intentions. How do you plan to help me? Yi Ju asked. Lin An glanced at the love notes beside her, then back to Yi Ju, whose expression was devoid of warmth or emotion, and stated, I believe that love can help you transform your current circumstances. Huh. Jian Shui'er, reacting before her thoughts could catch up, took hold of Lin An's hand and pulled him toward the kitchen. I am hungry. A starving body clouds the mind. Let us eat first before delving into complex matters. Lin An, you shall cook. Jian Shui'er found it perplexing that she felt compelled to take such actions. She was certain her feelings for Lin An had not yet developed into a romantic inclination. However, the notion of Lin An potentially dating Yi Ju was an unbearable thought, one she instinctively sought to thwart. Yet, she found herself at a loss for how to impede this development, and thus resorted to stalling for time. Indeed, Lin An checked the time. It was already 8:10 p.m., and neither Yi nor Jian Shui'er had dined yet. It was high time to prepare a meal. In the kitchen, Lin An donned an apron and entered cooking mode. In half an hour, he prepared 3 dishes and a soup, crispy fried pork, stir-fried bell peppers with meat, and a simple vegetable stir-fry accompanied by tomato and egg soup. At the dining table, Jian Shui'er had already set the table. Once the dishes were served, she eagerly picked up a piece of golden crispy pork and, after savoring it, exclaimed, delicious. Lin An, your culinary skills align perfectly with my palate. Lin An was surprised to discover Jian Shui'er's honesty. She had indeed refrained from eating dinner in order to wait for him. Yet, his surprise was fleeting, and he casually replied, firstly, culinary skills are not merely about taste, but rather about learning. Secondly, my cooking is not particularly special. Anyone who tries it would commend it. How serious you are. Yet, I prefer earnest boys over those who are flippant, Jian Shui'er retorted, grabbing a piece of stir-fried meat with bell peppers. Satisfied as she swallowed it down. You can't survive on meat alone, You should also have some vegetables. Lin An placed a piece of bell pepper onto Jian Shui's plate. Hey, you're worse than my mother. Even she doesn't force me to eat bell peppers at home. Your mother indulges you too much. I shall correct your poor eating habits. This is table bullying. This is table etiquette. It is basic courtesy not to leave leftover rice. Alright, I understand, but oh. Look outside, there's a UFO. Jian Shui clandestinely attempted to return the bell pepper to her plate. Please, refrain from such childish antics. How old are you? Lin An scolded, focusing solely on her. Exhibiting childlike innocence is the secret to maintaining vitality, Lin An. That is nonsense, and you're only 18. Lin An did not force Jian Shui to eat the bell pepper, consuming most of it himself. As they chatted, dinner concluded. Lin An once again took the initiative to wash the dishes, though the encounter lacked the suggestive tension of the previous day. After finishing the meal and tidying up, Lin An returned to the living room, intending to revisit the earlier conversation with Yiju. I know. Jian Shui suddenly clapped her hands. What do you know? Lin An inquired, perplexed. Jian Shui seated herself beside Yiju, her slender fingers animatedly gesturing, and asked, Yiju, you are interested in love, correct? Yiju nodded, her robotic expression unchanged. Jian Shui turned to Lin An. Lin An, you intend to help Yiju comprehend love, right? That is indeed my intention. Lin An affirmed with a nod. Then it's simple. Jian Shui clapped her hands again, her rose-colored lips moving rapidly. I have applied for a clubroom through the student council. Initially, I planned to establish a beauty and fashion club, and it was nearly ready. But now that we know Yiju is interested in love, and you, Lin An, are willing to assist her in understanding it, as your mutual friend, I must wholeheartedly support you both. So, Lin An remained puzzled by Jian Shui's implications. So, Jian Shui stood up excitedly, her voice ringing out, let us establish a brand new club, to be named the Love Research Society. The club's focus will be to study love, enabling Yiju, as our president, to grasp the specific emotions associated with romance. Chapter 27. The Love Research Society throughout the cooking process. Jian Shui grappled with a single troubling thought. It appeared that Yiju struggled with emotional comprehension, unable to grasp the essence of love. Lin An sought to aid Yiju in understanding romance, and the solution seemed apparent. He would pursue a romantic relationship with her. Jian Shui recognized her position as merely a friend to Lin An and acknowledged that she had yet to reach a level of affection for him. She felt neither qualified nor justified in obstructing his intentions toward Yiju. Yet, an undercurrent of frustration and anxiety compelled her to devise ways to thwart this endeavor. After mulling it over for an extended period, she suddenly had an epiphany. Since Yiju desired to comprehend love and Lin An wished to assist her, the root of the issue was indeed love itself. Why not establish a club dedicated to the study of romance? This way, Yiju could observe others in love, or perhaps even engage in romantic interactions with someone other than Lin An, thereby achieving the desired understanding. In any case, Yiju is not necessarily bound to fall in love with Lin An. If Lin An insists on pursuing Yiju, it can be achieved within the club. She indeed played her cards wisely, but did not harm anyone in the process, a flawless strategy. Now, it is merely a matter of observing the reactions of Lin An and Yiju. Jian Shui eagerly gazed at the two, awaiting their responses. The Love Research Society aims to study romance, with the ultimate goal of helping President Yiju comprehend love. After some contemplation, Lin An nodded. I believe this is feasible. His intention is to help Yiju understand love, thereby restoring her emotional capacity to live like a normal person. Although there is no concrete plan yet, the idea is to first familiarize Yiju with the concept of love before she embarks on her own romantic journey. Jian Shui's proposal aligns perfectly with his plan, and he has no objections. Now, the only one left to respond is Yiju. Jian Shui, with her strikingly beautiful eyes, fixed her gaze on Yiju, eagerly awaiting her answer. Yiju blinked, her expression still devoid of any visible emotion. After a brief moment, she picked up a pen and wrote, I have no objections. But will this not trouble you too much? Trouble? Not at all. When a friend is in need, helping them wholeheartedly is what friends do. Jian Shui replied, her voice bright. As long as Yiju has no objections, I am more than willing to participate. As for any inconvenience, it pales in comparison to the potential benefits. Lin An has a daily task of spending 30 minutes with Yiju. Completing this task solely by cooking for her at her place is not a reliable approach. Engaging in various club activities would be far more prudent. I have no objections, Yiju wrote succinctly, her face remaining expressionless. Fantastic, Jian Shui exclaimed with delight. Pointing at the two, today marks the establishment of the Love Research Society at Haicheng University. President Yi Ju will serve as our esteemed spiritual leader, while I, as the vice president, will orchestrate the operations, and Lin An will take on various supporting roles. Wait a moment, Lin An interjected, sensing something amiss. I understand President Yi Ju, and I agree with your role as vice president, but why am I relegated to a supporting role? As a founding member of the society, I should at least be considered a committee member. Our Love Research Society is an elite organization and will not accept just anyone. For the foreseeable future, you are the only male member. Hence, the responsibilities typically reserved for boys will fall to you. Lin An comprehended this was in consideration of Yi Ju's fear of men and nodded. I have no objections. Supporting roles are my forte. Jian Shuier, still brimming with excitement, continued. The organizational structure is established. I will have Hui print 10,000 business cards for us. Next, we must discuss the crucial activities of the society. How can we help our esteemed president understand love? Oh, and we need to establish some rules. The first rule, no romantic relationships within the society. Office romances are strictly prohibited, she added, momentarily flustered, unsure of her own thoughts. However, Lin An, observing Jian Shuiyer's enthusiasm, understood her eagerness to help Yi Ju create the Love Research Society stemmed from her own desire to stir things up. But that was fine, as long as it did not interfere with his financial pursuits. As for how to help Yi Ju comprehend love, Lin An had already contemplated this matter and stated, the most direct and effective method for Yi Ju to understand love is to experience it herself. However, this may be too daunting for her, so we must first help her grasp the concept of love. We can illustrate this through the experiences of others. And once Yi Ju has a basic understanding of romantic sentiments, she can then pursue her own relationship. Lin An is indeed using this opportunity for personal gain. On the surface, he seeks to aid Yi Ju in understanding love, but in reality, he wishes to cultivate a romance with her through this process. Thankfully, I recognized this early on. Relationships between members must be prohibited, strictly prohibited. Jian Shuier concluded in her mind. So what should we do next? Should we find a couple to observe? She asked. That would be a later step. I believe we should first watch more romantic works to clarify our questions about love, and then proceed to observe a couple in love. I see this as 3 distinct steps, Lin An explained. The first step is to watch romantic-themed works and hold regular discussions on them. The second step is to observe a couple or to facilitate a budding romance between 2 individuals with mutual feelings until they confess their affections, which we can then study as a case for our research on romantic emotions. The final step will be Yi Ju engaging in her own romantic relationship, and we will consider the method of implementation at that time. The discussion on romantic works might be a bit tedious, but facilitating a couple with mutual feelings sounds intriguing. Lin An, your proposal is excellent. The teacher rewards you with a little red flower, Jian Shuier said, smiling as she ruffled Lin An's hair. Don't treat me like a child. You're not a kindergarten teacher. Lin An retorted, shaking his head in annoyance. Oh, come now. This is the adult version of a little red flower. What do you mean by adult version? Jian Shuiyer's rosy lips sparkled with enticing allure. Collect 5 little red flowers, and you shall be rewarded with a kiss. How does that sound? Whose kiss? Jian Shuier answered without hesitation. Of course, it's mine. Who else would you want? Then forget it. I'd rather collect 5 little red flowers for a certificate instead. How disappointing. You've hurt me twice in one go. I believe it's 3 times. Huh. So, you're not as emotionally oblivious as I thought. You knew it would hurt me and still said that. How disappointing. Actually, I only realized I hurt you once. The previous remark was the 3rd. I could just punch you, she said, exasperated. I have a different perspective, he replied. Amidst their playful banter, Yi Ju had written extensively, presenting her thoughts to them. I have a profound grasp of the theory of love, yet I still cannot comprehend what love truly is. I believe I lack practical experience. If I can demonstrate the theories related to love through practice, perhaps I will finally understand what love is. You consider yourself a master of romantic theory? Jian Shuier and Lin An exchanged incredulous glances. Yi Ju did not elaborate further, but merely handed them the book titled Love Notes, pointing to the author listed at the bottom. It read, authored by Ju. Ju refers to Yi Ju, meaning this book was written by her. Jian Shuier and Lin An were even more astonished. Yi Ju remained silent, casually flipping to a page in Love Notes and showing them the content. Chapter 28. Young Lady. You are becoming more ensnared. How to quickly capture the affection of the opposite sex. In psychology, there is a concept known as the reciprocity of affection, which suggests that if a person is aware of another's fondness for them, they are likely to develop feelings in return. This implies that if one wishes to gain someone's affection, the most direct method is to first express one's own fondness for them. The specific approach involves indirect expressions of admiration, care, and appreciation. Detailed methods include 1. Noticing changes in the other person's attire and complimenting them on it. For instance, you changed your hairstyle today. It suits you perfectly. 2. Revealing one's own shortcomings, thus providing an opportunity for the other to showcase their strengths. Then praising them to satisfy their confidence and vanity. For example, I don't understand this. Could you teach me how it works? Yiju closed love notes. Upon seeing this, Lin An realized it was a guide on how to pursue the opposite sex, instructing others on how to engage in romantic relationships. Given her ability to write a guide on love, Yiju indeed qualifies as a master of romantic theory. However, how a girl like Yiju, who possesses no experience in such matters, came to compile a manual on romance is impressive. How remarkable. It seems to be just that. Jian Shuier reflected on the romantic theories she had just read, expressing her full agreement. Lin An held a differing perspective. The disparity between theory and practice is vast. Relying solely on theoretical knowledge to guide practical endeavors will ultimately lead to disappointment. If one were to approach romance purely through the lens of theoretical constructs, young women would perceive one as peculiar. I maintain that love is best approached in a natural manner. The introduction of theory seems to taint the purity of affection. Jian Shuier shook her head in response. Romantic theory merely serves as a framework, a means to minimize mistakes in relationships. It is akin to enhancing one's emotional intelligence, providing a more gratifying experience of pursuit for the opposite sex. As a mature pursuer, one must grasp certain romantic theories. It is precisely because so many rely solely on instinct that there exist numerous regretful couples. Lin An found himself at a loss for rebuttal. There was merit in Jian Shuiyer's argument. However, the notion of pursuing someone based on romantic theory remained unacceptable to him. He believed that genuine sincerity driven by instinct should form the foundation of romantic pursuit, regarding the application of romantic theory as tantamount to cheating. At this juncture, Yiju penned another message. Let us not quarrel. We can validate our respective theories through practice. I propose we assist young women in alleviating their romantic woes. Subsequently, we shall regularly accept commissions from young women, aiding them in navigating the complexities of love, much like the service organizations depicted in comics. What are your thoughts? Lin An had no objections. Upon reflection, Jian Shuier was indeed correct. The prevalence of instinct-driven romances has led to many regretful couples. The system informed him of his future trajectory, revealing that his emotional immaturity had contributed to his breakup with his ex-girlfriend. Perhaps it is essential to grasp some romantic theories. Assisting young women in resolving their romantic dilemmas sounds intriguing. I concur. Jian Shuier nodded enthusiastically. Yiju wrote again. Today, our Love Research Society is officially established. We shall commence our activities tomorrow. The words, though cold and unfeeling, resonated with Lin An as he perceived Yiju's fervor through them. Undoubtedly, the activities of the Love Research Society would aid Yiju in regaining a semblance of normal emotionality. After confirming all arrangements, they agreed to gather at the club building. Room B205, after class the following day. The trio dispersed, with Lin An heading towards the dormitory, and Jian Shuier doing the same. However, just as Jian Shuier took a few steps, two striking female assistants approached her. The short-haired assistant spoke. Miss, as per your instructions, we are currently renovating room B205 to resemble a detective agency. Jian Shuier nodded. This directive was issued upon her decision to establish the Love Research Society. Miss, I have another matter to report, the short-haired assistant continued. Speak, Jian Shuier replied succinctly, her mind already wandering to the upcoming club activities. The assistant hesitated momentarily, but seeing the anticipation on Jian Shuiyer's face, she proceeded. Miss, I believe you should refrain from deepening your connection with Lin An. Jian Shuier tilted her head toward her. The assistant lowered her gaze. In economics, there is a phenomenon known as the Veblen effect, which refers to the consumer's preference for goods that are exclusive or unique. This effect indicates that the demand for a product increases as the number of individuals possessing it decreases. In psychological terms, it suggests that people are drawn to that which is difficult to attain. The harder it is to obtain, the greater its perceived value becomes. If the duration of this yearning extends, it may intertwine with other emotions. Similar concepts exist in the art of war, such as the strategy of feigning retreat to lure in the enemy. What are you trying to say? Jian Shuier furrowed her brow, her tone tinged with dissatisfaction. At this point, the assistant laid everything bare. I wish to convey that you have consistently adhered to your self-imposed perfect script. From childhood through university, you have encountered no setbacks to alter your narrative. Your life has been remarkably smooth. However, the incident involving Lin An and the divorce agreement has introduced an unforeseen deviation into your life script. You find yourself in a situation beyond your control, which has sparked immense interest in the agent of this change. Lin and Mr. Lin, whether intentionally or not, has maintained an air of indifference toward you, while recently developing a considerable fondness for Miss Yiju, thus subjecting you to greater frustration. In essence, Lin An represents your Veblen effect. Your feelings toward him do not stem from love, but rather from the emotional displacement resulting from your inability to control your life script. Should you continue to engage with Lin An, you may find yourself ensnared in his romantic trap. Jian Shuier halted, her long legs standing straight. After a brief moment, she articulated, "You suggest that Lin An is a hidden romantic expert, employing the Veblen effect as a means to pursue me? That by continuing my association with him, I will inevitably fall for him, becoming ensnared in his scheme? That is indeed my implication. As your assistant, it is my duty to alert you to potential risks. I believe you ought to withdraw from the Love Research Society and cease contact with Lin An. It would be best to acquiesce to your father's arrangements for potential suitors. By engaging with more accomplished men, you will be less susceptible to the manipulations of a hidden romantic expert. If this were any ordinary woman, such advice from an assistant would likely sow the seeds of doubt about Lin An, leading her to develop a guarded disposition toward him. However, Jian Shuier was not an ordinary individual. She resumed her stride, her long legs gliding effortlessly. Even if I ultimately come to like Lin An, what of it? As long as Lin An reciprocates my feelings, such a beginning constitutes a romantic inception. Hui, refrain from uttering such sentiments again, and inform my father that all potential suitor engagements are to be cancelled. I shall seek my own boyfriend." "Understood, miss." Hui nodded earnestly. Yet, she harbored a greater concern unspoken, that Lin An was not merely employing the Veblen effect to captivate Jian Shuier, but rather, he genuinely did not harbor feelings for her. Should Jian Shuier persist in her connection with Lin An and fall deeply for him, it would culminate in a tragic outcome, a scenario that presented the gravest of consequences. Chapter 29. The first client emerges the following day, Monday, comprised 3 class sessions, with the final bell ringing at 5:05 p.m. As soon as classes concluded, Lin An hurried toward the club building, a hub for various societies at the university, situated in the northeastern section of the campus, directly opposite the main athletic field. Upon arrival at the club building, he observed a bustling square filled with hundreds of booths, where upperclassmen enthusiastically invited freshmen to join their clubs. The fervor of their approach was palpable. Senior students, clad in black formal attire and adorned with elegant stockings, grasped the hands of newcomers with an unwavering grip, embodying the essence of a captivating allure. Having experienced their exuberance firsthand, Lin An skillfully navigated past them, making a beeline for room 205 in Zone B. Upon reaching the classroom, he was taken aback by the sign reading Love Research Society hanging on the door. The society had only been established the previous day, yet the sign had already been prepared. Surely, this was the work of Jian Shuier. Her financial prowess was indeed formidable. Upon entering the research society, Lin An's astonishment grew as he surveyed the interior. A bright, stylish decor, expensive sofas arranged meticulously, a conference table, a lounge area, and a reception space, all in place. It was as though one had stepped into a prestigious law firm. He had underestimated the extent of her financial capabilities. "Hey, you've arrived, worker." A woman clad in a striking crimson dress, adorned with shimmering diamond earrings, waved at him from the main sofa, her long, elegant legs crossed, exuding an air of sophistication that seemed to elevate the very atmosphere. Only Jian Shuier possessed such an extraordinary presence. "Why are you, a law major, finishing class earlier than I?" Observing the leisurely demeanor of Jian Shuier, Lin An couldn't help but voice his discontent. "You ditched class," he remarked. "Hey, don't make skipping class sound so acceptable. You're a university student. Getting caught could result in losing points, and failing the final exam would be disastrous. But law is dreadfully boring," she retorted. "As long as I don't get caught, I'm fine. I have a foolproof method to avoid detection. You probably have an assistant cover for you. How fortunate it is to have an assistant. It's much more reliable than a roommate." However, Lin An couldn't resist asking, "If you don't like law, why did you choose it?" He couldn't fathom why someone as fashionable, beautiful, and affluent as Jian Shuier would opt for the tedious field of law. "If you want to know, marry me, and I'll tell you." "Forget it. I want to live a few more years," Lin An quickly conceded. "You're terrible for teasing me," he added as Jian Shuier placed her hands on her hips, only to drop them, blushing. "Are you referring to living a few more years? Rest assured, I will purchase the finest supplements to restore your vitality. I suspect you are being suggestive, and I have evidence." Truth be told, Jian Shuier was stunning, her figure enviable. A glimpse from the side could stir one's heart. Marrying her would undoubtedly shorten his lifespan, for reasons he dared not voice. All right, I won't jest with you any longer, Jian Shui'er said, her cheeks slightly flushed. I arrived with President Yi Zhu at 3 o'clock, and we discussed for hours, finalizing the activities for the Relationship Research Club. We will send you the details. Now, all you need to do is find a girl with romantic troubles and bring her to us so we can help her. Rising from her chair, Yi Zhu picked up an electric pin from behind her and wrote on the electronic screen. Jian Shui'er is absolutely right. Upon completion, the speaker on her desk emitted the sultry voice of an AI, reading her words aloud. Financial prowess is indeed formidable. It can even alleviate Yi Zhu's aphasia. Thinking this to himself, Lin An replied, since this is the president's directive, I understand. I will keep you updated. You have a maximum of 1 hour. Return by 6 o'clock. We must also shop for dinner ingredients. And here, take this. Jian Shui'er tossed Lin An a set of keys adorned with a teddy bear. After catching them, she continued, this is the property of our Relationship Research Club, a tandem bicycle. Since we're pressed for time, ride it to find someone. As for the bicycle's location, you will spot it easily in the parking area. A sense of foreboding washed over Lin An. Yet he nodded and proceeded to the parking area. Upon arriving, he spotted a bicycle adorned with a flag bearing the name of the Relationship Research Club. Lin An instantly recognized the source of his unease. Jian Shui'er undoubtedly intended for him to ride this bicycle around campus, subjecting him to embarrassment. Approaching the bicycle, he noticed a letter resting in the basket. Without needing to read its contents, he surmised it contained instructions forbidding him from removing the flag, essentially advertising for the club. After a moment's hesitation, he concluded that since he had joined the club, the presence of two stunning women like Yi Zhu and Jian Shui'er would soon spread throughout the campus. He would inevitably become the center of attention. Attempting to maintain a low profile would be futile. Well, having boarded this ship of misfortune, he might as well accept the sacrifices that came with it. Considering the promise of a daily wage of 3,000, all grievances seemed worth it. As he mounted the bicycle, Lin An began to ride aimlessly around the campus. Contemplating Jian Shui'er's request to find a girl with romantic troubles, he had no telepathic abilities to discern who might be struggling with love. Surely, he wouldn't just stop any random girl and inquire about her romantic dilemmas. That would only earn him the label of a creep. Suddenly, he noticed a trio of upper-class women surrounding a girl dressed in a plain, long skirt, sporting glasses, and braids. The girl appeared frail, though her figure was moderately endowed, which was not uncommon on campus. However, her appearance was rather unremarkable, with an abundance of prominent acne that would likely turn most boys' stomachs. Yet, that was not the reason the upper-class women were bullying her. 3 upper-class women were clearly engaging in campus bullying, yet Lin An had no intention of intervening. It wasn't due to the difference between beauty and ugliness. His reasoning was twofold. First, he was not the type to rescue everyone indiscriminately. His standard for helping others was simple. They must seek his assistance. He had no desire to become a do-gooder. Nor did he wish to be seen as a cold-hearted individual who ignored others' pleas for help. Secondly, the most crucial method to escape bullying was self-rescue. External assistance could only exacerbate the situation. Lin An resumed cycling, intending to distance himself from the scene. Just then, the plain girl called out, "That student on the bicycle. Please help me." Having been solicited for help, Lin An was compelled to act. He stopped the bicycle and approached the girl, asking, "Do you need my assistance?" The girl nodded vigorously. "Please help me." Before Lin An could respond, the lead upper-class woman shouted, "This ugly girl is trying to steal my boyfriend. Don't be deceived by this wretched creature." The other 2 upper-class women chimed in loudly, "That's right. We warned you not to pursue someone else's boyfriend, yet you refused to listen. How could someone so shameless exist?" The girl retorted, "I didn't try to steal anyone. I made it clear I wasn't interested. It's the senior who won't leave me alone." "You little harlot." The upper-class woman screamed again. "Look at yourself. My boyfriend is handsome and charming, the vice-captain of the soccer team. What would he want with someone as ugly as you? You're like a toad trying to eat swan meat. It's ludicrous." "Enough," Lin An interjected, pulling out his phone. "I've recorded your insults. If you wish to avoid escalating this situation, let it end here. If it escalates, it will be to our advantage." The upper-class woman persisted. "I will report this to the school, and they will take action." Lin An's tone remained cold. Hearing this, the upper-class woman faltered slightly, but her words remained harsh. "I won't let this go easily. My name is Li Baiwei, and you will be disgraced for trying to steal my boyfriend." With that, she stormed off. Once the upper-class woman was out of sight, Lin An turned to the girl, looking into her eyes and inquiring, "You have romantic troubles, don't you?" The girl nodded. Lin An smiled. "Then let our Relationship Research Club help you with your romantic woes." The first client of the Relationship Research Club was secured. Chapter 30. Love is frightening. Should we pursue romance in college? Are you ready? Confirming that Li Baiwei was the first client of the club, Lin An helped her onto the bicycle, preparing to take her to the club's office. Are you seated comfortably? Li Baiwei nodded, her voice melodious. Relationship Research Club Special Transport. Let us go. As Lin An pedaled the bicycle, he made his way to the club. The pace was leisurely, and the route avoided steep inclines. Li Baiwei sat comfortably on the back seat, not needing to hold on as they reached their destination. All right, we've arrived. Our Relationship Research Club is located on the second floor, in a conspicuous spot. There are 2 girls waiting for you inside. Their personalities are quite unique. So I hope you can be understanding if they inadvertently offend you. Dismounting, Lin An turned to Li Baiwei and said, You're kindly reminding me that the place we're heading to is a safe, public location, and there are other girls present, so I shouldn't worry, right? Li Baiwei gazed at Lin An's face and replied, That is what you mean? I senti it? I didn't imply anything of the sort. I was merely speaking casually. Lin An responded nonchalantly, But I'm an unattractive girl, so I shouldn't have any concerns in that regard. After a moment of silence, Lin An said, Danger is independent of beauty. A person's worth is not solely defined by their appearance. So you truly are considering my situation, she realized. Li Baiwei scrutinized Lin An for a moment before speaking. Are you truly the type of person who treats both beautiful and plain women with equal regard? A noble soul capable of engaging with me without concern for my less than flattering appearance? You are the only one I have encountered since high school. You may have misspoken, but that is of little consequence. Let us proceed to the club office. Lin An escorted Li Baiwei to the office. Upon entering, Jian Shuer gracefully rose from the main sofa, her stiletto heels emitting a crisp sound as she approached, welcoming them. Classmate, welcome to the Love Research Society, where we can alleviate your romantic troubles. Upon seeing the 2 stunning beauties, Li Baiwei appeared quite nervous, her hands trembling slightly. Hello. Please, take a seat, Xiao Daza. Go brew some tea. Jian Shuer guided Li Baiwei to the seating area. Did you just call me Xiao Daza? Hey, Jian Shuer, I am not your subordinate. Nevertheless, Lin An made his way to the tea area. Noticing a complete set of tea utensils alongside various teas and coffees, he inquired, What tea would you like? Number 3 black tea, with 5 spoonfuls of sugar. Jian Shuer was quick to respond. I would prefer plain water. Li Baiwei raised her hand and spoke softly. You shall have black tea, Lin An declared on her behalf, then turned to Jian Shuer. President, what would you like? Jian Shuer gazed at Lin An with a stoic expression, offering no reply. You 2 will have black tea. Lin An decided for her as well. While Lin An prepared the tea, Jian Shuer kindly introduced herself. Classmate, I am Jian Shuer, the Vice President of the Love Research Society. You may call me Jian or Shuer. Over there is our esteemed President, Yi Ju, and the one brewing tea can simply be referred to as the errand boy. He is our society's jack of all trades. Hey, I have a name too. I am Lin An. And why am I being referred to as a jack of all trades? My position seems to be diminishing. Lin An could not help but interject. Jian Shuer always found ways to elicit his retorts. I am Li Baiwei, a freshman in the finance department of the School of Economics. Li Baiwei is a lovely name. Once again, welcome to our Love Research Society, Jian Shuer concluded. Transitioning to the main topic, our mission in the Love Research Society is to resolve the romantic dilemmas of young women. Miss Li Baiwei, feel free to share any romantic troubles you may have, and we shall assist you. It appeared that beneath Jian Shuer's poised exterior lay a warm and friendly disposition, which eased Li Baiwei's tension considerably. She began to speak softly. In middle school, I was quite popular among boys, and I received many confessions. However, I had no interest in them and rejected them all. Instead of alleviating my troubles, it only intensified them. The boys I rejected spread rumors that I was being kept by someone from outside, and gradually, they distanced themselves from me. Some even offered money to keep me, while the girls, already resentful of my popularity, grew to despise me even more after the rumors circulated. My backpack was filled with thumbtacks, my drawers were littered with trash, and on my way to school, my desk and chair were thrown into the hallway. When I sought help from teachers, they merely lectured me on the importance of getting along with classmates, admonishing me to cherish my body and not to sell myself for a bit of money. It was so unfair. The indignant Jian Shuer clenched her fists upon hearing this. Both the teachers and classmates were exceedingly unfair. It was clearly not your fault. Yet they collectively bullied you. Baiwei, you must have felt utterly helpless at that time. I wish I could have been there to help you. Lin An, however, stifled a yawn. He had grown numb to such commonplace occurrences during adolescence, having heard and seen far too much. Thank you, but that is all in the past. Li Baiwei continued. Upon entering high school, I began to overeat and stay up late, resulting in a breakout that rendered me less attractive. And those middle school troubles faded away. Although I had few friends, I managed to navigate my 3 years of high school in relative peace. However, upon entering university, I found myself once again entangled in troubles of romance. Li Baiwei then began recounting the story of a senior. This student, Wu Juanxiong, was a sophomore majoring in finance. Though not conventionally handsome, he was athletic and had a girlfriend in a neighboring department. When she started her freshman year, it was Wu Juanxiong who assisted her with enrollment. After they became acquainted, he began to harass her daily, insisting she become his girlfriend. After multiple rejections, he persisted in his advances. Even when she reported the matter to her counselor, it was of no use. The counselor merely suggested that as an adult, she should learn to refuse and handle the situation herself. One day, Wu Juanxiong's girlfriend discovered her existence and accused her of being a homewrecker, warning and berating her. Despite still being attached to his girlfriend, Wu Juanxiong relentlessly pursued her. Naturally, she could not agree to his advances and had already blocked him. Nevertheless, he attempted to confront her at her dorm, insisting on a weekend outing while it coincided with his date night with his girlfriend. This infuriated his girlfriend, resulting in the bullying incident Lin An had witnessed beneath the tree. I can't take it anymore. Upon hearing Li Baiwei's account, the righteous Jian Shui'er stood up, her eyes reddening. I will report this to the school. I cannot allow bullying to reoccur in your life. Seeing Jian Shui'er preparing to leave, Lin An quickly intervened. Wait a moment. If she goes to report this to the school, she might very well confront the principal directly. With her capabilities, it is likely she would bypass the counselor and storm into the principal's office. No, let us not escalate the matter unnecessarily. Moreover, to believe solely on Li Baiwei's word could lead to complications should the truth later shift, Lin An suggested. Let us first clarify the situation and attempt to resolve it ourselves. If we cannot, then we will approach the school. Jian Shui'er considered this and nodded, returning to the sofa. So, Miss Baiwei, your dilemma entrusted to us at the Love Research Society is to resolve the senior's harassment, correct? Leave it to us. We will ensure a perfect resolution. That is not it, Li Baiwei said, her voice tinged with confusion. All my friends have boyfriends, and discussions about dating fill our dormitory. Childhood friends tell me that youth is fleeting. Having missed the chance in high school, I must pursue romance in university, as it is my last opportunity for youthful love. Yet, my experiences in middle school and university have made love seem terrifying. Still, my surroundings urge me to pursue it, leaving me perplexed. I wish to understand whether, as a university student, I should engage in a romantic relationship. Oh, your romantic dilemma is not about the senior's harassment, but rather this? Lin An exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 31. Pure love, common love, and faux love. This dilemma is, in fact, quite simple to resolve. Once Li Baiwei's concerns were revealed, Jian Shui'er confidently stated, matters of affection between men and women are inherently emotional. When feelings are absent, even the most admirable suitors will evoke no response. Yet when feelings arise, they cannot be controlled, and one may find themselves drawn to another without reservation. Therefore, whether one should pursue romance in university is not a question of should or should not. Rather, it hinges on not suppressing oneself. Allow things to unfold naturally. Do not chase after or reject it deliberately, but await the arrival of the feeling known as love. Of course, this is a general perspective, not necessarily my own views on love. Is that so? Li Baiwei nodded, still somewhat bewildered. Jian Shui'er's words had not entirely convinced her. Lin An had drawn his conclusions the moment Li Baiwei voiced her concern regarding the necessity of romance in university. It was apparent that she yearned for love and believed it to be essential during this phase. Her visit to the Love Research Society was not merely for educational perspectives on romance, but rather to seek affirmation that she desired a romantic relationship in university. However, Lin An held a different perspective. Whether one should engage in romance during university depends critically on whether one seeks pure love, common love, or faux love. What do you mean? Jian Shui'er leaned forward, more intrigued than Li Baiwei. Lin An continued, pure love encompasses giving oneself entirely. Common love involves growth through trial and error, while faux love merely seeks to satisfy one's needs. Pure love primarily unfolds within the confines of a school campus, untainted by material conditions and societal realities. It thrives on the emotions of affection, where one is willing to invest their entirety for the sake of the other. It is a passionate, innocent, and beautiful affair. Yet it can also lead to profound heartache. This kind of love represents the experiences of the vast majority of people. It lacks the theatricality of romantic comedies where partners feign affection or the brutal rivalry of childhood friends competing for the heart of a girl. Often, one may not encounter an ideal partner for pure love. For many, romance is a natural progression contingent upon age, physical maturity, and life experiences. Akin to animals and heat, who must respond to their biological urges when the time comes. Thus, for ordinary individuals, university life is often seen as the time to engage in romantic relationships. However, the reality is that for many, the desire to engage in romance remains unfulfilled. Conversely, pseudo-love exists to satisfy mutual needs, physical, emotional, and social. It is not born from a genuine desire for romance, but rather from a necessity for connection. Such relationships are ephemeral, and those engaging in pseudo-love are unlikely to maintain lasting bonds. Lee, if you wish to pursue a relationship in university, do you aspire to experience pure love, common love, or pseudo-love? All three are forms of romance, devoid of any hierarchy. Additionally, regardless of gender, one should not hold excessively high expectations for love. Reality diverges sharply from the virtual world. Expecting too much from romance inevitably leads to deep disappointment. Lee Baiwei pondered for a moment before responding. If I were to pursue love in university, I would wish for pure love. Ah, pure love. I'm afraid I must advise you against seeking romance during your university years, for among 100 couples, there is typically only one pair that embodies pure love. Thus, only those who maintain realistic expectations about love are suited for relationships, Lin An remarked. I cannot concur with that notion, Jian Shui'er countered emphatically. Life is a singular journey, brief and fleeting. The essence of existence lies in immersing oneself fully in each experience, and love, as one of life's most exquisite journeys, should not be approached carelessly. To love someone sincerely and purely is a magnificent feeling. If one forsakes pure love merely to engage in relationships, then it is better to embrace a life of solitude and self-love. Such statements are often uttered by the inexperienced, Lin An retorted. For the majority, it is wise to seek a partner quickly, to disillusion oneself about romance early on, thus avoiding unnecessary dilemmas regarding the appropriateness of love in university. Hey, I believe you are insulting me. I have already stated that if one must settle for less in love, they might as well choose solitude and self-love. I share that sentiment, yet a missed opportunity cannot be reclaimed. You cannot cultivate pure love in university, Lin An stated. What do you mean? Jian Shui'er inquired, perplexed. Lin An poured freshly brewed tea for the three of them and settled onto the sofa, stating, pure love typically blossoms during middle and high school, free from any carnal desires or material conditions. These are relationships based solely on innocent affection, where even holding hands evokes shyness and blushing. This is the quintessential state of pure love. However, our culture approaches early romantic endeavors with hostility, prioritizing academic performance, which stifles such relationships. By the time one reaches university, both their psychological and physiological states are mature, making the pursuit of pure love inevitably entwined with desires and material conditions. No. Jian Shui'er vehemently shook her head. I actually believe that relationships during middle and high school are not pure love. They are mere puppetry driven by adolescent hormones, lacking personal agency and dictated by the whims of youthful passion. In contrast, university relationships, grounded in maturity and rationality, represent true agency in love. Furthermore, early romances are not extinguished. They are merely paused until university, which is, in fact, the most suitable period for cultivating pure love. College students can strive to realize pure love through their own efforts. Is this your rationale for abstaining from relationships before university? Lin An asked, intrigued by Jian Shui'er's perspective. Indeed, that is correct. Is there a problem? Jian Shui'er replied with calm assurance. Not at all. This aligns perfectly with your character. You are the type who does not believe in fate and strives to create your own happiness. However, you are an exception, not the rule, and cannot be considered a standard for the general populace, as most ordinary individuals lack your straightforwardness. Jian Shui'er remained unconvinced by Lin An's argument. Yet, she acknowledged that Lin An's point had merit. She was not one to dwell in regret, but would actively pursue her happiness. However, such straightforward actions are talents that most individuals cannot replicate. She cannot serve as a benchmark for the masses. Nevertheless, Jian Shui'er maintained a serious demeanor as she continued. Regarding the question of whether to pursue love in university, I still believe that a natural approach is best. Do not chase after love, nor should you deliberately shun it. Wait for the day true love arrives, and then pursue it wholeheartedly. Lin An responded with equal seriousness. The answer to whether one should seek romance in university is revealed in your very question. It indicates that deep down, you already possess the answer. You yearn for love, as does anyone who has not yet experienced it. However, the truth is that love is not always beautiful. Those who believe in its inherent beauty often do so out of naivety or unrealistic expectations. Therefore, experiencing love at least once in university is essential. It will complete your understanding of relationships and enrich your future romantic endeavors. A relationship born of compromise is inferior to solitude. As long as one party is sufficiently mature and rational, they can transform what you perceive as pseudo-love into pure love. Such naive fantasies are laughable. You, love-starved virgin. Better than living in delusion like a naive virgin, I at least acknowledge that pure love is unlikely to exist in university. Distorted thinking. Pure love can indeed exist in university. The two glared at one another, each unable to persuade the other. President, what is your perspective on this? At that moment, Li Baiwei turned to their president, Yi Ju. Seeking insight. Chapter 32. Death to the Mistress. I believe the root of your disagreement lies in differing perspectives. Jian is speaking from a female standpoint, while Lin is approaching it from a male perspective. Yi Ju noted as she wrote on the whiteboard. Truly, our president, the embodiment of the three-no goddess, has pinpointed the source of the conflict. As a male, I rationally conclude that university students should experience romance at least once. Jian Shui'er, with her empathetic female perspective, cannot entirely relinquish the beautiful fantasies of love. Lin An contemplated the words on the board. Yi Ju continued, regarding whether one should pursue romance in university. I believe it depends on certain conditions. 1. Do you have a clear path for your future? 2. Do you possess strong self-discipline? 3. What are your personal circumstances? If you have a clear future path and a stable career that can support you, you may freely engage in romance, even if it leads to heartbreak, as you will have a safety net. This path could stem from familial wealth, educational background, or innate talent. Conversely, if your future lacks stability and your background is average, your primary focus should be on self-improvement. Academics must take precedence, as romance will only distract you and breed complacency. Having considered the first condition, we move to the second. If you lack strong self-discipline, then even without a clear future, you will likely not strive for self-improvement. In such a case, university should be a time to explore relationships for personal enrichment. While this may lead to painful repercussions later, at least you will have lived fully during your university years. Not having studied or engaged in any romance throughout your 4 years would indeed be the most tragic outcome. Lastly, what of your own circumstances? If your personal attributes are exceptional, you may find yourself in a position to choose your partner freely. Conversely, if your qualities are more average, you should prepare yourself for the likelihood of attracting a partner with similarly average qualities. Failing to acknowledge this reality may lead to futile fantasies of high-status individuals, those who are affluent and attractive, falling for someone as ordinary as oneself, ultimately squandering for precious years. Should you still aspire to have a partner who embodies wealth and beauty, it is imperative to elevate your own standards. After all, miracles do not simply fall from the sky, yet diligent effort can certainly bridge the gap between the ordinary and the extraordinary. Lastly, there remains a pivotal question. Do you have someone you fancy? If you encounter someone you genuinely like, do not hesitate. Pursue the relationship wholeheartedly. Yet, what does it truly feel like to be enamored with someone? The question lingers, bringing us back to the beginning. As the leader remains perplexed by the intricate emotions of love, the three continued to exchange their various viewpoints until 7 in the evening, still without reaching a consensus on whether college students should engage in romantic relationships. However, Li Baiwei found her confusion regarding the issue significantly alleviated, given a bit more time. She might arrive at a resolution. Due to the lateness of the hour, they decided to reconvene for discussions the following day. Subsequently, Li Baiwei returned to her dormitory, while Lin An and the others ventured to the supermarket to procure ingredients before heading to Yi Juhua's home to prepare dinner. After enjoying their meal and cleaning up, it was nearly 8:40 p.m. when Lin An bid farewell to his companions and returned to his dormitory. The next day, with the first class scheduled for the morning, Lin An arrived early at the classroom, taking a seat in a discreet position in the middle row on the right. Before the class commenced, the boys in the front row were engrossed in discussions about romantic interests, expressing their ideal partner as someone fashionable, vivacious, and strikingly beautiful like Yimena. They believed that if any of them were to date her, their college experience would be immensely enjoyable. They pondered what messages could elevate Yimena's fondness for them. Listening to their chatter, Lin An shook his head in disapproval. If one truly likes someone, it is essential to spend more time together in person, rather than merely engaging in superficial conversations through screens, which significantly hinders one's chances of success. However, the thought crossed Lin An's mind. If they were to meet frequently in reality, wouldn't that be akin to the persistent senior who had been bothering Li Baiwei? For a girl, having an unwanted suitor constantly pursuing her can indeed be quite distressing. Love is challenging, and the notion of pure romance often appears to be a mere fantasy. Suddenly, a boy with a buzz cut excitedly pointed at his phone and exclaimed. In the adjacent classroom, Someone is exposing a third party, writing third party on the blackboard, and it's causing quite a commotion. Exposing a third party, could it possibly involve Li Baiwei? Lin An pondered. Just then, his phone rang with an unknown number. However, seeing the call was from Haiqing, he decided to answer. You need to go to C302. Baiwei is being bullied by a group of ruffians. I'm on my way. The voice belonged to Jian Shui'er. Li Baiwei was indeed Li Baiwei, and the ruffians likely referred to the seniors who had bullied her the previous day, although C302 did not specify the building. Since Li Baiwei was a finance major in the same faculty as Lin An, it was reasonable to assume that C302 was just upstairs. While Lin An was perplexed about how Jian Shui'er had gotten his number and how Li Baiwei had been bullied, he knew he had to respond promptly. I'll likely miss this class, he informed his roommate Zhou Haidong before hastily making his way to C302. Arriving at C302 in just over a minute and 20 seconds. Lin An quickly assessed the situation. What is going on? Which student is Li Baiwei? Regardless of whether you are involved with someone else, you are all university students now. Manage your emotional issues appropriately. The chaos you are creating is disrupting the class. How will you take responsibility for this? The voice of a middle-aged female teacher, likely experiencing menopause, rang out angrily within the classroom. Lin An spotted Li Baiwei standing with her head bowed, the nearby students instinctively distancing themselves from her, rendering her quite solitary. The blackboard bore an irremovable message, painted in glaring red. Li Baiwei, the third party, the wretched thief of others' boyfriends. Die, die, die. In that moment, Lin An comprehended the gravity of the situation. Without a moment's hesitation, he approached the podium, activated his phone's recording function, and addressed the teacher respectfully. Madam, please calm down. There has been a misunderstanding. Li Baiwei has never been anyone's third party. She is a victim of malicious slander. As a rational and mature adult, I believe the true villain is the one who wrote that message. It is unjust to tarnish Li Baiwei's reputation without evidence. From her perspective, she is the one who deserves sympathy. Regarding the disruption caused by the indelible paint on the blackboard, I kindly request 3 minutes. After stating this, Lin An set his phone down and, with a series of deft movements, removed the blackboard used by the roller skating group from the classroom. With equal skill, he flipped it around to reveal its blank side and reattached it. In a remarkably short span, the blackboard was restored for use. Once he completed this, Lin An bowed once more to the teacher and the students, stating, all is well now, and you may continue with the class. As for the defamation of Li Baiwei, the matter will be addressed by the school in the coming days, until a definitive resolution is reached. I urge everyone to maintain an objective and rational stance and refrain from spreading rumors. Thank you. With that, Lin An swiftly exited. From the current perspective, the incident regarding Li Baiwei had been resolved in a relatively conciliatory manner. However, the issue of her defamation remained unresolved. Chapter 33. The Ugly Girl as a Third Party. Adding insult to injury. Hey, Lin An, why did you leave? Upon exiting the classroom and descending the stairs toward his own class, Lin An encountered a slightly breathless Jian Shui'er. He recalled that the law school was a considerable distance from the School of Economics. Jian Shui'er's labored breathing indicated that she had rushed over immediately after receiving the news. Lin An glanced at her silver, diamond-studded high heels. Running in stilettos must have been quite a challenge for her. Nevertheless, despite having sprinted a distance, Jian Shui'er's elegantly curled hair cascaded perfectly over her shoulders. Her outfit remained immaculate, and her makeup was flawlessly applied. She was still the epitome of a perfect young lady. It has been temporarily resolved. Lin An briefly recounted how he handled the situation, adding, for now, we should avoid going to Li Baiwei's class. Our priority is to clarify the rumors as soon as possible. Jian Shui'er regarded Lin An with profound admiration. Had she been in his position, she too could have defended Li Baiwei, but the outcome would likely have led to conflict with the teacher and classmates. While she might have enjoyed a sense of self-satisfaction from helping, the discontent of the teacher and students would inevitably be redirected toward Li Baiwei. Lin An's approach, however, managed to de-escalate tensions on all sides, resolving the issue in a manner that retained composure among all parties involved. Lin An's actions were even more considerate and meticulous than she had anticipated, leading her to realize that her previous harsh words were indeed intentional. Very well, I understand. I will take care of the follow-up. Jian Shui'er was not merely a pretty face. Having witnessed Lin An's resolution of the classroom defamation incident, she would now handle the aftermath. All right, I will return to my class now. Despite having a system at his disposal, Lin An remained committed to his university studies. Upon returning to his classroom, fortune favored him, as the teacher did not call the roll. Lin An attentively engaged in 2 lectures before his next class, planning to spend the afternoon at the library. Just then, His friend Chiang approached, handing him his phone. Lin An, someone is slandering you. Lin An glanced at the screen, which displayed the campus confession wall. The top post was a lengthy tirade, accusing Li Baiwei, a finance student, of being incredibly ugly and acting as a third party, stealing someone else's boyfriend. The post claimed that her boyfriend had explicitly rejected her, yet she refused to relent, using her ample bosom to entice other men. Not only that, she also enticed another man, Lin An, a major in international trade, to be her sycophant, joining forces to bully her. Sisters, please weigh in. All I desire is to pursue a wholesome romance in college, yet I am unfortunate enough to encounter a plain woman who steals my man. The article concludes with a photograph of Li Baiwei, adorned in an ill-fitting, rustic long dress, sporting unattractive thick-framed glasses, with her hair styled in a regrettable braid. Her face marred by unsightly acne, rendering her exceedingly unattractive. Beneath the article, hundreds of comments pour in. Li Baiwei is utterly despicable. If she were beautiful, being a mistress might be excusable, but with such looks, it is simply revolting. Seeing how ugly Li Baiwei is, it is clear she is at fault. May all mistresses who destroy others' relationships perish. I pity that boy, entangled with such an unattractive creature. Enough said. A plain girl as a mistress is a double offense. Li Baiwei should be expelled. Yes, expelled. Most comments attack Li Baiwei's appearance, defending the original poster. A few individuals also take the opportunity to criticize him. This Lin An fellow must have never seen a woman. How could he be a sycophant to someone as unappealing as Li Baiwei? What foolishness! If Li Baiwei were a beauty, Lin An's behavior as a sycophant might be justifiable, but given her hideousness, how foolish can he be? I have also heard that he divorced Miss Jian and then set his sights on such a creature. There must be something wrong with his mind. After scanning the article, Lin An handed his phone to Chiang and said, I understand what has transpired. Thank you. Observing Lin An's nonchalant demeanor, Chiang queried, aren't you upset that other students have misunderstood you? Why should I be angry? I do not know them. It would be unwise to become enraged over the trivial words and actions of strangers, and it could even shorten my life, Lin An replied. However, if the misunderstanding continues to spread, it may tarnish your reputation in college, Chiang expressed concern. The last thing I need is a reputation, Lin An laughed. But this is an unfair burden for you to bear. Chiang lowered his voice. You are the victim in this incident. You have done nothing wrong yet still face harm, and that is unjust. Lin An found it peculiar. You do not grasp the full situation. Why are you so certain I am blameless? Because you are a meticulous and considerate person, never one to intentionally harm others. Lin An, you are out of your mind. Assisting a mistress in stealing someone else's boyfriend. At that moment, an irate voice rang out from ahead. It was Lin An. Her loud tone drew the attention of those nearby, who paused to witness the unfolding drama. As Lin An approached, Lin An maintained his composure. Li Baiwei is not a mistress. Do not be deceived by a woman. It is evident that Li Baiwei is indeed a mistress, Lin An asserted confidently. Why is that? Without hesitation, Lin An responded, with her looks, what boy would be interested? Since someone claims Li Baiwei stole her boyfriend, it must be true. Is it merely because of Li Baiwei's appearance? Lin An inquired. Lin An nodded emphatically. Boys are creatures of looks. With Li Baiwei's appearance, no boy would pursue her, especially if he already has a girlfriend. Lin An sighed for Lin An. Plain girls can also date plain boys. Is it not possible that Li Baiwei, the boy, and the girl are all of average looks? Lin An fell silent. Yet, she soon reaffirmed, even if all three are unattractive, since the boy has a girlfriend, he would never pursue Li Baiwei while still in a relationship. The only explanation for the accusations is that Li Baiwei actively seduced him. Lin An, you are truly deranged. Aiding a wicked woman in stealing someone else's boyfriend and becoming a sycophant for her, you are tarnishing the reputation of our hometown. Lin An had no retort, rising to say, as long as you do not disclose where I am from, no one will know we hail from the same place. With that, Lin An decided to say no more to Lin An and began to walk away. Lin An attempted to stop him, but with classmates observing, she refrained from associating with Lin An, who was helping a wicked woman steal another's boyfriend. Lin An. At that moment, an elegantly poised woman appeared at the classroom door. Clad in a pure white camisole that revealed her shoulders, a pink pleated mini skirt designed to accentuate her waist, and silver stiletto heels adorned with rhinestones. She stood out strikingly amidst the casually dressed students. After calling Lin An's name, she extended her delicate left hand toward him, stating, the enemy is once again slandering Li Baiwei. We cannot leave her isolated. It is time for our Love Research Society to take action and rescue her. Come with me. Chapter 34. The moment to enhance our reputation. Regardless of the public setting, Lin An had no intention of holding hands with Jian Shui'er. Approaching her side, he affirmed, "Understood. I shall follow the vice president's lead." Jian Shui'er, however, was not as contemplative as Lin An. She seized his wrist and hurriedly led him forward, exclaiming, "Let us proceed to the club office. The operation to save Li Baiwei is officially commencing." "I got it, but loosen your grip. I can keep pace with you." Lin An gently shook his wrist, but seeing that Jian Shui'er's hold did not loosen, he dared not pull away too forcefully, fearing he might hurt her, and thus followed her. Meanwhile, the onlooking boys and girls in the classroom shared a unified thought. They must be a couple. Only a couple would display such intimacy. They surely have a romantic history. The sole exception was Rin An, whose eyes filled with resentment. Upon reaching the club office, they found the president absent, while Jian Shui'er's assistant, Hui, stood by the projector, bowing to Jian Shuo. "Miss, all the materials are prepared. Please have a look." Hui activated the projector. Flipping through the PowerPoint presentation, which contained detailed information on Li Baiwei, the entangled senior, and his girlfriend, along with their birthplaces, home addresses, and parental occupations. It even included the number of previous partners they had each had. Li Baiwei had none, the senior had 8, and his girlfriend had 4. This was more detailed than the information police could retrieve from their internal network. "I have obtained evidence of Zhang Tingting's essay, along with testimonies about Wu Juanxiong's infidelity during his freshman romance, and with the video you captured of Zhang Tingting bullying Li Baiwei. These materials, once publicized, could vindicate Li Baiwei." However, gazing at the data on the PowerPoint, Jian Shui'er's smile persisted. "This alone will not elevate the reputation of our Love Research Society. We aim to be a legendary organization that leaves a mark in the annals of Haida. The president and I will create a grand legend among the alumni of Haida. So I have devised a plan that will not only enhance our society's renown, but also splendidly restore Li Baiwei's honor." Jian Shui'er grew increasingly animated, outlining, specifically, "We will allow the situation to develop for 3 days, and then on the 4th day, in front of prominent figures and numerous ordinary students, we will orchestrate a grand visual reversal." "Lin An, as the servant of our Love Research Society, do you have any objections to my plan?" "I have no objections. We shall execute everything according to your plan." However, Lin An could not help but grumble. "Servant of the Love Research Society? Hey, how did my position diminish again? Will I become a mere slave next time? Who suggested that your contributions are too meager? Wait until you have invested in the organization before considering a promotion. What you are doing is merely painting a rosy picture, which only naive recent graduates might believe. Show some tangible benefits instead. And let us not even mention your lack of contributions. Let us pretend I never said that. The establishment of the Love Research Society and the acquisition of this luxurious office space are entirely due to Jian Shui'er's financial prowess. The sponsors are truly magnificent. Being able to see someone as splendid as me every day is the greatest benefit. Frankly speaking, you still owe me quite a bit of money." Jian Shui'er tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, exuding an air of an impeccable young lady. Lin An could not help but acknowledge this fact. Jian Shui'er was strikingly beautiful, with exquisite outfits that elevated her allure daily. It was indeed a pleasure to behold such beauty. Yet he would not concede. Dressing like the neon lights of a bustling city every day is blinding. And I haven't charged you for the medical expenses for my eyes, which is merely my generosity. How dare you ask me for money? You've become overly narcissistic." Back to the main topic. Jian Shui'er said with a hint of seriousness, "I plan to let the situation escalate for 3 days. Once public opinion reaches a boiling point, we will execute a splendid reversal. The only concern is Li Baiwei's psychological resilience. I need you to ask her whether she agrees to let the situation unfold. If she disagrees, we must resolve it today." Lin An pondered for a moment and replied, "She will probably agree. She seems accustomed to being targeted by public opinion. But we cannot allow her to remain isolated. Lin An, I am entrusting you with a task." Jian Shui'er's expression turned more earnest. "For these 3 days, stay close to Li Baiwei. If anyone bullies her, you must intervene." Lin An sensed trouble brewing. "No, this task should be assigned to someone else. Besides you, I have no one else to rely on." Jian Shui'er appeared slightly troubled. "Why don't you take action?" Lin An looked at her. Jian Shui'er frowned slightly. "Because if I intervene, the matter will turn private, and I won't be able to assist Li Baiwei. It would only worsen the situation." "That makes sense." Jian Shui'er was not only the perfect young lady adored by all the boys in school. Her ability to stroll around campus accompanied by 2 assistants suggested a remarkable background. If she acted, the seniors would hesitate to trouble Li Baiwei in public due to her status, but the bullying would likely intensify in private. "I understand. I will ensure her safety over these 3 days," Lin An promised with a nod. "Excellent. The reputation of the Love Research Society is at stake. Jian Shuier was thrilled about the plan for 3 days hence. After obtaining Li Baiwei's phone number from Hui Hui, Lin An arranged to meet her after class. As the school day drew to a close, he made his way to Li Baiwei's classroom. He discovered that the negative impact of the senior's essay had already taken shape. No students were seated within a 3-meter radius of her. She was isolated, and it seemed her roommates also did not believe her. Lin An paid little heed to this, waiting at the staircase for her to finish school. After class, Lin An successfully met with Li Baiwei, relaying Jian Shuiyer's plan and asking if she was willing to wait for 3 days. Li Baiwei quickly agreed, expressing that she was not particularly concerned about being isolated as she was accustomed to it. Lin An boldly invited her to lunch, and the two went to the cafeteria to enjoy some noodles. In the afternoon, Lin An returned to Li Baiwei's classroom. Finding the same situation as before, she was still isolated. However, it was merely social isolation. There were no typical acts of aggression like bumping into her or throwing pencil cases. After all, they were all university students, slightly more mature than high schoolers. After classes ended in the afternoon, seeing Li Baiwei still alone and fearing that the senior with the essay might bring a group to trouble her, he decided to take her to the society office for refuge. This pattern continued for 2 days until the 3rd day arrived. On that day, due to the senior's relentless essays accusing Li Baiwei of being a third party, and with Li Baiwei remaining silent, public opinion had completely shifted in favor of the senior. Li Baiwei's reputation was plummeting, and a self-righteous senior confronted her during class, verbally chastising her. Fortunately, Lin An had been keeping an eye on Li Baiwei and was able to rescue her in time. However, this only cemented Lin An's reputation as a ugly girl-esque lapdog, earning him the nickname Dinosaur Knight. Lin An was unfazed by this. Instead, his 3 roommates expressed concern and offered help, which touched him. By the evening of the 3rd day, a heated post appeared on the campus network, with hundreds petitioning for Li Baiwei's expulsion, and public sentiment had reached a crescendo. At this juncture, Jian Shuier took action. Major campus websites displayed a challenge regarding the accusation of Li Baiwei being a third party. I will clarify this matter tomorrow after the first class in the courtyard of the business management building. I urge the accuser Zhang Tingting and the accused male, Wu Juanxiao, to be present. Posted by Haicheng University Love Research Society, supervised by Haicheng University Student Union, monitored by Haicheng University President's Office. The Love Research Society had made its move. Chapter 35. The Frog Aspiring to Eat the Swan's Flesh. The inaugural event of the Love Research Society is tomorrow at 10 a.m. in the Business Management Building courtyard. Please be sure to attend. Mature and beautiful elder sister Jian Shuier loves you. Upon seeing the challenge online, Lin An received a text from Jian Shuier. The idea of maturity was absent, the term elder sister was humorous, and love you was superfluous. But what scheme did Jian Shuier have in mind? From this text, Lin An surmised that she was indeed behind the challenge. However, he remained unaware of her specific plans. Yet, he felt no need to know the details. Jian Shuier would bear the consequences of her actions. He was content to play the role of a mere assistant. There were no society activities that day, and Jian Shuier had taken Li Baiwei away early. Lin An went to Yi Zhu's house at 6 p.m., completed dinner, and logged 30 minutes of work before heading to the library to study. Upon receiving the text, he decided against studying further and returned to the dormitory. Upon arrival, it was rare to find all 3 roommates present. Lin An, since you are part of the Love Research Society, what are your plans for tomorrow? If there is any danger, please inform me early. I will coordinate from within, the dorm leader Xiao Xiang said with concern. Qi Yang expressed his worries, saying, I had a premonition that Jian Shuier would take significant action. Tomorrow's event in the business management building will be such an action. She can afford to disregard the consequences due to her status, but it could implicate you. You lack her background, and things might turn dire. Please tell me Jian Shuiyer's specific plans so I can devise a contingency. Old Zhou Haidong also expressed concern. Lin Gu, as always. Let me know if there is anything I can do. We are not just classmates or friends, we are roommates. Don't hesitate to trouble us. Lin An felt a wave of gratitude. I appreciate it, thank you. However, I don't know Jian Shuiyer's specific plans. I'm merely a helper in the Love Research Society. Then we will have to wait until tomorrow. Xiao Xiang's tone was serious. I stand by your side. So do I. Count me in. You all are being so sentimental. Am I to be sent off to the Northern Front as a soldier? Lin An said with a smile. The next day, filled with classes and the Love Research Society's first event, Lin An felt no excitement. He arose at the usual time and arrived early at the classroom, settling into his familiar spot, enjoying the tranquility of an ordinary male university student's life. However, The piece lasted less than a minute before three individuals wielding cameras and microphones rushed toward him. The girl at the forefront, donning a brown beret, held a microphone and inquired, "Hello, Lin An. We are from the university's news department, and we would like to ask you a few questions." The club events at Haicheng University were fervent and professional, yet the news department was notorious for unearthing campus scandals. Lin An, having suffered from Jian Shui'er and Yi Zhu's situation, held a deep aversion toward the news department. "I must decline." Thus, Lin An resolutely responded. The girl did not give up, just two simple questions. "May I ask, Lin An, as a member of the Love Research Society, do you have any insider information regarding Li Baiwei's challenge today?" "No comment." "Could you inform us of the means Li Baiwei will employ to prove her innocence?" "I am unable to answer that." "Why do you so steadfastly stand by Li Baiwei? Is it true, as the rumors suggest, that you are her devoted admirer?" "I am not sure what you are referring to. Since you are in a relationship with Jian Shui'er, why are you entangled with Li Baiwei? What special allure does she possess compared to Jian Shui'er?" Lin An furrowed his brow. "Class is about to begin. If you do not leave, I may report you to the academic office." The girl glanced at the podium. Indeed, the lecturer had arrived, and with a wink and a smile, she said, "Our journalism society will provide a detailed report on Li Baiwei's challenge today, and we will also conduct a special feature on the quadrilateral relationship involving you, Jian Shui'er, Li Baiwei, and Yi Zhu. Lin An, your interview today has provided us with exclusive and compelling leads for our report. Thank you for your response." "Hey, I didn't say a word. What do you intend to report?" Lin An felt that the journalists would write whatever they pleased. The girl merely blew him a kiss and departed without answering. Lin An found himself powerless, awaiting the journalist's next move. The two classes passed swiftly. The moment the bell rang, students flocked to the corridor's outer wall. Below the outer wall lay the courtyard of the business and management building, the very location designated for Li Baiwei's challenge. They did not know Li Baiwei, nor did they care if she was a homewrecker, but they were eager to partake in the excitement. As soon as the class bell rang, Lin An dashed towards the courtyard. Upon arrival, he observed that the courtyard was surrounded by 3 to 4 circles of people, with the balconies on all surrounding floors brimming with onlookers, eager for entertainment. Near a rock formation at the center of the courtyard stood 5 or 6 individuals. Lin An recognized 2 of them, Wu Juanxiong, a senior who had been pursuing Li Baiwei, who was tall, with an average appearance and dark skin, exuding an athletic vibe. Beside him stood Zhang Tingting, a senior who had bullied Li Baiwei, dressed in a fashionable short skirt and a fitted, midriff-bearing top, strikingly beautiful at a distance, though upon closer inspection, heavily made up. "You are Lin An from the Love Research Society. We are all here. Where's Li Baiwei?" As Lin An arrived, a girl with wavy chestnut hair and an elegant demeanor stepped forward to inquire. "I am Lin An. Li Baiwei will be delayed for a moment," he replied, unaware of Jian Shui'er's specific plans or Li Baiwei's whereabouts. "Understood. We shall wait." The girl nodded lightly, returning to her place. "She is probably too scared to show up," Zhang Tingting declared with confidence. "Li Baiwei is trying to steal my man. A toad wishing to eat swan meat. If she dares confront me today, I will ensure she gets expelled from school. Homewreckers deserve nothing but expulsion." Many girls rallied behind Zhang Tingting in support. Lin An chose not to respond to her, instead directing his attention to the senior. "Is Li Baiwei truly a homewrecker? You know best if she has seduced you, so why have you remained silent?" The senior gruffly replied, "I warned her that I have a girlfriend. Yet she insisted on pursuing me. What can I do?" "You must take responsibility for your words. Remember, this has escalated to such proportions, and it is all your fault." Lin An ceased further discussion, waiting for Jian Shui'er's plan to unfold. Not long after, a chorus of gasps erupted from the crowd as a pathway opened on the left. 2 girls were gracefully walking down the aisle. The girl on the left, clad in a simple light blue denim skirt paired with a fitted white top, exuded an extraordinary aura that captivated all gazes. The girl on the right was exceptionally beautiful. With a petite nose, alluring lips, and enchanting eyes, her coral pink long hair flowing elegantly as she walked. Dressed in a sleeveless ruffled blouse and a light pink high-waisted puff skirt adorned with delicate lace embroidery, she radiated the charm of an anime school idol, embodying the essence of a beautiful girl. However, the true spectacle lay in her ample bosom. Frankly, her bust was not merely ample, it was magnificent. The girl with the superior aura was instantly recognized as Jian Shui'er. But who was the girl on the right? A girl with such a generous figure would surely become a sensation on campus the moment she appeared. Who could she possibly be? As the 2 girls continued down the aisle and reached the rock formation in the courtyard, one of them addressed Wu Juanxiong loudly. "Wu Juanxiong, please stop pursuing me. Li Baiwei will not be your girlfriend." One of the girls was Li Baiwei? There must be some mistake. The narrative of a toad aspiring to consume swan meat seemed entirely inverted. Chapter 36. Thus, Lin An once again became the target of male animosity. The photos of Li Baiwei circulating online depicted a girl so unattractive that any boy would recoil at the sight. Wu Juanxiong may not be handsome, but his tall, muscular build classified him as an athletic type. If Li Baiwei sought to win Wu Juanxiong's affection, it would indeed resemble a toad aspiring to dine on swan meat. Yet, upon the first glance at the photos of Li Baiwei, the spectators hastily branded her a homewrecker. But the reality? Li Baiwei was a stunning beauty with a bust larger than her head, a living testament to the existence of beautiful girls in reality. And then you tell me that such an enchanting beauty is a homewrecker, clinging to an athletic boy? Absurd. What boy would ever refuse the confession of such a stunning beauty, let alone with a figure so remarkable that a mere glance could lead one to lose themselves entirely, rendering refusal impossible? At this moment, the spectators comprehended that the allegations of her being a homewrecker were nothing but slander. The fault lay with Wu Juanxiong and Zhang Tingting. Hey, Wu Juanxiong, do you hear me? Stop pursuing Li Baiwei, or I shall stand up for the beautiful girl. Yes, that Zhang Tingting. How dare she slander her as a homewrecker? She should take a good look at herself. It is she who is unattractive, and I feel nauseated. This pair of despicable individuals bullying a young girl is intolerable. Can't we have them expelled? Expelled. Expelled. The despicable duo should be expelled. The crowd outside swiftly shifted their allegiance, with the majority now supporting Li Baiwei and condemning the vile pair. Meanwhile, the storm's epicenter, Wu Juanxiong and Zhang Tingting, were left in shock. Zhang Tingting was taken aback. She had anticipated many ways for Li Baiwei to clear her name and devised countless countermeasures, believing she was assured of victory. Yet, she had never imagined that Li Baiwei's true identity was that of an unfathomably stunning beauty. In her presence, she felt as though even breathing was a mistake. The confidence she had built by disparaging Li Baiwei crumbled instantaneously in the face of public condemnation. Her mind was in disarray, tears streaming down her face, overwhelmed by pain and helplessness. Wretched girl, I am not in the wrong. However, Wu Juanxiong was consumed by rage. Raising his hand to strike Li Baiwei across the face, his furious voice echoing with accusations. It's your fault for refusing to be my girlfriend. Lin An, who had been standing beside Li Baiwei, perceived Wu Juanxiong's threatening gesture and understood the impending violence. In that moment, the most prudent course of action would have been to do nothing, thus ensuring the greatest repercussions for Wu Juanxiong. Yet, he could not bear to see someone beside him suffer, and instinctively grasped Wu Juanxiong's hand to thwart his malicious intentions. With a sudden cry of alarm, Li Baiwei felt the danger approach, her body going weak as she unconsciously collapsed against Lin and Wu Juanxiong. What are you doing? The previously composed girl now questioned, her tone laced with reproach. Calm down, students. A teacher-like figure beside her intervened, seizing Wu Juanxiong's hand. You are engaging in malicious harassment of a female classmate, resorting to violence after being rebuffed. You shall face the consequences for your actions. The situation escalated abruptly, and Jian Shuier froze for a brief moment before her face flushed with indignation as she turned a cold glare towards Wu Juanxiong. You wretch. This is all your fault for not accepting my invitation to be my girlfriend. The athletic male, exuding an overwhelming masculine aura, often attracted the affections of ordinary girls. However, his muscle-bound mentality frequently led to violent outbursts when his emotions flared. Wu Juanxiong, now fully enraged, raised his hand once more to strike Li Baiwei. Lin An would not allow him that opportunity. He pushed the teacher towards Wu Juanxiong while retreating with Li Baiwei, shielding her from harm. The teacher, witnessing Wu Juanxiong's intent to escalate the violence, shouted in anger, I warn you, stop this immediately. In his blind fury, Wu Juanxiong raised his hand to assault the teacher. At this point, Lin An discerned Wu Juanxiong's inevitable downfall. Striking a teacher would assuredly result in expulsion. The bullying incident involving Li Baiwei was thus resolved. However, he sensed that trouble was brewing. I now recognize who Li Baiwei is. She is the legendary 4th SSS grade beauty. A voice from the crowd rang out. Upon hearing this, others quickly connected her striking beauty to the rumors, realizing the truth. Indeed, it is her. I thought she was merely a campus myth, but she truly exists, deserving of her status as a campus idol. Not long after the semester began, members of the Haida Beauty Research Society had compiled a list of the top beauties among the new students. At the pinnacle stood the 4 SSS grade beauties. To the far left, the school princess, the epitome of perfection, Jian Shuier. To the left, the campus goddess, Yi Jiao, whose charm was magnetic. And fourth, the campus idol, An absolutely captivating super beauty without a name or photograph, her allure acknowledged only by those who had glimpsed her. Yet, as the month of school progressed, her presence remained elusive, leading many to dismiss her as mere folklore. Now, however, upon witnessing Li Baiwei's visage, they could only conclude that she was indeed the one. Realizing this, several individuals began to pull out their phones to capture Li Baiwei in photographs. Hey, could this really be a romantic comedy unfolding? I randomly chose a girl, and she turns out to be a hidden beauty, Lin An thought, internally mocking the absurdity of the situation. Suddenly, he felt a soft warmth against his chest and looked down to find Li Baiwei unconscious in his embrace, her eyes closed. Devoid of consciousness. What is happening? Why have you fainted? Wake up. Lin An gently shook her, but instead of awakening, she clung to him tightly, as if trapped in a nightmare. Li Baiwei possessed a figure that was undeniably striking. Yet Lin An harbored no intentions of taking advantage of her. He felt her body trembling violently, as if she were grappling with something profoundly terrifying, rendering her utterly pitiable and helpless. Was it the excessive attention from boys that had triggered her past traumas? Reflecting on her experiences in middle school, Lin An shook his head. They could not remain here. Jian Shui'er, let us return to the club office, he declared, lifting Li Baiwei in a princess carry and moving away from the crowd. The boys capturing photographs of Li Baiwei glared in frustration, cursing Lin An. You scoundrel. You already have Jian Shui'er. Why do you cling to Li Baiwei? Let her go? Unsurprisingly, Lin An had once again become the target of animosity among the male students. Upon reaching the club office, Lin An, preoccupied with running, failed to notice that Li Baiwei had already regained consciousness. As she stirred, he quickly set her down, apologizing. I did not mean to hold you like that. It's all right, Li Baiwei replied softly, her voice barely above a whisper. I owe you my gratitude. If Li Baiwei had still been the dinosaur-like girl, Lin An would have interacted with her naturally. However, her transformation into an alluring beauty left him at a loss for how to converse with her without feeling awkward. Do not thank me. All of this was the vice president's idea, including bringing you to the office under the shade of the trees, Lin An said, taking a step back to create distance. Li Baiwei nodded gently and settled onto the sofa, lost in thought. An unusual atmosphere enveloped the club office. Before long, the atmosphere disruptor, Jian Shui'er, arrived, her buoyant mood evident in the rhythmic click of her high heels. Entering the office, she wore a proud expression. A flawless plan. Haha. Just having Baiwei make an appearance has completely turned the tide of public opinion, resolving the bullying incident. Furthermore, that couple dared to assault a teacher. I have reported them to the school, and their fate is sealed. Expulsion. A perfect conclusion. I am truly a genius. After delivering her triumphant monologue, Jian Shui'er turned her gaze to Lin An, her eyes brimming with anticipation for praise, reminiscent of a child who had helped with household chores. Yet, Lin An responded with a cold demeanor. Vice President, your plan is utterly flawed. What? Jian Shui'er could not comprehend. Lin An sighed. The distress that Li Baiwei entrusted us in the Love Research Club to address is not merely the harassment of an upperclassman. It is the dilemma of whether or not to engage in a romantic relationship during college. The harassment is a minor issue with numerous solutions. Moreover, Li Baiwei has previously confided that her excessive popularity among boys in middle school caused her significant distress, leading her to conceal her true self in high school to attain tranquility. Your solution has now thrust her back into the limelight as a campus idol, akin to returning to the overwhelming attention she received in middle school. While you may have resolved the upperclassman's harassment, the increased attention will undoubtedly attract more suitors. How do you propose to address that? Jian Shui'er's eyes widened in shock as she glanced between the stunning Li Baiwei and the disdainful Lin An, realizing her miscalculation. However, the mistake had already been made. Regret and apologies could wait. They needed a solution. Without hesitation, she grasped Lin An's shoulders, exclaiming, You will handle the aftermath. Me? Lin An felt the weight of impending trouble descend upon him. Chapter 37. Lin An, so handsome? Absolutely not. This cannot happen. Lin An shook his head vigorously. If Li Baiwei had remained the unappealing girl, aiding her would have been a trivial matter. Now, transformed into a campus idol capable of inciting madness among boys, assisting her would only lead to endless complications. All he desired was a peaceful life as a college student, and troubles were the last thing he wished to encounter. But I do not know what to do, Jian Shui'er exclaimed, on the verge of tears. I was so focused on enhancing our club's reputation and elegantly resolving the upperclassman's harassment that I failed to consider Li Baiwei's situation. I was wrong, and I sincerely apologize, Li Baiwei. Jian Shui'er turned towards Li Baiwei, her expression filled with remorse. It is all right, You acted with my consent. And the solution is quite simple, Li Baiwei replied with a gentle smile. What is it? Jian Shui'er rushed forward, grasping Li Baiwei's hand tightly. Just return to being as you were before, Li Baiwei spoke softly. In the past, I would apply a concealing makeup to hide my blemishes and dress in plain clothing, making myself unapproachable. If I revert to that approach, the problem will resolve itself. That is not an option. Jian Shui'er composed herself and shook her head, stating, You mentioned that Wu Juanxiong has been pursuing you since he caught a glimpse of your true self on the first day of school. Now that your real appearance has been unveiled, even if you disguise yourself as an unattractive girl, bothersome boys will still be drawn to you. What should we do? Li Baiwei pressed her finger to her forehead, feeling distressed. Lin An, are you really not going to help? Jian Shui'er echoed her concern, turning to Lin An. I wish to assist, yet I find myself unable. Li Baiwei's allure is simply too pronounced, and human nature is diverse. There will always be self-important boys seeking her attention. Lin An replied with a tone of resignation. Let me ponder this further. Jian Shui'er settled onto the sofa, gently biting her lower lip as she fell into contemplation. After a considerable pause, she finally spoke. I currently have two suggestions. The first is to have Nai accompany Baiwei, assisting in warding off the persistent boys. However, this is merely a temporary fix and might disrupt Baiwei's university experience. Li Baiwei considered the prospect of having a bodyguard shadowing her and quickly shook her head. I am not accustomed to having a bodyguard during my university life. I prefer the second option. The second option, Jian Shui'er tilted her head slightly, her voice laced with hesitation, is that the boys pursue you primarily because of your single status. If you were to have a publicly acknowledged boyfriend, the number of boys vying for your attention would diminish. A boyfriend? Li Baiwei looked bewildered. But I still have not determined whether dating in college is appropriate. Jian Shui'er chuckled lightly. Just let things unfold naturally. While it's entirely possible to remain single in university, should love come knocking, it is often unavoidable. Furthermore, there is no obligation to find a genuine boyfriend. A nominal one will suffice. As she spoke, Jian Shui'er subconsciously glanced at Lin and noticing her gaze. Lin An quickly shook his head. Do not look to me. I have no intentions of dating during university, and a nominal boyfriend is out of the question. Realizing this was insufficient reassurance, Lin An stood up and said, I just remembered my roommate needs me for something. I must take my leave. Without lingering a moment longer in the student affairs office, he hurriedly departed. Left behind, Jian Shui'er murmured to herself, why the agitation? If I were to seek a nominal boyfriend, it certainly would not be you. I wouldn't allow you to be someone else's boyfriend, not even in name. Lin An did not lie. Upon exiting the office, he returned to his dormitory. Inside, he found all of his long-absent roommates present. However, as soon as Lin An took his seat, Zhou Haidong approached him and playfully grasped his neck. Is this the real world? Why is your life more absurd than that of a two-dimensional protagonist? You are rumored to be involved with the campus princess, the fabulously wealthy Jian Shui'er, and you casually rescue random girls, only to discover they are hidden beauties. And Li Baiwei, with her stunning figure and looks that even AI cannot replicate. Lin An recognized Zhou Haidong's jealousy, but the grip around his neck did not hurt. He understood it was all in jest. Yet, Zhou Haidong remained oblivious to the fact that he was the true victim. Had I known Li Baiwei was a beauty, I would not have offered my assistance in the first place. Balderdash. Zhou Haidong immediately saw through Lin An's deception. With such immense talent and an alluring youthful charm, don't play the victim. The real pity lies with those of us who are captivated by the fantasy of the two-dimensional world, only to find our reality pales in comparison to your experiences as a reclusive otaku. Lin An chose not to respond. Indeed, he had no standing to argue. The bitter truth was that the world favored beauty. I believe you, but... Qiyang approached, joining the conversation. You are extraordinarily handsome. When a boy complimented him outside of a sports or gaming context, Lin An could only feel a chill run down his spine. Not my words, look here. Qiyang handed Lin An his phone. As Lin An glanced at the screen, he saw a photo of himself, princess, carrying Li Baiwei, clad in a simple white t-shirt. Lin An's arms securely cradled Li Baiwei's back and delicate feet, while he strode confidently forward. Behind them, a group of boys held their phones aloft, their expressions fraught with jealousy, and two men were engaged in a scuffle nearby. The entire scene resembled a heroic rescue of a princess. Where's the handsomeness in this? All I see is jealousy, Zhou Haidong remarked, equally unimpressed. Lin An felt the same. This is a breaking news report from the student newspaper. It is not my claim to handsomeness, but the comments below. Qiyang opened the comment section. The way this boy carries the princess is so powerful, so handsome. Upon closer inspection, his fingers do not grasp the girl's sensitive skin inappropriately. They embody gentlemanly grace, indeed handsome. Within 30 seconds, I need to know this boy's name. I wish for him to be my prince. And here's another photo. Chi Yang swiped his phone, showing Lin An another side profile. A dark-skinned, robust young man was raising his muscular right hand, poised to strike a delicate-looking girl dressed in a frilly skirt. It appeared a tragedy was imminent. Yet, upon closer inspection, a significantly slimmer hand was firmly gripping the robust young man's wrist, preventing the impending doom. The delicate hand belonged to none other than the boy who had just carried the princess. The comments below were filled with admiration. Oh my, that movement is so heroic. It prevented a vile act. A slender boy standing up to protect a fragile girl against a strong adversary. This scene is truly gallant. This boy shows that handsomeness is not merely about appearance, but also in one's actions, and such conduct is even more captivating. Enough of this. Quickly provide me with that boy's contact information. I wish to confess my feelings immediately. He is the type of man deserving of lifelong commitment. To take a stand and protect a vulnerable girl at a critical moment, that is something I could never achieve. It is indeed admirable, Zhou Haidong concurred. Only Lin An pressed his forehead, internally cursing the student newspaper. Damn the student newspaper, once again disrupting my tranquil university life. Oh heavens, can I not be free from trouble? Chapter 38 Lin An, go and meet Li Baiwei, ISS. Lin An sought to evade trouble, and he intended to do just that. During this period, he planned to refrain from venturing anywhere beyond the dormitory, classroom, or library. However, in the modern world, one cannot escape the necessity of money. After school in the afternoon, it was once again time to complete his tasks for the day. To earn the daily reward of 3,000 yuan for interacting with Yiju, Lin An made his way to the student affairs office. Upon arrival, he found the members present, including Li Baiwei. However, she had reverted to a more modest appearance, resembling a traditional girl. It seemed she had removed the coral pink wig, returning to 2 unattractive black braids, and donned an oversized plaid shirt paired with excessively wide gray trousers. Her figure was merely ample, not voluptuous, and she wore round glasses that did little to enhance her appearance. How did the class react? Jian Shui'er, likely having just arrived, inquired of Li Baiwei. A frown crossed Li Baiwei's face. It was futile. Before class this afternoon, over 20 boys asked to add me on WeChat. During class, boys kept peering in from outside the window, and after class, unfamiliar boys swarmed around me, introducing themselves. I couldn't even dare to go to the restroom. Indeed, it appears my hopes were misplaced. I thought that by restoring her traditional appearance, the boys' pursuits might diminish, yet it seems not, Jian Shui'er said, her brow furrowed. Lin An, wishing to avoid unnecessary trouble, entered the tea room to prepare tea for the 3 of them. It seems we will have to enlist Nai Nai as your protector, Jian Shui'er suggested. No, I cannot trouble you. I can manage this myself, Li Baiwei insisted. Yet, Lin An caught a glimpse of the moisture gathering at the corners of her eyes, her gaze radiating a sense of helplessness akin to a small dog abandoned on a rainy street. The scene stirred a desire in Lin An to intervene. Yet he silently chanted to himself, do not seek trouble, do not seek trouble, do not seek trouble, striving to dispel distracting thoughts. Thus, the alternative was sought. Jian Shui'er expressed her sincere apologies. I must find you a boyfriend. I still have no intention of that, Li Baiwei replied promptly. Nominally, Jian Shui'er reiterated. That won't do, Li Baiwei shook her head. Why? Jian Shui'er asked, puzzled. It's not that I am genuinely seeking a boyfriend. It's that someone is pursuing you, and if you refuse by claiming to have a boyfriend, that boyfriend will be merely fictional. But that won't work either. Li Baiwei held firm to her stance. Jian Shui'er remained perplexed. Why? Do you have a disposition that prevents you from lying? It's not that. It's just that I've previously rejected advances in such a manner, and because my fictional boyfriend never appeared at school. Rumors spread that I was being supported by a man outside. I'm sorry. Jian Shui'er recalled the hardships Li Baiwei had endured in middle school. Feeling remorseful that her desire for glamour led Li Baiwei to suffer again in university. No need for apologies. This is my own thought as well. I believe that continuing in the same manner as high school is unfeasible now. Li Baiwei fiddled with her black braids. In high school, I was treated as an unattractive girl, and I found a peculiar peace in that. However, upon entering university, with the absence of academic pressure and witnessing the vibrant youth of my peers, I suddenly felt a sense of worthlessness. Am I truly willing to sacrifice my precious youth for those bothersome boys? It seems utterly unworthy. I too wish to don beautiful clothes and stroll through campus. I no longer want to disguise myself, which is also why I consented to this plan. So, dear Jian, you are in no way at fault. There is no need for guilt. Baiwei, The kind-hearted Jian Shui stepped forward to embrace Li Baiwei. You must have endured much. Do not worry. You are our first guest in relationship research, and I will certainly assist you in resolving your troubles. Thank you. Li Baiwei wiped away a tear from the corner of her eye. Jian Shui felt even more heartache and contemplated. This can only mean finding a genuine boyfriend or someone to masquerade as one. A real boyfriend? Li Baiwei felt a flicker of hope, but quickly shook her head. I likely won't easily develop feelings for anyone. It won't be so simple to find a real boyfriend. And what of a pretend boyfriend? I could recruit a young doctor from my father's hospital to play the role of your boyfriend. An appearance once would suffice to deter the boys pursuing you. A pretend boyfriend won't do. Li Baiwei promptly rejected the idea. A pretend boyfriend would make me feel guilty towards my future partner. And what if I actually developed feelings? Jian Shui fell silent as the conversation reached an impasse. Lin An, you should ISS with Li Baiwei. Suddenly, an AI electronic voice echoed in the silence. The only individual capable of emitting such sounds in the club office was the aphasic president, Yi Ju. But that wasn't the crux of the matter. What are you saying, President? Lin An exclaimed in panic. That's ISS. How could I possibly ISS with Li Baiwei? Jian Shui too appeared bewildered. ISS, as in kissing? President, ISS is an act reserved for couples. It's inappropriate for Lin An and Li Baiwei to engage in such behavior. Li Baiwei blushed slightly, but refrained from objecting. Meanwhile, Yi Ju's rare flush suggested excitement as he scribbled a message. Precisely because ISS is an act reserved for couples, Lin An must kiss Li Baiwei. All three were astonished, unable to grasp Yi Ju's reasoning. Yi Ju continued to write. Li Baiwei's youthful romantic dilemma stems from her uncertainty regarding whether to pursue a relationship in university. She has yet to find an answer. Since ISS is an act reserved for couples, allowing Lin An to kiss Li Baiwei will enable her to experience the feelings of love and ultimately resolve her dilemma. The trio finally comprehended the logic, which was indeed sound. However, Jian Shui vehemently shook her head. President, a kiss holds extraordinary significance for young people, particularly a first kiss. It cannot be trivialized to a mere morning greeting. It should not be shared with someone one does not cherish. To experience romantic emotions, one may engage in dates or games, but a direct kiss is far too perilous. To experience romantic emotions, one may engage in dates or games, Yi Ju mused internally. Maintaining his fervor, you and Lin An kissing, witnessing others kiss, will enable Li Baiwei to yearn for love and fulfill the commission. Jian Shui feeling bashful, took a long moment before saying, that won't do. Lin An and I are not in a mutual affection relationship at present. I see now. I misjudged the situation. So I shall kiss Lin An instead. After writing this line, Yi Ju approached Lin An, his moist lips puckered, ready for a kiss. Observing this scene, Jian Shui froze for a moment before swiftly blocking Yi Ju. President, you cannot. Our youthful kisses cannot be so easily bestowed. Lin An, you must say something. As the focal point of this dilemma, Lin An wished only to escape this troublesome scenario. Chapter 39. The Freshman Gala and Unavoidable Troubles Ultimately. Lin An did not elude the entanglements of trouble. Fortunately, following Jian Shui's fervent protests and detailed explanations, none of the four lost their precious first kisses. It seemed that at some point, Lin An cooking dinner for Yi Ju had become an unyielding routine, akin to a life-or-death necessity. After the club activities concluded, Lin An dutifully prepared dinner at Yi Ju's home once more. Jian Shui tagged along for a free meal and even brought Li Baiwei with her. Perhaps due to the multitude of events that transpired that day and the near loss of their first kiss, Li Baiwei exhibited a reserved demeanor at Yi Ju's home. Until the dinner concluded and everyone departed, she uttered not a single word. This was hardly surprising, as Li Baiwei was naturally quiet and not one to engage in chatter. The only sounds resonating through Yi Ju's home were the playful banter between Lin An and Jian Shui. Upon returning to the dormitory, Lin An found it empty. His three roommates had all gone to the girls' dormitory hall to rehearse a play. The play was titled The White Dragon and the Maiden, telling the tale of a girl who accidentally touches a dragon egg, becoming the dragon mother, only to be sequestered in a solitary canyon by the emperor to rear the white dragon. The emperor promised her that if she taught the white dragon to fly, she would be granted freedom to explore the outside world. Along her journey, she encounters a country boy who falls from a cliff and an adventurous prince of the empire. After embarking on adventures with them, she finds herself in love with both, yet chooses to accompany the prince to the outside world, seeking freedom. However, the conclusion reveals that the freedom she yearned for, the outside world, is rife with constraints, leading to her demise outside. Ironically, The canyon where she initially lived alone represented her true freedom, and the one who truly loved her was the country boy waiting for her return, even unto death. This dystopian script was set to be performed at the upcoming freshman gala at the end of the month. Speaking of the freshman gala, Lin An couldn't help but scoff. The freshman gala was intended to welcome new students. If so, upperclassmen should perform for the newcomers. Yet, the reality was that the school required each major S freshman to present a program for the new students. A gala where newcomers welcome themselves? Lin An held no interest in the event, especially since it bore no academic credit. The following day, classes were relatively light, with a lengthy mandatory course on situation and policy in the morning, followed by a lengthy session of university physical education in the afternoon. The morning class commenced at 8 a.m., but it was rumored that the play rehearsal had extended until 2 a.m., resulting in both male and female students in the classroom resting their eyes on their desks, seeking sleep. Lin An, you seem quite lively. Is it because you didn't assist with the play rehearsal yesterday? A magnetic male voice came from beside Lin An. He glanced over to find Yu Yongquan, a class committee member, a bespectacled young man with a refined appearance. His gentle demeanor garnered admiration from both male and female classmates. However, nearly a month into the school term, this person had not uttered a single word to me, and today, out of the blue, he approached to strike up a conversation. Lin An casually replied, "The number of participants is sufficient. My presence changes little." "That's different," Yu Yongquan smiled. "We are all classmates. By participating in class activities, we can foster camaraderie among students." Lin An maintained a nonchalant demeanor. "I am merely an ordinary male college student. Even if I participate, I would merely be a background figure, unable to cultivate any significant relationships with my peers." "Lin An, you are far too modest. You are anything but ordinary. Your act of standing up to that bullying senior yesterday was quite impressive," Yu Yongquan remarked, recalling the previous day's events with admiration. "Are you seeking something from me?" Lin An, uninterested in beating around the bush, asked directly, "If you have something to say, just say it." "Indeed, I do have a matter to discuss," Yu Yongquan admitted, revealing that there would be a gathering related to a drama production after school, and he invited Lin An to join. Lin An scrutinized Yu Yongquan, who, with his black-framed glasses, fitted white shirt, and delicate features, indeed exuded an air of scholarly charm. Girls who favored this type would likely feel an immediate attraction upon first glance. However, Lin An sensed an underlying insincerity in Yu Yongquan. "Are you attempting to use me to pursue Li Baiwei?" he inquired. "Let me remind you of two things. First, even if we are good friends, I will not assist you in pursuing Li Baiwei. Second, I am not well acquainted with her, and I do not even know her phone number. You will gain no information regarding Li Baiwei from me." Seemingly caught off guard, Yu Yongquan appeared slightly embarrassed but quickly regained his composure, donning a gentle smile. "How could that be? I merely find you interesting and wish to know you better." "You are too hasty," Lin An shook his head. "Had you made this proposition a few days later, I might have been more inclined to befriend you. However, considering the Li Baiwei incident and your silence since the beginning of school, your intentions are quite clear." Having had his motives laid bare, Yu Yongquan was undeterred and candidly admitted, "Indeed, Lin An, I do have feelings for Li Baiwei, and I did contemplate using you as an intermediary to connect with her. Nonetheless, I wish to clarify 2 points. First, I genuinely find you interesting and want to befriend you. Second, even if I do wish to pursue Li Baiwei, if you tell me you like her, I will immediately abandon that thought and assist you in winning her over." Lin An yawned, and upon hearing this, he queried, "And then?" Yu Yongquan, with a serious expression, probed, "So, do you like Li Baiwei?" Lin An smiled. "I see no necessity to disclose that to you. Furthermore, even if I do like Li Baiwei, you would not relinquish your pursuit, for to individuals like you, she represents the ultimate prize, a coveted quarry." Yu Yongquan intended to use Lin An as a means to pursue Li Baiwei, and following this encounter, it was likely that others would also be drawn to her. Ding ding ding. The class bell rang. Yu Yongquan did not return to his seat, but instead stated, "Lin An, you are impressive. Most ordinary boys would have acquiesced, allowing me to intervene in your relationship with Li Baiwei, yet you did not. You have won." Lin An chose not to respond and focused on the lesson. After class, with no further courses scheduled for the morning, Lin An planned to spend time in the library to enhance his knowledge. However, shortly after leaving the classroom, he was surrounded by 5 male students from the sports department. The muscular student at the forefront blocked his path, speaking rudely. "You are Lin An, right?" Lin An, disinterested, tried to circumvent them. The student stepped in front of him once more, flexing his bicep like a gorilla, and declared, "Lin An, let us race 100 meters. Whoever wins gets Li Baiwei." Boring. Lin An attempted to sidestep them again and proceeded forward. "Hey, aren't you a man? If you are, Then compete with me. The gorilla-like student taunted. Bystanders paused to watch the commotion unfold. It seems trouble is unavoidable, Lin An mused inwardly. He longed for a tranquil college life, striving to avoid complications. Yet, the actions of both Yu Yongquan and the imposing student before him made it abundantly clear. From the moment he rescued Li Baiwei from the clutches of a bully, troubles had become inescapable. Continuing to evade would only lead to further predicaments. To resolve these troubles, he needed to confront the source, Li Baiwei. Lin An decided he would not shy away any longer and intended to teach the gorilla-like student a lesson. Ding ding ding. At that moment, his phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number from the same city. Upon answering, a girl's panicked voice exclaimed, "Lin An, come save me." It was Li Baiwei. She might truly be in danger. Chapter 40. Beautiful women are easily preyed upon for a significant number of boys. Beautiful women represent an idealized vision, akin to a celestial being, an unattainable goddess. However, for a smaller subset of boys, they are mere prey to fulfill their primal desires, especially those with scant emotional experience, gentle personalities, and an inability to firmly reject others. Such women become the ultimate quarry. Beauty is a scarce resource, often vulnerable to predation. When Li Baiwei called for help at school, it was highly probable that she was being hunted. Lin An was no stranger to such scenarios. "Where are you?" he quickly inquired, recalling past experiences. "I am at." The call abruptly ended with a tone of disconnection. Lin An's mind raced. 15 seconds later, he retrieved his phone and accessed the academic office's official website. Downloading the course schedule for financial studies, he discovered the time and location of Li Baiwei's next class, C205 in the business management building, beginning in 13 minutes. He then recalled the route Li Baiwei would take from her dormitory to the business management building. If she had encountered trouble on that path, her current location was likely along the route between her dormitory and the classroom. Confirming the route, Lin An sprinted towards it. Within 2 minutes, he spotted a crowd gathered ahead. He had found the location. Pushing through the throng, he entered to see a boy on the ground lamenting beside a fallen bicycle. With Li Baiwei sheltered behind her assistant, Jin Shuer, whose high ponytail bobbed as she shielded her. Upon closer inspection, he noticed Li Baiwei's lips trembled violently. Her eyes filled with fear. The fabric of her left thigh showed signs of abrasion, and it was uncertain whether she had sustained any injuries. Opposite her stood 5 tall, imposing boys, berating Li Baiwei and demanding compensation. After briefly surveying the scene, Lin An grasped the situation. He promptly dialed the campus police, relaying the details of the incident as they rushed to the scene. After completing the call, Lin An approached Li Baiwei. "Stop denying it. You weren't watching where you were going, and now my friend is injured. You better pay up. If not, we will escalate this to the administration office. So be prepared for the medical and bicycle repair expenses. Additionally, you must accompany us to the infirmary to assess my friend's injuries." Standing before Li Baiwei, Lin An heard the accusatory voices directed at her. In response, he leaned in close and softly assured her, "I'm here now. Just leave everything to me." Upon seeing Lin An arrive, Li Baiwei's panic diminished, as if she had spotted a savior. She instinctively released her grip on her assistant's clothing and clutched Lin An's sleeve, seeking his reassurance. Even her assistant, visibly relieved, patted Lin An on the shoulder, saying, "I leave it to you. I'm only here for security and cannot handle negotiations." "Leave it to me," Lin An replied with a confident smile. However, after several minutes, even as he faced the accusations from the opposing side, he remained silent, which only served to embolden their arrogance further. The high ponytail assistant furrowed her brow and patted Lin An's shoulder again, saying, "Hey, you said you would handle this. Is your solution to act like a turtle? I might as well take over." As she spoke, the assistant clenched her fist and positioned herself protectively in front of Li Baiwei, observing her defiance. The boy across from them showed no fear. Instead, he became even more brazen, declaring, "After all this, are you planning to resort to violence? Go ahead. Strike me if you dare. I'd gladly trade my life for a smooth future for my family. I'm worth it." "Miss Nai Nai, please remain calm," Lin An interjected, pulling back the high ponytail assistant. "You're not permitted to call me that. My surname is Su." The assistant, aware that physical confrontation was not an option, redirected her anger towards Lin An. However, Lin An remained unfazed, smiling slightly. "Just give me 30 more seconds." 30 seconds? The boy sneered. "My friend was simply riding his bike when your classmate, not paying attention, collided with him. He fell and got hurt, and we were all witnesses. Give you 300 seconds, and you'll still owe compensation." "It wasn't he me who collided. He rode into me and fell," Li Baiwei, hiding behind Lin An, cautiously spoke up with a quiver in her voice. "Where's your evidence? Any surveillance footage? Any witnesses?" The boy's arrogance was evident. There's no surveillance nearby. She was the only one there, Li Baiwei retorted, biting her lip. You have no evidence to back that up. I have witnesses and an injured friend, Li Baiwei. Just admit it was you. It was not me. Li Baiwei was adamant. If it wasn't you, then how did my friend get hurt? In desperation, Li Baiwei called out. Lin An, help me. Lin An had been mentally counting down the time, and just as he hit 30 seconds, a stern voice rang out. Who called the police? I did. Lin An raised his hand. What? You've lost your mind. It's just a bicycle accident, and you called the police? The opposing group appeared startled. Lin An paid them no mind. When the police arrived and he introduced himself with his professional title, he stated, I reported a malicious case of attempted extortion that resulted in injuries to a student. He knelt down, gently pulling back Li Baiwei's torn pants to reveal a wound on her fair thigh, seeping blood. You all deserve this. Lin An's voice was laced with palpable anger. Li Baiwei is injured, and the wound is deep. Even if it heals, it will leave a scar, which is unacceptable for a young lady. She must undergo scar treatment, which could cost hundreds of thousands. Prepare for full compensation. Compensate hundreds of thousands? The boys grew increasingly flustered, but the leader quickly regained his composure, stating, It's her own fault. If she hadn't been careless while walking, my friend wouldn't have been hurt. Officer, you must uphold justice. Lin An, unwilling to waste time, explained to the police, these individuals have set a trap to extort this student, deliberately riding their bicycle near her and then feigning injury to blame her, hoping to force her into compensation. Evidence is crucial. Your claims are mere speculation. I have plenty of evidence, the boy retorted confidently. I have evidence, and it's twofold. Lin An replied coolly. First, the injured boy's wound is healing too quickly, indicating it's an old injury, possibly self-inflicted. Second, that student is from the journalism club. And recently, Li Baiwei has been a hot topic in our academy. You thought you could set a trap for her in a surveillance-free area? But what you didn't realize is that the journalism club follows her closely, and they likely have footage of you deliberately colliding with her. Is that so? Student, could you please show me the footage? A police officer approached the journalism student. Lin An continued, what a bunch of fools. Did you really think you could ensnare an innocent girl with such petty tactics? You should have known the fate of Wu Juanxiong from yesterday. He was expelled. If you don't come clean soon, all 6 of you will face the same consequence. I, Lin An, will ensure the police substantiate this. No, I'll confess. Don't expel me. Officer, Lin Gu, I was wrong. Almost instantaneously, a timid accomplice cried out. I had nothing to do with it. It was all Jin Zongxiang's orders. I was just following instructions for money. After this confession, the others could no longer hold their composure and began to crumble, collectively shouting, I also made a mistake. I didn't realize it would escalate this far. It was all Jin Zongxiang's idea. We didn't intend to extort Li Baiwei. Jin Zongxiang was the leader of the group. At this point, Lin An knew he had won his gamble. Chapter 41 Thus, Li Baiwei's incident was resolved. With Lady Luck favoring Lin An, he had casually mentioned that a member of the journalism club had recorded the entire extortion attempt. Consequently, the police, upon inquiry, confirmed that such evidence existed. With both testimonial, the betrayal of Jin Zongxiang's accomplice, and physical evidence available, Jin Zongxiang had no room for denial. The police took the extortionists to the station for statements and notified the school. Given the situation, even without Shun Shue'er's pressure on the school, the group would at least face serious disciplinary action. It was a rare instance of justice being served. Lin An, you truly are clever. How did you realize that person had the entire incident recorded? On a bench at the police station, Lin An, the assistant surnamed Su, and Li Baiwei sat waiting for the police to conclude their case. During the wait, Assistant Su expressed admiration. Leaning against the bench, Lin An casually replied, I didn't realize it. I was just guessing. Guessing? Why would you guess? Assistant Su, unable to grasp the logic in Lin An's words, was puzzled. I surmised that the key was not the recording itself, but rather creating discord among Jin Zongxiang and his group. They believed their numbers were an advantage. But many people meant divided loyalties. By applying pressure, I aimed to create cracks in their unity, leading to someone confessing. Even without the recording. If just one of Jin Zongxiang's accomplices confessed, we would have won. Li Baiwei spoke softly but with clarity and composure. That's more or less the case. Lin An nodded in agreement. I still don't understand. Assistant Su shook his head in confusion. Let me explain, Li Baiwei elaborated in detail. However, she barely finished half of her explanation before Assistant Su, holding his head, exclaimed, Stop. My head hurts. All right, just know that everything is under Lin An's control. Li Baiwei turned to Lin An, her eyes shining with admiration. Yes, now I understand. Assistant Su patted Lin An's shoulder. Lin An, you're quite clever. Truly a smart person. You can call me Nai Nai from now on. I merely utilize resources judiciously and have a penchant for gambling. It's quite ordinary. Not clever at all. At least you're smarter than me. Oh, by the way, Assistant Sue clapped his hands, since you're so bright. Think of a way to help Miss Byway with her troubles with those boys. Can it be resolved? Li Byway looked at him with hopeful, sparkling eyes. Lin An had already decided to intervene in Li Byway's troubles and swiftly replied, there is a way to solve it. What is the solution? Both Li Byway and Assistant Sue asked eagerly. Lin An stood up from the bench, moving closer to Li Byway. Li classmate, before I share the method, let us recreate a past scenario. Li Byway appeared puzzled, unsure of Lin An's intent. Lin An continued, imagine it's the beginning of the school year. And you are still Li Byway, while I am the Wu Juanxiong who originally pursued you. I will now pursue you. And you must respond using the same methods you employed with Wu Juanxiong. Li Byway nodded. All right, I will follow your lead. Lin An swiftly altered his expression, adopting a domineering demeanor, extending his hand toward Li Byway, and proclaimed, Li Byway, I like you very much. Please become my girlfriend. Li Byway's face displayed a look of discomfort, her voice as soft as cotton candy. Senior, we have just met. It is too soon to express feelings of fondness. This is not appropriate, and I have no intention of dating during my university years. I apologize. That is perfectly fine. We can start as friends. Byway, may I have your WeChat ID? I would like to add you. Lin An retrieved his phone. Byway's expression grew more troubled. After a moment of hesitation, she replied, I only add friends and family on WeChat. Since we have just met, we should get to know each other better before becoming friends. Because I like you. I am confident we will soon be friends, Lin An said with a self-assured smile. How about we have a late-night snack together? My treat. I'm sorry, but I must be going now. Byway chose to escape. Well then, the scene ends here. Do you now understand why you cannot resolve the persistent attention from boys? Lin An inquired, looking at Byway. She shook her head in confusion. I don't understand. It's because you are too kind-hearted. Lin An sighed as he returned to his seat. In truth, boys are more sensitive about their pride than girls. They cannot endure humiliation. When pursuing a girl, they tend to give up after encountering just one or two setbacks. Your gentle refusal, however, which takes their feelings into account, inadvertently leads them to believe they still have a chance, or that you are an easy target to win over if they persist. Byway exclaimed, taken aback. Lin An continued, there exists a type of girl who lacks experience in relationships, possesses a gentle disposition, and has been socially conditioned to be kind, making it difficult for them to firmly reject others. If they are of average appearance, these character flaws might not impact their lives significantly. However, if they are attractive, they are likely to encounter emotionally experienced men who, with a bit of assertiveness or flattery, can easily win their hearts. Haha, Lin An. What kind of story are you concocting? How could such foolish girls exist? Assistant Sue laughed, slapping his knee. They do exist, Lin An replied, his tone serious. These girls, to put it kindly, are pure in love. To put it harshly, they lack assertiveness and cannot comprehend what true love is. A slight kindness from a boy can lead them to mistakenly believe it is love. A little firmness, some sweet talk, or a slightly romantic atmosphere can make them unable to refuse the offer of a girlfriend or to give away their first kiss or money. Rather than being pure, it is foolishness. Moreover, such girls can easily be won over by one boy's assertiveness, only to be cheated on by another boy employing the same tactics. It's both foolish and distasteful. Byway fell silent. After a long pause, she said, so, Lin An, are you implying that if I adopt a firm rejection, I can resolve the issue with persistent boys? Yes, Lin An nodded. Is it really that simple? Assistant Sue expressed skepticism. It is that simple. But it will only resolve 90 of cases, Lin An explained. What about the remaining 10? Byway asked anxiously. 90% of boys will cease to pursue a girl who firmly rejects them. However, human diversity means there will always be 10 who believe that love can be attained through persistence. The thrill of being rejected can become addictive. They will think, if you dare reject me, I will make you like me. The more firmly you reject them, the more aggressively they will pursue you. What should I do about that? Byway's face filled with panic at the thought of future scenarios. It's quite simple, Lin An replied. Find yourself a boyfriend, even if it's just for show. If you encounter a particularly troublesome boy, call on your boyfriend, his friends, or family to expose that boy for his shameless behavior. Society will side with you, and he will have no choice but to give up. This approach can resolve 99 of persistent pursuers. So ultimately, I still need to find a boyfriend? Byway confirmed. Not necessarily, Lin An smiled. If you insist on dressing in a frumpy manner for 4 years, wrapping yourself in layers, and applying heavy makeup to cover blemishes, boys will stay away from you. Or you could indulge in fried chicken and beer, gaining weight to 200 pounds, truly becoming unattractive, and those troubles will vanish. That would ruin my youth, Bai Wei lamented, on the verge of tears. Don't worry, I have another solution, Lin An said with a grin. I will help you. I think I might have found a solution myself, Bai Wei replied. After chatting with Bai Wei for a while, the police informed them that they could leave after signing some documents. Lin An escorted Bai Wei to sign, and they exited the police station. As soon as they stepped outside, they were met by familiar cameras and microphones, a trio from the news agency. Lin An, eager to resolve Bai Wei's troubles, willingly accepted an interview regarding the recent incident. At the end of the interview, the reporter in the beret provocatively asked Bai Wei, "May I ask what your relationship is with Lin An?" Bai Wei's eyes flickered with shyness as she lowered her head and replied, "We are in a romantic relationship. He is my boyfriend." What? Lin An was taken aback. Bai Wei, is this your solution to the problem? Chapter 42. Is it the wrong time for me to be here? Oh my, this is major news. The reporter's eyebrows shot up in excitement. Bai Wei, could you elaborate on the situation? Lin An sensed that a major headache was about to descend upon him. He subtly tugged at Bai Wei's sleeve, silently conveying his message. How did I become your boyfriend? This is the situation, Bai Wei spoke shyly. I just agreed to Lin An's confession, and we are now in a romantic relationship. Congratulations. Now, I must ask Lin An. In this love triangle involving Jian Shui, and Bai Wei, you ultimately choose Bai Wei, correct? Please step aside with me for a moment. Lin An needed to address the impending issue and pulled Bai Wei to a secluded corner. Once there, he immediately stated, Bai Wei, I do not recall confessing my feelings to you. What? Bai Wei's face displayed surprise. Does that mean Lin An does not like me? If you believe that all boys will like you, I must admit that this is not mere self-absorption. Your beauty and physique are indeed compelling. However, I am somewhat different. My definition of liking someone is more nuanced. I don't understand what you mean by nuanced, Bai Wei said, her lovely eyes blinking. No need to understand. Suffice it to say, I cannot be your boyfriend. Anticipating what Bai Wei might say next, Lin An quickly interjected, not in name, not as a pretense, and not temporarily. Why not? Bai Wei looked up, gazing into Lin An's eyes, searching for an answer. There is no reason, Lin An said, looking away into the distance to avoid her gaze. I apologize. My actions were presumptuous and have caused you trouble. However, I do not wish for you to be my actual boyfriend. I simply want you to be my nominal boyfriend to help me deal with those persistent boys. I no longer want to live in disguise, and I will not ask for your help without compensation. I intend to offer you 500 yuan a day for your services. This purely financial arrangement will impose no burden on either of us. Wait, what did you just say? I apologize for my presumptuous behavior. The last part. I don't want you to be my actual boyfriend. The part after that. Sensing Lin An's thoughts, Bai Wei's lips curled slightly downward. If you are willing to be my nominal boyfriend to help me deal with those persistent boys, I can offer you 1,000 yuan a day for your services. Deal. Lin An exclaimed, gripping Bai Wei's hand with excitement. From today onward, I will be your boyfriend. And I will ensure that those undesirable boys do not come near you. Apparently, my charm pales in comparison to money, Bai Wei murmured softly. The wealth code informs us that opportunities for profit leave no room for delay. Thus, Lin An promptly signed a contract with Bai Wei. The agreement, in duplicate, stipulated that he would serve as her nominal boyfriend for 3 months at a fee of 90,000, payable monthly. As the contracting party, Bai Wei had the right to terminate the agreement at any time. Yet she was obligated to pay the full month's fee regardless of how many days remained in that month. Upon fulfilling the contract, Lin An escorted Bai Wei back to her dormitory before heading to his own. Upon returning, several of his roommates were present. As soon as he entered, the fourth roommate, Zhou Haidong, seized him by the neck, exclaiming, fraud. You claim to have no connection with Bai Wei, yet the news agency has reported you as a couple. I see now that you only saved her because you recognized her beauty. In truth, he had not initially perceived Bai Wei as beautiful. However, Jian Shui had seen through Bai Wei's disguise from the start, which was why she had believed in Bai Wei's innocence. I suspect it's all a charade of pretending to be a boyfriend, the second roommate, Qi Yang, remarked. Lin An, you're not the type to be swayed by appearances. It's improbable that you'd quickly enter a relationship with Bai Wei. It must be an act. Lin An neither confirmed nor denied this, casually stating. Bai Wei wishes to enjoy a normal college life, and I will facilitate that. What a good person, Qi Yang chuckled. Yet, in numerous instances, such pretend couple scenarios culminate in genuine romance 99% of the time. Aren't you concerned about that? Why should I be concerned? If we truly become a couple, the one at a disadvantage would be Bai Wei, Lin An replied with a smile. Qi Yang scrutinized him for a moment before asking, and what about Jian Shui? Lin An was puzzled. What about Jian Shui? I have no connection to her. Qi Yang sighed. That young lady is quite unfortunate. She finally encounters a boy she finds interesting, only for him to be indifferent, and now he has become someone else's boyfriend without her knowledge. If she were to find out, she would be utterly heartbroken. After a brief silence, Lin An responded, "It might be for the best that she severs ties with me. Jian Shui'er is my burdensome ex-wife, and I shall not repeat past mistakes in this lifetime." In the afternoon, Lin An had 2 classes scheduled. After confirming that Li Baiwei's classes were in the earlier sessions, he headed to the club building, riding a bicycle equipped with a rear seat, and arrived early at Li Baiwei's dormitory to escort her to class. Before long, Li Baiwei's figure appeared before him. Her coral pink hair cascaded down her shoulders, and she donned an adorable pink tulle skirt adorned with white rabbits. Despite the playful design, her ample figure rendered the attire somewhat provocative. Her round red shoes and silk leg bands completed her look. In that moment, Li Baiwei was no longer the plain girl in disguise, but rather a fully armed campus idol, a stunning beauty. "My girlfriend, you have arrived." Upon seeing Li Baiwei's splendid appearance, Lin An wished to maintain his composure, yet the breathtaking sight momentarily left him entranced. However, his strong sense of duty ultimately restored his clarity, and he greeted her with a smile. "Boyfriend Kuan, you came to pick me up for class, right? I'm so happy," Li Baiwei exclaimed sweetly, skipping toward Lin An and linking her arm through his. "Your acting is impressive. I mustn't fall behind." Lin An gently brushed aside her hair that had been blown askew from her excitement, gazing into her eyes as he said, "Miss Girlfriend, you are breathtaking. I fear someone might steal you away. I wish to remain by your side every moment as we attend school together." "Yes, I too wish to be by your side every moment," Li Baiwei replied, resting her head lightly against Lin An's chest, creating a scene that exuded sweetness. "Hello? Is this 110? I wish to report a case of dog abuse." "What kind of dog?" "A single dog," came a voice from the sidelines. After escorting Li Baiwei to her classroom and engaging in a public display of affection, Lin An returned to his dormitory. Following a brief respite, he attended physical education class with his roommates. During a break, several boys approached him, enviously commenting, "I've always known your relationship with Li Baiwei was profound. And now it's clear. If only I had been the one to rescue her back then. As Li Baiwei's boyfriend, you better not betray her, or I'll make you pay." His relationship with Li Baiwei had become widely known, and his role as her nominal boyfriend was successfully deterring other suitors. After the physical education class concluded, Lin An proceeded to the club office, intending to fulfill his obligation of spending 30 minutes with Yiju. With Yiju's daily remuneration of 3,000 yuan, coupled with Li Baiwei's 1,000 yuan compensation, he was poised to earn 4,000 yuan that day, bringing him closer to his dream of financial independence. However, just as he opened the office door, he found Yiju pinning Li Baiwei against the wall, her expression dazed and flushed. Li Baiwei's skirt was askew, and 3 buttons of her blouse were undone, leaving her attire disheveled. "Have I arrived at an inopportune moment? I'll step out. But wait, Li Baiwei, how could you cheat on me right after becoming my girlfriend, and with a girl no less?" Lin An's mind was in disarray as he witnessed the scene before him. Chapter 43. Jian Shui'er is very upset. Please don't misunderstand. There's an explanation. Li Baiwei, caught in the wall embrace, quickly exclaimed upon seeing Lin An's astonished face. "2 people alone in a room, and your clothes are in such disarray. Tell me the reason. It must be due to a heated game of do diju, right?" Lin An thought to himself, suppressing his inner turmoil as he maintained a serious demeanor. "I apologize for arriving at an inopportune time. Please, continue." He attempted to close the door and leave. "There's been a misunderstanding, really." Li Baiwei hurriedly rushed over, seizing Lin An's arm to pull him back into the office before he could shut the door. "It doesn't matter if it's a misunderstanding. We are in a contractual relationship as pretend lovers, and I have no right to interfere with your romantic freedom. Even if your partner is a girl." Li Baiwei seemed quite agitated, focusing entirely on pulling him back, completely oblivious to how closely her ample bosom pressed against his arm, causing him discomfort. With tears welling in her eyes, Li Baiwei insisted, "I need to say it a few more times. There's a misunderstanding. It's not as you perceive." At that moment, 3 buttons of her blouse were undone, and Lin An could see considerable cleavage at a slight angle. Though his self-control was formidable, no amount of discipline could suppress the instincts of an 18-year-old male. He exerted a bit of force, attempting to withdraw his arm from Li Baiwei's grasp, but the more he struggled, the tighter she held on, as if fearing he would escape. This made it impossible for him to continue teasing her. Finally, he admitted, "Please let go of my arm, Li classmate. I understand there's a misunderstanding." Li Baiwei still refused to release him, her big, tearful eyes gazing up at him. "You're not leaving?" "No, I'm not leaving." Li Baiwei still did not let go. her eyes exuding an even more pitiful dog-like expression. You're not angry with me? Why would I be angry? Lin An replied, somewhat exasperated. You both are girls. No matter how intimate you appear, I don't see it as problematic, and I have no right to be angry. You are indeed angry. Boo-hoo, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me. Li Baiwei began to sob, tightening her grip on Lin An's arm even further. Your tendency to cry at the slightest trouble is something you should really work on, he said, though in truth, he found it hard to resist a crying girl. Softening his tone, he continued, all right. To be honest, while we are in a contractual relationship, if I were to witness you pretending to be a couple with me while simultaneously flirting passionately with someone else, I might not feel jealous. But I wouldn't be able to accept it emotionally. I don't want to be merely a tool in this arrangement. Initially, I was a bit upset, but it quickly faded, especially since the other party is Yiju. She's not someone you can judge by ordinary standards. Li Baiwei gradually ceased her sobbing. Her voice soft yet resolute. I have not strayed. It was President Yeju who entrusted me with an emotional experiment. The Love Research Club has assisted me greatly, and I could not decline the president's request. Moreover, it was not merely I who was pinned against the wall. I also pinned President Yeju. And we shared drinks from couples' water cups, experimenting with wall knocks, head knocks, and bed knocks. What is a bed knock? Is that the reason your clothes are in disarray? What emotional experiment is Miss Yeju conducting? Just as Lin An was about to inquire further, the office door burst open with a loud bang. The sharp sound of high heels striking the floor echoed, revealing the owner's furious emotions. Then, a familiar and intoxicating fragrance wafted through the air. You are having an affair. A delicate yet commanding voice pierced Lin An's ears. Before long, the voice's owner stood a mere 20 centimeters away from him, arms crossed, scrutinizing him intently. It was Jian Shuier. Her presence was overwhelming, causing Lin An to feel a surge of anxiety, his voice faltering. Meanwhile, Li Baiwei stood frozen in shock, unable to utter a single word. Jian Shuier glanced at Li Baiwei's current attire and then noticed how she clung tightly to Lin An's arm, revealing a radiant smile. Lin An, you are clearly entangled in an emotional dispute with me, your wife, yet here you are embracing another girl whose clothing is so disheveled. This is undoubtedly an affair. Hey, your smile is far more terrifying than your anger, and we are not in an emotional dispute. We are merely ordinary acquaintances who have known each other for a short while. There is absolutely no infidelity involved. Lin An shouted internally, but Jian Shuier, clearly furious yet restraining her anger with a smile, made him apprehensive that if he spoke too plainly, she might unleash a catastrophic outburst. That is not the case, Jian. Please allow me to explain. Li Baiwei, trembling with fear, mustered the courage to speak, her eyes brimming with helplessness. However, she was abruptly interrupted by Jian Shuier. Say nothing. I am already aware of everything. Jian Shuier was stunning. Her facial contours were exquisitely soft, her skin silky and flawless, her features a dazzling embodiment of beauty. Her demeanor exuded the grace of a distinguished lady. Her deep brown curls cascaded like a princess's, and her porcelain skin glimmered with an ethereal glow. Do not mistake Jian Shuier for a docile and unyielding heiress from a fictional world. In truth, her charming appearance and warm smile could transform into the most fearsome wrath when provoked. Lin An sensed the situation spiraling out of control, instinctively positioning himself in front of Li Baiwei to shield her from Jian Shuier's wrath. You two are pretending to be a couple, aren't you? Suddenly, Jian Shuier forcefully pushed Lin An aside and embraced Li Baiwei tightly. I know, Baiwei, that you have been troubled by terrible boys. I have advised you that one effective method to ward them off is to pretend to have a boyfriend. After the recent incident, it seems you have reconsidered your stance on finding a fake boyfriend and have chosen Lin An for the role. Am I correct, Li Baiwei? Having previously called her Baiwei affectionately, she now addressed her formally by full name. Overwhelmed by an indescribable fear, tears streamed down Li Baiwei's face. Yet, she did not immediately respond. Jian Shuier released her grasp on Li Baiwei and firmly held her arms. Tell me, Li Baiwei, you two are pretending to be a couple, right? Enough, Jian Shuier, do not go too far. Lin An felt compelled to intervene, as Jian Shuier's bullying had gone too far. I am so saddened, Lin An. You must be pleased to hear me say this. Jian Shuier turned to Lin An, genuine sorrow evident in her eyes. I do not understand what you are saying. Lin An sensed that Jian Shuier's emotions were askew. I understand you, Jian Shuier replied, her rose-colored lips blossoming into a dazzling smile. You are considerate towards others, yet harsh with me. But I do not take offense, as this is your unique sentiment for me. You derive pleasure from causing me pain, and my sorrow brings you joy. Pretending to be a couple with Li Baiwei is another way to hurt me. I admit, hearing this news has torn my heart apart. You have made me cry once more. I have no such intentions. Lin An realized the situation was escalating into deeper troubles. You do, and you are so cruel. Jian Shuier responded, her voice tinged with a hint of tears, but she quickly regained her perfect smile. Yet, you are not cruel enough. I, Jian Shuier, am not a woman who easily gives up. It is not in my nature to stand by and weep. Therefore, I have approached the principal and issued a formal notice regarding the stringent regulation of harassment towards the opposite sex, thereby resolving Li Baiwei's troubles with bothersome boys. You no longer need to pretend to be a couple, simply because you are jealous of my pretend relationship with Li Baiwei. You went to the principal and created a formal decree. Jian Shuier, do you even realize what you are doing? Lin An once again felt the weight of Jian Shuier's personality pressing down upon him. Chapter 44, what are you two doing? At this moment, Lin An was at a loss as to how to deal with such a formidable Jian Shuier. He had initially assumed that treating her harshly would drive her away. Yet her previous confession revealed her to be an intensely competitive person. The more he treated Jian Shuier roughly, the more she seemed determined to entangle herself with him to prove her worth. However, if he chose to befriend her amicably, would he not be treading down the path of marital misfortune once more? Lin An was deeply troubled. Haha, have I startled you? Suddenly, Jian Shuier released her grip on Li Baiwei's shoulder, smiling warmly. I have recently developed a keen interest in acting, so just now, I improvised a scene of a wife discovering her husband's infidelity and becoming furious. In reality, Lin An and I are merely classmates, not even friends, let alone husband and wife, and I have no right to interfere in his romantic pursuits. Moreover, Jian Shuier turned her apologetic gaze towards Li Baiwei. The reason you sought Lin An to pretend to be your boyfriend is because I failed to consider your situation, exposing you to the unwanted attention of troublesome boys. I am aware of the incident this morning, and I sincerely apologize for the trouble my actions have caused. Jian Shuier's demeanor softened, prompting Li Baiwei to gradually regain her composure and respond. It is not your fault. Even without that incident, I would have sought an opportunity to shed my disguise as an unattractive girl. In fact, I should thank you for helping me realize what I truly want. Are you seeking a boyfriend? Baiwei, your romantic troubles have finally been resolved. At this point, even if Li Baiwei were oblivious, she understood what Jian Shuier wished to hear and immediately replied, You are correct, Li. Lin An and I are indeed pretending to be a couple. We are not truly in a romantic relationship. I have hired Lin An for 1,000 yuan a day to play this role. It is purely a financial arrangement, devoid of any romantic entanglement. You have spent money on this. I remember Lin An's family is not well off. This can be forgiven. Of course, I have known from the beginning that you two are not really a couple. A boy like Lin An would not attract any girl's attention. I am confident that Lin An would never engage in infidelity. Jian Shuier could not suppress the smile that crept onto her lips, but it quickly faded as she inquired. Then please tell me, what is the meaning of your disheveled clothes? Li Baiwei glanced at her attire, realizing that her top, with 3 buttons undone and her skirt askew, revealed her light green undergarments. She instinctively covered herself with her hands, letting out a girlish scream instead of first fixing her clothes. That was part of my emotional experiment. Is there a problem? At that moment, an AI voice emanated from the office, belonging to President Yeju. With her words, the absurdity of the situation began to draw to a close. However, the atmosphere in the club office remained peculiar, with a palpable silence as everyone harbored their unsaid troubles. Naturally, the president, Yeju, maintained her own pace, engrossed in reading love notes, which stood as an exception. Ultimately, Li Baiwei could no longer endure the bizarre ambience of the office and chose to bid farewell. When Lin An checked the task duration, realizing he had completed 30 minutes, he proposed returning to Yeju's home to prepare dinner. To his surprise, Jian Shuier announced she would be dining out with friends that evening, deviating from her usual habit of joining him for a meal. Thus, Lin An went alone to Yeju's residence to cook, where nothing out of the ordinary transpired. The following day, the counselor promptly circulated a document titled Haido University prohibits malicious harassment of the opposite sex within the professional group. It cautioned all students that any reports of malicious harassment or entanglement with the opposite sex could lead to expulsion or, in severe cases, charges of sexual harassment brought before the prosecution. The counselor also mentioned that this matter would be emphasized in the upcoming weekly meeting, sternly warning the male students to withdraw promptly should their confessions to females fail, lest they face expulsion. Upon reading the document, Lin An felt assured that Li Baiwei would no longer endure the torment of undesirable male attention. Yet he was chilled by the profound background of Jian Shuier. She was indeed a woman of considerable trouble. After a day of classes, Lin An initially intended to head straight to Yeju's home to prepare dinner. However, the dorm leader, Xiao Xiang, called upon him to assist in creating props for their play. With the freshman gala only 4 days away, they had rehearsed sufficiently. But some major props were still incomplete and needed to be finished promptly. Lin An had no reason to decline and thus proceeded to the girls' dormitory to lend a hand. In the lobby of the girls' dormitory, over 20 students were engaged in cutting large pieces of plastic foam. These were to be crafted into props for the climactic scene where the dragon carries the heroine and the prince out of the canyon. The requirements for these props were exceedingly high. Although one had been completed, the director was dissatisfied with its size and demanded a redo. The dragon's wings measured 3 meters in length, and they began by marking lines. Once completed, Lin An was asked, "Can you use a cutting machine?" "Yes," he replied. "Then please use it to cut this," they instructed. Lin An joined in the prop creation and worked diligently until 8 o'clock in the evening, finally completing his assigned tasks. He intended to return home, but at that moment, a beautifully dressed girl in a lavish white dress approached him. It was Rin An. "I've been avoiding you for 2 days. Do you know why?" she said coldly. "What? I had no idea you were avoiding me," Lin An replied. Preoccupied with the task of completing his time for Yi Ju's assignment, which was worth a hefty reward of 50,000 yuan. Not wishing to prolong the conversation with Rin An, he casually remarked, "If you have something to discuss, please be quick. I have matters to attend to." Evidently, with the presence of a seductress, he had cast aside his good classmates. "Lin An, you ungrateful scoundrel. Have you forgotten how I treated you before?" Rin An retorted. Lin An was perplexed by her words and furrowed his brows, saying, "If you wish to discuss the past, I can make time for it. But I truly have no time right now. I must be on my way. You shall not leave." Rin An stepped forward, grasping his arm firmly to prevent his departure. Their altercation quickly attracted the attention of others, and classmates began to look over. With a sense of helplessness, Lin An asked, "Rin An, what is it that you want? Please be direct. I am not skilled at deciphering women's hearts." Rin An stammered, I, but could not form a complete sentence. Her gaze towards Lin An filled with resentment. "An, you are our leading lady. Why have you come here?" At that moment, Yi Mena rushed over, pulling Rin An away. "There is no need to hash out your issues with Lin An just yet. We have time to address this tomorrow. What matters today is our rehearsal. Lin An, you should leave for now. I will discuss what transpired with you later." Yi Mena escorted Rin An away. Confused, Lin An made his way to Yi Ju's home. Along the way, he speculated that Rin An's emotional turmoil likely stemmed from factors similar to Jian Shui's, both affected by the public acknowledgement of their relationship with Li Baiwei. Yet, something felt amiss. Jian Shui's feelings of rivalry were understandable, but Rin An merely regarded him as a good classmate. Why was she so perturbed? The complexities of women's hearts were as unfathomable as the depths of the ocean. It was far easier to comprehend the emotionally straightforward Yi Ju. Choosing not to dwell on the perplexities, Lin An quickened his pace and arrived at Yi Ju's residence. He rang the doorbell, but Yi Ju did not answer. And it seemed Jian Shui was not present either. Lin An entered through the neighboring balcony. Once inside, he found the living room unlit. The only illumination came from the restroom adjacent to the kitchen. Having witnessed Yi Ju undressing before, he approached her home with utmost caution. He would never intrude upon such a private space as the restroom. However, the familiar sound of muffled sobbing emanated from within, indicating that Li Baiwei was also inside. Recalling Yi Ju's actions towards Li Baiwei the previous day, Lin An felt a sense of unease regarding her well-being and called out, "Yi Ju, Li Baiwei. Are you in the restroom? I'm coming in." As he approached, Li Baiwei's sobs grew louder, accompanied by the sound of a knife chopping through meat. Surely Yi Ju isn't preparing to butcher Li Baiwei for a meat bun, he thought, hastening his steps until he reached the restroom door, where he was met with a scene reminiscent of a slaughterhouse. The floor tiles and walls were splattered with blood and bits of fur. To the left stood Li Baiwei, covered in blood, her face a mask of terror. On the floor, Yi Ju remained unfazed, methodically chopping pieces of an unknown creature. With each strike of the knife, warm blood splattered onto Yi Ju's pale cheeks. "What on earth are you doing?" Lin An asked, unable to contain his astonishment at the surreal scene. "Cooking," Yi Ju replied, her tone chillingly calm, akin to that of a serial killer. Gazing at the word cooking, inscribed in blood on the restroom mirror, Lin An instinctively shuddered. His voice turning cautious, "This hardly aligns with the conventional definition of cooking." Yi Ju did not respond, returning to her workbench, where she retrieved a half-alive yellow chicken from a burlap sack. With one hand, she pressed the chicken onto the cutting board while wielding a knife in the other, bringing it down towards the creature's neck. With a sickening squelch, blood gushed forth as the head severed from the body, marking the chicken's definitive demise. Yi Ju continued her task, unblinking, as she hacked at the chicken, creating more bloody mess on the cutting board and her face. Lin An began to comprehend the reason behind the restroom's resemblance to a crime scene. Yi Ju was preparing poultry, but not in the conventional manner of draining blood and plucking feathers first. Instead, she went straight to the gruesome act of chopping, displaying a brutality that exceeded even that of foreign butchers. Li Beiwei, let us step outside, Lin An decided, realizing he would likely gain no clarity from Yi Ju. Hearing his voice, Li Beiwei, with tear-filled eyes, dashed to his side, appearing as if she had found a savior. Upon reaching him, she collapsed against him, her body going limp as she lost consciousness once more. What on earth has Yi Ju done to Li Beiwei? Unable to linger in the restroom, Lin An carried Li Beiwei out. Initially intending to return to the living room, he hesitated at the sight of her bloodied form. Apologizing inwardly, he took her to the bathroom in the master bedroom. He turned on the shower and used warm water to cleanse the blood from her body. During the process, he inevitably made physical contact, as the bloodstains on Li Beiwei required direct scrubbing to be properly removed. In order to prevent Li Beiwei from succumbing to despair upon awakening, Lin An disregarded everything else. He refrained from removing her clothes and meticulously cleansed her cheeks, arms, and legs. After draping a large bathrobe over Li Beiwei, he carried her back to the living room. After a considerable duration, Li Beiwei finally awoke. Sensing the bathrobe enveloping her, she looked up to see Lin An, who was watching her with concern. Instinctively, she wrapped her arms around his back and leaned her head against his chest, sobbing, "It's so frightening, so frightening, so frightening." In their embrace, Lin An inhaled the sweet fragrance of her body and felt the astonishing softness that belied her immense talent. For a fleeting moment, he lost his train of thought, but the tremors of the beautiful woman in his arms, caused by fear, brought him back to reality. He gently patted her back, offering comfort. "It's over, everything is over. I am right here with you." After a while, Li Beiwei's sobs subsided, yet she did not withdraw from his embrace. Instead, an overwhelming warmth radiated from her, akin to a freshly cooked potato. Lin An realized that remaining in this manner could lead to an irretrievable situation. So he gently lifted Li Beiwei and inquired, "Beiwei, could you tell me what transpired?" "I've been saved by you once again," she replied, tears still glistening in her eyes, her voice hoarse from crying too long. "You see, Yejju invited me to her home for help. When I arrived, she took me to the bathroom, claiming she wanted to conduct an emotional experiment. Then she produced a live rabbit, secured it to a wooden board with nails, and handed me a cleaver, insisting I cut its throat. I simply couldn't do it, so she made me watch. That's when I saw." Li Beiwei's thoughts drifted to a horrific scene, her eyes flashing with immense fear, and her body began to tremble violently once more. "Enough, that is sufficient. I apologize," Lin An interjected, embracing her once again, wishing to convey warmth and to apologize for triggering those dreadful memories. Once Li Beiwei had calmed down somewhat, Lin An reflected seriously. "Beiwei, Yejju exhibits a deficiency in emotional understanding. She cannot grasp the nuances of human emotions, which leads her to engage in behaviors that seem incomprehensible to normal individuals. Our task is not to indulge her, but to correct her misconceptions. So, the next time Yejju asks for your help, simply decline." "I see," Li Beiwei responded, her gaze drifting towards Yejju's direction, filled with concern. "Yejju is so pitiable, she has to face everything alone. While kindness is an essential trait for a stable society, excessive kindness only leads to personal suffering," Lin An remarked with a hint of resignation. After spending some time with Li Beiwei, he noticed her emotions had stabilized. Lin An returned to the bathroom, where Yejju sat amidst a scene reminiscent of a blood-soaked hell, lost in thought. He had many questions for her, but the immediate priority was to clean up the scene. Donning plastic gloves, he spent an hour tidying up the bathroom. As the clock struck 10 in the evening, it was nearing curfew. Lin An had no time to engage further with Yejju and decided to escort Li Beiwei back to her dormitory. Upon ensuring Li Beiwei had successfully entered the girls' dorm, he turned to return to his own residence. On the way, an inexplicable sense of loss welled up within him. Reflecting on the day's events, he pondered whether it stemmed from the incident with Ren Ying. After all, Ren Ying had been an acquaintance for over a decade, and her sudden outburst left him feeling unsettled. Or perhaps it was the unforgettable thrill brought on by his embrace with Li Beiwei that left him feeling hollow once she was gone. The following day marked just 3 days until the freshman gala, with the end of the gala coinciding with the long National Day holiday. The students in class had largely shifted to vacation mode, losing interest in their studies. Lin An, however, remained as diligent as ever. In the evening, he first visited the club office, where only the president, Yejju, was present. He took the time to thoroughly explain to her the normal human aversion to blood, emphasizing how inappropriate her actions had been the previous day and the profound psychological harm they had inflicted on Li Beiwei. Yejju promptly assured him that such behavior would not be repeated, thus resolving the issue. As the club meeting came to an end, no one else arrived at the office. Lin An then went to Yejju's home to prepare dinner for her. Thanking the heavens, today concluded smoothly without any troublesome incidents. The next day, with only 2 days remaining before the freshman gala, the atmosphere in class had grown increasingly lethargic. After school, as Lin An was preparing to head to the club office, Yimena approached him, suggesting, "Let us sit down somewhere and discuss Yingying's situation." With both the matter of Jian Shui'er and Rin Yingying needing resolution, Lin An nodded in agreement. "Of course, let us head to the club office. Please wait for me for 10 minutes while I wrap up some rehearsal matters." After a slight delay of 5 minutes, Yimena emerged 15 minutes later. Lin An led her to the club office, where she began to describe Rin Yingying's troubling behavior, which had changed since Jian Shui'er's arrival. Her emotions were a mix of anger, jealousy, and unawareness. As Rin Yingying's roommate, she wished to help alleviate her troubles. Lin An decided to address this within the context of their love research society. "Our society is dedicated to tackling the romantic dilemmas faced by young women," he explained, "and we approach it like a standard psychological counseling group." As Lin An introduced the society's objectives to Yimena, they arrived at the door of the club office, and he opened it. Inside, 2 wild bunny girls appeared, clad in sheer fishnet stockings that hugged their long, slim legs, and dazzling red high heels that perfectly adorned their petite feet. The black, form-fitting attire clung to their voluptuous figures, exposing ample skin on their chests and backs, complemented by white pom-pom tails and black collars with bells, topped off with long pink bunny ears. Is it my manner of opening the door that has led to this scene resembling an erotic comic? Lin An swiftly closed the door again, preparing to open it once more, but inwardly shouted, "Yejju, you were quiet all day yesterday, and now you're at it again with these peculiar antics." Chapter 46. Rin Yingying's romantic turmoil. The club office was not a realm for spawning gaming monsters. Wild bunny girls do not exist. Furthermore, bunny girls are not wild. They are typically a surprise from a girlfriend to her boyfriend, presenting herself as a birthday gift. What on earth am I thinking? This ordinary day took a turn as he unexpectedly encountered these sensual bunny girls, particularly the one with pink hair. The tight attire worn by her ample figure was nearly indecent. It is well known that partial nudity can be more provocative than full nudity, and the overwhelming visual assault shattered Lin An's logical faculties, leaving him muttering incoherently. "Lin An, didn't you just claim that your love research society is an ordinary club?" Yimena asked, her expression one of astonishment. Lin An snapped back to reality, his face flushed with embarrassment. "Indeed, it is an ordinary club. Today was an unforeseen incident, and I certainly did not anticipate such an unfolding upon opening the door." As he spoke, the shocking scene replayed vividly in his mind. The long legs encased in black fishnet stockings, the elegant beauty of her slender calves, the temptation of her voluptuous thighs, and the way the tight outfit accentuated her feminine allure. Suddenly, he recalled something important. Lin An furrowed his brow and gently urged Yimena, "Please wait here for 3 minutes while I attend to some internal club matters." Without waiting for her response, he opened the door once more. Inside, the 2 enticing bunny girls remained as alluring as ever. However, Lin An's gaze was entirely fixated on the face of the pink-haired bunny girl, whose cheeks bore the crimson hue of shame, reminiscent of blood seeping through. Her eyes, akin to a rabbit's, were tinged with the redness of excessive tears, and her trembling lips, pale and quivering from fear. "Li Baiwei, wait for me," he softly urged, suppressing his anger as he glanced around the club office, noting the scattered female garments on the sofa. Wishing to avoid any unnecessary inquiries, Lin An approached the sofa, picked up the warm clothing belonging to Li Baiwei, and stepped before her, covering her exposed upper body, insisting, "Put the clothes back on. The ordeal is over." Yet, just as Li Baiwei was about to respond, Lin An, wishing to curtail any further questioning, coldly reiterated, "Put the clothes back on. It is all finished." Li Baiwei's cheeks flushed even deeper as she murmured, "But you are here." Upon hearing this, Lin An felt a wave of shame wash over him. He had overlooked this detail. "I apologize. I will step outside and guard the door. Please, hurry and change." "What about the emotional experiment, if you change back?" The AI voice, representing Yejju, interjected. "Yejju." Lin An could no longer contain himself, and his emotions erupted. "Your actions in the restroom 2 days ago have cast a significant psychological shadow over Li Baiwei. After a day of silence, you return today. I understand you may not grasp the feelings of ordinary individuals, but you must consider others' emotions from a perspective of decency. Can you not see how unwilling Li Baiwei is to wear the bunny outfit? Do you realize the shame and fear she feels? Look at her tear-streaked eyes, This is all you're doing. You cannot use your inability to empathize as an excuse to harm others. You have gone too far. I did not force her to wear the bunny outfit, Yiju replied, expressionless as he typed. The coercion you define is not the same as what ordinary people experience. You may believe there is no coercion. However, it is, in fact, a threat. Yiju remained impassive, calmly writing, she is willing to wear the bunny outfit for you. If we are to discuss culpability, it lies with you. Lin An felt his anger choke him. Lin An, I truly was not forced. It was entirely my choice. Li Baiwei stepped forward and grasped Lin An's hand. What is happening? Lin An endeavored to calm his emotions. She wanted to join the club, and I suggested she participate in an emotional experiment to gain entry, Yiju explained. So the emotional experiment involves wearing the bunny outfit? Lin An turned to Li Baiwei. Questioning, you appeared so reluctant. Why did you still wear it? Li Baiwei fell silent, lowering her head, appearing shy. Enough of these embarrassing questions for the girl. It seems you have resolved the disputes within the club. At that moment, Yimena entered, smiling. One of life's great illusions is that she likes me. However, illusions are misleading due to the many contingencies of reality. Boys with little romantic experience tend to attribute such contingencies to love. Yimena implied that Li Baiwei might like him, which was why she wore such an embarrassing outfit. Yet, Lin An remained composed, understanding that Li Baiwei must have other compelling reasons for wanting to join the Love Research Club. Misinterpreting this could lead to considerable embarrassment. Thus, he refrained from further questioning. However, his silence created a heavy atmosphere in the office, as Yiju displayed a dual affliction of mutism and emotional detachment, while Li Baiwei remained in her bashful, speechless face. Luckily, Yimena was an atmosphere enhancer. Lin An, I need to remind you that my purpose in coming to the club is to address the romantic troubles of young girls. You mentioned that the Love Research Club is a place for resolving such issues, correct? No need to emphasize ordinary. Fine, I understand our Love Research Club is rather eccentric. Lin An silently mused before nodding. Yes, you may present your concerns regarding young girls' romantic troubles. Yimena continued. Initially, I intended to discuss this matter privately with you. But since you brought me to the club, it indicates you have no interest in Ren Ying. Thus, I will keep it simple. I wish to resolve Ren Ying's romantic troubles. In brief, due to your recent romantic prospects, Ren Ying has developed feelings of resentment toward you. I am uncertain whether this resentment stems from jealousy over her affection for you, or merely from her narrow-mindedness, but either way, Ren Ying's emotions are quite troubling. If this continues, I fear she may act irrationally. Hence, I must address this issue for her sake. Yimena began recounting Ren Ying's situation. Initially, she regarded Lin An as a very good friend, often mentioning him in the dormitory, praising his character, and inquiring whether her roommates would consider dating him. During this phase, Ren Ying viewed him as a close friend without any emotional complications. However, after Jian Shuier approached him in class, Ren Ying ceased to compliment him and rarely mentioned him thereafter. This marked a shift in her feelings toward him, leading to dissatisfaction. When news spread on campus that he was in a relationship with Li Baiwei, her discontent escalated into jealousy and resentment. She began speaking ill of him to her roommates, accusing him of being ungrateful, fickle, untrustworthy, and a scoundrel. After avoiding him for 2 consecutive days, she finally confronted him directly for an explanation. Was Ren Ying's attitude a result of affection, stemming from a desire to prevent him from being taken away, or was it merely jealousy over her close friend's early relationship? How could her troubles be resolved? This was Yimena's request. It could not possibly be affection. Lin An was quite certain it was the latter. However, just as he was about to voice this, the familiar sound of high heels clicking on the floor reached their ears. Moments later, the club office door swung open gracefully, and a fragrant breeze swept in, heralding the arrival of the long-absent perfect young lady, Jian Shuier. However, her expression was stiff. Having intended to greet Lin An with a beaming smile and clarify the events of the past few days, she was instead met with the sight of Yiju and Li Baiwei clad in provocative bunny outfits, alongside Lin An and a beautiful girl. A wave of panic surged within her. Had her home been robbed in her absence? Chapter 47. Jian Shuiyer's Diary, September 3rd, Tuesday. I completed my enrollment yesterday. Today marks the official start of my freshman year. As the representative of the new students, I delivered a speech at the enrollment ceremony, flawlessly, marking the commencement of my university life. Everything is unfolding according to the perfect script I have devised for my life. September 4th, Wednesday. With my college entrance examination scores capable of securing a place in a lower tier, 985 university, why did I still choose Haicheng University? One reason is that my mother works in Haicheng, and another is that Haicheng University boasts a plethora of vibrant club activities. In my perfect life script, the 18 years prior to university are dedicated to self-improvement, while the 4 years at university should be spent as an ordinary female student, engaging in various club activities. Finding a boy who likes me, has zero romantic experience, and does not lie to me, leading to a perfect love story from dating to marriage. September 5th, Thursday. I visited several clubs, but none match my interests. Therefore, I decided to establish a beauty and fashion club, as it aligns with my passions. I applied for a club classroom through the student council, utilizing my parents' connections slightly. Although this may seem unfair to other students. My father once told me that recognizing one's unique position in society is a hallmark of maturity. Well, today was yet another day in pursuit of my perfect life script. September 6th, Friday. Someone confessed to me again. In just 4 days of school, the number of boys and girls who have professed their feelings has exceeded 10. Yet, why are they so eager? Love, such a significant affair, cannot merely be determined by a fleeting encounter. At the very least, one ought to cultivate a deeper understanding over a span of 2 years before confessing one's feelings. Before me stood a bespectacled gentleman, declaring his affection while presenting a bouquet of roses. We had only just met, and his approach was rather conventional. Regrettably, I had to decline his advances. Thus, the matter seemed to conclude. A clean-cut young man later requested my signature on the club classroom application agreement, to which I complied by signing 2 copies. To my astonishment, what he sought my signature for was actually a divorce agreement. I had envisioned experiencing 2 or 3 romantic relationships in my lifetime to find a companion for eternity. However, the notion of marrying and subsequently divorcing was entirely absent from the script of my life. Why would this young man wish to divorce me? Was it due to some inadequacy on my part? He had sparked my interest. Today, the flawless script of my life encountered an unexpected deviation. Yet, I resolved to categorize him among the male friends eligible for promotion to a boyfriend status, correcting the error. My life continued to follow the trajectory of my ideal narrative. September 11th, Wednesday. My emotions were somewhat frayed. Why? I had explicitly told that young man he was my first male friend and urged him to treat me well. Yet, he had not made any effort to seek me out. This was decidedly abnormal. Once again, my perfect life script faced a deviation, and I needed to rectify it. September 13th, Friday. To punish him for not reaching out, I deliberately refrained from contacting him for an entire week, making a grand entrance at his class meeting, where my splendid attire caused quite a stir among his classmates. I even expressed my fondness for him in a cafe, though I had not yet reached the stage of affection. Nevertheless, he rebuffed my sentiments, insisting we should not meet again. It was my first encounter with a young man I found so intriguing, only to face a devastating rejection. My perfect life narrative crumbled into disarray, leaving me with an inexpressible frustration. Yet, this was also my first experience with a young man who stirred my heart so profoundly. This discomfort was undoubtedly the bittersweet essence of pure love. Lin An, I shall not easily let you go. September X. Under the guise of Yi Meina, I spent an afternoon shopping with Lin An. Although I did not utter a single word during our shopping spree, I observed him closely and discovered 2 commendable traits. Firstly, amidst 2 other young men vying for attention, displaying childish behavior typical of boys around beautiful girls, Lin An maintained a mature demeanor, articulating his thoughts with wisdom and demonstrating a thoughtful nature through subtle acts of kindness. He is a mature individual. Secondly, his childhood friend, Lin An, is quite willful. Yet he shows no signs of complaint or annoyance. Not to delve into whether he is simply infatuated, but I recognized my own stubbornness. If my partner lacks generosity, constant quarrels would ensue. Lin An's capacity to tolerate Lin An's whims suggests he could also endure my own capriciousness. I had identified yet another reason why we might be suitable as a couple. However, to my surprise, the seemingly unremarkable Lin An was in communication with another striking beauty. Yi Ju. Despite her evident aversion to men, she exhibited no fear towards Lin An, engaging with him freely, a dynamic that seemed almost fated. A strong sense of urgency enveloped me. Forget my perfect life script. The priority now was to prevent Lin An from being swept away by Yi Ju. It was astonishing to realize that I was growing increasingly concerned about Lin An. Was this development advantageous or detrimental? September X. Establishing a romance research society was not a misstep. Ignoring Huey's advice to distance myself from Lin An was also not an error. However, I did commit 2 grave mistakes. Firstly, Lin An, though seemingly average in appearance and lacking appeal to girls, revealed numerous admirable qualities upon closer acquaintance. His meticulous thoughtfulness, attentiveness to those around him, great tolerance, and emotional stability are all notable traits. I had presumed only I recognized these virtues, while other girls merely saw his ordinariness. Yi Ju, though appearing formidable, lacks an understanding of human emotions, and thus does not pose a threat. Yet, unexpectedly, Li Baiwei emerged, having formed a close bond with Lin An, discovering his merits as well. In the throes of romance, the fantastical moments of companionship during times of distress and the arrival of a prince in times of calamity unfolded, and they became a couple. Goodness, how foolish I was. I had inadvertently assisted in facilitating another woman's pursuit of someone I admired. Secondly, I truly acted foolishly. With Li Baiwei and Lin An now a couple, I was once again subjected to the bittersweet pangs of love, feeling an unbearable weight in my chest. However, Hui later informed me that their relationship was likely a ruse, as neither of them was the type to develop feelings for someone in a short span. Once I grasped this, my anguish diminished, though the unease in my heart remained unrelieved. I began to understand why Li Baiwei claimed that pretending to be in a relationship with someone else would make her feel guilty towards her future boyfriend. This was, to some extent, akin to infidelity. In an attempt to alleviate my turmoil, I approached my mother, bringing along a group of esteemed alumni from her beauty clinic. I presented the incidents involving Li Baiwei's encounters with two male students to the principal, expressing that female students at Haida lack a sense of security and requesting a solution. The collective influence of the esteemed alumni proved formidable, and the principal swiftly assured us that the matter would be addressed. With a lightened heart, I headed to the club office to inform Li Baiwei that she need not fear further harassment from boys, and that her charade with Lin An could come to an end. If they ceased their pretense, my unrest would also dissipate. I approached Li Baiwei with a smile, only to find her disheveled and clinging to Lin An's arm, who appeared utterly enamored with her. I lost my composure, treating Lin An as though he were an unfaithful husband and Li Baiwei as a seductive temptress. I vented my emotions vehemently, though I soon realized that I had no right to be angry. Lin An was not my husband. Such an outburst could only lead him to view me as burdensome. I was indeed foolish, having committed an act that would surely repel Lin An. What had begun as a desire to surprise Li Baiwei and earn Lin An's admiration had spiraled into chaos. September X, on the day of the incident, I was consumed by regret over my actions. I had intended to dine at Yi Ju's house, but, overwhelmed by remorse, chose not to go. For the next few days, I reflected on my misdeeds, contemplating how to explain myself to Lin An, assuring him that I was not burdensome. I refrained from contacting him for 2 days, and on the 4th day, I finally devised a plan. Tomorrow, I would visit the club office to clarify. I, Jian Shuer, am not burdensome. Chapter 48. Emotional experimentation. 3 days had passed without seeing Lin An. Had my home been robbed? Upon entering the club office, panic surged within me. Yet, the next moment, I beheld Lin An seated among a throng of beautiful girls, seemingly reveling in their company. That temptress, Li Baiwei, was dressed provocatively. Instantly, my frustration surged, threatening to erupt once more. Yet, the memories of my regret flooded my mind. I am not burdensome. I am not burdensome. I am not burdensome. I chanted silently, forcing a radiant smile as I greeted everyone after a long absence. Upon my return to the club office, Lin An felt an inexplicable surge of joy. However, he quickly noticed my face had grown stiff. He then realized that Li Baiwei and Yi Ju had appeared in the office clad in what resembled scantily clad bunny costumes. Even an ordinary girl might misunderstand upon witnessing such a scene, and for Jian Shuer, it could very well lead to a reenactment of the disastrous events from 4 days prior. Just as he was about to clarify the misunderstandings, he observed Jian Shuer donning a familiar, resplendent smile typical of a young lady of privilege. This left him feeling uneasy. Her earlier demeanor surely indicated a misunderstanding. The sudden smile could be masking an impending emotional explosion. He pondered whether his proactive explanation would merely provoke her emotions further. When a girl becomes emotional, a boy's attempt at clarification may not always yield positive results. How could it be? It has been several days since their last meeting. She must have missed him terribly, and upon finally seeing him, she was too stirred to articulate her feelings. Noticing the silence among the crowd, Jian Shuer playfully twirled her hair, exuding an aura reminiscent of roses, and remarked, "Let us not even mention Li Baiwei and Yi Ju's half-naked bunny girl outfits. It's clear that emotions are being concealed." Lin An confirmed this thought in his mind and hesitated momentarily before politely inquiring, "It's been a while since we last saw you, Jian. I thought you might have withdrawn from the club." Woo-woo. Lin An is trying to kick me out of the club. It's because I was too heavy-hearted that day, and he must dislike me now. Jian Shuer lamented internally, desperately brainstorming ways to salvage the situation, at the very least to ensure her continued presence in the club. After all, she was the founder of the club, and the classroom had been her application. If she were to withdraw, the club would cease to exist. Jian Shui was adamant about not leaving the club, hence her words, threatening me with the club's dissolution. Clearly, Jian Shui is currently suppressing her anger. What should I do to alleviate it? Would an explanation suffice? Lin An found himself in a dilemma, glancing at the club president, Yi Ju, who was engrossed in her own written love notes, completely disregarding their presence. Li Baiwei, on the other hand, trembled violently at the sight of Jian Shui, her eyes pleading, as if to say, I know I was wrong, please don't scold me. Yi Mena observed the interaction between Lin An and Jian Shui with amusement, but had no intention of interjecting. It seemed that the precarious situation at hand required his intervention. Lin An contemplated earnestly, stating, if the club were to dissolve, I suppose I would have to visit Yi Ju's house. Lin An resolved to clearly communicate with Jian Shui if she continued to act out of anger. He could simply leave the club and seek refuge at Yi Ju's. It's over. I am utterly despised. Lin An no longer wishes to see me. I came to the club today to clarify that I am not a heavy-hearted girl, yet how did things come to this? Jian Shui felt her heart crumble, her eyes misting over as she fervently considered how to resolve the current predicament. Perhaps it would be best to leave for a few days, allowing Lin An's anger to subside before returning to explain the misunderstandings. With this thought, Jian Shui prepared to take her leave. At that moment, Yi Mena's cheerful voice rang out, Lin An, you haven't yet explained why the requirement for joining the club is to wear a bunny girl outfit. I'm quite intrigued to know the reasoning behind it. The requirement to wear a bunny girl outfit? Jian Shui looked at Lin An in confusion. He was equally perplexed. Why had Yi Ju mandated such an unusual criterion for joining the club? What was her intention? Furthermore, there was the incident involving him and Li Baiwei, where they had engaged in playful antics that left the restroom resembling a crime scene. With her emotional detachment, Yi Ju's actions had grown increasingly bizarre. What was her true aim? The president claimed it was for an emotional experiment. At this juncture, Li Baiwei softly interjected, yes. Lin An recalls that the previous 3 peculiar occurrences were also described as part of the emotional experiment. However, what exactly did this emotional experiment signify? The club certainly seemed intriguing. Yi Mena expressed her gratitude for the inquiry. Yi Ju remained unfazed, gesturing with her hand in an O shape. The others were bewildered by its meaning, and Lin An ventured a guess. The emotional experiment simply means an emotional experiment? Yi Ju finally lifted her head, expressionless yet affirming with a nod, indicating that he was correct. Yet, the ambiguity surrounding the emotional experiment remained unresolved. Li Baiwei timidly interjected again. Now that I've worn the bunny girl outfit, I must have passed the admission criteria to become a member of the Love Research Club, right? Wait a moment. Jian Shui stood abruptly, her excitement palpable. I was unaware that Li Baiwei wished to join the Love Research Club. The appearance of her rival caused Li Baiwei to tremble even more, as she hunched over the table, too afraid to engage in conversation with Jian Shui. Yi Ju, however, sprang into action, approaching the board behind her president's chair to write. You have not been in the club for 3 days. I assume you have withdrawn. Hence the need to recruit new members. 3 days absent? I was nearly kicked out. No, I was on the verge of losing everything. Jian Shui felt her heart shatter once more, wanting to voice her disapproval of Li Baiwei joining the club. Given their pretense of being a couple, their close proximity could potentially lead to something more authentic. Yet, she feared that expressing this concern would only cause Lin An to dislike her further. With a heavy heart, she buried her head in her arms on the table, wallowing in despair. So, I suppose I have joined the Love Research Club. Seeing her rival in retreat, Li Baiwei offered a bashful smile. The emotional experiment remains incomplete. Yi Ju, maintaining her poker face, wrote on the board, the emotional experiment requires you to take a lap around the sports field with me. Only then will you be considered a member. A lap around the sports field. Li Baiwei was taken aback. Wearing a bunny girl outfit was already an immensely embarrassing ordeal for her. Being seen by Lin An was the maximum she could tolerate. Yet, Yi Ju now demanded she parade around the sports field, where there would be more than just Lin An present. No. I can't do it. I absolutely cannot. Upon realizing this, Li Baiwei shook her head vehemently. The admission criteria were destined for failure. Yi Ju displayed no signs of emotional fluctuation. No, please wait. Li Baiwei hesitantly raised her hand, her face clouded with melancholy, as her mind grappled with a difficult decision. Enough, Li Baiwei, you need not go to such lengths. Lin An realized he had to step in. If I could find a more fitting bunny girl outfit, I could manage, Li Baiwei stammered, as if having made a firm resolution. Yi Ju evidently lacked experience in purchasing such attire. The bunny girl outfit she procured was excessively tight. The naturally gifted Li Baiwei, when adorned in it, was practically half naked. and venturing outside would be akin to offering a spectacle. However, if she were to find a more suitable costume, while still provocative, it could pass for cosplay without revealing too much. Thus, even if Li Baiwei were to don the bunny girl outfit and walk around the bustling sports field, there would be minimal repercussions. Nonetheless, this was still unacceptable behavior in Lin An's eyes. With a deep breath, Lin An turned to Jian Shui, saying, "Please do me a favor. I will offer you whatever reward you desire. Although it may sound self-indulgent, the reward includes a date." A date? Jian Shui's face lit up, her demeanor completely devoid of the poise expected of a young lady of privilege. "If you ask for 100 favors, I will gladly oblige." "Excellent. I need your agreement to allow Li Baiwei to join the club." Jian Shui hesitated for a moment, deeply concerned that Li Baiwei joining the club might lead to a genuine romance with Lin An. Yet, she could not afford to be perceived as burdensome by him any longer. Reluctantly, she nodded, "I consent." "Thank you," Lin An addressed Li Baiwei. "I have accepted your fee of 1,000 yuan for a day as your hired boyfriend. Until you terminate our agreement, I shall fulfill my duties as your boyfriend per our contract. I do not know the reason behind your desire to join the Love Research Club, but since you are willing to wear the embarrassing bunny girl outfit, I will assist you. Both Jian Shui and I have agreed to your membership, and by the principle of majority, you are now our fourth member. You need not subject yourself to further humiliation by wearing the bunny girl outfit." Then Lin An approached Yi Ju, his voice chillingly cold. "Yi Ju, you repulse me." Chapter 49. The important message within Lin An's harsh words plunged the atmosphere in the office into a frigid silence. Jian Shui, who had previously worn a silly grin, suddenly withdrew it, her expression shifting to one of uncertainty. Li Baiwei, who had already been on the brink of tears, now found tears streaming from her eyes. Yi Mei Na opened her mouth as if to speak, but then chose silence. However, at the center of the storm, Yi Ju did not blink, her lips, cheeks, and even her teeth revealed no emotion, her deep, clear eyes fixated on him, resembling a mechanical being. "Yi Ju, your actions disgust me," Lin An reiterated, directing his gaze into her unyielding eyes. And then, Yi Ju turned away, writing coldly. At that, Lin An fell silent. Yi Ju had erred regarding Li Baiwei. Had she been an ordinary girl, he could have mercilessly slapped her, teaching her that bullying others does not safeguard oneself. Instead, it only invites retaliation. Yet Yi Ju was no ordinary girl. With her emotional detachment, she would remain unresponsive to physical pain or verbal chastisement, as she did now. Still, Yi Ju's behavior was excessively outrageous. If left unchecked, who could guarantee she wouldn't commit even graver transgressions? Lin An exhaled softly, saying, "Yi Ju, I do not know what you are thinking, nor do I comprehend your motivations. I only wish to convey this. You cannot shift your misfortunes onto others, especially onto those who approach you with goodwill, seeking to assist you. Your behavior, punishing the virtuous and rewarding the wicked, is far more odious than that of a naturally malevolent person. Please refrain from such actions." Yi Ju continued to gaze at Lin An expressionlessly. After a moment, she mechanically nodded, expressing her intent through written words. "I will no longer seek others for emotional experiments. I trust you. However, could you enlighten me on what emotional experiments truly entail?" Yi Ju did not respond, returning to her chair, her head bowed as she resumed reading her love notes. With Yi Ju's promise, the incident involving the wild rabbit girl in the office was resolved. Yet the previously frigid atmosphere lingered, casting a heavy pall over the room. "I believe I shall defer my request to you for another time," Yi Mei Na remarked, sensing the atmosphere was unsuitable for discussing Ren Ying. "I apologize for our inadequate hospitality," Lin An said apologetically. "It is not your fault. I merely worry for Ying Ying's mental state. However, seeking your assistance seems to exacerbate matters." Before arriving at the office, Yi Mei Na had held on to the hope that Lin An could resolve Ying Ying's inner turmoil. However, witnessing the prior scene, she felt nothing but pity for Ying Ying. No matter the outcome, her struggles had no bearing on Lin An, who had already forged bonds with the three beauties of the Love Research Club, leaving no place for her. Once He May Not departed, Lin An lost the desire to linger in the office. He earnestly reminded Li Baiwei to call him if she encountered any trouble, assuring her he would fulfill the duties of a hired boyfriend and advising her not to complicate matters further on her own. He then exited the office. Shortly after his departure, Jian Shui approached him with a cheerful gait. "Good morning, Lin An." Upon reaching him, she clasped her hands behind her back, tilting her head to greet him. Lin An glanced at the distant sky, where orange clouds billowed thickly. It was nearly evening, so where was the good morning in that? "What's the matter?" Lin An stopped to inquire. "Nothing. I just wanted to walk back with you," Jian Shui replied, still with her hands behind her back, stepping backward. Lin An followed her. The late September sun cast a warm glow upon them, dispelling the earlier discontent. Observing Jian Shui walking backward, her slender heels clicking on the uneven ground, he advised, "Please walk forward, Jian classmate. Moving backward can be quite hazardous." "You care about me," Jian Shui exclaimed, her face lighting up with a beaming smile. Suddenly, she let out a light squeal, not paying attention to the ground. The heel of her high-heeled shoe became lodged in a crack, causing her to lose her balance and nearly fall. Lin An had been watching her closely and, upon witnessing this, swiftly reached out, wrapping his arms around her waist and back to prevent the impending disaster. Oops. Despite almost toppling over, Jian Shui emitted a silly laugh. Lin An felt an overwhelming urge to lightly thump her forehead, but that would have seemed too intimate. Releasing his hold on her waist, he shook his head, saying, "Jian classmate, you appear quite cheerful?" "Humph," still acting aloof. "When you clearly wanted to teach me a lesson just now," Jian Shui teased, standing beside Lin An, her head tilted as she looked at him. "It's because you promised to go on a date with me." At that, Lin An's expression stiffened. Jian Shui panicked slightly. "Does that not count? You can't make me cry again." Lin An hesitated, finally conceding, "It counts. You set the time and place, and I shall be there." "Yay. I can look forward to that day." Jian Shui twirled in the sunset, her black pleated skirt swirling beautifully, enhancing her allure. Yet Lin An felt a twinge of unease. The gears of fate had not ceased turning with the arrival of the system. They continued along their trajectory toward an inevitable end, death. The following day, just 2 days before the National Day holiday and 1 day before the freshmen's evening party. However, due to the half-day rehearsal for the party, today effectively felt like a holiday after completing the lessons. Most students had settled into a leisurely state, eagerly awaiting the end of the school day. Lin An remained focused on his studies, recognizing that this was his capital for surviving in this world. He would not allow himself to slacken. Nevertheless, whether it was Yi Meina's counsel or not, Lin An noted that Ren Ying no longer sought to trouble him deliberately. Her inner conflict seemed resolved. Finally, the school day concluded, and students not involved in the evening party officially entered their long-awaited break. Lin An, however, was enlisted by his roommate to assist with a play rehearsal, to which he agreed. The rehearsal extended late into the night, ending around 10 p.m., and Lin An found himself staring at the system's requirement to spend 30 minutes with Yi Ju daily, realizing he was on the verge of failing to meet it. He could have requested leave from his roommate to visit Yi Ju's home and complete the task on time, yet he refrained. All day, he had been pondering the reasons behind Yi Ju's peculiar behavior. Yi Ju's repeated harassment of Li Baiwei was more egregious than bullying a senior. Though he had plainly expressed that she disgusted him, her situation resembled that of an infant making mistakes. One could not harbor anger towards an infant. It was not Yi Ju's intention to act thus. Perhaps her strange behaviors stemmed from undisclosed reasons related to emotional experiments. There was indeed fundamental evidence. He had observed Yi Ju for 5 days prior, during which she had been a reclusive figure, oscillating between the dormitory, the music academy, and the convenience store, indifferent to everyone around her, with no signs of abnormality. The turning point occurred when she became aware of her interest in romantic feelings. Coupling this with her own narratives, it became evident that the emotional experiments harbored crucial information regarding Yi Ju. However, what that vital information entailed remained elusive. When he directly inquired, she remained silent. He had spent the day without arriving at a definitive conclusion. Until he uncovered the essence of this critical information, he wished to maintain a distance from Yi Ju. Thus, he chose not to see her today. As for the inability to complete the attendance award, resulting in a loss of tens of thousands of yuan, my friend, money can always be earned again, but a person lost can only lead to regret. What is paramount now is to provide both parties with space to maintain calm and thoughtful reflection. People are more important than money. Chapter 50. The opening of the freshman gala rehearsals continued until 12:20 a.m., originally expected to last even longer. Considering that the formal performance was to take place the following day, Xiaoxiang deemed it essential to maintain a healthy physical state at this moment and abruptly concluded the rehearsal. The next day, 2 of his roommates, both class committee members, held significant roles in the play. Amidst a shortage of manpower, Lin An volunteered to assist the crew, laboring until 1 p.m., at which point Xiaoxiang treated everyone to lunch, with each meal reportedly costing 500 yuan. After dining, they awaited the arrival of 4 p.m. The entire freshman gala commenced at 4 p.m. and lasted for 4 hours, concluding at 8 p.m. Their economics program's performance was scheduled to begin at 4:45 p.m. As the performance time approached, anxiety was palpable among the crowd, with Lin An being the exception. He was not an actor, but merely assisted by passing props. His mind was preoccupied with deducing the emotional experiment's implications regarding Yiju. Yiju, the piano major at Haida University, stood as a paragon of beauty among the female students. While her piano skills were unknown, her status as the principal suggested exceptional talent. Her family background remained a mystery, as did her past experiences. Presently, she resided alone in the expert building, the most luxurious accommodation at Haida, accessible only to those affiliated with the university, thus indicating that her family was not ordinary. Moreover, Yiju suffered from aphasia, rendering her unable to speak. She communicated through writing in a notebook. She also experienced a fear of men, feeling discomfort in close proximity to them. Even the slightest touch, such as a brush of the arm, would provoke an allergic reaction. This aversion extended to her father, which might explain her solitary upbringing and a potentially strained relationship with her family, perhaps due to her aphasia and fear of men. Coupled with prolonged solitude, Yiju exhibited signs of emotional detachment, struggling to comprehend normal human emotions. She was mute, devoid of feeling, expressionless, incapable of being moved, saddened, or frightened. She might not even perceive pain. This trifecta of misfortunes compounded her plight. No, she had lived alone since childhood, deprived of familial love and devoid of friends. Thus, her suffering was likely a quadruple affliction, leading her towards self-harm and even suicidal tendencies. He had intervened to prevent her from self-harming or taking her life. Initially, Yiju was a reclusive girl whose life revolved around her dormitory, classroom, and the convenience store. However, after he entered her life, she began to forge friendships and discovered an interest in romance. With the addition of Jian Shui'er, they established a romance research society, aimed at helping Yiju understand the emotional nuances of love. Simultaneously, peculiarities emerged. He was thwarted from engaging with Li Baiwei, and after that, he was stopped from associating with Jian Shui'er, ultimately resorting to interacting with both of them himself. He playfully walloped Li Baiwei, leaving her disheveled, fearlessly slaughtering poultry. He had Li Baiwei don a provocative bunny costume and stroll around the sports field. When questioned, he attributed his actions to the emotional experiment. What then? Did this emotional experiment signify? Lin An scrutinized all the information he had compiled, continuing his reasoning to unearth the answers he sought. Time passed as Lin An pondered, leading to the commencement of the freshman gala, coinciding with their international trade program's performance. Rin Ying portrayed a girl nurturing a white dragon. Xiao Xiang played an adventurous imperial prince, and Qi Yang took on the role of a rural boy who accidentally fell into a gorge. The performance commenced smoothly, with only 2 minor mishaps before concluding. Ultimately, Rin Ying, enamored by both the prince and the rural boy, realized that the world outside was the freedom she had long sought. She chose to let the white dragon carry her and the prince into the outside world, only to perish within the constraints of that very world, leaving the rural boy in the gorge, longing for her return until he himself turned to bones. The performance concluded successfully, and everyone had worked hard. That evening, they would gather for a meal, with him footing the bill. Afterward, the crew members congregated, and Xiao Xiang, exhibiting remarkable leadership, delivered closing remarks. The younger girls in the class admired him, while the leading actress, Rin Ying, gazed at him with admiration. Lin An, however, was stifling yawns. Lin An, you should take on a role. We all strive towards a common goal, sharing tears and struggles along the way, and rejoicing together at the end. That is youth. Qi Yang approached him, patting his shoulder. Only those who are attractive experience youth. For ordinary individuals, what they call youth is merely failure and jealousy. You truly are something else, indulging in self-deprecation. Is this your way of protecting yourself from harm? That's merely a casual observation, Qi Yang continued. Where's the truth in that? It's simply an excuse for inaction. Authentic youth, even if fraught with failures, is a precious memory, and taking action more often will ultimately lead to success. Besides, you are far from ordinary. Never mind, let us not delve into that. Qi Yang regarded Lin An with concern. I can see you've been troubled. It's about Yiju, I assenti it? You're quite formidable. Tell me, have you awakened the legendary system, possessing the ability to read minds? Lin An instinctively recoiled. Simple deduction. Your network of relationships is rather straightforward. One merely needs to think to arrive at the answer. Qi Yang smiled gently. Perhaps you're right. The only person capable of troubling me all day is Yiju. Why not share? I may not be able to resolve your issue, but I could offer a perspective. It's like this, no? Perhaps it's best left unsaid. Lin An was on the verge of confiding in Qi Yang, but quickly realized that doing so would reveal Yiju's privacy to those who knew her. While he was confident in Qi Yang's integrity and that he would never disclose anything, the matters related to Yiju's emotional experiment were too private. Even if they wouldn't be shared, casually discussing them would equate to speaking ill of her behind her back, which would be an offense against her. It's far too personal, making it inappropriate to discuss with acquaintances. I apologize for my oversight. Brother, you must have a system too, Lin An silently cried out internally. While outwardly he said, no, it was my oversight. I shouldn't have expressed my troubles so overtly, causing concern among those around me. After chatting with Qi Yang for a while, Lin An noticed Xiao Xiang's closing remarks were nearing completion, and others were preparing to disperse. He said, it seems you're all heading to dinner. I'll take my leave now. You're leaving? Are you certain you want to go? Qi Yang raised an eyebrow playfully. I'm certain. I want to join the dinner. It has nothing to do with the dinner. Look over there. Qi Yang pointed toward a section of the audience, where dozens of boys clad in orange attire were seated. Lin An seemed to sense something, but lacked clarity on the matter. He inquired, what is the issue over there? Qi Yang leaned closer, speaking mysteriously. On the gala program, the Music Academy has reported a solo piano performance by someone. Yi Ju's piano solo. Lin An's eyes sparkled with realization. He was aware of Yi Ju's position as the piano major's principal, her skills surpassing those of most instructors. Yet, he had never witnessed her talents firsthand, and he was resolute in not missing the opportunity to hear her play. I just remembered I have a few things to attend to. I'll stay here. Lin An decided against leaving. I never said the performer was Yi Ju. Are you certain you want to remain? Qi Yang chuckled at Lin An's eagerness. Lin An's expression faltered momentarily. All right, I'll stop joking, Qi Yang said earnestly. Yi Ju's performance is scheduled for 7:30 p.m., a piano solo deliberately placed later in the program to attract students to stay. There is still over an hour until the performance. You can come back by 7 and still make it. Understood, thank you. Lin An found himself at a loss with Qi Yang, deciding to return to his dormitory first and come back later. By the way, Qi Yang remarked, if you're troubled and have yet to find an answer, the most prudent course of action is to seek counsel from a third party. If approaching me is inconvenient, you may consult someone you do not know. They may not provide the correct answer, but they will undoubtedly offer you a fresh perspective on your dilemma. Chapter 51. Lin An, I implore you. After a brief visit to his dormitory, Lin An took a quick shower and had dinner. He returned to the venue of the freshman gala, the main athletic field. It was now 5:50 p.m., leaving over an hour until Yi Ju was to perform. He wandered to the audience area to observe performances from other majors, which consisted of unoriginal singing, dancing, and skits. Lacking interest, he decided to jog 3 kilometers around the athletic track, aiming to earn the 500 yuan for reaching stage 2 of his fitness regimen. After running half a lap of 200 meters, Lin An noticed a group of boys clad in orange t-shirts gathering together. They waved teal glow sticks in unison, chanting Sai Nua Yatai Jie, rehearsing for something. Knowing that Yi Ju would be performing a piano solo that evening, Lin An realized these individuals were her fans, akin to devoted otaku supporting their idol from the sidelines. Furthermore, he observed another section of the audience where spectators waved fans emblazoned with the character Ju. The crowd, numbering over 500, included many outsiders. This made Lin An ponder whether they were drawn to Yi Ju's beauty or her talent. If it was the latter, just how exceptional must her piano skills be to attract such a dedicated following? As night fell, his anticipation for Yi Ju's piano solo grew. After completing his 3 kilometers, he settled down to rest in the sandy recreation area adjacent to the track. Give it back to me, cried a little boy, around 4 or 5 years old, his voice filled with distress. In front of him, a slightly older girl gleefully crashed a toy train into the sand, seemingly oblivious to his plight. Give me back Thomas, the boy wailed, attempting to reclaim his beloved toy. However, the girl, larger than him, pushed him down onto the sand, intensifying his sobs. Such common childhood disputes. Lin An mused as he approached the scene, standing before the girl who was bullying the boy. The girl, chubby-cheeked, regarded him without fear, asking, what do you want? Are you going to help that little brat? Not at all, Lin An replied with a smile. The girl, taken aback by his lack of aggression, returned to her joyful play with the toy train. The little boy, heartbroken over his sandy train, tugged at Lin An's shirt. Please help me, he pleaded. Do you want me to help you get your train back? Lin An inquired. Yes, please help me, the boy nodded vigorously. Lin An, who typically would not intervene unprompted, found it difficult to refuse the child's plea. He brushed the sand off the boy and said, I can certainly assist you. But what will you do if your train is taken again tomorrow while I'm not here? The 5-year-old, unable to comprehend Lin An's words, continued to beseech him with tear-filled eyes. Uncle, please help me. Sighing, Lin An realized it was a mistake to reason with the child. After a moment of contemplation, he placed a hand on the boy's shoulder and asked, do you want to become a man? A man? The boy's innocent eyes brimmed with confusion. A man can reclaim his friends and protect them from being taken by bad people. Friends, Thomas, man, bad people. The boy glanced between his toy and Lin An, asking, "Can a man protect his mother?" "Of course." Lin An hesitated for a moment, then affirmed, "A man can protect his mother well. I want to be a man. I want to protect my mother," the boy declared, wiping his tears. "A man does not cry. You are doing well. I will help you, and also call me brother." "Lele." Before Lin An could finish, a woman's voice called from behind. Upon hearing the sound, the little boy joyfully exclaimed, "Mom," and dashed towards the figure. Lin An turned to see a striking woman, dressed in comfortable loungewear, a pale pink knit top paired with gray casual pants. Her golden orange hair was tied in a side ponytail with a blue scrunchie. Tall and with a full figure, even in loose clothing, she exuded an aura of beauty. Unadorned by makeup, yet possessing an exquisite visage. A gentle smile graced her face, radiating warmth. She must be the mother that Lei wants to protect. So young. Perhaps in her early 20s. I wonder if she simply looks youthful or is genuinely that young. However, the side ponytail is a perilous hairstyle often associated with doomed characters in anime. This lady may be in danger, Lin An mused internally. Of course, he was not a delusional otaku and would not approach her to suggest a change in hairstyle. Seeing the boy's mother arrive, he offered her a polite smile as a greeting, intending to leave. "Mom, that uncle is teaching me how to be a man. I want to be a man to protect you," the boy shouted. "Is that so? That sounds wonderful," the young mother responded, quickly calling out to Lin An as he attempted to leave. "Please wait a moment." Lin An halted, casting a puzzled glance her way. The young mother, holding her child's hand, approached and bowed deeply. "Thank you so much for helping my child. I am truly grateful." Such gratitude does not typically require a bow, does it? Perhaps this mother watched her child being bullied and subscribed to that extreme educational philosophy of pushing children off cliffs to teach them self-reliance, Lin An thought. While outwardly he replied, "It was a small matter. After all, he is a budding flower destined to strengthen our country. I am merely exhausted. And all I can do is protect the next generation." "You are quite interesting," the young mother said, momentarily taken aback, before breaking into a charming smile. "Little brother. From now on, call me uncle and never brother," she added, her mature smile captivating Lin An, who found himself momentarily entranced. "Just a jest. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave," he managed to say after a few seconds. "Please wait. I have never seen Lei manage to stop his tears in the face of bullying," the young mother said, her voice filled with emotion. "He even spoke of wanting to be a man. This moment of growth nearly brings me to tears. Please allow me to express my gratitude. Lei will no longer cry. He will become a man and protect his mother," the boy chimed in. The young mother's alluring exterior was undeniably tempting, akin to the combined allure of Yi Ju, Jian Shui heir, and Li Baiwei's serving him in maid outfits. Yet, Lin An did not succumb to such temptations, for he sensed trouble looming on the horizon. "There's no need for thanks. Truly, it is nothing to dwell upon. Any person would have intervened in such a situation. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Wait, let me at least offer you a drink from the vending machine as a token of gratitude," she insisted. "That's unnecessary." But wait a moment. Lin An recalled Qi Yang's advice about consulting an unrelated third party regarding Yi Ju. Perhaps this would lead him to a completely different resolution. "Madam, I have a query to consult with you." Lin An spoke to the young lady about Yi Ju, mentioning only that a friend had engaged in 5 peculiar behaviors, labeling it as an emotional experiment. "What do you believe is the true purpose of this emotional experiment?" The young lady instructed the child to play with sand nearby, pondering for a while before responding. "From my perspective as a woman, I sense that your friend is sending out a perilous distress signal related to death. The illogical and bizarre actions are indeed cries for help. The more suspicious the actions, the clearer the signs of impending doom." "That suffices, thank you immensely." Lin An, in a rare moment, interrupted the young lady's continued discourse. For once the notion of a deathly distress signal was uttered, all of Yi Ju's oddities fell into place. Yi Ju was, in her own unique manner, seeking assistance from the world, whether through her interactions with Li Baiwei, their mutual wall slamming, or the dismemberment of poultry in the restroom. Each act conveyed a singular message. "I seem to be in great distress. Is there anyone who can assist me? Yi Ju is in danger at this moment. Lin An, I implore you. Miss Ju has vanished. Please help us locate her." Just as Lin An was resolute in his thoughts, a girl with short hair rushed towards him. A member of the bodyguard team stationed at the Family Mart, urgently exclaiming, "Yi Ju is missing." Chapter 52. Approaching the answer, Lin An is a person who maintains extreme composure in moments of crisis. He was already convinced that Yi Ju's peculiar behavior was highly likely a distress signal related to death, a call for help within an emotional experiment. He had also learned from Yi-Ju's bodyguard team about her disappearance. Considering Yi-Ju's previous tendencies towards self-harm and suicidal thoughts, he was certain that she was in grave danger. Numerous thoughts flashed through his mind. Recalling the time in the office when he had declared his aversion to Yi-Ju and insisted she would no longer transfer her misfortunes onto those around her. He also recalled how, concerned for her well-being, he had made it a daily ritual to cook for her, but after the altercation 2 days prior, he had failed to visit her home yesterday. If something untoward were to occur because of this lapse, he vehemently shook his head to clear his mind of superfluous thoughts and maintained his extreme calmness, inquiring, "What exactly is happening? Please elucidate." The bodyguard member gasped for breath. Miss Ju's performance time is approaching. Her teacher went to her home, but she was not there. That alone does not confirm her disappearance. What about her phone? Miss Ju does not possess a mobile device. Has her home been thoroughly searched? I am uncertain. She should not be at home. What about the clubroom or classroom? She is not there either. Family members? It is temporarily inconvenient to contact them. Why seek me out? Our leader sent me to find you. Who is your leader, and why did they not come to find me personally? The leader is currently searching for Miss Ju. Very well, allow me to collect my thoughts for a moment. Lin An ceased his inquiries, closed his eyes, and reflected on all the information pertaining to Yi-Ju. After 46 seconds, he spoke in a deep tone. It is highly probable that Yi-Ju is still within the campus. She is likely in a state of both ordinary and extreme danger. What does it mean to be in a state of ordinary yet extreme danger? Lin An, please expedite the search for Miss Ju. The bodyguard member's voice rose with anger. In any case, you continue searching for Yi-Ju, and do not disturb me. I am diligently seeking her. Lin An chose to disregard those who, faced with insurmountable dilemmas, lash out at others to mask their own inadequacies. He retrieved his phone and called Qi Yang while heading towards Yi-Ju's residence. Along the way, Lin An no longer hesitated to divulge information that might compromise Yi-Ju's privacy, sharing the purpose of the emotional research organization and the 4 bizarre acts she had performed. In conclusion, he asked, "Why do you think Yi-Ju has gone missing, and what connection does it have with the emotional experiment?" Qi Yang remained silent for a moment before replying. Could it be a distress signal related to death? I have encountered something similar. There is only a 10 chance that Yi-Ju seeks to convey a cry for help through her bizarre behavior. It is not her nature to timidly seek assistance from the outside world. However, there is a 100 chance that she is indeed trying to express something. What exactly she aims to release remains to be deciphered. What do you think? Qi Yang fell silent longer, with only the sound of Lin An's heavy breathing on the line. Half a minute later, Qi Yang remarked, "If Yi-Ju is not sending a distress signal, could it be that she is instead signaling for a catastrophe, perhaps intending to create a disaster at school, like releasing toxic gas, and wants you to intervene?" That seems unlikely. Yi-Ju possesses a fundamental moral compass and would not harm others maliciously. Or perhaps she is sending an artistic signal, hiding somewhere, holding a sign proclaiming her grand success, intending to surprise you. More like a fright, but even that is improbable. That is not her character, etc. There is a 3 chance, yet the possibility remains quite low. Religious beliefs. Could Yi-Ju have fallen into the clutches of a malevolent cult and be conducting a sinister ritual? A girl with no background believing in a nefarious religion? You might as well say she encountered Cupid and transformed into a magical girl. There is a possibility. Absolutely not. Apologies, I cannot assist you. What do you intend to do? After Lin An dismissed several possibilities proposed by Qi Yang, the latter expressed regret. At this moment, Lin An arrived at Yi-Ju's doorstep and quickly stated, "There is a chance that Yi-Ju is hiding in a corner of her home. Even if she is not here, I plan to search her house for new clues. Moreover, it seems that seeking external references for new leads will not prove effective. Please keep Yi-Ju's situation confidential." Understood. Goodbye. Lin An hung up the phone, finding the door unlocked, and entered directly. Inside, he found no one else apart from himself. He searched every corner of the room, even beneath the carpet, but did not catch a glimpse of Yi-Ju. It appeared that Yi-Ju was not at home. Yet Lin An did not leave her residence. Given the current circumstances, Yi-Ju was missing, and her previous bizarre behavior might have been a distress signal related to death. His top priority should be to locate her whereabouts. Initially, he had thought so, but after calm and rational contemplation, he believed Yi-Ju's character did not align with the notion of expressing cries for help through bizarre actions. It was not in her nature to timidly seek assistance. Behind her strange behavior lay other answers. Until the hidden answer was uncovered, even if he were to find Yi-Ju, he could not rescue her from the root of the problem. So, what is the true answer behind the emotional experiment? At the moment Lin An arrived at Yi-Ju's home, He took the opportunity to gather all items that might be related to the hidden answers into the living room. Tools Yiju used for communication: a brown-covered notebook. Books Yiju read, including The Rose of Versailles, The Count of Monte Cristo, Camille, The Interpretation of Dreams, and You Will Eventually Become, but notably absent was the frequently read love notes. A complete set of bunny girl attire, including a black bodysuit, black fishnet stockings, bunny ears, a bow tie, a white collar, cuffs, and a tail, with the bodysuit showing signs of tearing. A bottle of white tablets, the packaging torn, the name of the medication unknown, filled to the brim, showing no signs of use. 20 empty ballpoint pen cartridges, a sharp utility knife, a consumed convenience store bento, a bloodstained sanitary napkin, and a red-bodied violin. These were the only items, or rather, the only belongings related to Yiju, a woman of remarkable simplicity. Observing these items, Lin An felt a sense of relief. The absence of the utility knife used in her previous self-harm, alongside the consumed convenience store bento and the discarded blood-stained sanitary napkin, indicated she had not sought to end her life. This was encouraging news. He still had time to deduce the hidden answers. Extending his hand, he first opened her frequently used notebook. Upon flipping to the first page, a brand new, unwrinkled receipt from the convenience store fell out. It was a purchase receipt for the notebook, amounting to 128 yuan, dated 6 years prior. He placed the receipt back and examined the words inscribed upon the pages. There were only a scant 5 pages. The opening line read, "I am unable to speak." The content of the subsequent pages reveals a series of rejections. "I will not go. I am uninterested. I lack time." These phrases reflect a reluctance to engage, alongside specialized terminology related to transitioning to middle school and discussions with a piano instructor. The opening line of the third page states, "I do not mind." This marks the first spoken words from Yiju in 6 years, signaling that she has only articulated 5 pages of dialogue during this time, 3 of which were expressed after their encounter. To have only uttered a handful of words in 6 years, primarily in written form, underscores an immense solitude. Lin An sighed deeply, closing the notebook and gazing at the book Yiju was reading. It primarily consisted of 3 genres: romance manga, French classics, and philosophy. The most significant information concealed within was that love notes was not present, suggesting that Yiju carried it with her. Only one set of bunny girl attire remained, showing signs of being forcibly stretched. Such an effect could only be attributed to someone with an exceptionally ample bosom, likely Baiwei. The other set of bunny girl attire worn by Yiju was absent, indicating that she was currently in the bunny girl costume. The emotional experiment, the love notes, and the bunny girl atop the clock tower. These 3 pieces of information echoed in Lin An's mind, suggesting he was on the brink of uncovering a hidden truth. Suddenly, his phone rang, displaying the name of the flawless heiress, Jian Shuier. Answering the call, Jian Shuier spoke rapidly. "Yiju has gone missing." I consulted Hui, who researched and found that there is an astonishing legend circulating about a bunny girl at the clock tower. She believes Yiju might be there. The bunny girl at the clock tower, the emotional experiment, the love notes? Jian, you are a lifesaver. You have once again aided me tremendously. A spark of inspiration ignited in Lin An's eyes as he moved closer to the answer. Chapter 53. The Bunny Girl at the Clock Tower in Criminal Psychology. A significant concept is the motive for criminal behavior. It posits that most offenders commit crimes due to external stimuli, which can be regarded as the motivation behind their actions. In Yiju's case, her peculiarities also stem from such stimuli or motivations. Yiju exhibits symptoms of selective mutism, a fear of men, emotional detachment, and a lack of familial and friendly affection, leading to a simple life devoid of notable material desires and tendencies towards self-harm or suicide. She is mute, indifferent, expressionless, unmoved, unafraid, and unashamed. Thus far, the only thing that has piqued her interest is the emotion known as love. If we were to seek the underlying stimuli for Yiju's oddities, it could only be the sentiment of love, or, more broadly, human emotions themselves. The emotional experiment, the love notes, and the bunny girl at the clock tower suggest that Yiju desires not merely romantic affection, but rather the essence of emotion itself. Yet, it seems that the only sentiment capable of stirring her emotional response is love. The moment of self-harm, her expressionless face, her intention to step outside clad in the highly embarrassing bunny girl outfit, and the intent to dismember a cute, living bunny without flinching, all hint at a test of whether she can still feel anything beyond romantic emotions. Moreover, there lies a more perilous aspect. Lin An took a deep breath and addressed Jian Shuier. "Please transfer the call to Hui. Thank you." On the other end, Jian Shuier seemed not to hear. Remaining silent for a moment, Lin An had to speak again. "Miss, may I ask, Before he could finish, Jianshu's flustered voice interrupted. "We have only just met. The feelings of affection you speak of are still developing, and love is even further away, but I am delighted you said that, hee." Jianshu giggled foolishly. "You seem to have misunderstood something, but never mind. Please assist me in transferring the call to Hui. I owe you one." Lin An lacked the time to clarify the misunderstanding. Saving Yiju was imperative. "Understood, just remember our date and this debt. Hui, you take the call." "This is Su Hui." On the line, Su Hui's voice was flat, devoid of emotion. Lin An recognized that Su Hui possessed feelings, but her daily demeanor resembled that of a robot. Among Jianshu's two assistants, Su was a boisterous giant with overwhelming physical prowess, while Su Hui's knowledge base was extraordinarily vast, appearing to know everything, with her sharp insight often bordering on uncanny. She was like a human AI. Although he was somewhat apprehensive about interacting with Su Hui, he needed her intellectual resources now. "I would like to ask you something. If a person completely loses their emotions, are they still themselves?" Merely half a second passed before Su Hui replied. "This is reminiscent of the famous philosophical paradox of Theseus's ship. If all parts of a ship are replaced, is it still the same ship? Correspondingly, if a person's memories are entirely erased, do they remain the same individual? For those who knew them, has the original person effectively died? I believe if an individual experiences total amnesia, from a psychological standpoint, the original person indeed perishes. From an external perspective, the person with new memories cannot resonate with their past, rendering the original individual akin to deceased. However, if they retain their body, even without memories, their ego and habits might persist, leading them to believe they are still the same person, thereby allowing the essence of their life to continue within them. Conversely, some may argue that the disappearance of past memories equates to the death of their former self, leading them to navigate life devoid of their former identity, hence, effectively dying. In conclusion, it is a distinction of self-identity recognition. After contemplating this, Lin An stated, "If a person completely loses their emotions, she remains herself. But if she believes that her past self, who possessed emotions, was truly herself, then upon losing all emotions, she effectively dies." Su Hui's voice remained devoid of inflection. "Regarding Miss Yiju, based on the information I have gathered, she has not lost all her emotions at once. Rather, it has been a gradual process of losing fear, anxiety, empathy, sadness, familial affection, joy, sorrow, and happiness, one human emotion after another. There are two types of blindness, congenital and acquired. The latter, having once seen the vibrant colors of the world, often suffers more psychological issues than those born into a void." "I understand now, thank you." From this dialogue, Lin An had essentially locked in the answer. Yiju was indeed in a precarious situation, but it was not a matter of suicidal despair. Instead, it was the risk of her self-identity dying as her emotions faded completely. She indeed suffered from emotional detachment, yet she had not entirely lost her feelings. She had experienced a period of profound emotions, which she deeply cherished. She believed that losing all her emotions would equate to her own death. Thus, she continually sought ways to maintain her connection to human emotions. The wrist-cutting incident during their first meeting was not an attempt at suicide, but rather a means of using pain to evoke human emotions. Her expressionless demeanor, while dismembering poultry in the restroom, illustrated a different form of extreme suffering, reflecting her loss of fear to the extent that she could not feel even pain. Encouraging interactions with Li Baiwei, such as wall slamming or joining her in wearing bunny girl outfits, was her way of trying to sustain her human emotions through romantic love. The emotional experiment served as a therapeutic method to preserve her humanity. She was a girl gradually losing her emotions, diligently striving for self-rescue. Having understood this, he realized it was time to seek out Yiju. He inquired about the bunny girl legend at the clock tower from Su Hui and learned of the tall clock tower situated at the main square of the school auditorium, where the legend of the wild bunny girl was said to reside. Specifically, many had witnessed the bunny girl with long ears and black stockings atop the clock tower yesterday evening. However, due to its fleeting appearance akin to a UFO, no substantial evidence was captured. Later that morning, male students exercising had also accurately spotted the bunny girl, noting her long, alluring legs, but regrettably, they had not brought their phones to photograph the moment. A post circulated within the campus, claiming that a mysterious sorceress had ensnared a bunny girl, and that anyone brave enough to venture into the clock tower to rescue her would be rewarded with her affection, accompanied by an AI-generated illustration of the beautiful bunny girl bound in red ropes. This tale swiftly evolved into a new and astonishing legend among the students. However, Due to a tragic incident involving a female student who had taken her own life in the clock tower over a decade ago, the entrance had long been sealed. To reach the top of the clock tower, one would have to scale the external steel ladder. Standing at a height of 12 meters, the ascent was daunting, and few students dared to attempt it. Determined to uncover the details surrounding the legend of the bunny girl atop the clock tower, Lin An expressed his gratitude once more to Su Hui and Jian Shuai. Glancing at the time, he noted it was 7:02 p.m., leaving him with merely 28 minutes before Yi Zhu's piano performance commenced. Wasting no time, Lin An grabbed his notebook and pen, swiftly making his way to the clock tower. Arriving at the square in front of the tower 5 minutes later, he was approached by a boy in a black t-shirt, carrying a black backpack and brandishing a camera. "Are you also hoping to catch a glimpse of the bunny girl atop the clock tower?" he inquired. Lin An cast a quick glance at him, asking, "Have you seen any signs of the bunny girl?" "Not at all. I heard there were wild bunny girls here, so I came, but after waiting all day, I haven't seen a thing. Miss Zhu's piano solo is about to start, so I'm giving up on the bunny girl to go see her. I suggest you do the same." Lin An then noticed the long baguette and a bottle of water hanging from the boy's backpack and offered, "I would gladly pay you a handsome price for that bread and water." "What's wrong? Haven't you eaten dinner?" The boy handed over the bread and water without hesitation. "Thank you." Lin An expressed his gratitude, stowing them in his pocket. He then noticed the steel ladder embedded in the clock tower's exterior and promptly sprinted towards it. Without a moment's hesitation, he began to ascend. "Hey, don't tell me you actually believe that campus legend. Don't do anything foolish," the boy shouted as Lin An continued his climb. The urgency in the boy's voice heightened. "Don't be reckless." This afternoon, a senior from the rock climbing club believed in that legend too, but after climbing 5 or 6 meters, he refused to go any higher. "It's cold at night, and with the wind, you could seriously injure yourself. Bro, I'm begging you, come down quickly. Climbing a tower this high at night could lead to a fatal fall, and I don't want to live with that guilt for the rest of my life." The autumn wind that swept through the coastal city in late September brought a chill, and the boy's fear only grew as he watched Lin An ascend higher. Yet Lin An paid no heed, focusing solely on the climb. Each time he reached a new level, he would first test the stability of the ladder above him. Once assured of its integrity, he would grip the cold steel firmly and continue his ascent. As he climbed higher, more onlookers began to notice his daring feat. While the boy with the camera expressed his concerns, many passers-by wore expressions of cold disdain. "How foolish. This isn't some fantasy world. There's no such thing as wild bunny girls in reality." This afternoon, a professional climber stopped halfway up, deeming it too dangerous. "And this guy climbs without any safety gear? He must be tired of living." Certainly, many simply glanced before hastily leaving, eager to avoid any trouble. Lin An remained oblivious to the outside chatter, his full attention devoted to the climb. Although the risk of ascending a tower at night was considerable, he had faced far more perilous tasks before. This was but a minor challenge. Furthermore, with a sturdy, well-maintained ladder beneath him, the danger was nearly negligible. 3 meters, 5 meters, 9 meters. Battling against the chill of the wind at such heights, he steadily reached a height of 9 meters, where he felt as though he could grasp the moon. Yet, he had no desire for whimsical pursuits. The final stretch required utmost vigilance. 92, 95, 98 meters. He needed not reach the full 12 meters. At 98, he arrived at the entrance to the clock tower's top chamber. Stepping into the moonlit corridor, he took several deep breaths to steady his racing heart after the climb. As he strode into the clock chamber, filled with the mechanical workings of 4 grand clocks, he was met with faint, ghostly sounds ahead. The whispers echoed eerily. "Old horse protects me, old light guards me, benevolent father descends." Long live materialism. Having watched too many horror films in his youth, Lin An felt unprepared to confront the supernatural. Nonetheless, he pressed onward. Upon entering, amidst the massive, motionless clock parts, he spotted a girl with flowing black hair clad in a seductive bunny girl outfit, struggling to produce a sound. No matter how hard she tried, she could not utter a complete syllable, let alone a coherent sentence. It was Yi Zhu. Though he could only see her back, Lin An recognized her instantly. He refrained from rushing over, instead standing at a distance, quietly observing the girl's efforts. Before long, Yi Zhu seemed to notice him, or perhaps she had been aware all along, yet she continued to practice her voicing. After another failed attempt, she turned to face Lin An, her eyes devoid of emotion. Having witnessed her disappearance earlier, and recognizing the bunny girl atop the clock tower as Yi Zhu, he had prepared 30 different remarks to express his concern about her vanishing act, and to admonish her for engaging in such dangerous antics. However, upon seeing her laboring to speak, all he could manage was, "You must be hungry, here." He extended the long baguette and bottle of water from his pocket. Yi-ju accepted the offerings, tilting her head as if to convey something, yet words eluded her. She began to eat silently, perhaps due to her ravenous state. Within mere seconds, the 30-centimeter-long baguette was devoured with little grace. She then gulped down the water rapidly, finishing the entire bottle before realizing it was empty. Licking the remnants from the cap with her delicate tongue, Lin An observed her apparent hunger and apologized. "I came in a rush, and didn't bring much food." Only then did Yi-ju notice the empty bottle, but she merely capped it, her mouth slightly agape as if she had something to say. Lin An quietly retrieved his rolled notebook and pen, passing them to her. Yi-ju wrote a line in the notebook. "I did not bring misfortune to those around me, nor did I seek to conduct emotional experiments with others." These two statements were a promise she had made following Lin An's declaration of dislike just days prior, and she had indeed fulfilled it. Yet Lin An felt an overwhelming urge to apologize to her. Alas, as she was a beautiful girl, any attempt to embrace her could be misconstrued as harassment. He sighed, his resolve crystallizing as he said, "You've done well. But I wish for you to amend that decision. You cannot bring misfortune to those around you, nor can you conduct emotional experiments with anyone else, only with me." Yi-ju appeared perplexed by the implication of his words. Lin An's expression grew serious. "In other words, you may only conduct emotional experiments with me, and you may share your misfortunes with me." Yi-ju's cold gaze lingered on Lin An for several seconds, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense. Before she wrote again, "Are you certain you can make this promise?" "I am certain. I have enough misfortune to share, and I can withstand yours as well. I promise to be your unconditional emotional experiment subject." The emotional experiments she proposed, aside from the excessive standards imposed by her, were trivial matters to him. "I trust you. Please do not let me down. I will not disappoint you, in the name of manhood." "Write that down." Lin An inscribed these words in his notebook. Yi-ju, with an exceedingly rigid smile, rose to retrieve a bag containing women's casual attire and her self-composed book titled Love Notes. After placing the bag aside, she opened the book to a specific page and presented it to Lin An. His gaze fell upon the text, 22nd game of 100 guaranteed couple-making games, Mouth Aliens, as long as you play more than 10 games. You are sure to become a couple, editor's note. The description stated that mouth aliens possess limbs and bodies akin to humans, yet the functionality of their hands is replaced by mouths. Basic level, participants, only 2 individuals required. Venue, a room, preferably a bedroom. Rules, the 2 participants must interact for 30 minutes using their mouths in place of their hands. A game that guarantees couples? It's merely substituting mouths for hands. How exaggerated. Lin An remarked, unconvinced of its validity. "Are you suggesting I play this game with you?" "Yes, it is a part of my emotional experiment," Yi-ju replied. Lin An now understood that this emotional experiment was Yi-ju's method for maintaining her emotional stability. She felt compelled to engage in this experiment to preserve her feelings. "All right, I will play. I can assure you, I truly enjoy games and am quite adept at them. There is no game I cannot excel at." Lin An's gaming prowess was indeed remarkable. He easily reached the highest rank in competitive MOBA games and could effortlessly navigate through 8-star difficulty in rhythm games. Had it not been for the lack of job security in professional gaming, he might have pursued it as a career. The simple romantic game before him seemed easily manageable. The game commenced. Yi-ju wrote, "Go, igniting Lin An's competitive spirit. Yi-ju placed her hands behind her back, bent forward, and bit onto a pen with her mouth, attempting to write in her notebook. However, her long hair cascaded down, obstructing her line of sight and preventing her from writing. She shook her head in frustration and turned to him with a pleading gaze. Lin An, possessing keen understanding, instantly discerned that Yi-ju needed assistance with her hair. It was an uncomplicated task, yet as he instinctively reached out with his hands, Yi-ju recoiled and shook her head vigorously. Realizing they were engaged in the Mouth Aliens game and could not use their hands, he understood the game's inherent complications. Yi-ju wished for him to use his mouth to help secure her hair, allowing her to write. The intimacy of the situation stirred an unsettling anxiety within Lin An. Yi-ju nodded repeatedly, her expression fraught with urgency. "It's merely holding your hair. It's just a game. I'm the one benefiting," he reassured himself internally. As he leaned closer to her neck, a sweet, youthful fragrance enveloped him, momentarily clouding his thoughts. Yet, he fought against the enchanting temptation, using his mouth to gather the troublesome strands of hair and move them behind her neck. However, during this process, his lips inadvertently brushed against her smooth skin, leading Lin An to rationalize the situation as merely part of the game. After considerable effort, he finally succeeded, but he was drenched in sweat, as if he had run a marathon. With his assistance, Yiju crouched down, took some time to write, and then gestured for him to look. Upon reading her words, Lin An was astonished. "I want to perform. Help me change clothes." After a moment of comprehension, he was taken aback. The game required using mouths instead of hands. And she wanted him to help her change out of her bunny outfit and into casual attire? Yiju nodded impassively and pouted her lips toward the words. "I, Lin An, will assist Yiju in her emotional experiment. I will not go back on my word." Chapter 55, The Spirit of the Game. Aflame, this was indeed a promise he had made to Yiju. He rarely made promises, and when he did, he ensured he fulfilled them with unwavering dedication. However, the notion of using his mouth to help her change clothes felt exceedingly intimate and surpassed the limits of his comfort. Panic coursed through every fiber of his being. No, absolutely not. Instinctively, he voiced his refusal, though his male friends would undoubtedly chastise him for his cowardice, asserting that the correct course of action would be to proceed further. His principles forbade him from engaging in excessive intimacy with someone devoid of emotional understanding. Moreover, to escalate the situation with someone who could not grasp romantic feelings felt akin to deceiving an innocent girl. He could not bring himself to do that. In response to his refusal, Yiju pointed once more at the words he had written. "I, Lin An, will assist Yiju in her emotional experiment. I will not go back on my word." He lacked the time to point out her actions as a breach of game etiquette. Shaking his head again. "The concept is different, just as I would refuse to assist you in committing a crime. My promise to you regarding the emotional experiment is bound by legality and moral decency." Yiju shook her head and pointed once more to the words, particularly circling the phrase emotional experiment. Her implication was clear. The experiment they were undertaking was a noble scientific endeavor, devoid of moral corruptness, and should continue. Oh, if you were to say that to the police, they would tighten your shackles further. Suddenly, a thought struck Lin An, causing him to gasp. "Yiju, I must ask you a serious question. What will happen if you do not engage in this emotional experiment?" Yiju picked up the pen with her lips, preparing to write again, but her silky hair obstructed her once more. Reluctantly, he moved closer to assist her. "I will die," she wrote. Upon hearing those words, Lin An concluded that his deductions were correct. Yiju's emotional detachment was rapidly progressing into a more severe state of emotional void. Should her feelings entirely vanish, she would exist like a machine, incapable of understanding human emotions. Even if she were to regain her emotions in the future, in that moment, she would be akin to a lifeless entity. The distinction between humans and machines lies in the possession of emotions. The emotional experiment was Yiju's desperate attempt to salvage her humanity. In matters of life and death, prioritizing emotional purity seemed rather pedantic. Furthermore, the uncertainty of whether Yiju could recover her emotions in the future loomed large. No longer entangled in doubt, Lin An declared, "I will help you change clothes. But you must explain the connection between changing clothes and the emotional experiment." I may feel shy. The thought of changing clothes alone made him blush. If such an act were to occur, it was likely that Yiju would feel embarrassment as well. Her shyness would serve to fulfill the very purpose of preserving her humanity. Understanding this, Lin An resolved to evoke her blush. Yiju nodded and then extended her arms to the sides, her legs stretched forward on the ground, her posture stiff and expression devoid of emotion, resembling a figure awaiting his command. "I am the doctor. Yiju is unwell, and I am here to aid her recovery. She must undergo treatment. Remain calm, remain calm. You are the skilled gamer Lin An, and you can do this." He voiced his inner thoughts aloud, inhaling deeply 3 times to clear his mind of unnecessary distractions, striving to prevent his reason from succumbing to the instincts of an 18-year-old boy. "Here I come. I can do this." Lin An, prepared to take action, cast a glance at Yiju for a mere 3 seconds before surrendering. Her long legs, encased in delicate black stockings, and the form-fitting attire that accentuated her smooth, pale curves, along with her graceful neck and beautiful visage, presented an irresistible tableau. Apart from Yiju's exceedingly indifferent expression, no male could withstand such a sight for even 3 seconds. Yet, he was Lin An. "Apologies, but I must bend the rules of the game." He clenched his fist and struck the ground with force. The impact sent a jolt of pain through his skin, but it restored the rationality befitting a mature man. "First, I shall remove the rabbit ears." Lin An began with the simplest task, crouching before Yiju to take off the pink rabbit ear headband adorning her head. Initially applying little force, he failed to remove it, but with a bit more effort, it came off. Next, Lin An gazed at Yiju's attire, noting that he would also need to remove her high heels, stockings, bodysuit, arm sleeves, and collar. The high heels, stockings, and bodysuit present too great a challenge. The arm sleeves are buttoned, making them impossible to remove alone, I'll need to ask Yi for assistance later. The collar is fastened with a spring clasp. Although cumbersome to undo, it can be managed with some effort. Oh, I was mistaken. Lin An realized that the true objective of this game was not merely to assist Yi in changing her clothes, but rather to induce a sense of embarrassment in her. If he could successfully evoke even a hint of bashfulness, perhaps he would need to remove only one item. Betting his gaming spirit, he decided to take a bold leap. His gaze fell upon the high heels that adorned Yi's delicate stockings. Next was the removal of her shoes. Yi, should you feel shy? Please tap me once with your hand, and I shall immediately cease. Yi nodded, maintaining her expressionless demeanor. Let us begin. Lin An positioned himself by Yi's feet, lowering his head to the surface of her high heels. A faint floral fragrance wafted into his nostrils, devoid of any sour notes. Truly, she was a beauty, which considerably diminished his resistance. He exhaled softly. Lin An quickly glanced at Yi's face. Regrettably, she remained as impassive as ever, devoid of any signs of embarrassment. Indeed, such minor actions could not fell the formidable Yi. Undeterred, Lin An shifted his focus to the collar of the high heel, approaching the area where her foot would enter. In his view, Yi's delicate ankles snugly fit into the leather opening of the shoe, creating a scene that was undoubtedly sweet. This sight caused Lin An's composure to waver slightly, yet he reminded himself that this was merely a therapeutic endeavor, allowing him to regain his focus and continue. With a soft thud, the stiletto fell to the ground. Breathlessly, Lin An collapsed onto the floor, panting heavily, feeling as though he might expire. However, upon glancing at Yi's expressionless face, he understood her silent encouragement to proceed. At this juncture, he had no choice but to continue. He removed the other shoe. Instantly, the entirety of her legs, encased in sheer stockings, came into view, thighs that held a hint of softness, calves that curved beautifully. No more staring, or else his last shreds of reason would surely unravel. Taking a deep breath to alleviate his fatigue, he then shifted his gaze to the bell collar gracing Yi's alabaster neck. With the experience of removing her shoes now under his belt, he felt more accustomed to the task. Grasping the collar's fastener, he pulled with determination. A clasp was undone, and as he leaned closer, his chin brushed against Yi's neck. Instantly, a more intense fragrance enveloped him, the softness of her skin transmitting a thrilling sensation to his very core. Yet, Lin An had no time to savor the beauty of Yi's neck. Within mere seconds, the decorative collar was removed. Nevertheless, when he looked at Yi's face, her eyes, lips, and cheeks remained devoid of expression. Despite having progressed to this extent, Yi exhibited not a hint of shyness, nor did her breathing quicken even slightly. It was as if he had battled a formidable boss for half an hour, exhausting all his moves, yet the boss remained unscathed. The spirit of the game ignited within him. This realization caused Lin An's last thread of sanity to fray. Yet his competitive spirit as a gamer surged forth, overpowering any sense of embarrassment. His gaze shifted to the transparent straps of Yi's bodysuit, ready to unleash his ultimate move, complete removal. Chapter 56. Striving to embarrass Yi. The goal is to make Yi feel shy. Faced with setbacks, Lin An's indomitable gaming spirit surged forth, his reason slightly unraveling. Yet, the deepest recesses of his subconscious remained steadfastly aware that the objective was to elicit a sense of bashfulness from Yi. He leaned in close, grasping the transparent straps of her bunny suit. As a girl, Yi could hardly bear the weight of his presence, and thus both of them found themselves on the ground. The scene bore an unmistakably intimate quality, yet Lin An's mind was solely focused on conquering the game. His teeth gritting as he attempted to rise, Yi instinctively followed suit, and they resumed their previous seated position on the floor. With a swift motion, he slid the strap down from her jade-like shoulder. The moment he accomplished this, the left side of her bodice, unable to withstand the weight, began to slip downward due to gravity. It was evident what would happen next. Yet, in that critical moment, a hand shot up to block it. Yi's gesture of obstruction signified her shyness. He had won. However, before Lin An could revel in his triumph for even a heartbeat, Yi lowered her hand. Her expression remained as stoic as ever, as if her recent action was merely a reflex of her feminine nature. I have not yet lost. Lin An mirrored her previous actions, sliding the right strap down as well. What was once concealed was now fully revealed before Lin An's gaze, presenting a scene that was undeniably tantalizing. His breath momentarily halted. Yet, when he turned to observe Yi's face, she exhibited not a trace of shyness, nor did her breathing intensify in the slightest. It appeared that he alone bore the weight of embarrassment. Once more, the thread of reason was fraying, and emotions he had only ever encountered in dreams began to overwhelm his gaming spirit. claiming dominion over his entire being. He clenched his teeth. Calm down. He realized that the disparity in their waist and hip sizes was hindering his progress, necessitating a more delicate approach. This time, he was determined to succeed. With a single pull, he made it work, but it was still insufficient. He needed to tug, pull, and pull again until it fell to the ground. Now, surely this would evoke her shyness. I have emerged victorious. After completing this high-difficulty task, Lin An panted heavily, gazing triumphantly at Yi Ju. Yet, he was met with the sight of her drooping eyelids, her expression one of drowsiness. Clearly underestimated, Lin An's rationality shattered completely. Sweat beaded upon his forehead, and his mind fell into a void. With reckless abandon, he reached for the front of her stockings, tearing at them with the ferocity of a beast. The events that transpired during this struggle could not be encapsulated even in 5,000 words. But ultimately, Lin An found himself sitting on the ground, his expression one of utter defeat. Despite the perspiration soaking Yi Ju's half of her body, she remained with an expressionless face, eyes, lips, and cheeks betraying no sign of emotion. Even more disheartening, while he gasped for breath, nearly on the brink of suffocation, Yi Ju remained steady, her breathing calm, as if she were on the verge of slumber. In that moment, he felt akin to a forsaken puppy, pitiful and sorrowful. A rustling sound broke the silence as Yi Ju struggled to bring a bag to him. Clutching it in her mouth, Lin An glanced inside to find her school uniform, a long-sleeved white chiffon blouse and a black skirt that fell to her ankles. Do you mean for me to assist you in changing? Lin An grasped the implication and inquired. Yi Ju nodded. After exerting himself against the boss for so long, employing every conceivable tactic, he was utterly exhausted, yet the boss had not lost a single drop of health. In this moment of despair, Lin An felt a sense of resignation, with no thoughts of refusal. What harm would there be in continuing? Grasping the chiffon blouse, he found the hem and pulled it over Yi Ju's head. With meticulous care, the collar, sleeves, and hem were placed upon Yi Ju as she donned the upper garment. The skirt followed suit, its hem resting delicately at her feet. One leg slipped into the skirt, then the other, until it was fully secured around Yi Ju's waist. The belt fastened snugly. The innocent visage of Yi Ju, reminiscent of youthful purity, transformed back into the familiar, demure demeanor of a refined young lady. Her expression was stoic, exuding an elegance that seemed to render the preceding events mere illusions. No, not illusions. Perhaps their prolonged interaction had caused Yi Ju to feel slightly warm, as a crystalline bead of sweat trickled down her forehead. This is mocking me. Your painstaking efforts warrant nothing more than a bead of sweat from my brow. You scoundrel! I concede defeat, yet I am far from satisfied. The essence of a competitive spirit resided within Lin An, who was unwilling to accept defeat and yearned for one last desperate strike. Once more, with tenacity born of defiance, Lin An approached Yi Ju, gently brushing away that droplet of sweat. Yet this was insufficient. He meticulously wiped the entire trail of perspiration with tenderness, devoid of any suggestive intent, solely driven by his unwavering spirit. This was his final act of desperate aggression, for should he fail again, he would concede. In that focused moment, beneath her placid exterior, Yi Ju's eyes began to reveal an unfamiliar, feminine allure. The game had concluded. Although the time was unknown to him, Lin An realized he had failed to elicit a blush from her. Thus, he had lost. It was time for them to return. He withdrew his forehead from Yi Ju's gaze, taking in her immaculate complexion, devoid of any hint of shyness or disappointment. Bowing deeply, he spoke, embodying the spirit of one who accepts defeat, yet does so with grace. He contemplated how they would descend from their lofty perch of 10 meters. Should they brave the external iron ladder? Alone, he might venture down, but with Yi Ju, safety must be paramount. No, for Yi Ju, who was unafraid, the external ladder was indeed safer than for him. Yi Ju, did you hear? Before he could finish, he felt a soft, velvety touch upon his forehead. Turning, he found Yi Ju delicately wiping his brow with a pristine white handkerchief. Her actions were remarkably gentle, akin to a devoted wife tending to her husband returning home on a sweltering day. However, Lin An's focus was not on the warm scene, but rather on the dampness of the handkerchief she had provided. Yi Ju, has this handkerchief been used to wipe sweat? He inquired, puzzled. Yi Ju did not respond. Instead, she handed the handkerchief to him and bent down to write on her notebook. Lin An accepted the neatly folded square of fabric. His curiosity piqued further, as the lace pattern seemed oddly familiar. At that moment, Yi Ju completed her writing and presented it for his perusal. You have not lost. You made me shy, and this handkerchief is the evidence. Lin An struggled to comprehend her words. Throughout the interaction, her expression remained impassive, devoid of any blush. How could she claim to be shy? The handkerchief as evidence. How could that be? He cautiously unfolded it slightly, eager to discern its significance, yet immediately clenched it tightly in his hand, sensing a profound discrepancy. Chapter 57. Do not let go. The handkerchief will fall. Lin An grasped the handkerchief firmly, reluctant to unfold it further. We must return for the piano performance. Yiju wrote, stretching languidly. Indeed, it was time to leave. However, Lin An was perplexed about the handkerchief's true nature. Please keep it safe for me. I will ask for it back later, she inscribed, taking his hand and leading him toward the corner of the room. Wait, what about the bunny girl outfit on the floor? He exclaimed, noticing the scattered garments belonging to Yiju. Ignoring them, they pressed on, pondering how the legend of the bunny girl within the clock tower would continue if someone were to enter. After a moment's thought, Yiju placed her more intimate garments into a bag. Observing her, Lin An felt as if he were interacting with an ordinary girl. Could it be that Yiju had indeed felt shy? His strategy had succeeded. Shaking his head vigorously, he realized that he could not entertain such thoughts further. It was too perilous. Lin An, remember to keep the handkerchief safe for me, Yiju wrote after her tidying was complete. Instinctively, he wanted to refuse. Our emotional experiment is not yet finished. Safeguarding the handkerchief is part of the process. Yiju, seeing through his thoughts, wrote, at this juncture. Given that I have indeed glimpsed a hint of human emotion in your eyes, I shall accept your agreement to place the handkerchief in your pocket. Yiju's hand swiftly stopped his, inscribing, you must keep it in your hand. This is the most effective method to maximize the emotional experiment. The emotional experiment aimed to cultivate Yiju's experience of human feelings. Analyzing from this perspective, holding her handkerchief in his palm would undoubtedly elicit more shyness than stowing it away. Yet, Lady Yi, one must also consider my capacity for emotional endurance. I too can feel embarrassment. Lin An's fingers turned pale as he gripped the handkerchief tighter, fearing to let it go. Once they had established their new treatment plan, they descended a short distance down the iron ladder in the clock tower's operational area, reaching the cement stairs leading to the first floor. Along the way, Lin An noted that the time was already 7:38. They had missed Yiju's 7:30 performance. However, as she was Yiju, as long as she reached the backstage before the event concluded at 8 o'clock, the school would allow her to take the stage. Why she possessed such privilege remained unasked. Upon reaching the first floor, they found the main door locked. Without hesitation, Yiju instructed Lin An to shatter a window, allowing their escape from the clock tower. They then made their way towards the main venue of the evening's festivities. The distance from the clock tower to the grand auditorium was not great. In no time, they arrived at the athletic field. The performances on stage continued, yet the audience below appeared disinterested, many wearing expressions of disappointment. Follow me to the backstage. I need you to stand by the piano and join me on stage, Yiju wrote as they walked. Why? No, I cannot. Lin An vehemently shook his head. Now understanding Yiju's intentions, to evoke shyness and human emotion from him, he realized that should she perform on stage with him standing nearby, while simultaneously holding the handkerchief, the presence of thousands of spectators would surely provoke a blush in her. Many had traveled great distances solely to see her piano performance. In such a scenario, a typical girl might wish to vanish into the ground. Indeed, this would stir the emotions she sought to elicit far more effectively than any game. Moreover, if Yiju were to go so far as to request him to approach her after her performance to wipe her brow with the handkerchief, the sheer public nature of it would amplify the embarrassment to an unbearable degree. He simply could not bring himself to do it. You stand in a corner of the stage where I can see you, and after I finish performing, you will come forward to wipe the sweat from my forehead. Yiju quickly inscribed. Wait, you truly want me to help wipe your sweat with the handkerchief? Lin An pondered, realizing that Yiju might have planned this all along, instructing him not to release the handkerchief from the start. Lin An was unlikely to act in such a manner, yet given Yiju's circumstances, a compromise was necessary. He suggested, I can stand in the corner of the stage and help wipe your sweat. Just let me off the hook. The emotional experiment was meant to induce shyness in her, not to humiliate him to the point of despair. Yiju blinked her clear eyes a few times. Also settling for a compromise. You may stand in the corner of the stage, and after my performance, you will use a handkerchief to wipe my sweat. This is my final concession. Hey, Miss Yiju, how obsessed are you with wiping sweat? Why is it always about that? It can't be his fault, can it? Lin An recalled the final dance from the game Mouth Star People, where his mind had failed him, and he ended up wiping the sweat from Yiju's forehead. After that moment, had her peculiar trait been triggered? All right, I can manage that, he thought, finding his own reasons to agree. I will always watch you perform. Yiju said earnestly. I will do my best, Lin An declared, throwing caution to the wind, hoping everything would go smoothly without further incidents. After the performance, "Come to my house," Yiju wrote. "Sure," Lin An replied, as he had many questions to ask her. Upon arriving backstage with Yiju, a teacher greeted her with excessive politeness, ushering her into the dressing room. The evening's director swiftly adjusted the stage setup to pave the way for Yiju's solo. In a brief span, the event team completed the preparations for her performance. The scheduled performance was set for 8:07 p.m., 3 minutes after the last act concluded. Lin An was led by another teacher to stand by on the right side of the stage, likely to serve as a prop for Yiju's act. The next performance, which was also the final act of the evening, was a piano solo by Yiju, a student specializing in piano. As he waited, he heard the host, dressed in a strapless evening gown, announcing the performance. The lights dimmed, and several strong men wheeled out a massive grand piano, resplendent in pure white and gleaming with elegance, placing it at the center of the stage but oriented sideways rather than facing the audience. Following this, a few individuals rolled out an exquisite red carpet, strewn with fresh rose petals, leading from the backstage directly to the piano seat. Yiju, Yiju, Yiju. In the audience area, fans who had come specifically for Yiju raised their glow sticks and fan banners, fervently calling her name. The previously sparse seating area was rapidly filling up, a direct result of Yiju's impending performance. Meanwhile, Lin An found himself positioned in a somewhat peculiar vantage point in the corner of the stage, on the left side, with a massive curtain behind him and no one nearby. The audience area, however, was teeming with people. Why was he assigned to stand here? The reason soon became evident. "Now, please welcome our piano major, Yiju, to perform the first movement of Moonlight Sonata." Brilliant lights flooded the stage as Yiju appeared, adorned in a gown that seemed to weave the entire sparkling galaxy into its fabric, stepping gracefully in luxurious blue heels encrusted with shimmering diamonds. Her long, dark hair flowed gently with her elegant movements. A delicate pink butterfly hairpiece perched on the left side of her forehead, revealing her beautifully adorned left ear. Her face was adorned with exquisite makeup, cherry blossom-colored lipstick, a radiant base, and violet eyeshadow. In her natural state, Yiju's beauty rated a remarkable 99, but with the enhancement of her makeup, it reached an astounding 108. She resembled a breathtaking ideal of beauty, a quintessential first love that could captivate both genders. Particularly, her serene expression, as if the world could end without a hint of worry, provided an enchanting and fragile experience of beauty. This was Yiju, the girl shrouded in mystery. The clear sound of the piano rang through the air as Yiju lightly tested the keys. Then, the lights dimmed sharply. Yet the stage itself became even more radiant, as a colossal spotlight shone solely upon Yiju. At that moment, she was the center of the universe. Her gaze fixed ahead as her delicate fingers danced over the keys. The melody of the first movement of Moonlight Sonata flowed gently, a tender and intricate tune captivating the audience. The audience was either lost in Yiju's breathtaking beauty or entranced by the emotions conveyed through the music, enveloped in a profound silence. Yiju's fingers leaped and glided across the keys, expertly navigating the depths of the music, transitioning from gentle to passionate, ultimately becoming fervent and intoxicating. As the final note lingered in the air, a rare blush graced Yiju's cheeks as she continued to gaze forward, lost in thought. The audience, awakening from their reverie, erupted into thunderous applause, celebrating Yiju's performance. Yet, Yiju, still blushing, remained fixated on the same point in the distance, which was Lin An. He, too, was entranced by Yiju's extraordinary piano skills, his heart swelling with the impulse to bow before her stunning beauty. As the music concluded, he noticed a certain emotion conveyed in Yiju's gaze, and he knew it was time to fulfill his promise. He raised his tightly clenched left hand, slowly revealing a corner of the white handkerchief, using that most private corner to dab at the non-existent sweat on his forehead. Then, Yiju smiled. Her lips curved slightly, appearing somewhat stiff, yet radiating an angelic glow, a sight both beautiful and healing. Yiju is smiling at me. She must like me. The audience, seeing the direction of her gaze, erupted into cheers, some nearly swooning. After a brief moment, Yiju retracted her smile and gracefully approached the front of the stage. Slightly closer to Lin An, like a princess from the West, she lifted the sides of her gown, revealing a glimpse of her calves as she elegantly bowed to the audience in gratitude. The crowd cheered enthusiastically for Yiju once more, while Lin An stood there, utterly astonished. In the hidden view only he could see, Yiju had written "thank you" in red ink on the inside of her calf. The fervent audience below, while she graciously acknowledged them, had also expressed her gratitude to him in a manner only he could perceive. Lin An's mind was filled with a new, unforgettable image that would linger for a lifetime. Chapter 58. Is this trouble sweet or unfortunate? An hour later, at Yi Ju's home, Lin An reclined on the sofa in the main living area, his left hand still clutching the young girl's pristine white handkerchief. In his right hand, he held a document densely packed with text. A beautiful young girl, dressed in a luxurious gown adorned with a galaxy of stars, lay soundly asleep across his legs, her bare feet resting peacefully. Her flawless beauty radiated a holy glow, accentuated by intricate earrings that sparkled under the room's illumination, further enhancing her ethereal charm. The embodiment of purity and beauty was none other than Yi Ju. They had returned to her home half an hour ago. Lin An had intended to return the handkerchief to Yi Ju, but she shook her head in refusal, writing, "This is one of my tokens of gratitude. Is this a thank you for helping me with the emotional experiment? But I have no experience in that area. You give it to me, and I'm troubled on how to handle it." Lin An naturally declined. A boy keeping a handkerchief used by a girl seemed rather unsettling. Yet, Yi Ju insisted he accept it, writing, "Accepting help from others requires giving something in return. This is a principle even someone like me, with emotional insensitivity, understands. You must accept it." Lin An concurred with Yi Ju's philosophy. When receiving help, one should either refuse it outright or find a way to reciprocate. A fundamental aspect of being human. He had helped Yi Ju and Wu Ti be overly sentimental by refusing her gratitude. However, the idea of a used handkerchief as a form of repayment was simply too unconventional. However, at this moment, Lin An was more preoccupied with a particular concept. He expressed, "If I must receive a reward, I wish for it to be an explanation of what emotional hyposensitivity disorder entails." Yi Ju's clear, bright eyes gazed at Lin An for a full half-minute before she wrote, "You have assisted me, and I am grateful. Yet, as you have mentioned, I am a woman who brings misfortune to those around me. I have already brought you misfortune. You may leave me now and return to your own life. Otherwise, if you understand the concept of emotional hyposensitivity disorder, you may find it difficult to return to your own life for a considerable time, and you too may become unfortunate. Please think it over. I have thought it through. I already carry misfortune. What does one more misfortune matter? Besides, I have entered your fate's trajectory. Apart from accompanying you to the end, any other choice would lead to regret," Lin An asserted confidently. The system had revealed a future trajectory of fate. Yi Ju was his first love, the one he missed at the age of 18. What is the essence of first love? It is the weight of life that one recalls even until the moment of death. The reason Xiao Chao persistently tried to persuade Qin Gong to turn back was that Qin Gong represented his first love, a person of great significance during his youthful adversities, who had sacrificed everything to rush into his heart. Although Lin An and Yi Ju did not share a fate of life and death, at the moment he entered university, a new phase of life, Yi Ju embodied the aesthetic of his first love. She possessed a beauty he had never known, a talent for playing the piano, and a haunting image of a girl self-harming under the gray sunlight, all encapsulated in a game of mouth star and the gratitude expressed beneath a starry dress. In their brief time together, Yi Ju had left indelible marks on him. Coupled with the system's task, which promised rewards that could grant him financial freedom, he would traverse any hell, even if it meant walking through mountains of knives and seas of flames, to be near her. Now, Yi Ju's state was markedly different from before. Aside from her continued inability to speak, she exhibited clear human emotions. This was a change brought about by the emotional experiment that had commenced. Now, as she spoke of emotional hyposensitivity disorder, it became evident that if he were to unravel the mystery surrounding Yi Ju, he must inquire about the specific concept of emotional hyposensitivity disorder. "I understand," Yi Ju stated, then went to the locker to retrieve a key, writing, "This is a key to my home. You may visit me anytime." The act of a girl giving a boy a key to her home is profoundly revealing. Yet Yi Ju was not an ordinary girl. Perhaps it was merely for the convenience of subsequent treatment, devoid of any overt implications. Lin An accepted the key, and Yi Ju then produced a notebook titled Love Notes, flipping to the last page. From a crevice, she extracted a document and handed it to him, writing, "This is my medical report. Emotional hyposensitivity disorder is one of my misfortunes." He had obtained the key to unraveling the enigma that was Yi Ju. Taking a deep breath, Lin An settled onto the sofa to read. Before long, Yi Ju had removed her luxurious high heels and rested her head on his thigh, closing her eyes. Having engaged in the mouth star game, Lin An was now accustomed to her physical proximity. Noticing her steady breathing, he realized she too was fatigued, and thus he continued to read the material without disturbing her. Time returned to the present. After poring over the medical case for quite some time, Lin An grasped the essence of Yi Ju's condition. She indeed suffered from an emotional deficit. The accurate term was not emotional apathy, but emotional hyposensitivity disorder. This condition entails an abnormal state of emotions, rendering one insensitive to human feelings, akin to an inability to comprehend human emotions. In severe cases, emotional understanding may completely vanish, leading patients to engage in incomprehensible behaviors, such as self-harm or, in extreme instances, becoming antisocial elements capable of orchestrating large-scale terror events. It is a grave psychological disorder that jeopardizes the safety of the individual. As for treatment, medication proves ineffective. It necessitates intense emotional stimulation to restore the patient's emotional sensitivity to normal levels, allowing them to once again comprehend human emotions. However, it is crucial to note that such intense emotional stimuli do not fundamentally cure hyposensitivity disorder. They merely provide a temporary restoration of emotional understanding. Furthermore, the degree and duration of emotional recovery vary depending on the intensity of the emotional stimuli. Once this duration concludes, and in the absence of new emotional stimuli, the patient will revert to a state of emotional hyposensitivity, unable to empathize with others. In Yiju's case, her prior attempts at self-harm were one form of intense emotional stimulation. However, having engaged in such attempts too frequently, she had developed a resistance, necessitating new emotional stimuli. Thus, the previously untried realm of romantic feelings became her method for maintaining human emotionality. The mouth star game, observing him play the piano while holding her handkerchief, and revealing her gratitude beneath the starry dress, all served as her therapeutic means. The results were apparent. Her eyes sparkled with a renewed sense of human emotion, and she would become excited and shy. Her now resting on his leg was further evidence. With this understanding, a vital realization emerged. Yiju had stated that once he comprehended the specific concept of emotional hyposensitivity disorder, he would find it difficult to return to his own life for a considerable time and may also become unfortunate. This implied that similar emotional stimulation games, like the mouth star, would continue to seek him out in the future. Images of their flirtatious moments atop the clock tower resurfaced in Lin An's mind, and he felt a great trouble looming over him once more. He was uncertain whether this predicament was sweet or unfortunate. Leaning against his forehead, he felt a wave of confusion. After pondering for a while, perhaps his mind remained shrouded in mist, and a wave of drowsiness washed over him, leading him to succumb to sleep. Chapter 59. Yiju's way of repaying how heavy, Lin An murmured groggily, sensing a weight pressing against his chest. Instinctively, he reached out, feeling a soft, fleshy sensation akin to petting a cat's plump belly. Yet, he did not own a cat. Wait, he was in Yiju's home. How had he fallen asleep? As memories of the previous day resurfaced, Lin An opened his eyes to behold the saintly beauty of Yiju nestled against his chest. Breathing steadily as she used him as a pillow, sleeping soundly, he lay on the sofa, his right hand resting on her soft abdomen while his left grasped the white handkerchief. Fainting. How reluctant I am to part with Yiju's handkerchief, Lin An internally lamented, immediately releasing his right hand and attempting to rise, only to find his body stiff from having held the position for too long. He could only place Yiju's handkerchief into his pocket and gently pat her back, saying, "Yiju, wake up." After several calls, Yiju merely fluttered her eyelashes, showing no signs of awakening. Lin An glanced out at the starry sky, noting the twinkling stars in the night. It was likely still quite late. He pulled out his phone to check the time. 2:10 a.m. Indeed, it was the middle of the night. "Yiju, wake up," he called once more, but she remained unresponsive. After hesitating briefly, he leaned closer to her ear and said, "It's October now. Sleeping in the living room could lead to a cold. I'll carry you to bed." With no reply from Yiju, he felt his body regain some flexibility. Carefully, he lifted her and carried her toward the bedroom. Upon entering the bedroom, which bore no semblance of femininity akin to a hotel room, Lin An gently placed Yiju on the bed. Just as he intended to leave, he noticed she was still wearing the heavy starry dress. While beautiful, it was not comfortable for sleeping. "Yiju, let me help you change into your nightgown." Determined to be a good person, Lin An located Yiju's white nightgown and set it beside the bed. Once again, Yiju turned to the side, reaching back to unzip the celestial dress, lifting a corner of the gown to slide it down. As it reached her waist, she shifted to face him, ready to continue the removal. The vivid crimson words "thank you" emblazoned on her radiant, porcelain skin caught Lin An's eye. Is this another token of appreciation for assisting her emotional experiment, so cleverly concealed? Did Yiju anticipate that I would help her change, or is there another reason? Wait, could it be? Lin An paused, flabbergasted by the possibility that Yiju had envisioned this moment on stage, preparing in advance. He found himself at a loss for words. Yet, would a typical boy, in such a situation, feel a rush of emotion? Lin An was uncertain. immersed in contemplation of Yi Ju's intentions. He recalled her words. One must either refuse help outright or repay it with gratitude. She had accepted his assistance in her emotional experiment, and now she seemed to be expressing her thanks in a manner that would touch a boy's heart. Just as at the end of the performance, before thousands of onlookers, she discreetly lifted her calf to reveal the words "thank you" inscribed on the inner side of her leg. Her actions were not meant to induce embarrassment, but rather to satisfy a boy's vanity in a profound way. Contemplating the dazzling piano goddess revealing her delicate ankle to him was a significant boost to any man's pride. The words etched on her skin below the collarbone were likely part of her initial plan, designed for the moment after she finished playing, when he would approach with a handkerchief to wipe away her sweat, and she would then lift her collar to reveal her chest, a visual and spiritual impact meant to convey her gratitude in a unique manner. However, Lin An found himself bemused, wishing for a more conventional expression of thanks, or perhaps even a simple monetary reward. Such a method of gratitude would likely overwhelm the average boy. Shaking off these thoughts, he closed his eyes and swiftly removed the celestial dress, setting it aside without intending to dress Yi Ju in her nightgown. He then carefully covered her with a blanket in the dark before making a hasty exit from the room. Back in the living room, Lin An replayed the recent scene in his mind, his breath quickening, far more exhilarating than any game of strip poker. He had forged an indelible memory with Yi Ju. Yet, he dared not linger on such thoughts, rushing to the kitchen and turning on the faucet. The icy water splashing against his face provided a jarring jolt of clarity. Finally returning to the living room, he noted that night still enveloped the world outside. Realizing it would be inconvenient to head back to the dormitory at this hour, he opted to recline on the sofa for a brief nap, planning to return by 6. However, the events of the previous day had drained his mental and physical energy. The moment his consciousness began to wane, he slipped into a deep slumber. When he awoke, the first thing he saw was a pair of eyes as clear as mountain spring water, devoid of impurities, Yi Ju's. Lin An quickly rose from the sofa, apologizing. "I'm sorry. I fell asleep." Yi Ju's expression remained inscrutable as she picked up a notebook and wrote, "You can continue sleeping." Glancing at his phone, Lin An realized it was already 10 in the morning. Panic ensued as he hurriedly smoothed his tousled hair, not wanting Yi Ju to see him in such a disheveled state. "No need. I've had enough rest." Yi Ju wrote again, "I want you to keep sleeping." Confused, Lin An asked why. "Because you look cute when you sleep." "She thinks I look cute while sleeping. This is a compliment." I've never seen Yi Ju express affection so openly before. Stunned, he instinctively shielded his face from her gaze, declaring, "I've slept enough. I'll get up now." He leapt to his feet and headed toward the bathroom to wash his face and tidy up before returning to the living room. Noticing Yi Ju quietly seated on the sofa engrossed in a book, he pondered for a moment before saying, "Yi Ju, I should probably head back. About that handkerchief." But his farewell was interrupted by a loud grumble from Yi Ju's stomach. She showed no sign of embarrassment, her clear eyes fixed on him. Having spent considerable time with her, Lin An realized that, compared to her stunning beauty, he was more fond of her eyes. Perhaps it was her emotional detachment that granted her such untainted, serene eyes, capable of instilling a sense of peace and healing in those who gazed upon them. Yet, he felt it was not the right time to voice such praise. "You must be hungry. It makes sense. You've been trapped in the bell tower for over a day. I'll make you something to eat." Lin An moved to the kitchen, expertly opening the fridge stocked with ingredients he had purchased days before. Considering it was only 10 o'clock, lunch seemed premature. He took out butter, toast, eggs, lettuce, and ham, frying the toast, ham, and egg to create a simple sandwich. He warmed some milk slightly and brought it to Yi Ju. "Just a light snack for now. We can have a proper meal later." Yi Ju nodded and began to eat the sandwich. Her fair hands grasped it delicately, and her rosy lips took a bite, chewing slowly before pausing, no longer reaching for another mouthful. "What's wrong? Is it not to your taste? Did I overcook the ham? I personally find crispy ham more delicious. Or perhaps you dislike lettuce. I can make you another one if you'd like." Lin An's expression turned frantic, sensing Yi Ju's evident dissatisfaction with the sandwich he had made. "I don't like Family Mart bento," Yi Ju wrote after setting down her sandwich. Lin An was baffled. How could one associate a sandwich with a convenience store bento? "The sandwich is delicious. It reminds me of the Family Mart bento I used to eat every day," which was actually quite awful, she continued to write. Picking up the sandwich again, she resumed eating with focus. Lin An now understood the implication. During his initial ecological study of Yi Ju, he had discovered that she exclusively consumed Family Mart bento. While affordable, they were notoriously bland, food meant for the overworked. He had assumed her preference indicated a deep affection for them, but it turned out that her emotional insensitivity prevented her from discerning the difference between good and bad food. After experiencing intense emotions the previous day, she had come to realize that Family Mart bento was indeed unappetizing. Oh, Yiju, your life is truly filled with misfortunes. Chapter 60. Leisurely vacation. Hesitating slightly, Lin An asked, "Are you aware of the existence of the school cafeteria?" Yiju looked at him quizzically. Though she didn't write anything, her expression clearly conveyed, "Are you implying I'm foolish?" Naturally, her actual thoughts were far more refined. Yiju, you could eat at the cafeteria. The third cafeteria is a bit far from the expert building, but the dishes are well suited for girls' tastes and appetites. I cannot go to crowded places, Yiju wrote after finishing her sandwich. Lin An recalled that Yiju suffered from both a fear of men and selective mutism. These unfortunate conditions effectively barred her from public spaces. Nonetheless, Lin An smiled and extended his hand. Today is the first day of National Day. The cafeteria will be less crowded. With my guidance, you can have lunch there, just today. A flicker of interest appeared in Yiju's slender brows as she wrote, "I beg you, leave it to me." To avoid encountering too many students, Lin An and Yiju agreed to meet at 1 o'clock to head to the cafeteria. Afterward, Lin An glanced at his attire, stained from the bell tower climb and the sweat-soaked clothes from the strip poker game, looking rather disheveled. Yet, Yiju had never shown any signs of disdain, truly an angel. "I'll come to pick you up at 1. Yiju is an angel, and he certainly cannot approach her in a disheveled state. He decided to return and change into clean clothes. Upon arriving at the dormitory, Lin An was surprised to find all 3 of his roommates present. They had chosen to stay instead of going home or traveling during the 7-day National Day holiday. Miraculously, after exchanging greetings, they showed no interest in inquiring about his absence the previous night or his unkempt appearance. Lin An headed straight for the shower and changed into fresh attire. After emerging, Qiyang approached him and said, "There is something I am unsure whether to mention." The moment he uttered those words, Lin An understood it meant trouble. Theoretically, he ought to refuse, but since it came from Qiyang, he decided to listen. "A good roommate, I apologize, it's indeed a bother for you," Qiyang said, patting Lin An's shoulder. "Yesterday, Miss Jin searched for you all night and even came to the dorm this morning, likely worried about you. Do you need to call her back?" The dorm head, Xiao Xiang, interjected, "When Jian Shui was looking for you yesterday, she had a noticeable smile on her face. But upon discovering you were not in the dorm this morning, her expression turned sour. Lin An, Jian Shui is a rare gem. You ought to cherish her dedication towards you." Lin An felt a headache coming on. Jian Shui was his burdensome ex-wife, and their encounters only led to mutual misfortune. He had been striving to sever ties with her, yet she seemed to thrive on his neglect, intensifying her pursuit. He currently had no resolution on how to navigate his relationship with Jian Shui. "For now," Lin An replied, "no need to call. If Jian Shui truly seeks me, she will reach out again. Regarding her efforts, I can only express my apologies." He had a good inkling of why Jian Shui looked displeased that morning. Given her intelligence, she likely deduced that he had not returned home the previous night due to his busyness with Yiju and their joint appearance at the freshman gala. Fortunately, their relationship was merely that of classmates who had recently met. Had they been in a romantic relationship, Jian Shui would have likely confronted him with fury. At 1 p.m., Lin An, now clad in clean clothing, arrived at Yiju's doorstep. He rang the doorbell, but after 30 seconds with no response, he resorted to using his key to unlock the door. As he turned the metallic key and grasped the doorknob, he slowly opened the door, only to be greeted by a scene that left him in shock. Long black hair cascading over her shoulders, bright and clear black eyes, snow-white skin, and a splendid figure accentuated by a fitted white shirt that highlighted her curves. The ethereal aura she exuded made it impossible to divert one's gaze from her exquisite beauty. That wasn't even the most striking aspect. Beneath the white shirt, she wore a floral half-length skirt, lifting the hem to her waist, revealing a delicate yellow fabric reminiscent of a budding flower. "What are you doing?" Lin An instinctively glanced. Then, adhering to decorum, averted his eyes and called out, "This is a thank-you gift." Yiju skillfully produced a notebook filled with neatly written words. "It's a Chi-girl thing." Lin An, seeing Yiju had lowered her skirt, felt compelled to explain that he had no experience in such matters and requested she refrain from such unexpected displays. Upon hearing this, Yiju wrote, "Understood. If you find it tiresome, I shall find another way." Lin An felt a strong urge to give Yiju a gentle reprimand, firmly discouraging her actions. Because if she continued to use her beauty as a means of gratitude, it was only a matter of time before complications arose. "Let us go," Yiju wrote, taking the lead as they walked together towards the cafeteria. On the way, Lin An introduced her to the cafeteria's offerings, particularly recommending the bone soup noodles from Luji. Priced at 10 yuan per serving, complete with pork, meatballs, greens, and a fried egg, all in a clean, nutritious broth with the option for free additional noodles. The owner seems to be running a charity. It's a top choice for broke students. However, upon reaching the entrance of the cafeteria, Yiju halted and did not enter. What's wrong? Lin An speculated on her hesitation. Are you worried about encountering boys? Fear not. I shall protect you and ensure no boy comes within a meter of you. Yiju shook her head, extending her delicate right hand towards him, her eyes shimmering with something unspoken. Do you want me to hold your hand? No need for an answer. Lin An recognized the flicker in Yiju's eyes as fear of the unfamiliar environment, reminiscent of a child venturing out for the first time. Without waiting for Yiju's response, he smiled and took hold of her wrist, guiding her into the cafeteria. Upon entering, he scanned the overall ambience. Due to the holiday, the number of students dining was significantly lower than usual. Yet, even at just past 1 in the afternoon, several students were still eating at various counters. Lin An initially intended to take Yiju to a place serving the popular rice bowls favored by girls. But given the circumstances, he opted for a quiet corner where a noodle shop was devoid of patrons. Here's the menu. What would you like to eat? At the noodle shop, Lin An pointed towards the menu, inquiring about Yiju's choice. She carefully examined the menu, her gaze shifting up and down as she deliberated. Wow, what a beautiful young lady, exclaimed the plump proprietress of the noodle shop in an exaggerated tone. How did you come to be so stunning? The proprietress's loud voice startled Yiju, causing her to shrink back behind Lin An. I apologize, my classmate is a bit shy, Lin An said, eyeing the plump proprietress warily. The cafeteria staff, generally decent, lowered their voice considerably. I must apologize for startling this young lady. It was unintentional. She is simply too beautiful. Like a work of art. Excuse me, how can one compare beauty to a work of art? Yiju's loveliness cannot be captured even with the finest filters. Lin An thought to himself, then turned to Yiju and whispered, shall we go somewhere else? Yiju remained tucked behind Lin An, her finger pointing at the most popular dish on the menu. Mapo tofu. You wish to have that? Very well, let us order 2 portions, but just a little spicy. Lin An was puzzled as to why the noodle shop also offered mapo tofu, but the spice level in Hunan cuisine was notoriously higher than most. So a mild spiciness would suffice. All right, 2 portions of mildly spicy mapo tofu, the proprietress called to her husband, the chef. Within 2 minutes, the dishes were served. And the proprietress added, there are chilies on the side. Feel free to add more if it's not spicy enough. Thank you. Lin An replied as he opened a bottle of mineral water he had just purchased, offering it to Yiju. This is a Hunan restaurant. The dishes tend to be quite spicy. If you can't handle it, we can switch to another place. Yiju nodded and scooped up a vibrant red portion of mapo tofu with her spoon, placing it in her mouth. As soon as she chewed, she began to cough violently. Are you all right? Here is some water. I did mention that Hunan dishes are quite spicy and may not suit everyone. Lin An expressed his concern. Yiju remained silent, her face flushed as she took another spoonful of mapo tofu. She coughed again, but this time she managed to suppress it, determined to finish the dish. The result was a complexion even more rosy and radiant, akin to a blooming rose, exuding an alluring charm. However, Yiju's current demeanor resembled that of a child pointed at a chili pepper, being told that it was an adult's food, very spicy, and unsuitable for children. Yet, the child stubbornly insisted on trying it, even as tears welled in their eyes, proclaiming it was delicious. It was undeniably endearing. Lin An watched her with a gentle smile, momentarily forgetting to eat. After finishing the mapo tofu, he escorted Yiju back home, agreeing to meet later for dinner at the cafeteria before returning to his dormitory. From then on, Lin An predominantly accompanied Yiju, allowing her to experience the ordinary life of campus, dining in the cafeteria, strolling through the campus, listening to her practice piano, and reading together on a bench. 7 days swiftly passed, and tomorrow marks the commencement of formal classes. During this time, Lin An interacted with Yiju as one would with an ailing child, unaware that to outsiders, their behavior unmistakably resembled that of a couple. Chapter 61. The crucial 3 questions on the 8th. The National Day holiday concluded, and first-year courses resumed. Lin An awoke at 7 to wash up and have breakfast. At 7:40, the 4 of them departed from the dormitory, heading towards the business management building for class. Everyone, a girl has invited our dormitory for a social gathering. Shall we attend? The cheerful voice of dormitory leader Xiao Xiang resonated as they descended the stairs. I have no opinion on that, but social gatherings usually carry the intention of finding boyfriends or one-night stands, neither of which interests me. Thus, the spotlight would naturally fall on you. Qi Yang remarked with his customary gentle smile. And you too? Xiao Xiang inquired, directing his question towards Lin An and Zhou Haidong. Three-dimensional girls are capricious, troublesome, and overly sensitive, monsters devoid of charm. I have long retreated into the realm of the second dimension. If you wish to attend, consider it a dormitory activity for me, Zhou Haidong yawned. His dark circles evident from a week spent immersed in romantic visual novels. Their dormitory boasted the renowned figures of Prince Xiao Xiang and the esteemed Qi Yang, making it the most famous male dormitory at High University. Consequently, shortly after the semester began, they were inundated with invitations from numerous girls for social events. Even the female dormitory 306, which enjoyed a reputation on par with theirs, had invited them multiple times. Yet, Xiao Xiang generally adopted a dismissive attitude. It was unexpected for him to actively ask if they wanted to go today. After pondering, Lin An replied, I share no interest in social gatherings either. But if you need company, I can join to make up the numbers. Don't adopt that mindset of merely filling numbers. Old Lin and Xiao Dong. Xiao Xiang leaned closer. His sunny smile unwavering. Qi Yang is right. Girls are inclined to participate in social gatherings with a desire to find boyfriends. If you engage earnestly, you might just find a suitable partner. Three-dimensional girls? Humph. Zhou Haidong scoffed. From today onward, you shall call me the Lord of the Second Dimension. I harbor no interest in anything pertaining to the three-dimensional realm. Ah, but if three-dimensional girls were aliens, time travelers, beings from other worlds, or superhumans, I might find that intriguing. I shall pass. I have no intention of pursuing romance during my university years. Lin An consistently reminded himself that his objective in college was to attain financial freedom. You will regret not dating in college. Xiao Xiang began to say something further when an extraordinarily charismatic girl approached them. Her gracefully cascading deep brown curls accentuated her femininity, while her fitted white top highlighted her curves, draped with a pink knitted cardigan. Though her figure was slightly more ample than most, it paled in comparison to Yi Ju, and was far from Li Baiwei's. She wore a black high-waisted skirt that accentuated her slim waist, complemented by sophisticated black over-the-knee stockings that revealed her fair skin. With an alluring figure, striking features, and a dazzling smile, she was the epitome of a perfect lady, Jian Shui air. She strode towards Lin An in black strappy heels, her gaze fixed solely on him. Good morning, my Romeo ex-husband. Once again, she referred to him as Romeo and ex-husband, leaving Lin An with a sense of having committed an error, akin to being questioned by a girlfriend after a misstep. What was he to do in this moment? Lin An, lacking relevant experience, felt perplexed. We should be on our way. Qi Yang sensed the awkward atmosphere and pulled Xiao Xiang and Zhou Haidong to move ahead. Thus, only he and Jian Shui air remained. Good morning. You've been waiting for me, haven't you? It must have been quite a while. Lin An finally mustered the courage to utter some polite words. Not too long. Just 72 minutes. As I was uncertain of your class schedule, Jian Shui air elegantly raised her slender wrist, glancing at her conspicuously expensive women's watch. Though the duration of 72 minutes seemed somewhat exaggerated, Lin An was certain she had indeed waited that long. However, in October's Haicheng, while the daytime remained warm, the mornings were quite chilly. Jian Shui air had to rise early to apply makeup and wait outside for him, which tugged at his heartstrings. Yet, he could not allow even a hint of this sentiment to surface. What did you seek me for? Lin An asked in a flat tone. I wanted to do this. Jian Shui air gently placed her delicate hands on his shoulders, rising onto her toes, her high nose brushing against his neck as she inhaled deeply, declaring, I do not dislike your scent. Lin An was taken aback by Jian Shui air's unexpected move, initially fearing a kiss. But upon realizing she was merely inhaling his scent, he refrained from stopping her. Yet, he remained uncertain of her intentions and bluntly asked, and then? Then, Jian Shui air placed her hands behind Lin An's head, pressing down slightly so that his nose could draw closer to her neck, asking, Do I smell good? Jian Shui air exuded an intoxicatingly feminine fragrance, and at such close proximity, the scent enveloped him like a blooming rose garden. The proximity intensified the aroma, momentarily clouding his thoughts, leading him to involuntarily respond, It's delightful. Is this the legendary fragrance that captivates all? Immediately regretting his forthright compliment, Lin An feared it might lead Jian Shui air to misunderstand his intentions. Yet, unexpectedly, she spoke in a low and displeased tone, Do you know? During the 7-day National Day holiday, I was assigned work and had to return. I feared you might forget me in our 7 days apart. So I pondered all day about how you would remember my farewell method. It wasn't until today that I could finally demonstrate it. Never mind. After speaking, Jian Shui air's rose-colored lips slowly parted, her pearly white teeth gleaming as she resumed her perfect lady persona, stepping forward to say, Let us attend class together. Lin An often found himself resenting his extraordinary memory and keen emotional sensitivity. Jian Shuai's earlier words were clear. She intended to seek him out before the holiday, to share her feminine scent with him, suggesting something akin to "Don't forget me, I'll still be here when you return." The truth was, by disappearing for a day and not returning to the dorm, he felt a twinge of guilt, acknowledging that his actions were somewhat inconsiderate. With a sigh, Lin An remarked, "Hiding your feelings is not your style. It's better to express what's on your mind directly. Bottling it up can lead to misunderstandings." Jian Shuai walked silently ahead, only turning back after a while with a radiant smile. "Are you showing concern for me? I'm merely feeling sorry for you." "Why do you say that?" Lin An realized he had misspoken, but at this point, he could only be honest. "You typically wear high heels, black tights, and elegant dresses that undeniably draw male attention. Yet, this attire today, accentuating your chest, and those over-the-knee stockings, are clearly intended to please me. Truly, there's no need for such sacrifice. I am not worth it. You noticed my change in attire. Why didn't you compliment me on my beauty when we first met?" Jian Shuai shot him a playful glare. Lin An was taken aback. Was this a manifestation of the differences in male and female thought? He had never considered her perspective. However, Jian Shuai soon relaxed her demeanor, saying, "Did you know? The virtual world often portrays girls falling for boys due to their gentleness. I admit there is some truth to this in reality, but it only applies to ordinary girls lacking affection. Gentleness is a common trait. Any emotionally intelligent boy would be gentle with girls. Does that mean girls will fall for every boy? Not at all. For emotionally perceptive girls, a boy's understanding and thoughtfulness are far more alluring than mere gentleness. With your understanding of me, if I were to notice any subtle changes in my demeanor, what would I do if I found myself falling for you?" Lin An felt an urge to slap himself for his careless words. Indeed, saying the wrong thing meant he should embody the aloof demeanor of a heartless rogue, devoid of any sympathy for Jian Shuai. Yet, on another note, Jian Shuai seemed to possess a masochistic tendency. The colder he treated her, the more she thrived in her pursuit. It appeared that no matter his actions, Jian Shuai remained inexorably linked to him. Was their bond truly so profound? He was aware of his own capriciousness. Noticing Lin An's silence and his troubled expression, Jian Shuai spoke softly. "Lin An, you have turned me down before. You share a fateful connection with Yi Ju and harbor special feelings for her. As a mature woman, I should wish you both well. However, I am quite selfish. I have never compromised on the things I hold dear since birth. My feelings for you have not yet reached the level of love. Yet you are the only man in my 18 years who has stirred my heart so deeply. Being away from you causes me anxiety, while being close brings me sorrow. A mere morsel of affection from you can brighten my days for several. Yet your proximity to other girls awakens my ugly jealousy, compelling me to act foolishly. No matter what I do, the result is an increasing concern for you, and I am tormented. What should I do?" Once again, Lin An chose silence. At this moment, anything he said would be a mistake. "Let us do this." Jian Shuai paused, her serious gaze fixed upon him. "I will ask you 3 questions, and you must answer honestly, only with yes or no. I will make my final decision based on your responses." Lin An also halted. "First question, did you confess to Yi Ju during the National Day holiday?" Jian Shuai asked, her voice tinged with anxiety. "No," Lin An replied immediately. "Second question, did you kiss Yi Ju during the National Day holiday?" Jian Shuai inquired, her breath slightly steadier. Lin An hesitated before responding. No. He had indeed not kissed Yi Ju, but he had engaged in actions far more intimate. Should he disclose that truth? Third question, Jian Shuai became tense again, her breath heavy, her chest rising and falling rapidly. "Do you dislike me?" Lin An momentarily set aside the notion of complete honesty, hesitating once more before answering. "No. I am overjoyed." Jian Shuai's rosy lips broke into a radiant smile. "Though I can be selfish, I won't force you into anything. If you truly dislike my persistence, I won't cling to you. However, your hesitation before answering indicates that you initially wished to lie, but ultimately chose to be truthful. Thus, you do not harbor any dislike for me." Since that is the case, Jian Shuai extended her delicate hand toward Lin An, resembling a graceful lotus. "The fact that you did not confess to Yi Ju or kiss her signifies that I stand on the same starting line of affection with her. I have not betrayed Yi Ju by stealing you away. I am engaging in fair competition with her. Therefore, Lin An, let us continue to explore our feelings for one another until I genuinely fall for you or you find another girlfriend." Observing Jian Shuai's earnest expression, Lin An could only think, could she be orchestrating a romantic revenge plot? In this digital age, it is common for infatuated suitors to pursue their goddesses for years, only to be met with indifference. Yet, when the suitor finally withdraws, the goddess becomes intrigued and pursues him instead. After countless twists and turns in love, The goddess may profess her feelings, only for the suitor to reject her spectacularly, executing a grand romantic revenge. In reality, could Jian Shui'er be angered by his refusal, delivering a heartfelt monologue only to later reject him once her affections were reciprocated? Such schemes would not be beyond a girl of her stature. Nevertheless, Lin An believed that Jian Shui'er's character would not stoop to such antics. He extended his hand towards her, saying, "Then let us cultivate our relationship, mutually affirming our feelings. Perhaps one day, I might genuinely develop feelings for you, or I might not." Given that no matter what he did in their relationship seemed wrong, he decided to let things unfold naturally. "All right, let us run, my friend." Jian Shui'er grasped Lin An's hand and took off, her high-heeled legs propelling her forward. Lin An paused momentarily before following her, shouting, "Why are we running?" "Because this is youth," Jian Shui'er exclaimed, turning her head against the wind, her smile radiant enough to be etched in memory. Lin An was momentarily taken aback, responding, "You don't mean to say that because class is about to start, students rush through campus to avoid being late, and that defines youth, do you?" "Hee, Lin An, you truly understand me." After a brief sprint, Jian Shui'er panted heavily, but her gaze towards Lin An was filled with the delight of a girl enamored by something she cherished. "I can run, you're in high heels. Moreover, as a perfect lady, I absolutely cannot wear unrefined leggings, so Lin An, you must ensure I don't expose myself." "Huh." Jian Shui'er always managed to provoke his urge to retort, yet as he watched her skirt billow while she ran, he felt compelled to act. Without further hesitation, he halted, and amidst Jian Shui'er's squeals, he swept her up in a princess carry, cradling her under her thighs and beneath her shoulders, running forward with the wind. Jian Shui'er struggled momentarily before her cheeks flushed, her arms encircling his neck as her head nestled against his shoulder. Beneath the vibrant morning sun, their silhouettes reflected the essence of youth. In the first period of the morning, they faced the bane of high mathematics. Lin An set Jian Shui'er down near the law building, letting her down just 100 meters from the building, before making it to class on time. Due to the dreaded high mathematics, the front rows of the lecture hall were devoid of students. They had all congregated towards the middle and back. This left Lin An without a sanctuary, forcing him to sit in the front and endure the lecture. After 2 grueling periods of mathematics, they transitioned to another class, Introduction to Economics. This class was not overly challenging, and the front rows were again filled with students, allowing Lin An to return to his usual spot, a middle seat towards the right, blending in as an ordinary male university student. As the morning courses concluded with no notable events, Lin An dined with his roommates and later attended moral psychology in the afternoon. He once again settled into a middle right seat, surrounded by students who were indifferent to the course material. With the class yet to commence, they engaged in casual banter about campus life. "Wow, that goddess's smile is so captivating," one exclaimed, referring to Yi Ju, the goddess of their university, whose expression at the new student gala had sparked regret in those who missed the live performance. "This photo is going viral. I've seen 40 different posts about it on my social media. It's even reached other schools, and students are asking who she is." Their conversation piqued Lin An's interest, prompting him to pull out his phone and check his social media feed. Upon opening it, he found an image of a girl with raven hair framing her cheeks, her eyes clear yet devoid of expression, with her lips subtly upturned, a mechanical and rigid appearance. Yet, the overall impression was that of a celestial goddess smiling, a beauty that seemed unearthly, soothing yet stirring emotions, becoming increasingly enchanting the longer one gazed upon it. Accompanying the image was the caption, "The Goddess's Smile." The poster was a high school classmate studying at Yenjing University. Scrolling further, he discovered that the Goddess's Smile had inundated social media. Not only former classmates, but even their parents and teachers were sharing it, with comments echoing sentiments such as, "A true goddess smiling. So beautiful, she must be a celebrity. What is her name? I'd love to meet her. If only she were my girlfriend. Her eyes are stunning. I wish I had eyes like hers." The only girl worthy of the title Goddess of Smiles was Yi Ju. No celebrity, tainted by the entertainment industry, could possess eyes as pure and clear as mountain spring water. Moreover, other girls, despite having normal human emotions, could not exhibit a smile that so poignantly captured the essence of human sentiment. Thus, the emergence of the goddess's smile was not a blessing, but rather a profound misfortune. Lin An pondered Yi Ju's plight. Lin An sighed inwardly, feeling a slight headache. After the emotional experiment, Yi Ju had evidently regained a considerable amount of human emotion. He would actively express his preferences, comprehend the unpalatable nature of the family bento, fear crowded places, and exhibit a childlike competitive spirit. However, as time passed, these human emotions began to dissipate. Now, 7 days later, Yiju seemed to have reverted to his initial state of indifference, not caring for anything, needing nothing, and understanding nothing. The shameless acts that Lin An had thrown himself into resulted in Yiju experiencing only 7 days of emotions, akin to a goldfish, leaving Lin An feeling utterly defeated. Nonetheless, he was not a man to easily concede defeat. Having tasted success once, the path to further triumph appeared to hold a tangible existence, providing him with the motivation to continue striving. Thus, he had spent the previous day in meticulous contemplation. He concluded that to prevent the deterioration of Yiju's emotional hyposensitivity disorder, he needed to continue conducting emotional experiments with him. This meant engaging in a series of 100 seemingly shame-inducing games designed to deepen romantic feelings, where merely participating in over 10 would likely lead to a couple's bond. In truth, these were all taboo and indescribable games of flirtation between men and women. Despite this, he could not deny that such flirtatious games were far more effective in enhancing romantic feelings than mere physical encounters. Yiju's emotional scale was abnormal, yet it pinpointed the essence of romantic connection. If Lin An wished to fully cure Yiju of his emotional hyposensitivity disorder, there were currently 2 avenues to pursue: confronting the psychological shadows of the past or continuing the activities of the Romance Research Club, allowing Yiju to rediscover human emotions through romantic experiences. The first option was beyond his current capacity to execute, leaving him with no choice but to select the latter. At present, the romantic troubles of Li Baiwei had been resolved. It seemed he needed to find a new client for Yiju to use as a reference. The afternoon held only one lengthy class, and after it concluded, Lin An bid farewell to his roommates and made his way to the Romance Research Club office to discuss finding a second client with Jian Shui'er and Yiju. Upon arriving at the office door, he noticed it was unlocked. As he reached for the handle, past psychological traumas resurfaced in his mind, causing a surge of anxiety as he worried about encountering some triggering event upon entering. However, having already engaged in a shameless game, and having seen the goddess display her underwear with indifference, he felt there was little to fear. With a composed demeanor, Lin An opened the office door. But after a fleeting glance inside, he promptly closed it again. What was this? Was the office door some sort of two-dimensional portal, revealing a new bizarre sight each time it was opened? Previously, he had encountered a wild bunny girl, and today, he was greeted by 2 maids in black stockings changing clothes. Had his frequent interactions with Zhou Haidong led to a warped perception? No. Wait. The maid with pastel pink hair, whose talent seemed to surpass the proportions of her head, was undoubtedly Li Baiwei. The other, with a strikingly beautiful face, could only be Yiju. Was it possible that the emotionally detached Yiju had coerced Li Baiwei into performing similarly shameful acts as the bunny girl in public? Lin An opened the door once more, intending to inquire about Yiju's intentions. A wave of fragrant air rushed towards him as Li Baiwei approached. Grasping his arm with an urgent tone, Lin An, please don't misunderstand. This isn't a command from the president. It's my own request. I know there seems to be a misunderstanding. Please let go of my arm. With his hand ensnared in the vast sea of her talents, Lin An, an 18-year-old boy, found it difficult to maintain composure. Li Baiwei tightened her grip further. I assure you, this is not a command from the president. It's my own request. Please don't misunderstand. Once bitten by a snake, one remains wary of ropes for 10 years. Lin An genuinely feared that Jian Shui'er might open the door and witness this scene, inciting another wave of chaos. He quickly replied, all right, I understand. I'm not misunderstanding. Please let go of my arm. Li Baiwei's face broke into a smile, distinct from the scientifically calculated perfect smile of Jian Shui'er and the pure smile of Yiju that pierced the essence of human emotion. It was an infectious smile that radiated kindness, resembling that of a little angel capable of healing others. I'm glad there's no misunderstanding. She finally released her grip. Lin An stepped back, distancing himself from this woman, unaware of her weapon's formidable potency, and asked, now, please tell me what's going on. Why are you and Yiju in maid outfits? A blush crept across Li Baiwei's cheeks as she turned her head, her voice somewhat shy. It's a gesture of gratitude. Gratitude? Lin An doubted his ears. It's a gift of thanks. Li Baiwei resumed, her tone much steadier. Lin An, you've helped me so much, and I have nothing to repay you with. Last time I wore the bunny girl outfit, you seemed to be sneaking glances at me. I asked my friends, and they said boys like girls in cosplay. So, for National Day, I bought several kinds of cosplay outfits, intending to wear them in the club office as a thank you gift, specifically for you. So, Lin An, you can look at me boldly. Why is it always a thank you gift, and why so many cosplay outfits? Lin An was left dumbfounded, sensing that things were heading toward a precarious direction. Just as he was about to respond, a knock at the door and a voice interrupted, The second client seemed to have arrived unannounced. Chapter 63. I want to change fortune smiled upon him just as he was about to embark on the second romantic trouble inquiry. The second client had come to him. However, there was one issue. Their romance research club was still in the initial phase of a fan club. Although they had gained some notoriety after their battle in the management building's atrium, the activities of the club were primarily focused on resolving girls' romantic troubles, which the outside world remained unaware of. How did this person know so much? Was it Jin Shuier who had come? Confusion filled Lin An's mind as he rose to open the door. At that moment, Yi Ju tugged at his arm, holding up a note she had written. How about today's thank you gift? The thank you gift was Yi Ju's expression of gratitude for his assistance with the emotional experiment. He looked at Yi Ju, who was still clad in an inadequately donned maid outfit, with only one shoulder strap secured while the other hung loosely at her waist. A rather ill-fitting garment that left much to be desired. If scrutinized closely, one might glimpse deeper shades, but he dared not dwell on such thoughts, lest they lead to forbidden conclusions. Please hold on a moment, classmate at the door. Lin An called out, hastily securing Yi Ju's shoulder strap before adding, Yi Ju, my helping you is voluntary. I wouldn't be so pretentious as to refuse your gratitude. But please, can your thank you gift not be so alarming? Most people would find it difficult to accept something that suggests ominous signs. Not that kind of thank you gift, Yi Ju wrote back quickly. Lin An paused, his mind racing as he speculated. Could it be the benefit of catching you changing clothes? Yi Ju responded swiftly. You must be tired of seeing underwear. I thought a scene where a boy accidentally sees a girl changing clothes would be exciting, like in a manga. Why didn't you lose your composure? So it was indeed the case. He hadn't stumbled upon them accidentally, but rather they had orchestrated this encounter. Lin An turned to look at Li Baiwei, who was now averting her gaze, her cheeks flushed, and her shy posture betraying her discomfort in meeting his eyes. He was almost certain. Lin An contemplated whether he should proactively seek some form of compensation from Yi Ju to prevent her from continuing such benefits of gratitude. Otherwise, it would surely lead to more stimulating scenarios, and his resolve would eventually crumble. Placing this matter on hold for the moment, Lin An stated, let's welcome our guest first. We can discuss this later. He rubbed his temples and approached the club office door, relieved that Jin Shuier had not witnessed the scene of him helping Yi Ju with her maid outfit. Otherwise, chaos would have ensued once more. Hello. Lin An greeted as he opened the door. Why yes, hello, the person on the other side stammered, appearing somewhat nervous. Lin An glanced at the other person, noting her somewhat unkempt, slightly tousled black hair, thick glasses smudged with grease, and a wrinkled cotton t-shirt paired with tattered denim jeans. Her face bore a few pimples, and her appearance was rather ordinary, with a hunched posture and dull eyes that emanated a somewhat gloomy aura. I am a member of the Love Research Society. You may call me Lin An. Please, step inside. Lin An led her towards the seating area. She nodded, about to proceed, but was taken aback upon seeing two beautiful girls in maid outfits within the club office, unable to comprehend why maids would be present. They are also members of the Love Research Society. Their maid outfits are a manifestation of their cosplay hobby. Just consider it a personal interest, Lin An explained. Noticing her confusion, she nodded again, her nervousness becoming more palpable. Upon reaching the seating area, Lin An invited her to sit down. Li Baiwei, holding a tray, gently inquired, what type of tea would you like? Caught off guard by the unfamiliar setting, her face flushed crimson, and she hesitated to respond. Just serve her black tea. Lin An interjected, alleviating her embarrassment. Lin An observed her features once more, her slightly darker skin, sparse eyebrows, thin lips, and a complete absence of makeup. She fell within the realm of ordinary girls. She likely was not a beauty deliberately dressing down. With a more relaxed demeanor, he asked, what is your name? Jiang Yinshu. Majoring in English, she replied, still somewhat tense. Jiang Yinshu, as in the clouds that roll and unfold in the sky, or the sparse clouds in the mist. Lin An inquired. The first one, she affirmed. A lovely name. Allow me to introduce myself again. I am Lin An. Over there is our president, Yi Ju. And that is our Love Research Society mascot, Li Baiwei. Mascot. Jiang Yinshu was taken aback by the term. It means our Love Research Society has an adorable little angel that everyone adores, symbolizing good fortune and the potential for world peace, Lin An explained, gesturing to Li Baiwei, who, with her head bowed, appeared shy yet seemed to take delight in the title. Hello, Jiang Yinshu greeted. Hi, Li Baiwei responded, while Yi Ju remained indifferent. With this brief interlude, Jiang Yinshu felt her tension dissipate significantly. Lin An recognized it was time to delve into the matter at hand. This is our Love Research Society's office. We can indeed assist girls with their romantic dilemmas, but I need to ask you a few preliminary questions. Please proceed. Jiang Yinshu straightened her posture. First question, Lin An's tone suddenly turned serious, Who informed you that we handle girls' romantic troubles? If it were Jian Shuier encountering Jiang Yinshu, she would have indiscriminately accepted the commission, but he had to consider the potential risks involved. After all, the three members of their society were renowned beauties at Haicheng University, and with the addition of another, they formed an irresistible quartet. It was undeniable that some boys and girls might harbor ulterior motives under the guise of seeking help. My roommate, Jiang Yinshu answered softly. What is your roommate's name? Lin An inquired. Bei Huantao. The name seemed familiar to him, though he couldn't recall the specifics. He made a mental note to ask Jiang later. Continuing, Lin An asked, second question, what is your romantic dilemma? Jiang Yinshu adjusted her glasses, her voice rising. I want to change. Li Baiwei had already prepared black tea, setting it on the table before them while standing beside Lin An. Her focus solely on him as if serving him. Lin An nodded. What do you wish to change? Jiang Yinshu glanced at the angelic Li Baiwei and then at her own reflection, which she deemed far less appealing. Clenching her fists, her voice grew more fervent. I am ordinary in appearance and character, and have always been a peripheral figure. I wish to alter my fate as an outsider and become more popular. And then? Lin An probed further. What do you mean, and then? Jiang Yinshu was perplexed by his question. Lin An calmly articulated, popular with whom? A specific individual, a group. Or everyone. What about gender? Boys, girls, or both? After gaining popularity, what do you intend to do? Do you desire to date? If so, with whom? Do you have someone you like? You must understand that our society addresses young girls' romantic troubles, and your desire to be popular does not currently relate to romantic dilemmas. Jiang Yinshu found the barrage of questions overwhelming. If you cannot accurately articulate what you desire, we cannot assist you, Lin An stated firmly. Remember this, whether in hardship or despair, no one can truly help you. You must assist yourself. Please contemplate what you truly need before seeking our help. Jiang Yinshu stammered, tears welling in her eyes, shaken by Lin An's assertive demeanor. Just then, the door swung open dramatically, heralding the arrival of the perfect young lady, Jian Shuier. Chapter 64. Life is a mess. Seeing Jian Shuier's resplendent figure, Lin An placed a hand on his forehead, sensing that matters were about to escalate into further complications. However, akin to his general reluctance to lecture others, he had no intention of intervening. Even if he suspected Jian Shuier might be erring, provided her transgressions were minor. After all, life is about experiencing mistakes. What is this? Jian Shuier's keen gaze fixated on Li Baiwei's maid outfit, her expression shifting to one of disapproval. Under her scrutinizing gaze, Li Baiwei instinctively leaned closer to Lin An, resembling a frightened rabbit confronting a predator. The soft touch immediately registered with Lin An, who could sense the palpable tension in the air. Quickly rising, he interjected, That's just Baiwei's interest developed during the National Day holiday. Cosplay. Please don't misunderstand, Jian. Oh, so you call her Baiwei and refer to me as Jian, huh? Fine, today I'm in a good mood. Jian Shuier, in her clicking high heels, strode directly to Li Baiwei, taking her by the arms and pulling her close, saying warmly, Baiwei, you're interested in cosplay? So am I. Let us wear our costumes and take pictures together next time. Li Baiwei, terrified, nodded vigorously, her enthusiasm so intense it seemed she might nod her head off. Baiwei, what are you afraid of? We're friends. I won't harm you, Jian Shuier cooed, her demeanor reminiscent of a villainess from an Otome game bullying the innocent heroine. Lin An silently criticized this in his mind. All right, Jian Shuier, genuinely in high spirits, naturally settled beside Lin An and turned to the unfamiliar girl, inquiring, What is going on here? Please don't tell me this is yet another girl lured in by Lin An lady. Do I look like someone who attracts girls? I'm so ordinary. Who would genuinely fall for me? I understand now. Life is a mess. Suddenly, Jiang Yinshu sprang to her feet, exclaiming passionately. Lin An was startled. What are you saying? Jian Shuier also stared at her, puzzled by her outburst. Life is a mess, and that is the answer to your inquiry, Jiang Yinshu declared, panting heavily, her voice breaking as she directed her words at Lin An. Someone like you, a top-tier life winner, cannot truly fathom my experiences. You cannot assume I haven't made efforts. A life winner? Lin An thought her remarks were nonsensical, yet she appeared to be venting her emotions. And he patiently allowed her to finish. Life is inherently unequal. Some individuals are born with golden keys in their mouths, possessing wealth at a tender age that I could never hope to accumulate in a lifetime. Others, despite lacking a privileged background, possess striking appearances, becoming the center of attention throughout their youth, a life I can only dream of. Then there are those who, regardless of their birthright or looks, possess remarkable talents and navigate the game of life with success. And what of me? Jiang Yinshu slumped on the sofa, her hands clasped over her head. A visage of torment. I was born in a rural area of the southern province, the youngest in a family with 3 elder sisters and 1 younger brother. My grandparents farmed while my parents sought work in the south, and poverty enveloped our household. I never experienced a moment of fullness in my childhood. Often bullied by my siblings due to my lower status, enduring pinches and having my food snatched away, forced to wear tattered clothes passed down from my sisters. Consequently, I was exceedingly unattractive as a child. Can you fathom the cruelty I faced? I was not merely invisible. Both boys and girls ridiculed my appearance, calling me a hideous girl and discarding anything I touched. My despair was so profound that I dreaded attending school, only to be met with my grandfather's belief that I was simply unwilling to learn, leading him to bind me to the ceiling and beat me with an iron rod. As memories of suffering flooded back, Jiang Yunshu trembled violently. At that moment, Jian Shui'er grasped her hand, offering silent support with a gentle gaze. Encouraged, Jiang Yunshu gradually steadied herself and continued, I understand that one can change their fate through effort, despite inherent disadvantages. My birth name was Jiang Zhaodi, and during the summer before my high school years, I desperately pleaded with my parents to allow me to change it. Perhaps it was because we had a younger brother, or because my eldest sister had married and the family received a substantial sum, but my parents eventually consented. After successfully changing my name, I believed my life could begin anew. I studied diligently in high school and gained admission to the only 211 university in my village, hoping to escape the fate of being an outcast and to gain some popularity. But what happened next? More painful memories surged forth, and Jiang Yunshu clutched her head in agony. Even in university, nothing changed. I was still called a hideous girl and faced disdain when paired with boys, constantly subjected to glares that wished me away. So please, do not condescend to accuse me of lacking effort. I have tried. But life is a cruel game that offers no feedback or correct answers. Effort yields no reward. Jiang Yunshu's emotions shattered completely, and she wept violently, grasping her hair. Jian Shui'er remained silent, gently patting her back to soothe her sorrow. After a while, when Jiang Yunshu had exhausted her tears, Jian Shui'er spoke softly. Jiang, are you seeking help from our Love Research Institute? I wish to change my fate as an outcast and become popular, yet even my efforts feel futile. How can you succeed where I have not? No, you are simply misdirected in your efforts. Jian Shui'er's voice rang with conviction. Life is undeniably unfair. Birth, talent, and appearance vary for each individual. Yet, fate has bestowed upon everyone the equal right to alter their destinies. Jiang, your family's misfortunes are not your fault. Your appearance is not as dire as you believe, and your efforts are not without merit. You have merely been striving in the wrong direction, and misguided efforts will only accumulate more misfortune. Jiang Yunshu tilted her head, uncertain of how to respond to Jian Shui'er. We at the Love Research Institute accept your request. We will help you become popular and declare that life is a masterpiece of happiness. Jian Shui'er's lips, a dazzling shade of rose, broke into a familiar smile. Radiating confidence, Jiang Yunshu felt inspired by Jian Shui'er's assurance, her eyes glimmering with newfound hope. Meanwhile, Lin An observed with an expression of mild apprehension. As expected, with Jian Shui'er's arrival, matters were bound to become more complicated. Yet, he maintained his stance. One must endure mistakes in life. He would not intervene in Jian Shui'er's actions. Moreover, he recognized the validity of Jiang Yunshu's earlier monologue. He was neither a savior for everyone nor an indifferent bystander when someone sought help. In the ensuing time, Jian Shui'er began to discuss with Jiang Yunshu how girls appear appealing, through expressions, makeup, and demeanor, pointing out her previous missteps. Lin An listened for a while, finding the information redundant, and chose to sit aside and read instead. Yiju also immersed herself in a book, while Li Baiwei busily served hot tea to the four present, fulfilling her role as a hostess. The conversation continued until Jiang Yunshu's phone rang, signaling her roommate's arrival. Jiang, I am unsure how to express my gratitude, she said earnestly. Life is a masterpiece. As long as one strives in the right direction, no girl need feel unwelcome. Jiang, rest assured, our Love Research Institute will fulfill your request, and Jian Shui'er appeared exceptionally confident. I see your potential beauty and your strong desire for change. In November, the boys will release a campus beauty ranking, which, though somewhat trivial, serves as a testament to popularity. I will help you secure a place in the top 10, gloriously affirming that life is indeed a masterpiece. The Campus Beauty Ranking is an initiative by the Beauty Research Society to identify the 100 most beautiful girls from over 16,000 female students and faculty members. This method of validation aligns perfectly with Jian Shui's extravagant style, but can it truly be accomplished? Lin An pondered, considering Jiang Yunshu's current unremarkable state. Achieving such recognition seemed akin to dreaming. I must go. My roommate is waiting. Jiang Yunshu waved goodbye. Lin An noted the time and decided to leave as well, informing Jian Shui of his plans to cook at Yi Zhu's place. Jian Shui naturally expressed her desire to join, and Li Baiwei shyly requested to accompany them, which Lin An consented to. Due to their need to change clothes, Lin An opted to wait for them downstairs. Upon descending, he spotted Jiang Yunshu's silhouette ahead, accompanied by a girl with pink hair, presumably her roommate. Dyed hair is common in university. Lin An did not find it peculiar. However, the deep hue of the girl's waist-length pink hair evoked the brilliant hues of late autumn sunsets, reminiscent of a flamingo among a flock of white egrets, leaving a lasting impression. Yet that was all it was. He had encountered enough troublesome girls and had no intention of complicating his life further, unless that girl possessed an irresistible charm. Just then, seemingly in response to his thoughts, a long-forgotten system interface materialized before him. On an ordinary evening, as you plan to return home after work, a girl with deep pink hair awakens your dormant memories. She is your first girlfriend from when you were 19, with whom you shared mutual affection and envisioned a future together. However, due to both of you lacking experience and caring too much for one another, your relationship ended after 3 months, leaving you with lingering feelings of regret. Yet, 13 years later, you encounter her again, and the matured you discovers that the reasons for your breakup were not what you initially believed. You were never meant to be a regret. Task activated. Uncover the true reason behind your breakup with your ex-girlfriend. Task reward, 10 million renminbi. Ex-girlfriend, 10 million renminbi? Lin An's eyes gleamed with excitement. Chapter 65. Absolute trust. He had never forgotten his goal of achieving financial freedom. The effort he expended to assist Yi Zhu was also motivated by monetary gain. However, he seemed to have underestimated the challenge of the system task. Yi Zhu, burdened by layers of misfortune, grapples with a nearly insurmountable emotional sensitivity disorder. He yearned to cultivate a relationship with Yi Zhu to secure the 10 million reward. Yet at present, it seemed a distant dream. However, a new task has been activated, and if one uncovers the truth behind the breakup with his ex-girlfriend, a reward of 10 million awaits. Following the usual narrative, this hidden truth is likely to be that his ex-girlfriend has been diagnosed with cancer and wishes to spare him from the burden. With a modest effort, the task could be completed with great potential for success. Surely, the difficulty of obtaining this 10 million reward cannot be equated to the challenges of dating an aloof girl or navigating a heavy-hearted breakup. The system cannot be that cruel, can it? Ah, my dear friend Lin An, sorry to keep you waiting. A voice filled with warmth and another sweet, soft voice reached his ears. Without a moment's thought, it was apparent that the one calling out with such unabashed enthusiasm, emphasizing his name with a playful tone, was none other than Jian Shui. The other voice undoubtedly belonged to the adorable Li Baiwei. Just as Lin An was about to turn around to greet them, a gentle sensation wrapped around his arm. Someone had linked their arm with his. Without needing to look, the familiar fragrance wafted into his senses, and he knew it was Yi Zhu who had embraced his arm. However, Yi Zhu had returned to her emotionally detached state since last night, indifferent to everything, as if she were a goldfish that had been raised for 8 days. How could she be so forward in holding his arm? Lin An pondered this for a moment, recalling his conversation with Hui Wei. Was it possible that, like an amnesiac, even if memories fade, past habits and attachments remain? Although Yi Zhu's emotional reset rendered her incapable of harboring special feelings for him, the memories and habits from her emotional period lingered on. Hence, it was only natural for her to cling to his arm whenever they stepped out, maintaining the routine they had established. While her feelings might reset, the actions she took would not be forgotten, accumulating in the depths of her consciousness. How did you two end up linking arms? I want in on this too, Jian Shui exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with a touch of feigned innocence as she stomped her feet and boldly stepped forward to grasp Lin An's left arm. In a playful competition with Yi Zhu, she buried her head against his shoulder, her cheeks flushed. Lin An glanced around at the envious gazes from other students, feeling rather helpless. Could you two be more mindful of the occasion? It's not a holiday, and it's just a normal class time. With all these students witnessing this, I'll surely be branded as a scoundrel in the evening posts. Jian Shui realized the impropriety of the situation and was about to release her hold on Lin An's arm. But upon glancing at Yi Zhu, she naturally tightened her grip instead, stating, "You are my ex-husband. It's only natural for us to link arms. Let them gossip, it's simply jealousy, miss. There's no societal norm that allows ex-spouses to link arms so casually, but whatever," Lin An thought. sensing that continuing the debate with Jian Shui'er would only attract more attention from the students. He decided to go along with her for now and would discuss it further away from the crowd. He took a step forward, but at that moment, he felt a tug at the back of his shirt. Someone was holding onto it tightly. Lin An wanted to cry out, "Li Baiwei, why are you joining the fray now? Is the misunderstanding not deep enough?" The peculiar quartet did not disperse until they reached the supermarket. Lin An grabbed a shopping cart at the entrance and suggested that Yi Ju sit in it. This was his ingenious plan to enable her, who was fearful of men, to accompany him shopping. Yi Ju perched in the cart like a small dog, free from the worry of physical contact with a male. Jian Shui'er walked ahead, efficiently selecting items as if she were a diligent homemaker planning dinner. "We'll make a duck soup porridge tonight. The duck and broth are ready. We just need to grab some mushrooms, celery, green onions, baby bok choy, and drinks," she announced. Yet Lin An dismissed her plan. "Duck soup porridge? What is that?" Jian Shui'er asked, intrigued. "It's a type of rustic duck, cooked with its bathwater and some ingredients, akin to seafood porridge. In short, it's a dish that girls tend to enjoy," he explained. Yesterday, after devising a meticulous plan, he had taken Yi Ju to a quaint town where she had never been before to purchase the rustic duck. "I understand now. As long as it's your cooking, it will be delicious to me." Jian Shui'er smiled, albeit modestly. After gathering the ingredients, they returned to Yi Ju's home. Lin An immediately entered the kitchen to begin preparing dinner. Click! The sound of a camera shutter echoed, courtesy of Li Baiwei. Lin An had noticed her snapping pictures of him while he diligently selected fresh mushrooms at the supermarket, and she remained tight-lipped when questioned about it. Now, she was taking more photos. What was her purpose? "I must clear the name of the young lady today. She is certainly not just a culinary novice who indulges in food and drink." Just then, Jian Shui'er entered the kitchen with flair, removing her expensive watch. "Ready to lend a hand? All right. Before you stir the pot, you should at least put on an apron," Lin An replied, not refusing her offer. He handed over his apron and invited her to assist with simple kitchen tasks. Perhaps due to her culinary training during the National Day holiday, Jian Shui'er did not falter in her assistance this time. Lin An took the lead in preparing dinner, while Jian Shui'er helped, and Yi Ju sat on the sofa reading. Li Baiwei arranged the bowls and chopsticks, standing at the kitchen door observing their efforts. The scene was harmonious. Within an hour, 3 dishes were ready. Yi Ju, unreserved, was the first to pick up her chopsticks, taking a piece of the duck drenched in sauce and placing it in her bowl. After removing the duck skin with her mouth, she delicately extended the skin toward Lin An, indicating her wish for him to finish it. Lin An understood her intent. Since regaining a semblance of her emotions, she had revived some of her eating habits, and she would not consume the skin. However, with Jian Shui'er nearby, he wondered if this intimacy would provoke jealousy. Just then, Jian Shui'er, with her pink tongue slightly protruding, was huffing in discomfort after biting into a scalding mushroom. Lin An, with decisive masculinity, swiftly consumed the duck skin she offered and hurriedly poured Jian Shui'er a glass of cool coconut juice, advising, "Be careful, the duck soup porridge is hot." "Sounds delicious," Jian Shui'er exclaimed, her tongue slightly swollen from the burn. Lin An, resigned, picked up a spoon and stirred her bowl of duck soup porridge to help cool it down. After sipping the coconut juice, the refreshing liquid alleviated the scorching sensation in her mouth. She then held out a piece of mushroom she had previously spat out due to its heat. Her eyes blinking at him, clearly communicating, "Don't think I didn't see you eating what Yi Ju didn't want." What a jealous woman, Lin An thought, not minding the imported mushroom as he bit into it, silently grumbling. However, he didn't resent Jian Shui'er's jealousy. It was a natural reaction. As a mature man, he should not be angered by it, but rather apologize. Yet, he felt a slight aversion to deepening his relationship with her, regretting his earlier decision to act naturally around her. So much intimacy had unfolded in just one day. What would the future hold? Across from him, Li Baiwei looked troubled as she stared at the celery in her bowl, a food she had loathed since childhood. She picked it up repeatedly with her chopsticks, contemplating, but ultimately decided to eat it. Indeed, it's quite bitter. After dinner, with only a modest appetite satisfied, Yi Ju curled up on the sofa, bare feet tucked under her, gazing blankly at the night sky outside the rooftop. After indulging in a sumptuous meal, Jian Shui'er reclined comfortably on the sofa, gently caressing her slightly protruding belly. A stray lock of hair slipped from behind her ear, falling carelessly onto her face. A departure from her usual poise as a refined young lady. Lin An was tidying up the dining table while Li Baiwei approached to lend a hand. Once their task was completed, Yi Ju remained curled up in a corner, gazing dreamily at the night sky. Her intense focus rendered her seemingly solitary, evoking a sense of profound loneliness. Jian Shui'er, appearing somewhat fatigued, closed her eyes, and fell asleep in her high heels. Lin An wiped his hands dry and went to the adjacent room to cover Yi Ju with a blanket. Then, he approached Jian Shui'er, crouched down, and gently tucked the wayward hair back behind her ear. Even in slumber, the image of a perfect young lady must be preserved. Suddenly, Jian Shui'er grasped his hand, still engaged in the task of tucking her hair. The warmth, softness, humidity, and unspoken emotions exchanged between their hands surged rapidly. This is too ambiguous. Lin An resolved to withdraw his hand. Yet, Jian Shui'er tightened her grip, opened her eyes, and inquired, "You will help me with Jiang Yunshu, won't you?" The matter concerning Jiang Yunshu was evidently troublesome, and Lin An's eyes flickered with hesitation. Jian Shui'er continued, "Do you know why I am so confident about sending Jiang Yunshu into the top 10 of the buy-may list? It is because of you. I have absolute trust in you." Perhaps it was the charged atmosphere that clouded his judgment, but Lin An nodded, "I will do my utmost to assist you." Chapter 66. Intelligence on the ex-girlfriend returning from Yi Ju's home to the dormitory, after escorting Jian Shui'er and Li Baiwei to their respective rooms. It was already 9:30 p.m. It was a rare occasion for all three roommates to be present. After greeting them, Lin An opened his computer and created two documents, one labeled J for Jiang Yunshu and the other Q for the ex-girlfriend. His current focus was solely on these two individuals. Jiang Yunshu's adolescent romantic troubles constituted the second commission of his research on love. The objective was to enhance her popularity, ultimately aiming for a placement within the top 10 of the High University buy-may list by early November. The buy-may list was curated by the members of High University's Beauty Research Society, comprising two categories, the High University buy-may list and the High University Newcomer 30 Beauty list. The Newcomer 30 list was open to every incoming freshman and typically released during the first week of the semester. In contrast, the buy-may list encompassed all female students at High University, including undergraduates, research students, doctoral candidates, faculty, support staff, and their families. The selection process commenced on November 1st, with results announced on November 8th. The final rankings were categorized as follows. Positions 100 to 51 were termed FG, 50 to 33 as NG, 32 to 17 as UG, and the top 16 as the selection. The top 7 were referred to as the Kami Saiwan, while the top 3 were known as the Three Great Families. Achieving the first rank conferred the title of Campus Flower of High University. In the past, the virtual realm often depicted the notion of a campus flower, yet in reality, few institutions acknowledged such a title. However, as times have evolved, the interplay between the virtual and real worlds has deepened, resulting in students being heavily influenced by virtual culture. Numerous university students, akin to those in the Beauty Research Society, engage in self-nominations within campus flower competitions. Students upload their photos and profiles to voting platforms, allowing their peers to cast votes, with the highest vote recipient crowned as the campus flower. Nonetheless, in most universities, the ultimate victor of such competitions is typically a genuine campus flower, the most admired girl within the institution, or someone akin to a popular figure, be it a well-known individual or an anime character. It is rare for a university to orchestrate such a grand affair as the Beauty Research Society at High University. Thus, given Jiang Yunshu's circumstances, it would be exceedingly challenging for her to rise from an ordinary girl to one of the top 10 most popular females within a month. Yet, it was not entirely impossible. Lin An had previous experience and, after swiftly typing for an hour, devised a rough plan for Jiang Yunshu's transformation from an ugly duckling to a swan. If Jiang Yunshu could adhere to the plan until the end, a miracle would unfold before her eyes. He named the plan Lin An's Mind Magic. With Jiang Yunshu's matters settled, the next task was to unravel the secrets behind his ex-girlfriend's breakup, which promised a reward of 10 million. Lin An pondered for 30 seconds, concluding that the primary objective was to ascertain the identity of his ex-girlfriend. Otherwise, all analyses would be futile. Qiyong. After a moment of hesitation, Lin An resolved to consult the female informant, Qiyong, as it was the quickest approach. "What is up?" Qiyong immediately set aside her conversation with another girl and responded, "Do you know someone named Jiang Yunshu?" "Jiang Yunshu? I know her." Before Qiyong could elaborate, the society president, Xiao Xiang, chimed in, "She's one of the dormitory members who has been eager for a social gathering with us." "What's going on, Lin An?" Finally interested in a dormitory event, Lin An sensed something was amiss and, exhaling softly, asked, "Jiang Yunshu isn't from 306, is she?" "Yes. There's only one person in all of High University named Jiang Yunshu." Qiyong cast a meaningful glance at Lin An, speaking with admiration. "Lin An, you're about to gather all 4 of High University's SSS-level beauties. Impressive." "What?" Upon hearing the term SSS-level beauties, Zhou Haidong became animated, bombarding Lin An with questions. What is happening? I'm lost. Don't leave me in suspense. Xiao Xiang, seemingly puzzled, remarked, among the 4 girls in 306. Given Lin An's penchant for attractive faces, Jiang Yunshu is surely excluded. That leaves the other 3. I acknowledge that Xiao Yao is the most beautiful, but the other 2 possess their own unique charms. Why are you so certain it's Xiao Yao? And if it truly is Xiao Yao? Xiao Xiang's concerned gaze shifted to Lin, and as he cautioned, I advise you to avoid any contact with her. Everyone was caught in a riddle, and the intrigue only intensified Zhou Haidong's impatience as he shouted, I've said it before, I'm not the sharpest, so explain this clearly in plain terms. Lin An, however, grasped the underlying enigma. His ex-girlfriend was likely one of Jiang Yunshu's roommates. Regarding his ex-girlfriend, he could only discern her silhouette and could not definitively identify her. Nevertheless, there was only one girl at High University whose deep pink hair had captivated him. He thought of the 3rd SSS-level beauty, Su Yaoji. She possessed lustrous, deep pink hair that shimmered magnificently in any weather. Moreover, her allure surpassed that of Jian Shuer, the epitome of a refined young lady. Yet, he had never seen her face on and considered her merely as a possibility, not definitively identifying her as his ex-girlfriend. Furthermore, if she were indeed his ex, it would imply that 3 out of the 4 most beautiful girls at High University were linked to him, his first love, ex-wife, and ex-girlfriend. Wasn't that a touch too coincidental? When the dormitory leader mentioned that Jiang Yunshu was a member of the dormitory keen on socializing, Lin An recognized the number 306 all too well. The girls' dormitory 306 and their boys' dormitory 410 were famously known as the 2 peaks of High University, with SSS-level beauty Su Yaoji among its members. Conversely, their boys' dormitory 410 prided itself as the pinnacle for male students, thanks to the presence of the Sun Prince Xiao Xiang, the revered Qi Yang. And the accomplished Lin and dormitory 306 earned its title as the pinnacle for girls due to the radiance of its 3 exceptional girls. While Lin An was unaware of the particular charms of the other 2, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. He wondered how Qi Yang could be so certain that his target was Su Yaoji out of the 3. He was confident Qi Yang lacked any systematic knowledge. Yet her certainty suggested that Su Yaoji must possess a unique quality that made Qi Yang instantly recognize Lin An's interest in her. Moreover, why did Xiao Xiang advise him against contacting Su Yaoji? His ex-girlfriend was not someone to be trifled with. The 10 million reward would likely not be easily attainable. At this moment, Zhou Haidong had unraveled the situation from Qi Yang's explanation. He immediately approached him, tears glistening in his eyes, and implored, Brother, please. I beg you to refrain from using your powers and take our goddess away from us. This time, Lin An was utterly perplexed and remarked, What issue could there possibly be with Su Yaoji? I am completely oblivious to the campus gossip. The goddess Yao is an angel delivering blessings to us introverted boys. Engaging with her could tarnish your reputation. Zhou Haidong and Xiao Xiang interjected. Lin An still grasped only fragments of the conversation. Xiao Xiang gestured politely, encouraging Zhou Haidong to elaborate. With fervor, Zhou Haidong exclaimed, The goddess Yao, clad in a miniskirt, a waist-revealing blouse, with leg rings and a choker, a stunning beauty. My fellow introverts insist that regardless of one's appearance, if you kneel and beseech the goddess Yao, she will become your girlfriend. She is our angel, brother. Do not take her away from us. Is she truly a girl who generously dotes on introverts? Clearly, you have read too many sci-fi comics. Lin An was too bewildered to counter Zhou Haidong's enthusiasm and turned his gaze to Xiao Xiang. Xiao Xiang, wearing an expression of remorse, stated, It's rather unkind to speak ill of someone behind their back, but in your case, it's a different matter. Based on the intel I have, it appears that Xiao Yao is being supported by an older man. This is a rather cliché narrative. In the realm of virtual worlds, such rumors are invariably slanderous. However, in reality, there is a high probability that such rumors possess a grain of truth. Those who believe them to be mere slander and pursue that girl may very well find themselves deceived both emotionally and financially. In truth, predatory women are no less prevalent than predatory men. Nevertheless, since Su Yaoji could become an ex-girlfriend, it must be slander, Lin An mused internally before adding. That is her choice. We know nothing of her past, and have no right to define or judge her. I know you doubt me. Lin An, Xiao Xiang sighed. Xiao Yao is young, fashionable, and possesses an enviable figure. On the first day of school, she arrived in a Maserati, and just days later, she was seen stepping out of an older man's luxury vehicle. There are even photographs of her exiting a hotel in the morning. Too much evidence suggests she is being supported by an older man. Lin An remained non-committal, replying, By the way, why do you refer to her as Xiao Yao? Are you quite familiar with her? No, forget I asked. You would naturally address Jiang Yunshu as Xiao Yun or Yunshu. Xiao Xiang sighed deeper. I heard those unfavorable rumors and sought her out to advise her to cherish her body. I suggested that if she needed money, she could come work at my company. Her response was, if I were in need of money, I'd seek out a man to support me. If you truly wish to be kind, do not inflict your kindness as a wound, and keep your distance from me. Lin An was moved by Xiao Xiang's earnestness, contemplating that had he been born 500 years earlier, he would undoubtedly have been a person of great influence. What do you think? However, Lin An still found it hard to believe Xiao Xiang's words and turned to Qi Yang, who remained an enigma even to him. Qi Yang, rarely displaying interest, remarked, Su Yaoji is quite an intriguing individual. You will understand upon getting to know her. Of course, I harbor no romantic intentions towards her, so you need not worry about competition. Lin An pondered for a moment and concluded that the ex-girlfriend was indeed not as simple as she appeared, and the rumors were not to be trusted. It seemed he would have to meet his ex-girlfriend in person the next day. Chapter 67. The game of life's hierarchy. The following morning, due to the first class of the day, Lin An awoke early. A chill swept over him, starting from his face and enveloping his entire body, causing him to instinctively shudder. The weather in Haicheng changes unexpectedly. Just yesterday, it was suffused with the warmth of summer. Yet today it felt like autumn had arrived overnight. He rose dressed in summer attire, but donned a light jacket over it. After a quick wash-up and a simple breakfast, he checked the time and headed to class with his roommates. Upon reaching the ground floor, a gust of cold wind from the north made the flock of students huddle together. Lin An engaged his roommates in light chatter about whether they should attend the social event with 306. Good morning, Lin An, came a gentle voice, as a figure clad in a pale yellow garment approached. The light yellow puff-sleeve shirt adorned with a charming bow at the chest was paired with a delightful floral skirt, complemented by knee-high white socks and brown round shoes. She carried a small white bare-faced bag at her waist, exuding an aura of sweetness and cuteness. However, the overly large head on her body utterly dismantled the sweet charm, leaving only a striking allure that stirred the blood. The only girl at Haida University who possessed such magnetism was the youthful Li Baiwei. Good morning, Baiwei, Lin An replied with a smile. This is for you, Li Baiwei. Her cheeks flushed, whether from the cold wind or her own emotions, handed Lin An a thermos with a pink rabbit design. Inside is the milk tea I prepared for you this morning. It's getting chilly. You should keep warm. It is you who should stay warm, Lin An said, removing his thin jacket and draping it over her shoulders. The warmth still lingering in the jacket made Li Baiwei hesitate, her words faltering. We should get going. Noticing the situation, Qi Yang quickly pulled Xiao Xiang and Zhou Haidong to leave first. Don't mind me. I should be the one to go. Li Baiwei bowed slightly to Lin An before turning to dash away, still clad in his jacket, leaving Lin An hesitating over whether to chase after her, and Qi Yang shaking his head in exasperation. Ultimately, Lin An decided against pursuing her and went to class with his roommates. Upon arriving at the classroom, Lin An took out his notebook to compile the materials needed for Jiang Yunshu's transformation plan. The core of the plan was titled The Game of Life's Hierarchy. Inspired by online games, alongside Jiang Yunshu's belief that life is a poorly crafted declaration, he worked diligently until class began, with the course being Business English, a mandatory subject for his major, which was also his weak point, requiring his full attention. After 2 hours of focused listening, Lin An had no classes for the next 2 periods and intended to head to the library to continue his project. As he made his way out, he inadvertently overheard a conversation between Rin Yingying and Yi Meina. Peach invited me to the social event. Do you think I should go? Rin Yingying inquired. If you want to go, then go. Haven't you always said you wanted to find a boyfriend? Bei Huantao has a wide social circle. She can help you find a suitable match, Yi Meina advised. Lin An did not listen further. He was not one to eavesdrop on other secrets. However, he had looked up information on 306 the day before. Bei Huantao was indeed one of the 3 most prominent girls in 306. Known for her vivacious personality and charming looks, often referred to as the social queen of Haicheng University. This was all quite ordinary, and he had no interest in a naturally extroverted social butterfly. However, Bei Huantao was also Jiang Yunshu's roommate. According to Jiang Yunshu, her initiative to join the Love Research Society was due to Bei Huantao's influence. Why did Bei Huantao encourage Jiang Yunshu to join the society? How did she come to know about its activities? Furthermore, why did Jiang Yunshu perceive life as a poorly crafted piece of work, suffering from overwhelming malice at university? The reason was that among the 4 girls in their dorm, the other 3 were exceptionally radiant, drawing the admiration of both boys and girls. She, however, felt so ordinary that each time the 4 of them ventured out together, she became the blemish, attracting disdain and scorn from her peers. Thus, she cursed life as a poorly crafted creation, highlighting the inequities between individuals. Yet, if Bei Huantao truly was an emotionally intelligent social adept, she should have been able to handle Jiang Yunshu's situation well. However, she had not done so. Lin An recalled that not long after the semester began, Rin Yingying had asked him to buy local specialties as a gift for Bei Huantao, indicating that they were friends. Bei Huantao had also persistently invited the dorm leader, Xiao Xiang, to facilitate a social event between dorms 410 and 306. Individually, this information seemed quite normal, yet when pieced together, it raised numerous questions. It appeared that Bei Huantao might harbor significant issues. My leg is injured. Is there a kind-hearted boy with short hair, 18 years old, whose surname is Shuangmu Lin, standing before me to assist? In my contemplation, a delicate voice calling for help reached my ears. I turned my gaze, observing a girl clad in a white blouse adorned with lace, complemented by a high-waisted houndstooth mini-skirt, her elegant black stockings and ankle boots exuding sophistication. The blouse was tightly tucked into her skirt, accentuating her curvaceous figure, and she lay on the ground, her eyes pleading for assistance. This was the staircase, and many students nearby had witnessed the scene, eager to help, but upon hearing her plea, they shook their heads and departed, muttering curses about couples flaunting their affection and torturing the single. Your conditions are so specific. You might as well give me your ID number, Lin An thought of leaving. But considering that with Jian Shui'er's personality, she might engage in even more exaggerated antics if he did so. To ensure his peaceful university life, he decided to indulge the young lady's small request. With a sigh, he approached her, crouched down, and said, "Get on." "What do you mean, get on?" Jian Shui'er replied weakly. True to her nature, she insisted on playing the role thoroughly. In a solemn tone, Lin An responded, "My lady, you have injured your leg. I shall carry you." He felt a soft touch against his back, the sensation of her hair brushing against his neck and cheeks, the intoxicating scent of roses enveloping him. Jian Shui'er leaned comfortably against him. Her weight was light. He grasped her thighs, exerting force through his legs, and proceeded steadily. After a brief moment, Jian Shui'er's sweet voice whispered in his ear, "I only needed you to help me up, not to carry me." "Oh, is that so? Then I shall set you down." "No, absolutely not." Jian Shui'er clung tightly to Lin An. She had a class to attend soon. Her sudden visit to his classroom to enact a scene was purely spontaneous. The injury had not occurred, but in her haste to reach his class before it ended, she nearly twisted her ankle, thus seeking to charm him to lighten her mood. Lin An accepted her little whim and carried her to the law building for class. Afterward, they proceeded to the library to continue working on the game of life levels. With a packed schedule of classes in the afternoon, Lin An rushed to the club office as soon as he finished. Upon arrival, he found the members inside, but no sign of any favors or rewards from Yiju. However, Li Baiwei had indeed purchased numerous cosplay outfits. Her white thigh-high stockings accentuated her delicate thighs, and the fitted pink nurse's uniform highlighted her curves, her face radiating youthful innocence. A glance was enough to leave him utterly captivated. "Lin An, I've been waiting for you." As Lin An entered the office, Jian Shui'er took large strides to greet him. They stood close, the familiar scent of roses once again enveloping him. Having just finished class, he rushed over. After a brief exchange of pleasantries with everyone, they delved into the club's main activities. Jian Shui'er pointed to the whiteboard, stating, "Our second official commission for the High University Love Research is to make classmate Jiang Yunshu popular. The date is October 9th, and our goal is to have Jiang Yunshu enter the top 10 of the High University Beauty list by November 8th. The overall commander is President Yiju. I am the chief planner, Li Baiwei is the producer, and you, Lin An, are the executor. Now, please commence your plan." Nodding, Lin An approached the whiteboard and wrote, "The birth of life is a magnificent miracle. Each person's life is unique in this world. Therefore, life cannot merely be deemed a failure. Those who perceive life as such have strayed from the correct path. As long as the direction is right, everyone's life can be a masterpiece. I intend to guide Jiang Yunshu towards the correct path through the game of life levels." Chapter 68. Combat power detected at 8888. Lin An scrutinized Jiang Yunshu's face. Her slightly tanned skin bore coarse pores, her brows were light, her lips thin, and her eyes lacked luster. Judging solely by appearance, she was rather ordinary. However, Lin An earnestly asked, "Jiang Yunshu, do you believe you are unattractive? Please answer sincerely." With a subdued voice, Jiang Yunshu admitted, "Indeed, I am quite ugly. I am an ugly girl." "Incorrect," Lin An exclaimed firmly. "You are not ugly. Your appearance is merely ordinary. A truly ugly girl looks like this." He pulled out his phone and took a picture of Jiang Yunshu. Then, after a few manipulations, displayed a comparative image of her and another girl on the projector. The left side depicted a girl with a large face and oversized features, resembling a pig, while the right side showcased Jiang Yunshu as she appeared now. Who do you think is the ugly girl? Lin An inquired. They are both unattractive, Jiang Yunshu pondered before responding. Lin An continued to illustrate the diversity of human appearances: a fully black-clad vixen, a chubby girl with acne, rugged masculine features, skin lesions, and missing parts of lips, juxtaposing each with Jiang Yunshu's appearance and asking who the ugly girl was each time. The grotesque faces led Jiang Yunshu to quietly conclude, "Perhaps I am not an ugly girl after all." Lin An approached Jiang Yunshu, gazing into her eyes and speaking with conviction, "You are not ugly. It is merely that you are overshadowed by those who are exceptionally beautiful. Remember, your appearance is that of an ordinary person, far from being ugly." His commanding presence compelled Jiang Yunshu to nod in agreement. Indeed, compared to actual ugly girls, her looks fell within the realm of the average. Next, you must remember the second point. Natural beauties are rare. The majority of beautiful women achieve their allure through effort, while truly ugly girls are scarce. The appearance of ordinary people is the norm. Lin An began demonstrating again, showing her an image of a stunning beauty, asking, "She is a well-known star, Zhou Xiaoyu. Do you consider her beautiful?" With her delicate features and petite face, Jiang Yunshu earnestly nodded. "Yes, she is beautiful." And this one? Lin An presented her with an image of a girl with a similar face shape but slightly darker skin, a bit of baby fat, and acne. After examining the girl closely, Jiang Yunshu incredulously said, "Could this possibly be the famous star Zhou Xiaoyu? She looks quite similar to me." "Exactly. And do you remember what I said?" Jiang Yunshu struggled to recall. Standing beside Lin An, Li Baiwei recited verbatim, "Natural beauties are rare. Most beautiful women derive their beauty from effort, while truly ugly girls are scarce. The appearance of ordinary people is the norm." "That's the one," Lin An resumed, displaying a glamorous beauty-s image for Jiang Yunshu to praise, then showing the same star without makeup, inquiring if the star's looks were average. Initially, Jiang Yunshu asserted, "She looks good without makeup." However, after hundreds of comparisons, even her idealized beauty, the glamorous de Baobei, was shown in a disheveled state, completely shattering her previous beliefs about beauty. With a heavy tone, she conceded, "You are right. Natural beauties are rare. Most beautiful women achieve their looks through effort. And the majority of people are of average appearance. And I am simply of average looks." Lin An spoke in a deep, magnetic voice, akin to a devil's enchanting whisper. "Yes, you possess an ordinary appearance. Repeat that statement 30 times. After Jiang Yunshu finished speaking, Lin An returned to the whiteboard. Regaining her composure, "You may have heard the saying, there are only lazy women, not ugly women. The standards of beauty generally revolve around skin fairness, firmness, and the overall tactile appeal of one's features, all of which can be enhanced through makeup." Lin An began to play a video showcasing the Japanese makeup techniques. Regarded as one of the 3 great arts of deception in Asia, the Japanese women appeared stunning, yet once the makeup was removed, their appearances were far from pleasing. As the third video played, Jiang Yunshu raised her hand, her eyes sparkling with excitement, and said, "No need to continue. I understand the power of makeup. If I learn to apply it, can I also transform into a beauty?" Lin An scoffed lightly and replied, "Do you think I am one of those salespeople peddling cosmetics? I am a craftsman who understands the secrets behind true beauty. Beauty lies in the essence, not merely the exterior. A beauty should not only astonish but also provide comfort. Those who exude comfort are more cherished by both men and women. The secret to this comfort lies in one's expressions, demeanor, and interactions, essentially, the emotions you convey. Jian Shui is a master in this realm. She introduced you to the concepts yesterday, and you should trust her expertise." Jiang Yunshu nodded, realizing the truth in Lin An's words. Yesterday's discussion with Jian Shui illustrated that 2 people with identical appearances could evoke vastly different perceptions simply based on subtle variations in expression. Both Lin An and Jian Shui were not amateurs merely speculating. They presented scientifically backed methods with numerous examples. She began to comprehend that by following Lin An's guidance, she could indeed metamorphose from an ugly duckling into a graceful swan. The concept of grace is rather metaphysical, both existent and non-existent, but by perfecting one's expressions and posture, she could become a beloved figure radiating comfort. This is why women who study ballet often exude poise. A straight posture and upright shoulders can convey the essence of beauty. The saying, "There are only lazy women, not ugly women," holds a degree of truth. Yet if you believe that mastering makeup alone suffices to become beautiful, you severely underestimate the value of true beauty. To become a sought-after beauty, one must harmonize makeup, posture, expression, lifestyle habits, and attire, none of which can be neglected. This will be taught to you by Jian Shui, the foremost fashion genius in all of High City. My role is to oversee the practical execution. Now, I shall present new content. After delivering a wealth of information, Lin An took a brief pause to catch her breath. Li Baiwei was about to pour water for Lin An when Jian Shui preemptively filled a cup for her. After quenching her thirst, Lin An continued, Jiang Yunshu, if you perceive life as a garbage game, believing it is inherently unequal and that those with attractive appearances are naturally favored while the average-looking are belittled, you will feel that no amount of effort can surpass those born with advantages. Life lacks clear rules. Hard work may yield no rewards. And there are no definitive answers. It is indeed a garbage game. However, I will illustrate life from a gaming perspective. Whether it is a masterpiece or a failure depends on how you play. If you play well, it can be a masterpiece. If you squander it and only wallow in resentment and envy, attributing everything to life's futility, it merely reveals your utter failure, lacking even the capacity to acknowledge your shortcomings. Do you possess that capacity? Touched by her words, Jiang Yunshu lowered her gaze, tears welling in her eyes, enveloped in silence. Your lack of rebuttal indicates there is hope for you. Usually, my words provoke strong counterarguments from most, as individuals often raise their voices to mask their unwillingness to accept failure. You, however, have not countered, which means you have triumphed over many. Lin An approached, gently patting her shoulder, and continued, whether life is a masterpiece or a failure depends on your approach. If you aspire to create a masterpiece, I will assist you. So, Jiang Yunshu, do you wish to transform your life into a masterpiece? I do, Jiang Yunshu declared loudly, her voice resonating throughout half the office building. From the fervor in her tone, Lin An recognized her awakening. Originally, she had intended for Jiang Yunshu to chant coach. I want to turn my life into a masterpiece 30 times, but now that seemed unnecessary. Remember the first thing I told you, whether facing difficulties or dead ends. No one can truly assist you. You can only help yourself. My role is to provide the correct guidance, which can account for 99% of success. Once Jiang Yunshu's emotions stabilized, Lin An redirected the conversation to the life-level game. Jiang Yunshu, if you perceive life as a garbage game, it is largely due to the absence of feedback in real life. In games, slaying monsters yields experience points, equipment, and task rewards, all positive feedback. However, in reality, most of your actions will not receive any feedback. Indeed, even when you are doing the right things, you may encounter negative responses that hinder your path to success. Therefore, for the next month, I will employ the life-level game to elevate you from level 1 to level 30. Lin An retrieved a clean mask, unwrapped it, and asked Jiang Yunshu to wear it. Currently, Jian Shui is at level 91, having essentially completed her life journey, with a combat power of 8,765. You, on the other hand, are at level 1. I will assign you tasks akin to a game. Completing these will earn you experience points to level up. We will work on expression management, posture correction, social interactions, topic discovery, makeup, attire, and developing a special skill to enhance your combat power, essentially quantifying your external charm. She intended to elaborate further, but the time was getting late, and her roommate had just called, inviting her to dinner. The detailed execution plan will commence tomorrow, and until I permit otherwise, you must wear the mask. The life-level plan begins now. Lin An had arrived late, just as the second class concluded. As everyone prepared to leave the office for dinner at Yiju's place, Lin An accompanied Jiang Yunshu downstairs to wait for Li Baiwei, who needed to change clothes. As they reached the first floor, a striking figure with deep pink hair stood across from them. Facing her directly allowed Lin An to assess her appearance and attire. In her mind, she rated the woman's combat power, 8888, surpassing Jian Shui, but slightly lower than Yiju. This was her ex-girlfriend, Su Yaoji. The two women met face to face. Su Yaoji wore a pale pink shirt with hollowed-out shoulders, exposing her fair, smooth skin. The top 3 buttons were undone, revealing a deep neckline, and beneath the third button was a loosely tied butterfly bow that concealed further décolletage, yet added an alluring charm. Her skirt was a white, high-waisted pleated mini, with the shirt neatly tucked in, accentuating her slender waist, seemingly delicate enough to be grasped in one hand. The hem of the short skirt highlighted her long, luminous legs, which were bare except for a black lace garter on her left thigh. Its intricate patterns reminiscent of intimate apparel, raising questions about its appropriateness. Around her neck was a similar lace-patterned choker, though in a deep blue hue. Her fingers bore a soft pink manicure, her lips adorned with a captivating glossy sheen, and her eyes were enhanced with emerald green contact lenses. Her petite nose and delicate features were complemented by silver star and moon-shaped earrings that sparkled in the light. Overall, her beauty was exceptional, commanding attention effortlessly. In addition to her stunning appearance, her physique was equally commendable, even in flat shoes. Her height reached 176 centimeters, with long legs, a slender waist, and a bust size just shy of Li Baiwei's. The moment a boy catches a glimpse, he is irresistibly drawn in by an innate instinct that compels his gaze. She stands at the pinnacle of the campus social hierarchy, a breathtaking beauty. However, what captivates Lin An the most is her deep pink, waist-length hair that radiates a mesmerizing sheen at all times, embodying the perfect fusion of youthful sweetness and mature allure. Among the four renowned beauties of Haida University, Jian Shui'er, Yi Zhu, Su Yaoji, and Li Baiwei, each possesses unique attributes of beauty that others cannot rival. Yet, according to Lin An's personal aesthetic, Yi Zhu is the most beautiful, followed by Su Yaoji, then Jian Shui'er, with Li Baiwei coming last. Nonetheless, her alluring appearance that completely captures male attention naturally leads to rumors of her being sponsored by older men. Yet, Lin An furrows his brow, confusion evident on his face. Jian Shui'er has a whimsical personality, and her unconventional thoughts are not typical of most girls. It's somewhat understandable that she could develop feelings for him and consider marriage. Yi Zhu, burdened by an accumulation of unfortunate circumstances and suffering from a fear of men, can only approach him, making their missed encounter a reasonable destined first love. However, for Su Yaoji, a stunning beauty at the top of the social hierarchy, to view him, so seemingly ordinary, as a romantic partner seems utterly illogical. Why is that? As Lin An ponders, Jiang Yinshu approaches and greets Su Yaoji. He feels a tightening in his chest. He hopes Jiang Yinshu isn't planning to introduce him to Su Yaoji, although she is his target. The significant mysteries surrounding her make a reckless approach potentially disastrous. He has not yet gathered sufficient intelligence on Su Yaoji and does not intend to engage with her at this moment. Lin An contemplates how to decline Jiang Yinshu's introduction. Hey, you must be Su Yaoji, our university's flower. A fashionable young man with yellow hair and a provocatively dressed blonde girl approaches Su Yaoji. The girl's miniskirt barely conceals her figure, revealing glimpses of her purple underwear with even the slightest movement. The young man leans towards Su Yaoji, his demeanor frivolous as he says, "Let us keep it classy, shall we?" Lin An internally scoffs, curious to see how Su Yaoji will handle the advances of this lewd young man. Su Yaoji, devoid of any visible emotion, responds with a calm and steady voice. "I am Su Yaoji. Hey, darling." The young man playfully pats the blonde girl's rear, prompting her to hand over a small purple bag to Su Yaoji. This bag is a Chanel, worth 80,000. And so, Su Yaoji's voice remains even and unperturbed. Then, he laughs confidently. "Let her know this is the fourth one I've given her this month." The blonde girl beams at him. "Zhao Gu, I have a friend's birthday party coming up. As your girlfriend, I can't look too plain. Please buy me 2 more. Your girlfriend?" In that instant, Zhao Gu kicks the girl, who falls to the ground, her bare thigh scraping against the concrete, drawing blood. Zhao Gu shows no mercy, tossing her a card with 300,000 and coldly stating, "You're no longer my girlfriend. Take this breakup fee and leave." How cruel. Jiang Yinshu, witnessing the scene, bites her lip in frustration and considers helping her friend. However, Lin An restrains her, signaling her not to intervene. "Zhao Gu, don't break up with me. I love you so much. How could I live without you?" On the ground, the girl's face contorts with anger for a brief moment before she shifts to a pleading smile, enduring the pain in her leg as she begs Zhao Gu not to end their relationship. He, however, kicks her away again, demanding she return the gifts he had given her. "Do you understand the situation now?" Zhao Gu crosses his arms, looking smugly at Su Yaoji. "Are you wealthy?" Su Yaoji's tone remains flat. "Not just wealthy, but extremely wealthy. My family gives me 1.2 million every month to spend however I please." He grins. "That's right, I love money. My life goal is to achieve financial freedom before I graduate." "How impressive," she replies coolly, "and I indeed appreciate wealth. My life goal is to attain financial independence as well." Zhao Gu, with an expression of entitlement, asserts, "Perfect. I like you. You're now my girlfriend. I'll give you 1 million upfront and 500,000 monthly. After 6 months, you'll be financially free." A tempting offer, indeed. However, Su Yaoji locks her cold gaze on him. "Do you truly believe that wealth can make anyone your girlfriend?" With a glint of intrigue, Zhao Gu responds. "In the 21st century, thoughts should be liberated. Integrity and dignity are trivial, and money is the only reality." Su Yaoji leisurely replies, "Indeed." I love money and am willing to sacrifice parts of myself for it, including my appearance. This remark causes nearby students to shake their heads in disbelief, lamenting the materialistic society that allows wealth to buy everything. They realize the rumors of Su Yaoji being supported by older men hold some truth, and cannot help but resent their own lack of wealth. Lin An, what is happening over there? Jian Shui'er and the others, now dressed, descend the stairs, witnessing the standoff involving Su Yaoji. Lin An contemplates the necessity of staying to observe the unfolding situation, replying, "That is Jiang Yinshu's roommate. She is in a bit of trouble. Let us wait a moment to see if we should assist." Jian Shui'er notices Su Yaoji's beauty rivals her own and instinctively pinches Lin An's arm, playfully accusing him of trying to flirt with beauties, despite already having 3 companions. Yet, recalling past mischief, she instead clings tightly to Lin An's arm, sending a message of possessiveness. Meanwhile, Zhao Gu, having heard Su Yaoji's words, bursts into laughter. As long as there is money, no woman is unattainable. For instance, Su Yaoji, if you hold my hand, I'll give you 200,000 right now. Listen carefully. Just holding hands nets you 200,000. Are you suggesting that a girlfriend is merely a paid companion? Su Yaoji queries calmly. Why do you care? Just give me your hand, and I'll add another 100,000. Zhao Gu urges eagerly. Answer my question first. Su Yaoji insists, her tone unwavering. Yes, I'm wealthy. Women approach me for my money. Calling them bitches and equating dating with prostitution is quite reasonable, Zhao Gu replies. Revealing his vile mentality, Su Yaoji retorts, your perspective on women as mere commodities reflects a despicable mindset. I refuse to engage with someone who embodies such feudal remnants. With that, she turns to leave. Scoundrel. Realizing he has been outmaneuvered, Zhao Gu steps closer to Su Yaoji. You pretend to be innocent? If you think the money isn't enough, let me hold you, and I'll add another 1 million. Is that sufficient? Tension escalates as the confrontation intensifies. I'm afraid I must confront him, said Jian Shui'er, frowning as she glanced towards Lin An stopped her and whispered, do not interfere. Su Yaoji seems to be fishing for information. Let us wait a while. Most would perceive Su Yaoji as a gold digger, willing to do anything for money, especially after overhearing her conversation with Brother Zhao. However, they overlook a significant detail. If she were truly materialistic, her attire would be more revealing, rather than adorned with a large bow that obscured her neckline. The seemingly ultra-short skirt was, in reality, a cleverly deceptive combination of shorts and a skirt, lacking even basic leggings beneath. Beneath her outwardly bold and flirtatious appearance lay a more reserved nature, coupled with her calm demeanor while questioning. Lin An discerned that Su Yaoji was subtly probing Brother Zhao for information. The motives behind her actions would soon be revealed. You must have encountered girls who cannot be swayed by money. Are they merely pretending to be innocent? Su Yaoji remarked, casting a glance at Jian Shui'er and her friends. They are youthful and naive, yet to mature. Brother Zhao responded with conviction. Some girls insist that a rich spiritual life surpasses material wealth, scornfully rejecting money in pursuit of true love. Yet, in reality, they are merely misguided children. Once they grow up and face the harsh realities of life, they will deeply regret not succumbing to me. You are excessively pitiful, Su Yaoji retorted, shaking her head disapprovingly. Brother Zhao, now irate, exclaimed, I am revealing the essence of the world. It is the likes of you, feigning innocence, who are truly pitiable. Do not think I am unaware of your intentions, to play hard to get in hopes of extracting more money from me. Let me tell you, I am experienced in matters of the heart. It is only I who plays with women, not the other way around. I offer you one last chance, 5 million to be my girlfriend. If you refuse, you will find yourself sobbing in a cramped stall, regretting your decision. I am certain you were once an idealistic youth in pursuit of true love, Su Yaoji replied, her tone resolute. What nonsense are you spouting? Brother Zhao sneered. You have no idea how indulgent my high school years were. I once spent 400,000 on a single night, inviting 30 beautiful women, with myself as the only male present. Su Yaoji interrupted forcefully. There exists a psychological phenomenon known as the law of attraction, which posits that one's thoughts draw forth corresponding realities. In simpler terms, your perceptions shape your actions, and your actions will mold your relationships. What nonsense are you blabbering? Brother Zhao retorted impatiently. Your pitiful outlook, Su Yaoji continued, hastening her speech, is rooted in the belief that any man with wealth can attract women. By adhering to this notion and treating all women as monetary transactions, you will inevitably reinforce this belief among your peers. Consequently, women who cannot be bought will perceive you as repugnant and distance themselves, while those who can be swayed will only be interested in your wealth. As time passes, You will find your relationships dwindling to those who only value your money. Initially, this may seem fulfilling, but as time progresses, you will inevitably feel emptiness. You possess great wealth, yet you are too young to appreciate the beauty of solitude. True affection cannot be purchased, rendering you a profoundly pitiful individual, reliant solely on money for fleeting happiness. At first, Brother Zhao was dismissive of Su Yaoji's words. But her assertion that only those interested in his wealth would engage with him struck a chord. He had always believed that spending money to impress was exhilarating, yet now, as he entered university and faced the need to rebuild his social circle, he felt the stark, hollow void left by those who once idolized him. Was this superficial connection truly what he needed? Yet he would never admit to his own emptiness. Instead, he lashed out, "You wretched girl, still pretending to be innocent. You descended from an old man's car this morning. You are no better than a common escort. Just tell me how much it would take to buy you. I have plenty of money. Lin An, we must intervene." The righteous Jian Shui'er exclaimed, unable to tolerate Brother Zhao's insults any longer. Lin An tightened his grip on her arm, gently shaking his head. "Let us wait just a moment. Su Yaoji is about to ensnare him." Su Yaoji looked at Brother Zhao with pity, declaring, "You are a pitiful creature, utterly dependent on your parents, lacking any personal capability. Even if I were to submit to an older man, I would never submit to you. At least those men have earned their wealth unlike you, a mere parasite." Brother Zhao trembled in rage, ready to strike. Su Yaoji smiled disdainfully, turning her gaze towards him. "You believe you can buy a girlfriend with your money? You are mistaken. It is those girls who profit from you, treating you as a cash cow. You think engaging with them brings you pleasure. Yet I wager that even if you pay for a girlfriend, she will be a virgin, for you are nothing but a fool." "Shut up," enraged by her taunts. Brother Zhao lost control, raising his hand to strike Su Yaoji. She appeared startled, instinctively raising her hands to shield her face. Then, a piercing scream echoed through the air, not from Su Yaoji, but from Brother Zhao himself, as a yellow pencil had been driven into his palm, the tip embedding deeply into his flesh, causing blood to pour forth. "Officer, school administrators, teachers, you have all witnessed this man, Zhao Jinxiang, treating women as mere escorts, equating dating with solicitation and attempting to inflict violence upon me. I report him for 3 offenses: solicitation, intentional harm, and violation of public order. The subsequent handling of this matter is in your capable hands." Brother Zhao, clutching his injured hand and howling in agony, was swiftly approached by 2 uniformed officers who had rushed to the scene. Without further inquiry, they handcuffed him and, after saluting Su Yaoji, escorted him away. Having concluded this ordeal, Su Yaoji turned to her roommate Jiang Yunshu, offering a serene smile that signaled her to leave. However, Lin An could not shake the unsettling feeling that Su Yaoji's smile was not one of warmth or politeness, but rather the cruel grin of a predator encountering its prey. This encounter left Lin An perplexed. His ex-girlfriend possessed beauty, intellect, strength, insight, emotional intelligence, and a formidable presence. It seemed she even had connections with the police. Her cunning both terrifying and impressive. Brother Zhao had been hypnotically led to his downfall by her. Could such a remarkable individual truly have been his ex-girlfriend? Chapter 71. Technology shapes beauty. With insufficient knowledge about his ex-girlfriend, Lin An found himself at a loss for answers. One thing was certain: the coveted reward of achieving financial freedom, amounting to 10 million, was not easily attainable. Yet, the very challenge of obtaining it only served to underscore its preciousness. He resolved to exert every effort in pursuit of this goal. That evening, after dining at Yi Zhu's home, Lin An took some time to discuss the details of Jiang Yunshu's transformation with Jian Shui'er. They agreed to visit Jian Shui'er's beauty clinic for facial treatments the following morning after class. Upon returning to the dormitory, Lin An prepared for the next day. Rising punctually for his morning classes, enjoying a simple breakfast of bread and milk, before heading to the classroom with his roommate. On the road, the first class of the day passed without incident, embodying the unremarkable yet cherished routine of university life that he adored. The second class required a change of classrooms. Upon arrival, the course was titled Introduction to Economics. The subject matter proved somewhat tedious, and the instructor was rather conventional, with few students occupying the front rows. Lin An chose a seat in the second row, farthest to the right, directing his gaze towards the azure sky outside. As his mind continued to refine Jiang Yunshu's transformation plan, awaiting the commencement of the lesson, suddenly, a vibrant and lively voice pierced the atmosphere. "Here comes the young lady." In the grand setting of Quanhai City University, or rather, the entire city, only one individual could unabashedly declare herself a young lady in such a flamboyant manner. Aside from those engaged in role-playing cosplay, Lin An stifled the impulse to glance to his right, fervently hoping she would not approach. For he could not afford to lose face. However, as per Murphy's Law, the very things one wishes to avoid are often the ones that come to pass. "Hey, Lin An, look at me," came the sweet, melodious call of a young girl. Lin An sighed deeply, knowing he could not evade her. He turned his head to find a striking figure adorned in a luxurious purple strapless dress, markedly standing out amidst the sea of students clad in drab attire of sweatpants or plaid skirts. Her deep brown curls cascaded over one shoulder, embellished with delicate pearl earrings, while her fair arms and curvaceous figure drew attention, making her an extraordinary presence in the classroom. What stood out even more was the girl's gaze, one that seemed to invite profound envy. "What are you staring at? Is it unusual to see a talking eggplant?" Lin An quipped in response. "Hey, that's not fair." Jian Shui'er pouted. "You haven't bullied me in ages. Have you come to deliberately hurt my feelings today?" Upon hearing this, Lin An could keenly sense the accusing stares from his classmates, prompting him to quickly concede. "I understand. Your outfit is stunning today. I was momentarily taken aback and spoke foolishly. This was specially prepared for you. You must know I rarely wear strapless dresses." "Hee. Hearing you say I look stunning makes it all worthwhile," Jian Shui'er exclaimed, twirling joyfully, her dress and hair fluttering around her. Although she was his burdensome ex-wife, her words still stirred something within him. However, such intimate compliments should perhaps be reserved for moments when they were alone. Lin An, feeling a slight headache, replied, "All right. I get it. What do you want from me? We agreed to go into the city after school, and since I have no classes for the last 2 periods, I came to find you. What do you want from me? I still have class." Lin An observed the stern professor entering the classroom, and, fearing that insisting she leave could lead to greater troubles, he took Jian Shui'er by the hand, encouraging her to sit beside him. As the class commenced, the old-fashioned professor began his lecture, and Lin An, as usual, focused intently on the lesson. Everything seemed to unfold as it typically would. However, during the 90-minute class, Jian Shui'er did not engage with her phone or the lecture. Instead, her hands rested lightly on the desk, her head tilted as she gently rested it. Her smiling eyes fixated on his profile. Whether it was Jian Shui'er's beauty or the professor's discontent with her lackadaisical demeanor, the instructor occasionally stole glances at her striking form, while other boys in the class found their attention diverted from the blackboard by her presence. Lin An watched the professor, who was captivated by Jian Shui'er's radiant charm, while she leaned over the desk, observing him. The rest of the class merely served as a backdrop to this peculiar tableau. The bell rang, signaling the end of a grueling period for everyone except Jian Shui'er. She instinctively draped her arm over Lin An's shoulder, her chatter continuing as they made their way to the school gate to meet Jiang Yinshu. Jian Shui'er's exuberance did not wane even as they climbed into the car. Her behavior today was somewhat peculiar. Lin An navigated her vivacity while pondering the underlying reasons. After a brief moment of reflection, he speculated that Jian Shui'er might be sensing a sense of urgency. The girls closest to him, Ren Yingying and Yi Meina, posed no threat, being rather unremarkable. However, Yi Ju presented a significant risk, though she remained in a state of emotional oblivion, currently posing no need for concern. Li Baiwei seemed to disregard him entirely. Yet, yesterday, he encountered Su Yaoji, whose looks rivaled her own. Something in a woman's intuition could trigger a sense of alarm, compelling her to solidify her feelings for him. Yet, why was she so wary of Su Yaoji? Was it merely due to her beauty? It was essential to note that Jian Shui'er was not the type of naive girl easily pursued by any boy. She possessed a stringent set of criteria for friendship and had the astute Hui Hui, a remarkable companion, at her side. If she felt threatened by Su Yaoji, it was likely that she sought more detailed information about her ex-girlfriend. The outcome of gathering such intelligence naturally incited feelings of apprehension. Arriving in the city in Jian Shui'er's luxury vehicle, they enjoyed a meal before proceeding to her family's beauty clinic, located in a lavish skyscraper towering over 50 stories. "Princess," as Lin An struggled to discern which floor housed the beauty clinic, a line of impeccably dressed men and women in suits called out in unison, their presence imposing and grand. The princess they refer to is Jian Shui'er. These individuals are employees of her family's company. Jian Shui'er once mentioned that her family's business had reached a certain level, but the atmosphere and scale were reminiscent of a drama featuring a wealthy heiress. No, even more extravagant than that, Lin An thought, mildly astonished. Wei arrived. "It's on the first floor." Jian Shui'er responded to them, waving her hand before leading Lin An into the building. Once the crowd dispersed, Jian Shui'er, looking a bit uneasy, said to Lin An, "I'm not a princess. My father spoils me too much. When I was little, I told him I wanted to be a princess after watching a Disney performance, and he had all his employees call me princess. I enjoyed that playful role as a child, but I've grown a bit weary of it and mentioned it to them. Yet they continue to make it a grand affair. Now, Lin An understood why Jian Shui'er could unabashedly announce her entrance as a young lady in front of others. Having endured such embarrassing moments since childhood, she had grown accustomed to it. He reassured her, saying, "As long as my friends do not flaunt their status, I do not mind their background." Jian Shui'er halted, her brilliantly adorned eyes, accentuated by shimmering eyeshadow, gazing at Lin An for several seconds before she sighed deeply, saying, "Lin An, why do you make me like you with every detail?" Lin An felt a bit flustered, realizing he may have misspoken. Jian Shui'er's earlier anxious explanation likely stemmed from fear that her elevated status would create a divide in their relationship, leading him to distance himself. Yet, he merely wished for her not to flaunt her noble status. Even if she were truly a royal princess, they could still interact as equals. His honesty moved her. It seemed that Jian Shui'er had previously encountered individuals who were once friends but had distanced themselves upon learning of her noble lineage. Wait, how did my favorability rating increase again without me noticing? After a brief tour of the beauty clinic in the VIP room, Lin An produced a document and addressed Jiang Yunshu. "Yunshu, the operation to fulfill your request to become popular officially begins now. If you adhere to the plan we've devised over the next month, you will certainly break into the top 10 of the high university beauty list and gain popularity. Continuing on, your current level is LV1 with an experience value of 0-10. Today, you are to undergo 2 procedures at this beauty clinic, one for acne treatment and the other for skin whitening. Upon completion of these tasks, you will ascend to level 3 and transform into a charming young lady." Jiang Yunshu yearns for popularity, a harsh reality that regardless of her emotional intelligence or ability to manage expressions, the fundamental criterion remains her appearance. Presently, her looks are somewhat unattractive. How can she be salvaged? Words alone will not suffice. The power of technology can assist her, not through plastic surgery, but through acne treatment and skin whitening management, enabling Jiang Yunshu to transition from merely ordinary and somewhat unattractive to simply ordinary. This marks the first step in Jiang Yunshu's transformation plan to become an artificial goddess, where technology shapes beauty. Chapter 72. The creation of beauty. Eliminating one acne monster grants 1 experience point. Another acne monster eradicated, another 1 experience point. After undergoing a whitening treatment, you gain 5 experience points, and you have leveled up. Congratulations. You are now at level 3. Behold the fruits of your advancement. 6 hours later, at the VIP room of the beauty clinic, Lin An compared a photograph of Jiang Yunshu taken upon her arrival with one taken now. In the left image, Jiang Yunshu's skin appears slightly dark, marred by several acne blemishes, rendering her looks quite ordinary, even unattractive. At this moment, Jiang Yunshu, with her hair expertly styled by a professional, is clad in a lace dress that accentuates her femininity. The blemishes on her face have vanished, leaving behind a subtle post-treatment flush. Overall, she presents as a naturally appealing young woman. Is this really me? I can hardly believe it. Jiang Yunshu gazes at the images on the screen, then looks into the mirror, her eyes wide with disbelief. Lin An smiles gently. This is indeed you. There has been no surgical alteration or whitening injections. This is the result of acne treatment combined with scientifically formulated whitening procedures, achieving this enhanced state of beauty. Jiang Yunshu continues to scrutinize her reflection, growing more enamored and astonished with each glance. Who would have thought that one day she would come to appreciate the very face she once despised, having been labeled as ugly? Both Lin An and Jian Shui'er possess an extraordinary enchantment. Observing Jiang Yunshu's satisfaction, Lin An nodded and added, "The removal of acne need not rely solely on treatment, nor must whitening be exclusively medical. Healthy routines can aid in acne reduction, while scientifically tailored diets can promote skin clarity. However, this process may take several months to half a year, and we have only 1 month. Therefore, do not attribute your transformation solely to technology. You inherently possess the potential for beauty, and technology merely accelerates this journey." "Thank you." Jiang Yunshu looked at Lin An, bowing slightly as she expressed her profound gratitude. Lin An attentively observed her state of mind, noting her willingness to meet his gaze, a clear sign that his initial spiritual influence had succeeded. The hardest part is often the beginning, and this initial victory bodes well for future success. Do not rush to express your thanks. The artificial goddess plan is only just beginning. Lin An unfolded a stack of documents and handed them to her. Continuing, the whitening treatment does not conclude with today. Over the next 30 days, you will undergo 12 additional sessions. You will need to attend these sessions on your own. And regarding the financial aspect, as mentioned yesterday, Our organization is not a charity and cannot cover all expenses. We will advance the total cost of approximately 1.26 million. You will need to repay this amount later. Please sign here. Jiang Yunshu readily agreed, swiftly signing the document. Although she was impoverished and unable to afford the medical fees up front, she was determined to work to repay the debt over the coming years. Whether it took 3 or 5 years, she deemed the investment of a mere few tens of thousands to gain popularity exceedingly worthwhile. Furthermore, Lin An added, maintaining your newfound beauty will require both effort and financial resources. In addition to medical expenses, you will need to budget for clothing, transportation, cosmetics, and dining over the next 30 days. Recognizing your limited savings, our organization will temporarily lend you 30,000 yuan without interest, with repayment due before graduation. Thank you. Jiang Yunshu expressed her gratitude once more, especially toward Lin An. Some might think that since Jian Shui'er is affluent, the tens of thousands in expenses could be viewed as charity, requiring no repayment. However, this involves dignity and the psychology of beauty. Lin An's approach to temporarily cover the costs demonstrates a thoughtful consideration of her feelings, revealing his kindness. To be honest, upon first meeting Lin An, she had preconceived notions that the 3 beautiful women of their organization were naive and would be attracted to such an ordinary boy. However, after spending a few days with him, she recognized that Lin An was an exceptionally rare individual, offering genuine kindness and meticulous attention rather than superficial gentleness. Even if she did not harbor romantic feelings for him, encountering someone like him prompted the best course of action for her as a young woman to establish a romantic relationship. Had it not been for Jian Shui'er's overwhelming charm, she would have been inclined to confess her feelings to Lin An immediately. After discussing Jiang Yunshu's beauty plan for the coming month and the makeup skills she needed to learn, they arranged to continue their transformation plan the following afternoon in the club office and return to school in Jian Shui'er's car. The next afternoon, in the club office, President Yi Ju, Vice President Jian Shui'er, mascot Li Baiwei, all-around assistant Lin An, and Jiang Yunshu, the second delegate of their organization, were all present. Li Baiwei, cosplaying as a flight attendant in a fitted black skirt, exuded youthful innocence and alluring charm, drawing Lin An's attention repeatedly. Jiang Yunshu's artificial goddess plan consists of 4 stages, each lasting 1 week. The first phase is titled The Creation of Beauty. Yesterday's focus was on skin whitening. Today, they would delve into expression management. Lin An addressed Jiang Yunshu, reiterating, as previously mentioned, beauty can be categorized into 2 types, stunning and approachable. The latter is often more appealing to both men and women, with its essence rooted in emotional expression and the management of one's demeanor. Lin An raised his hands to obscure his face, then, akin to playing peek-boo with a small child, suddenly revealed himself. Following this, his lips curved into a subtle smile, his eyelids gently stretching, his gaze emanating an indescribable innocence. In that instant, Lin An, previously unremarkable, transformed into an effortlessly handsome young man, leaving Jiang Yunshu and Li Baiwei momentarily entranced, while Yi Ju, engrossed in her book, and Jian Shui'er, calmly observing, remained unaffected. Lin An maintained the handsome visage for only half a second before reverting to his usual self. Continuing, this illustrates the impact of expression on one's appearance, a concept that Jian Shui'er taught you yesterday and one that you must master over the next 2 weeks. I refer to this as the oxygen beauty smile. Next, Lin An invited Jian Shui'er to demonstrate. Jian Shui'er stepped forward to showcase the oxygen beauty smile, focusing on the mouth and eyes. The corners of her lips gently lifted, her cheeks subtly contracting, creating a natural curve devoid of any awkwardness. As her mouth adjusted, her eyes followed suit, eyelids lifting slightly, her gaze softening as she focused on the person before her. The overall demonstration exuded a sense of comfort, allowing one to overlook Jian Shui'er's astonishing beauty. After the demonstration, Jian Shui'er encouraged Jiang Yunshu to replicate her smile. However, the results were disappointing. Jiang Yunshu struggled to achieve even a proper smile, let alone the effortless oxygen beauty smile. It seemed that mastering such advanced techniques would prove challenging. Observing this, Lin An approached and advised, start by practicing a simple smile, allowing your lips to rise ever so slightly, cultivating a semi-permanent smiling expression. Additionally, focus on your posture. Avoid slouching or looking down. Remember, you are a beauty now. The smile practice lasted for 3 hours, during which Lin An allowed Jiang Yunshu, whose cheeks were practically cramping, to rest. He then instructed, for the next 5 days, you must wear a mask and continuously exercise your smiling muscles, meaning you should smile 24 hours a day, except when you sleep or eat. Once you have perfected your smile, you can then master the smile of an oxygen beauty. though this was quite exhausting. It was indeed the price of beauty. Jiang Yunshu, drained from 3 hours of smiling, could hardly speak but nodded vigorously, indicating her commitment to follow through. Lin An was pleased with her attitude and admired her willpower, believing that the plan to create a goddess would indeed succeed. It's noteworthy that while many women proclaim they would pay any price to become beautiful, in reality, they often cannot endure even a couple of days of hunger for dieting. Jiang Yunshu's ability to smile for 3 hours demonstrated that she was no ordinary girl. He then prepared to unveil a new main task. Lin An wrote on the whiteboard, "Main task, proof of beauty. Task content. Someone asks if you have undergone cosmetic surgery. Task deadline. 5 days. Task reward. 30 experience points. Leveling up to LV4. Noticing the confusion in Jiang Yunshu's eyes, Lin An explained, "You are no longer an ordinary woman. You are now a little beauty. This is not only known to us, but will also be recognized by those around you. However, when an unattractive girl suddenly becomes beautiful, she will undoubtedly be suspected of having undergone surgery. You may know that you haven't, but being told so signifies that you are indeed becoming more beautiful. This is crucial, as it directly impacts the success of our goddess creation plan, as it reflects the acknowledgement of others." Jiang Yunshu nodded in understanding. Lin An smiled with satisfaction, and the arrangements for Jiang Yunshu over the next 5 days were finalized. It was time to take action against his ex-girlfriend, and he had just received a piece of top-secret information. Chapter 73. We are quite fortunate at around 9:10 p.m. that evening. Half an hour after Lin An returned to his dormitory, Qi approached with a deep blue travel suitcase in hand and said, "Lin An, it's almost time." Lin An grabbed his black laptop bag and followed him outside. After walking for a while, Qi moved a step closer to Lin An and lowered his voice slightly. "Latest news, a luxury car is parked at the north gate. The target is confirmed to act tonight." "Understood, everything is ready. We will uncover the target's details tonight." Lin An replied, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The target was none other than his ex-girlfriend, Su Yaoji. During class that afternoon, Qi had informed him that a source had tipped him off that Su Yaoji would be going out again that night. Since the start of the semester, she had been going out 2 to 3 times a week, always at night and returning by morning. Classmates had even spotted her leaving hotels, solidifying the rumors that she was being kept by an older man. However, Lin An believed there was more to the story. This hidden information likely related to the completion of his system tasks, so he planned to investigate further. When he casually asked Qi about his motivations for pursuing this lead, Qi pounded his slender chest and proclaimed, "The Qi in Qi means to advance together. Your affairs are my affairs, and your happiness is my happiness. Of course, my affairs remain my own, and my happiness has nothing to do with you." Did I say that backwards, old Qi? Upon arriving at the north gate, Lin An indeed spotted a black luxury car parked there. From a distance, he could see the driver was a middle-aged man dressed in a sharp business suit. "Wait here, I'll check the driver's appearance," Lin An said to Qi before casually approaching the luxury vehicle, pretending to admire its sleek design. Out of the corner of his eye, he scrutinized the driver's features: a square face, short hair, thick eyebrows, and a small mole on the left side of his nose. He committed the driver's appearance to memory. The man's demeanor was lackluster, with a slight hunch, suggesting an ordinary presence, which helped confirm the driver's identity. Next, Lin An walked to the back of the car and feigned interest in its elegant contours before distancing himself and rejoining Qi. "I've called a seasoned taxi driver, and I've booked him for the night. We'll get in the taxi and follow the target once she gets in." Qi instructed Lin An as they entered a taxi parked about 100 meters from the luxury car, waiting for the target to board. After a brief wait, Su Yaoji finally entered the car, dressed in a revealing outfit, but she took a seat in the back. "Little Su's attention to detail is lacking," Qi remarked. Seeing this, Lin An nodded in agreement. On the surface, Su Yaoji appeared to be a promiscuous woman, yet her outfit choices were surprisingly modest. While she seemed like a mistress kept by a wealthy older man, it appeared she was the one financing the arrangement, treating the older man more like a driver. "The target is moving. Let us follow," Qi urged, tapping the driver's shoulder. "Take me to Wu Nong 8 Li Long." The driver, speaking in a thick dialect from Haiqing, started the engine to pursue. At this point, Lin An retrieved a tablet from his bag, operating it while handing it to the driver. "Driver, don't rush to follow. I have a map of their route. Maintain a distance of 1 kilometer while tracking." The driver, initially glancing at the screen, was astonished and exclaimed, "Impressive. So professional." Qi was equally surprised. "When did you install the tracking device?" While observing the driver's appearance, Lin An casually replied, "You're truly remarkable," Qi praised. Lin An, wishing to shift the topic, recalled the peculiar location of his second encounter with Su Yaoji and said, Driver, let us be cautious and maintain a distance of 2 kilometers. Understood. I used to follow mistresses back in the day, the driver replied with excitement. After waiting for over half a minute, Su Yaoji's luxury car drifted out of sight. Lin An then instructed, Driver, you can start driving. The true king of the road has arrived, embodying Takumi Fujiwara. The driver exclaimed, igniting the engine and beginning the chase. The roar of the car's engine echoed through the night, with neon lights flickering and the vibrant nightlife bustling around them. Lin An pursued his ex-girlfriend for 65 minutes. But she showed no signs of stopping, racing through the night and Haiqing. Where was Su Yaoji heading? Or was she simply taking a joyride? Noticing this, Qiyang inquired curiously. Lin An quickly responded, Driver, find a place to pull over. Why are we stopping? Is there a mistake? Qiyang pondered carefully. Searching for any oversight, Lin An took back the tablet from the driver, calmly stating, though Haiqing has a large population, its area isn't vast. And there is no traffic at night. Traveling from the east to the west of the city should take no more than 60 minutes. Yet the target's car has been driving for 65 minutes without stopping. This suggests 2 possibilities. Either she is merely cruising around, or she has already gotten out or is aware of being followed and is deliberately circling without heading directly to her destination. Qiyang paused, his eyes widening in realization. I thought using a tracking device was already outrageous, but now it seems the target is engaging in counter-surveillance. That is even more absurd. Are you too certain you're not filming a spy movie? Lin An did not respond. Currently, he had lost track of his ex-girlfriend, and their operational plan had failed. However, he was not a man to give up easily. There was still a chance to turn the situation around. He focused on analyzing the available information. Qiyang also composed himself and began to strategize. Speaking seriously, you didn't continue to pursue because you're certain the target got out somewhere along the way? Why are you so certain? I believe we cannot draw a conclusion just yet. It would be prudent for us to pursue and verify the situation. Lin An's brain cells ignited with fervor, his body craving the sweetness it lacked due to a deficiency in nutrients. Nevertheless, he resisted the physiological signals of his body and concentrated for 6 minutes before exhaling deeply and stating, after tracking the target for 30 minutes, the individual has yet to disembark. I sensed something amiss. By the 45-minute mark, I was nearly convinced that the target was employing counter-tracking tactics. At 65 minutes, I confirmed that the individual was neither intentionally circling nor joyriding, but had indeed exited the vehicle midway, as their speed remained consistently steady, indicative of a deliberate route. I have identified 3 potential locations for their exit. Qiyang followed Lin An's gaze, noting that these locations comprised a residential community, a large office district, and a complex transportation hub. Qiyang furrowed his brow in contemplation and inquired, the target has traversed half of Haiqing. How can you be certain they will disembark at one of these 3 locations? Lin An succinctly elucidated. Firstly, while it appears that the target drove for 65 minutes, a closer analysis reveals they exited the vehicle at the 20-45-minute mark, a time frame for which my tracker has recorded the areas traversed. Secondly, we have maintained a tracking distance of 2 kilometers. Even the most adept counter-tracking expert would be oblivious to our presence. The target's actions suggest they are not wary of us, but rather of another group of pursuers closer at hand. Consequently, for the target to disembark discreetly, they must consider the concealment of their exit point, which limits viable locations to these 3. Qiyang quickly grasped matters related to human emotions and romantic affairs. Yet this logical deduction was beyond his expertise, prompting him to state bluntly, just tell me where we should head next. Lin An once again addressed the driver, saying, please take us to the nearest luxurious hotel near these 3 locations. The driver consulted the map and replied, the closest is the Gaojiang Technology Park. We shall head there first, as there happens to be a 5-star hotel. The taxi turned around and proceeded towards the 5-star establishment. After 25 minutes, they arrived at the hotel. As Lin An and Qiyang exited the vehicle, Qiyang asked, how do we ascertain whether Su Yaoji is inside? Initially, he had planned to follow Su Yaoji to her drop-off point, but she proved to be more elusive than anticipated, employing counter-tracking. Now, the target could be at one of the finest hotels in the 3 areas, yet determining if Su Yaoji was present posed a challenge. It was crucial to understand that the better the hotel, the less likely staff would disclose guest information, a lesson learned through painful experience within the industry. Lin An spoke in a calm tone. Observe the micro-expressions. Given Su Yaoji's prominence, if I present her photograph to the front desk, there will undoubtedly be a subtle change in their expressions. Despite his calm demeanor, Qiyang felt compelled to interject. Do you realize the magnitude of that skill you just mentioned? Yet he too possessed this ability, replying in a similarly measured tone. Understood. I will be observant as well. Upon reaching the front desk, Lin An's expression suddenly exaggerated, and he exclaimed, "Have you seen a woman who is extraordinarily tall, voluptuous, and breathtakingly beautiful, exuding an air of danger and allure? She looks like this." He showed the front desk staff a solo photo of Su Yaoji. The staff member's eyes flickered slightly at the sight of the image, pausing momentarily before responding. "I apologize, but we cannot disclose information about our guests. If the individual is associated with the government, please provide relevant documentation." "I see. Thank you," Lin An replied before turning to leave. Once a reasonable distance from the front desk, a smile crept across Lin An's lips. The failure rate of this method is indeed high. A slight oversight could render it ineffective, yet fortune favored us. Su Yaoji is within. Chapter 74. You wouldn't want your gathering exposed. Qi Yang comprehended the principle behind Lin An's micro-expression analysis to ascertain Su Yaoji's presence. Firstly, Su Yaoji was a woman who naturally commanded attention with her striking beauty. Her appearance at the hotel would surely leave an impression on the staff. Lin An had intentionally exaggerated his body language and language to evoke Su Yaoji's stunning image before presenting the photograph. If the hotel staff had encountered Su Yaoji, there would likely be a subtle shift in their expressions. The front desk staff's reaction, slight twitches at the corners of the eyes and mouth, indicated excitement, revealing that they had indeed seen Su Yaoji. Such an approach proved effective, albeit heavily reliant on luck. Should the staff member who received Su Yaoji change shifts, the method would lose its efficacy. Luck was indeed on their side. However, a larger issue emerged. Qi Yang, his expression tinged with concern, remarked, "As I suspected, high-end hotels excel in protecting client information. With Su Yaoji's caution, if she intends to conduct any activities within the hotel, it would undoubtedly be at the most elite establishment, which is precisely why you instructed the driver to take us to a 5-star hotel. Yet, even if we ascertain that Su Yaoji is here, we remain oblivious to her specific room number. There are still many strategies available," Lin An suggested as he led Qi Yang toward the stairwell. "For instance, we could impersonate police officers or front desk staff. However, my plan involves bribing a cleaning lady. Follow me." Upon entering the stairwell and ascending, they soon encountered a slothful cleaning lady idly scrolling through Douyin. Lin An first recorded a brief video before approaching her with a smile. "Excuse me, ma'am. May I trouble you for a moment?" Startled, the cleaning lady hastily closed Douyin, standing up to present a professional smile and asking, "How may I assist you, sir?" "It's like this," Lin An said, opening his phone gallery to show the cleaning lady a photo of himself with Su Yaoji. "This is my girlfriend. We are both students at Haida University. She and I had a disagreement, and she has taken refuge in this hotel, refusing to see me. I was wondering if you might have seen her." "Oh my, what a beautiful girl," the cleaning lady exclaimed. "I'm sorry, I haven't seen her. Could you please ask your colleagues if they have encountered her?" The cleaning lady shook her head. "Our supervisor has mandated that we cannot disclose guest information." Lin An then produced a stack of cash, presenting it to the cleaning lady. "My girlfriend means the world to me. If I fail to apologize to her in person today, we will surely break up. Please, I implore you to assist me." The cleaning lady, glancing at the stack of cash clearly exceeding 10,000, felt tempted but quickly shook her head. "I'm sorry, but it's against our hotel regulations. If my supervisor finds out, I will be terminated." If Lin An had millions, producing 500,000 would have completely alleviated her concerns about losing her job. Unfortunately, his limit was 3,000. After a moment of contemplation, he handed her 1,000 and added, "You needn't provide the exact room number. Simply telling me which floor she is on will suffice. This doesn't constitute revealing personal details, as my girlfriend is incredibly important to me. Should you succeed, I can offer you an additional 2,000. Observing the cleaning lady still hesitating, Lin An casually retrieved the video he had recorded earlier and said in a calm tone, "You wouldn't want me to inform your supervisor about your little break, would you?" With this tactic, the cleaning lady had no choice but to relent, nodding. "I'll ask my colleagues, but remember, if you want the 2,000, I am taking a risk. Rest assured, considering how beautiful my girlfriend is, I won't be stingy with that 2,000. The cleaning lady nodded in agreement and went to inquire with her colleagues. In just a few minutes, she returned to the stairwell, letting out a deep sigh before saying, "The beautiful girl is in room 806, but several men have entered at the same time." Lin An handed over the money and, once the cleaning lady departed, turned to Qi Yang with a grin. "She's in 806. Soon we will uncover what a beautiful girl is doing with a dozen men in a hotel room. Surely, they aren't playing CS all night." Qi Yang understood that Su Yaoji being in a hotel room with a dozen men was not related to a simple hotel stay. Yet he could not fathom what the situation truly entailed. However, There is a point of contention that he must express at this moment. Lin An, are you truly 18? If you are, what kind of life have you led until now that allows for such absurdity? Lin An, reluctant to discuss the past, casually remarked. I lived my life just like any other boy in the Celestial Empire from 0 to 18. He then suggested, let us proceed to room 806 next door and prepare to unveil the mystery. After securing the room, as they entered, Chi-Yong immediately began to remove his clothes. This startled Lin An immensely. Hey, I have no such inclinations. Please refrain from that. It is inappropriate. Chi-Yong continued to undress, casually stating, nonsense. I am merely changing into women's attire. Now clad only in his underwear, Chi-Yong opened his travel case to reveal 2 sets of women's clothing and a wig. My goodness, how fair you are. Lin An was momentarily taken aback by Chi-Yang's strikingly pale figure, but quickly waved his hand in dismissal. Do not think that simply wearing women's clothing makes you a woman. Being a cross-dresser is also unacceptable. Chi-Yong chose a lace gown, donning it with a commanding tone. The yang in Chi-Yong signifies masculinity. We agreed that your affairs are my affairs. Yet every time a challenge arises, it is you who resolves it while I merely tag along. I cannot abide by this. For the next task of knocking on the door, I plan to disguise myself as a woman to assess the situation. Relieved, Lin An chuckled. You needn't worry about that. I have summoned a professional to enact the role of the woman confronting infidelity. The secret of Su Yaoi's late-night escapades was on the verge of being unraveled. Yet one final hurdle remained. They must not expose their identities but rather find a third party or disguise themselves to knock on the door. To this end, he had already devised a plan, and the individual was expected to arrive at the hotel in approximately 5 minutes. You anticipated even this. How impressive, Chi-Yong remarked, though his hands remained busy dressing. Once attired, he produced an entire set of cosmetics and began to apply makeup. Soon, a figure more graceful than any woman emerged before them, a cross-dresser whose beauty could easily place them in the top 10 of any beauty contest. Thankfully, his prior close interactions with Yi Ju had helped him suppress the urge to shout, brother, you smell delightful, and embrace Chi-Yong excitedly. Knock, knock. At that moment, a rap on the door echoed. Lin An recognized that the professional had arrived and opened the door to reveal a striking young woman clad in a red leather jacket, tall with flowing hair, and possessing both beauty and charisma. She then exclaimed, bam, as she embraced Lin An tightly, exclaiming, long time no see, little Lin An. Her chest. Lin An shouted, pushing away from the ample bosom. Ah, you remain so innocent. The dashing young woman, unabashedly speaking, caught sight of the stunning Chi-Yong inside and gasped, you are no longer innocent. You've become quite lewd. Are you trying to engage in a 3-way affair? I like it. What 3-way? That's my roommate, and he's a guy? Lin An panted, trying to alleviate the discomfort of nearly being smothered. Oh, so I am the P, and I like it even more. Lin An recognized her jest and quickly pulled her inside, shutting the door behind them. Let me introduce you. This is my roommate Chi-Yong, a wealthy heir with a monthly allowance of 200,000, and this is Lin Daling, a work associate I met in high school, not quite a friend, as Lin Daling is an alias. She's an aspiring actress who dreams of stardom and has a penchant for motorcycles and handsome heirs. Indeed, I am Lin Daling, who adores motorcycles and handsome heirs, 20 years old this year. Lin Daling proclaimed proudly, though it was unclear what warranted such pride. 3 years ago, when we first met, you also claimed to be 20, Lin An pointedly remarked, unveiling her secret. Forever 20, Lin Daling replied, tilting her head like a young girl, lifting one foot, and playfully biting her protruding tongue while making a win gesture. Hello, I am Chi-Yong, Lin An's male roommate, Chi-Yong said, his voice slightly awkward. This caught Lin An off guard, as it seemed that even the knowledgeable Chi-Yong was at a loss when faced with women. All right, let me explain the task at hand, Lin An continued. You will need to impersonate a woman confronting infidelity and forcefully open the door to ascertain what is occurring inside. The fee is 999, and I will pay you up front. Lin An handed Lin Daling 150,000 yuan. Hooray, money is my favorite, Lin Daling exclaimed, raising the bills high and kissing them before attempting to embrace Lin An. He quickly sidestepped, saying, sister, save your enthusiasm for your boyfriend. I cannot handle it. To be honest, he could hardly manage the exuberance of such a spirited woman. A boyfriend is simply something electric, Lin Daling retorted, not pressing further as she tucked the money into her neckline and headed out, stating, leave it to me. The remaining 5,000 is for the role of the ugly duckling. I will handle it all. Having said that, Lin Daling opened the door to fulfill the assignment. However, just as she did, male voices from next door erupted with excitement. Su Yaoi, You surely don't want others to know you are congregating in such a manner. What are you all doing? It appeared someone had entered the room where Su Yaoi was located before them. Chapter 75. My ex-girlfriend, realizing that the situation had taken an unexpected turn, Lin An instinctively grabbed Qi Yang's alternate wig, placing it atop his head as he moved outside, declaring, "Plans have changed. Let us seize this opportunity to uncover the truth." The other two paused to contemplate, quickly grasping his intent, and followed him out of the room. Outside the door, Lin An observed two men stationed at the entrance of room 806, where Su Yaoi was. The man on the left wore a gray jacket, his right hand raised gently towards the room's interior. Although nothing suspicious was visible in his hand, Lin An's extensive experience told him that this man was a private investigator, recording the activities within. Beside him stood another man dressed in upscale casual attire, youthful in appearance, likely a university student of similar age. This group must have been closely tracking Su Yaoi, only to be discovered employing counter-surveillance techniques. It remained unclear how they had traced her to this location. With this realization, Lin An leaned against Lin Daling, discreetly observing the interior of the room with his peripheral vision. The standard hotel suite presented a spacious living area, with two rectangular tables positioned at the center, adorned with numerous heavy laptops, all powered on and operating. The screens flashed with rapid sequences of silver code. The operators were men clad in suits, typically around 30 years of age, with neatly cropped hair and an air of sharp professionalism. In front of them, the target, Su Yaoi, was dressed in a white coat reminiscent of a doctor's lab coat, her icy gaze fixed sternly upon the unexpected visitors at the door. This is bad. Upon witnessing the chilling look in Su Yaoi's eyes, Lin An instinctively sensed danger. There was no time for explanation. He forcefully pulled Lin Daling and Qi Yang back into their room, securing the door tightly. "What's wrong? I have yet to see the spectacle," Lin Daling lamented as she was ushered back into the room. "Shoo!" Lin An signaled for silence, pressing his ear against the door to listen. He heard a cacophony of hurried footsteps followed by the sound of a door slamming shut, after which silence enveloped the area. Once he confirmed that the outside was indeed quiet, Lin An hurried to the backpack containing the computer, retrieving a square wooden block. He then opened the door and placed it in the corner, positioned to face the corridor leading to room 806. Having completed this task, Lin An returned to the couch, his brow furrowed in thought. It seems we have overlooked a crucial detail. Su Yaoi is not merely engaged in counter-surveillance for the sake of it. She has a compelling reason to do so. Qi Yang fell silent for a moment before nodding. Indeed, I too neglected this detail. Initially, I sensed that Su Yaoi possessed an unexpectedly mysterious identity, but now it appears that this identity transcends the ordinary and carries with it a degree of danger. Lin Daling maintained her usual demeanor as she settled beside Lin An, her hands resting on his shoulders, her voice and expression exaggeratedly forlorn. "I saw her. The girl named Su Yaoji is an extraordinarily stunning beauty. Little Lin An, is this the object of your affection? Woe is me, I cannot compete. I have suffered a heartbreak." Lin An, lacking the inclination for jest, gently pushed Lin Daling aside and calmly inquired of Qi Yang, "You were positioned closer. Did you uncover any pertinent information?" Qi Yang clenched his left fist, the ring finger pressing against his temple. "I approached the room for a closer observation. There are at least 17 individuals inside, 15 men and 2 women. 12 appear to be akin to programmers, and one man, likely around 50, exudes a commanding presence, suggesting he is their leader. 2 burly men stand beside him, presumably in security roles. Among the women, one is a young secretary attired in formal wear, while Su Yaoji, clad in a white robe, radiates an aura entirely distinct from her school persona. She is imbued with an indescribable sharpness, reminiscent of a nefarious antagonist from a television drama. Furthermore, I noted a distinct panic in the eyes of the female secretary. She seemed terrified by the intrusion. In such circumstances, there is only one conclusion. They are engaged in something illicit. Qi Yang inhaled deeply. Indeed, they are involved in illegal activities, and their disarray upon being interrupted speaks volumes. They had indeed overlooked a crucial aspect. They had treated Su Yaoji merely as a mysterious, yet somewhat attractive ordinary university student, failing to consider the shadowy depths that might lie beneath her enigmatic exterior. Who could have anticipated that what began as an inquiry into the rumors surrounding an ordinary university student would entangle them in an illicit affair? This matter seems to reach an end here, Lin An contemplated. Indeed, Qi Yang nodded vigorously. With the current intelligence, they could ascertain that Su Yaoji was not being kept by an older man. However, a far more perplexing mystery loomed. What Su Yaoji was involved in was far more sinister than mere exploitation. Yet, to uncover more specific truths, posed a considerable risk to their lives. It would be prudent to withdraw at this juncture. Lin An. A silence enveloped them for a moment before Qi Yang, somewhat anxious, asked, the young man who burst into the room. I recall him as one of Su Yaoji's suitors. A wealthy heir from our school. Could he be in danger? It remains uncertain, but we will find out shortly. Lin An retrieved his tablet and, after a few deft maneuvers, displayed the corridor outside room 806 on the screen. Qi Yang recognized it as real-time surveillance and watched the footage intently, while Lin Daling, feeling bored, used Lin An's thigh as a pillow and dozed off. The screen remained static, both men absorbed in their anticipation of developments. An hour passed before a group of men emerged from the entrance. More accurately, two men resembling bodyguards dragged the previously intruding young man and a private investigator down the corridor. Due to the limited perspective of the surveillance, it was unclear where the two were being taken. However, their disoriented states and tattered clothing indicated they had endured violence. The truth of the room indeed harbored profound peril. After a prolonged silence, Qi Yang whispered, should we alert the authorities? I can contact my family. With their connections, we need not fear injustice. Lin An pondered briefly before responding, there is no need. The fact that those individuals are aware that others have witnessed the interior of the room, yet have not sought us out affirms that it is indeed something unsavory. However, it has not escalated to a murderous crime. Let us not amplify the situation. We shall let this matter rest, for who knows what further complications may emerge. Understood. But what of that wealthy heir? Will he be dealt with? Qi Yang's expression conveyed deep concern. Lin An chuckled. Do you think this is South America? This is Z country. Such ruthless actions as eliminating someone outright do not occur here. At worst, it will be a mix of intimidation and deceit, leading to mutual exploitation. With videos taken to ensure silence. That is the modern approach of the Z country populace. Mutual exploitation videos? Qi Yang paused, his expression shifting as he envisioned certain scenarios. His gaze growing complex. Wake up. Lin An gently shook the sleeping Lin Daling. It is time for us to depart. Let us treat today's events as if they never transpired. Moreover, we shall refrain from probing into Su Yaoji's true identity any further. However, the mastery of counter-surveillance techniques, coupled with a cadre of individuals engaged in clandestine activities who resort to violence against witnesses, could my former girlfriend truly be that perilous? How can someone so dangerous become my girlfriend? The system's description of my future trajectory suggests that I would part ways with her, yet still emerge unscathed through my university years. How curious.